The defective mecha girl, Lightning, plagued by a fatal braking flaw, had never completed a single race. On the verge of being scrapped after her final competition, a penniless young pilot was determined to buy her. The sight of the red mecha losing control and crashing on the track had become a recurring spectacle, each time accompanied by boos and jeers from the audience. Meanwhile, towering twin-turtle mechas clashed fiercely in other arenas, their blades sparking against each other as spectators cheered passionately, with glowing support sticks for their favorite contenders. Watch out, she's lost control again. A startled cry broke through the lively atmosphere in the third arena. With a thunderous crash, the crimson mecha slammed into the stands, sending debris flying in all directions. How did a piece of junk like this even make it off the production line? It can't even brake in time over a 300-meter stretch. This is her last race anyway. It's either the battlefield against the Zerg or straight to the scrapyard. Scrapyard, for sure. Shed, just waste a pilot on the battlefield. Pilot? Just slap a self-destruct device on her and call it a day. A streak of red light flashed as Pilot Wang Wei leapt out of the cockpit, spitting at the mecha. This piece of junk. Even if you paid me $1 billion, I wouldn't pilot it again. Lying alone amidst the wreckage, Lightning gazed at the blue sky, silently calculating how many times she had lost control. The air carried the mixed scents of wildflowers and the sweetness of lubricant number 82 sensations she might soon never experience again. According to the rules of Mech Era I, any mecha girl who remained uncontracted for 5 years faced 2 options: joining the front lines as cannon fodder or being melted down and rebuilt. For someone like her, with a braking capability of only 30, both paths meant complete annihilation. As the crowd dispersed, a young man climbed onto her massive faceplate, holding up a tube of lubricant to her lips. Want a drink? All you have to do is agree to a contract with me. Sulie carefully examined Lightning's parameters. Speed, 90, acceleration, 101, agility, 70, stability, 60, defense, 80, and a dismal braking, 30. While these stats made her unsuitable for the confines of a narrow arena, they weren't necessarily a drawback for an ace pilot. Lightning shifted into human form, her winered hair cascading down as her tight leather suit accentuated her graceful figure. My stats are terrible. You'd be better off choosing another mecha girl. I don't care. What you lack is a skilled pilot. At 20 years old, Sulie possessed elite-level piloting skills but had never been able to afford a mecha girl due to his empty pockets. This A-grade mecha girl, whose value had plummeted from 30 million to just 200,000, was his only shot. Moved by the fervor in Sulie's gaze, Lightning hesitated. She had seen countless pilots make bold promises, yet none had ever wanted a second ride. But the longing in this young man's eyes, who had painstakingly saved up 16,000, convinced her to give him a chance. Lightning R5 deploy. The red mecha knelt on one knee at the edge of the arena, its chest armor opening to reveal the cockpit, gently lifting Sulie inside. Inside the cockpit, the armor turned transparent, and a sleek, futuristic helmet rested at Lightning's slender waist. Sulie slowly picked up the helmet and placed it on his head. 20 years. It had been 2 whole decades since Sulie was reborn into this world of mecha girls, and finally, he found himself seated in the cockpit of one. The sight before him left him in awe. The Academy's training cockpits paled in comparison, resembling mere toys. The interior of the cockpit was lined with vivid red leather, its texture remarkably similar to the sleek bodysuit worn by Lightning herself. To his left, 5 rows of buttons emitted an alluring red glow, while on his right, a crimson control lever stood silently, awaiting his command. Beneath his feet, 8 metallic pedals gleamed with a cold, steely luster, as if daring him to prove his skill. Taking a deep breath, Sulie cautiously eased into the pilot's seat. The soft, luxurious cushioning enveloped him instantly, like sinking into the warm embrace of a young woman. His gaze involuntarily drifted to Lightning, who was half leaning in front of him. The close proximity between them made his heart race. The unfamiliar intimacy left him slightly flustered, and he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Suddenly, the figure of Lightning beneath him trembled faintly, and Sulie was reminded of the shared sensory connection between the mecha and the mecha girl. This softness and responsiveness were far superior to the rigid materials used in the Academy's simulators. Just the cushioning alone gave him confidence that Lightning could withstand direct collisions with the viewing stance. It was no wonder the previous pilot had emerged unscathed. Clearly, Lightning's design provided enhanced cockpit protection. His thoughts drifted to the mechas of his previous world-hulking war machines built solely for destruction, equipped with nothing more than basic AI. They were in a completely different league compared to the mecha girls of this world. Yet, Sulie had piloted those cumbersome beasts for 20 years, until he was ultimately abandoned in the vast emptiness of space during an interstellar battle. Although the control systems of the 2 types of mechas differed greatly, Sulie, as an ace pilot, was well accustomed to adapting to new machines. Familiarizing himself with this new operating system would take him mere minutes. Besides, he had already practiced extensively on the Academy's simulators, which replicated the controls of older mecha girls from this era. The only thing that unsettled him was the cockpit's design in this world. To activate and maneuver the mecha, he had no choice but to make close physical contact with the mecha girl in order to reach the control pedals. The designers of Mechanical Island were undoubtedly imaginative. Feeling the warmth radiating from Lightning's form, Sulie's face flushed red with embarrassment. Thankfully, his helmet concealed his expression from view. Inside the helmet, the external visuals synchronized with his display. Sulie raised his hand and activated the control switch, bringing the panels and control stick within easy reach. As the cockpit hummed with a faint vibration, he slowly closed his eyes. The roar of the engine was muffled to an almost imperceptible hum within the cockpit. In his mind, his personal system began silently scanning Lightning's current status. The system reported, detected, A-class Mecha Girl Lightning R5. Current status, abnormal. Left leg armor suspension malfunction detected. Abdominal power module damaged. Right forearm weapon system destroyed. Main power module energy circuit malfunction. Power output reduced to 80. Sulie's heart sank. Lightning's condition was far worse than he had anticipated. These battered components likely hadn't been serviced or maintained since her initial deployment. An energy circuit malfunction limiting her power output to 80 posed a significant challenge for the battle ahead. Even so, the previous pilot still controlled Lightning and drove it straight into the stance. Such poor skills wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder in his world. He could clearly see that the damage to Lightning's right arm weapon system was caused by that very collision. That must have hurt, right? Lightning was suddenly startled by Sulie's question. She froze. She had been through many pilots, but no one had ever asked her if she felt pain. You're in bad shape. After we finish testing the unit, I'll take you to the school for a routine check and maintenance. For now, relax and leave everything to me. Lightning didn't respond, only silently focused her attention, ready to intervene in control at any moment. She understood her condition better than anyone. From the moment she was manufactured until now, she had been through 10 pilots, all of them top-tier club professionals, yet none of them could truly handle her. And now, this student who hadn't even graduated yet was the first to show concern for her. No matter what, she wanted to help him achieve his dream of becoming a pilot. She only hoped he wouldn't lose his drive if he found himself unable to control her. Before she could think further, Sulie stepped on the controller in the cockpit, not even giving her time to react. His left hand moved like a blur, commands instantly transmitted through the keyboard to her control core. His right hand gripped the control stick as the massive red mech's forward thrusters spat out scorching jets of flame. The crimson figure instantly stood upright and rapidly retreated backward. It was too fast. Lightning barely had time to issue a warning before her mind was overwhelmed by a torrent of commands, leaving her unable to maintain control of the mech. The red mech's thrusters roared to life, stabilizing its tilted frame in an instant. With a sharp turn, it dashed toward the center of the arena. Model 101's acceleration was clearly formidable. Within 3 seconds, the mech's speed reached 180 kilometers per hour. Watching the rapidly shifting scenery outside the cockpit, Sulie couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Mecha in this world were truly far more advanced than the hulking machines of his previous life. Even the speed of command reception was 3 times as fast, with almost no delay. His heart was filled with excitement. As an experienced pilot, a high-performing mech was crucial to him. Its importance even surpassed that of the pilot. In his previous world, he had spent most of his salary on mechs, even surviving on plain steam buns for months just to afford a single module. Lightning's eyes widened in shock, her thoughts still lingering on the initial sharp turn. She had never imagined such smooth and fluid movements could be performed through her. By the time she snapped out of it, the speed had already increased further. A flicker of panic crossed her mind. She had never experienced such velocity before. The stands were drawing closer and closer, and at this speed, they would crash into them in less than 3 seconds. She could clearly feel Sulie trembling slightly behind her, overwhelmed with excitement. No, this couldn't happen. Instinctively, she retracted her energy, abandoning the protection of her own body, and swiftly enveloped Sulie in an energy shield. Closing her eyes, she braced herself for the intense impact that was about to come. Sulie's fingers danced frantically as he focused on the rapidly approaching stands. He paid no mind to Lightning's instinctive actions. It was irrelevant. His unshakable confidence drove him to press down on the control pedal once more. Brakes were overrated. Who said piloting a mech required them? The crimson mech transformed into a streak of red lightning, and just as it neared the stands, it veered sideways. The thrusters roared with a surge of blue flames, and as the jets fired bursts of air, the mech's foot thrusters engaged with full force. It moved like a figure skater performing an elegant routine, spinning on one leg, crouched low, completing a turn as it raced along the edge of the stands, leaving a trail of crimson wind in its wake. The massive sword strapped to its back scraped against the edge of the stands, scattering a cascade of sparks. The expected collision never came. Lightning opened her eyes in confusion, only to be astonished by what she saw. Her speed hadn't decreased at all. In Sulie's control, it was accelerating. For the first time in her existence, she felt the ferocity of the wind. She wasn't defective after all. She could race across the arena like the wind. Now under Sulie's command, she had already surpassed the wind. The crimson mech reached back and unsheathed the colossal sword from its back. The blade scraped the ground, igniting a dazzling shower of sparks. The thrusters on its feet fired in rapid succession within a fraction of a second, propelling her as she spun. The immense sword followed the momentum, sweeping outward. She wielded the giant sword with precision, spinning like a top in the center of the arena. A single tear glistened and slid down from the corner of her eye. 5 years. It had been 5 long years since she last drew her own sword in the arena. Sulie gripped the control stick tightly, his eyes fixed on the rapidly spinning scenery on the screen, while his peripheral vision caught sight of a stream of changing values. The system's warning sounded. The mech's waste sensor component is damaged. Please cease current operations. Otherwise, in 3 seconds, the waste power unit will sustain a certain degree of damage. Sulie hesitated for a moment, but quickly recovered, inputting commands with his left hand while fine-tuning the control stick with his right to readjust the mech's balance. The red mech in the arena suddenly ascended sharply, spinning as it leaped high into the air. The massive sword swung overhead and came crashing down to the ground with immense force. A deafening boom echoed through the arena, causing the entire floor to tremble from the impact. Inside the cockpit, Sulie removed his helmet. His gaze fell on Lightning, who maintained a motorcycle-riding posture. Her trembling figure and flushed ears betrayed her excitement. Sulie looked at her with confusion and lightly touched her earlobe. Lightning flinched instinctively, letting out a soft whimper. The unexpected sound made Sulie's face flush. He had intended to check on her condition, but ended up fumbling to turn off the safety pressure system before manually opening the cockpit door. With a hissing sound as the pressure column released, the cockpit door slowly opened. Sulie initially thought of asking Lightning to help him out, but noticing her trembling figure, he thoughtfully jumped out on his own. The mech's roaring gradually subsided, replaced by the sound of the red-haired woman panting heavily. She slumped to the ground, her misty eyes filled with tears. Blades of grass mischievously slipped through her fingers as large teardrops fell onto the grass, shattering instantly. Her soft sobs, whether of joy or sorrow, grew louder and louder. Standing in front of her, Sulie found himself at a loss for words. Unsure of how to comfort her, he gently patted her shoulder. Lightning looked up at him and suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. The sheer strength of the embrace made Sulie question his existence. For a moment his waist felt as though it was caught in a hydraulic clamp, making escape impossible as the pressure continued to increase. Alarmed, he hurriedly patted her arms, and only then did Lightning realize what she was doing. She let go with an embarrassed smile, her tear-streaked face tugging at Sulie's heart. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a test tube about the thickness of a finger and held it in front of her. Do you want to drink this? Lightning's trembling hand reached out to take the lubricant, but she paused just before touching it. Sulie glanced at Lightning R5, frowning slightly as a thought crossed his mind. She looks like a commanding woman, so why is her personality so contradictory? Last lifetime, he was too preoccupied with studying mechs to understand women. Are mech girls considered machines or women? Without hesitation, he tore off the seal on the test tube, pinched Lightning's delicate face, and poured the lubricant into her mouth. Bright red lips held a test tube, her tear-streaked face slightly tilted upward, while a flush still lingered on Lightning's face. Just 2 sips of the lubricant had shown her the extent of Sulie's wealth. There was no time to savor it. It slid straight down her throat into the rotational mechanism. I don't care. You've drunk it, so you're mine now, Sulie declared firmly. Tell me, after the final match, how much do you plan to bid? He admitted, I'll be honest with you. I'm just a broke student with no money. After saying this, he felt a bit guilty, turning his head to the side, avoiding Lightning's gaze. A few drops of lubricant rolled off her lips, falling onto her chest, and slowly spreading. Lightning trembled as she placed a hand on her chest, then spoke softly after a moment. No need. This lubricant is my final offer. Sulie turned his head in surprise, only to see Lightning already holding the mechanical core in her hands. You really want to bond with me? For no money. Lightning nodded gently and raised the mechanical core towards Sulie, containing his overwhelming excitement. He bit his finger and let his blood drip onto the core. The mechanical core absorbed the blood, its pale blue hue gradually turning crimson. Amazing. Lightning, thank you for trusting me. Don't worry, I'll never abandon you. He scratched his head, then turned to retrieve 2 identical test tubes from a small pouch at his waist, handing them to Lightning. Internally, he chastised himself for being stingy. If he'd known lubricant alone could seal the deal, he would have brought barrels of it from the academy. Lightning looked at him skeptically. Since when does number 82 lubricant need to be stored in test tubes? Was this owner playing with her? Watching Sulie dance around with joy, she sighed, placed a hand on her lower back, and took the test tubes from him. Pulling out the stoppers, she tipped both tubes into her mouth at once. As the dosage increased, she finally tasted the flavor of number 82 lubricant. Her starry eyes widened as she stared at Sulie. The long-standing weight of ridicule and scorn she'd endured suddenly lifted. It doesn't matter anymore. Even if, one day, he finds a better mech partner, as long as he doesn't abandon her, she'll follow him for life. But how could this seemingly young owner possess such exceptional piloting skills? Had he been training since birth? A strange sensation from her waist brought a fresh blush to her face. With such remarkable skill, could she really live up to being his mech partner? Yet, in just a few minutes, her waist was already giving out. If future battles last even slightly longer, maintenance is a must. Not a minute can be delayed. Propping herself up with one hand and holding her waist with the other, she struggled to stand. Master, does your promise of maintenance and care still hold? Sulie was about to pat his chest in reassurance when a sharp pain shot through his waist, causing him to instinctively bend over. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he'd been hugged by a mech. His poor back would likely need some time to recover. Don't worry. Let me rest my back when we get back. Lightning blushed, ignoring her own pain as she raised a hand to help the hunched-over Sulie. Under the setting sun, a man and a woman supported one another, clutching their aching backs as they slowly made their way out of the arena. In the academy's hangar, a pink-haired girl named Jiandun stood with her hands on her hips, eyes wide in disbelief as she sized up Shandian. You actually formed a contract with a mecha girl? She pointed at Sulie, who was clutching his waist, looking as though she wanted to jab him on the forehead. If your Zhang Chongping can form a contract with you, why can't I form one with a mecha girl? Are you lying? Or did you catch her in a compromising situation? Otherwise, how could someone like you, a total pervert, form a contract with a mecha girl? Sulie stepped protectively in front of Shandian, his face slightly flushed as he defended himself. How am I a pervert? I just smelled the scent of engine oil. How does that make me a pervert? He sighed internally, feeling helpless. As a pilot, was it really so strange to appreciate the smell of engine oil? Shandian, don't listen to her nonsense. I'm not a pervert. Jiandun snorted, a slight smirk forming at the corner of her lips. Not a pervert? Go ask around the academy. Out of the 100 or so mecha girls here, which one doesn't stay on high alert when you're tuning or maintaining them? You're just slandering me. If you really thought I was a pervert, why would you still come to me for adjustments? Stop bad-mouthing me behind my back while asking for my help. You? Am I wrong? Sulie protested indignantly, locking eyes with Jiandun. She might not have much of a chest, but her temper certainly made up for it, leaving him exasperated. He had adjusted her mecha 3 times and didn't even know what her cockpit looked like. Seeing his reaction, Jiandun immediately turned to Shandian, her tone laced with concern. Sister, tell the truth, does he have something on you? Don't be afraid to speak up. If he's threatening you, I'll report him. Shandian blinked in surprise before replying firmly, no, he has nothing on me. On the contrary, I'm grateful that he chose to form a contract with me. So please, watch your words and stop insulting my pilot. Pilot? You're calling him your pilot? He only got his pilot's license less than a week ago. You've definitely been tricked. Jiandun's eyes widened in astonishment before she added. And sister, I'm only looking out for you. You probably don't know what kind of person he is, right? Let me tell you, he's a pervert who touches mecha girls. Sulie poked his head out from behind Shandian and argued. To only touch your external armor for maintenance and adjustments. How else can I fix anything? Do you think I'm some kind of magician? Is that what you call proper touching? Your eyes practically light up when you do it. Jiandun huffed angrily, stomping her foot before storming off. She didn't forget to shoot Sulie one last glare over her shoulder as she left. Watching her retreating figure, Sulie pouted and walked to the far end of the hangar. In the past, when he didn't have his own mecha girl, he had to settle for tuning and maintaining others' mechas to earn a bit of hard cash. But now that he had his own mecha girl, those clingy, needy types could stay as far away as possible. If they still wanted him to tune their mechas, they'd better be ready to pay extra. The hangar was cluttered with all sorts of discarded parts, and barrels of oil were stacked neatly in the corner. A towering rack, several stories high, stood imposingly in the center of the hangar. The rack was mostly empty, with only a dozen or so mechanical arms hanging from it, their metallic sheen catching the light. Sulie walked over to the computer and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. With a creaking sound, the massive mechanical arms slowly extended, taking on a posture ready to receive the incoming mecha. He gestured with a nod towards Lightning, then headed into an adjacent compartment in the hangar to change into a grease-stained work suit. By the time he returned, Lightning had fully unfolded and was now firmly positioned on the maintenance rack. Suppressing the pain in his lower back, Sulie strapped on a back brace before approaching the computer again. He input commands to control the mechanical arms and began the routine maintenance on Lightning. The sharp-edged red armor gleamed under the lights, its fluorescent reflections mesmerizing to behold. Grabbing a large wrench, he moved closer to Lightning, instinctively reaching out to touch the cold armor. In that moment, the metal seemed to exude warmth. Perhaps it was due to their bond. When he touched the external armor, It felt like he was touching a part of his own body. Without needing to inspect each component individually, he could intuitively sense where the issues lay. Merging with the system, he could even pinpoint the exact position of every screw. So that's it, he murmured to himself as a flood of data and parameters about the entire mecha filled his mind. While he couldn't fully interpret the consciousness of the mechanoid, the structure of the entire mecha broke down into individual components in his mind and quickly reassembled. He had initially been unsure of the extent of damage to the waste sensor module and planned to remove it for testing. However, with the system's assistance and his newfound intuition, he directly identified the problem area, saving at least half a day of work. Lightning silently observed her pilot. She had assumed that adjustments and maintenance were handled by a dedicated logistics team, but it turned out that Sulie was the only human in the entire hangar. A sense of bewilderment crept over her. What kind of person was her pilot? Not only could he handle the adjustments and repairs himself, but his exceptional piloting skills and extraordinary reflexes also left her in awe. The maneuvers he performed while piloting her were beyond anything she had ever seen or heard of. And now, here he was, meticulously inspecting every inch of her external armor, occasionally tapping it with his fingers or even pressing his ear against it to listen. As he continued his thorough examination, Lightning felt a growing sense of unease, as though she had been stripped bare, unable to hide anything. Was it just her imagination? Watching the fascination in Sulie's eyes, she let out a soft sigh. No wonder the other mechanoids thought of him as a weirdo. With the way he was acting now, it was remarkable that no one had beaten him to a pulp. Who behaves like this, running their hands all over a mecha with such fervor? Even though it was external armor, it was still part of a mechanoid's body and naturally linked to their sensory system. The sensation was akin to Sulie lecherously rubbing her leg through tight leather pants. Inside the cockpit, Lightning, half leaning forward, felt her face gradually flush. When Sulie moved closer to inspect the inner side of the mecha's thigh, the first thing he noticed was a faint metallic scent tinged with rust. He frowned, raising the microcomputer on his arm and operating the mechanical arm to open the oil drain valve. Flash, clenching her teeth tightly, feared that even the slightest mistake would cause her to make a sound. In the brief moment when Sulie wasn't paying attention, the red mech gripped the racks on both sides firmly with both hands. Flash had never changed oil before, and a sense of unease crept into her heart. At the Hongda Arena in Nanjing, several managers stood in the center of the field, their gazes fixed on the dent cut into the ground by a heavy sword. They exchanged puzzled looks. What did the surveillance footage show? Was this mark truly made by a heavy sword? Unfortunately, the monitoring equipment had been undergoing routine maintenance earlier this evening and failed to capture which mech was responsible. Today was the farewell match for Flash R5. Did she occupy the field during that time? Could it really be possible? The group exchanged glances and shook their heads. Such a powerful strike could only have been achieved by an S-class mech. Could it be that even in this small place like Nanjing, an S-class mech had appeared? And wouldn't that mean there was also an S-class pilot? As for the possibility of Flash being capable of this, no one present even considered it. We'd better report this to the boss first. If an S-class pilot really has shown up, our bonuses this month might finally be within reach. The group nodded enthusiastically, their hopes pinned on the thought of a bonus, and one of them stepped forward to contact the boss. At the edge of the field, a black-haired girl stood before the gap created by Flash's impact, carefully studying the grass in front of her. As she observed, she became increasingly absorbed, standing in place and beginning to mimic the movements she imagined. In just 3 to 5 minutes, she flawlessly replicated the motion of Flash rising and spinning. A glimmer of light shone in her eyes. What kind of technique was this? How could a simple rising movement transform into something so intricate? Could this kind of piloting skill really belong to the S-class pilots active in major arenas? No. She had a gut feeling that even an S-class pilot couldn't achieve such a move. Fueled by curiosity, she followed the trajectory left by Flash's swift movements, her excitement growing with every step. Unlike the typical parallelic gait of most mechs, the mysterious pilot's mech moved with alternating strides. Wasn't this identical to how humans walked? How could such a colossal machine manage this? How had he achieved it? Wouldn't it throw off the mech's balance? And what kind of AI was embedded in his mech? What sort of core powered it? How much computational strength would it take to accomplish this? The black-haired girl bit her lip lightly, a deep yearning stirring within her. Especially after seeing these traces, she felt an even stronger desire to try it for herself. The neglected and uncalibrated Lightning was practically a scene of disaster. Various oils and lubricants mixed together, and as soon as the drain valve was opened, the discarded fluid sprayed out like a showerhead, splattering thick liquid everywhere. The cloth he held, barely the size of a bedsheet, was utterly insufficient to contain the mess. In the end, he could only stand helplessly in place as the oil drenched him from head to toe. Inside the cockpit, Lightning trembled slightly, her face flushed as red as the leather suit she wore. "I'm sorry," she murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, curling up inside the cockpit. unsure whom she was apologizing to. Fortunately, the remaining tasks could be handled by robotic arms. After setting up the program, Sulie quickly dashed to the washroom to clean up. The oil used by mech girls was generally corrosive, and prolonged contact with skin could cause damage. After rinsing himself 3 times with a special neutralizing solution, he changed into a fresh set of work clothes and leaned over the workbench to inspect the equipment he had just removed from lightning. A few cleaning robots whirred as they moved across the hangar, armed with neutralizing spray guns, diligently cleaning up the oil. Clearly, they were not pleased about being forced to work overtime, and their passive-aggressive protest came in the form of incessant beeping noises meant to annoy Sulie. However, he didn't even glance up. Focused entirely on his work, he placed the components into the repair chamber and leaned over the high-powered microscope, fine-tuning the sensor parameters. What a waste. Such a complete waste, he muttered to himself. With such impressive performance capabilities, it was unbearable to see them neglected. He couldn't comprehend how this world had such advanced mech technology, yet the pilot's skill levels were so dismally low. Honestly, even a PE teacher could probably pilot better than most of them. During his test run with Lightning today, he had only attempted the most basic maneuvers. The mech girls here were equipped with far superior configurations compared to those in his original world. There was no reason why he could pilot a mech to throw punches back there, but could only make her legs move stiffly in unison here. In televised tournaments, pilots always paired their maneuvers with braking systems, and while this control method wasn't wrong, it was painfully uninspired. The mech girls' advanced computational power was on full display, but the pilot's contributions were reduced to almost nothing. Wasn't this ridiculous? What, then, was the purpose of having a pilot? Such lackluster piloting wasn't just disappointing, it was an insult to the mech girls. In many lower-tier competitions, mech girls couldn't even spread their legs properly and could only run forward with their legs pressed together. How could a well-designed mech girl be incapable of taking proper strides? Before Sulie joined the Mech Academy and started working with mech girls, he had assumed such awkward movements were due to fatal design flaws in the mech girls themselves. But as he delved deeper, he realized the real issue wasn't the mech girls, it was the pilots. Their brains must have been jammed in a door. The war against the insectoids remained in a stalemate, with countless mech girls fighting valiantly on the front lines. It was highly likely that these useless pilots were the ones holding them back. Master? Lightning's voice called out from the hangar. Halfway through her routine maintenance, she had finally recovered from her earlier embarrassment. Blushing deeply, she gazed at Sulie through the screen as he adjusted the components. To her, he was practically a godlike figure now. And since he was a god, fine-tuning components was naturally a piece of cake. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, I feel much better now. My whole body feels lighter, she replied. Sulie glanced at the half-dismantled external armor and nodded in agreement. Feeling lighter is good after all. You're practically undressed now. How could you not feel lighter? From outside the hangar, a commotion erupted, with Jian Dun's voice rising above the rest. Sure enough, moments later, 7 or 8 machine girls stormed in, their pink ahogue leading the charge like a vanguard. Pervert Sue, get out here. Sulie stepped away from his workbench, his brows furrowing deeply. He really didn't have the time to deal with this group of machine girls right now. Just the targeted adjustments for Lightning's various modules would take him an entire day and night. For someone experiencing a machine girl for the first time, being unable to use one for a whole day and night felt unbearable. What do you all want? This hangar was assigned to me by the Academy. Without my permission, no one is allowed to set foot in here. If you want your machines fine-tuned, make an appointment in advance and double the usual payment. If you're not here for that, then kindly turn right and leave. I'm busy right now. Jian Dun paused mid-step, her expression darkening as she walked in. Her eyes immediately fell on the partially disassembled Lightning displayed on the rack, the large R5 emblazoned on the chest armor catching her attention. A glimmer flickered in her eyes, and her questioning expression froze, her gaze shifting erratically. Lightning R5. She recognized this senior, a machine that had been a laughingstock since its launch a failure in the eyes of machine pilots. For a moment, she stood there, emotions churning. She didn't know whether to feel relieved that this senior had finally bonded with a pilot or to feel regretful about its final choice. She couldn't understand why, when there was no longer any purpose for it in the arena, it chose to bond at the very last moment before being scrapped. What's wrong? Why are you just standing at the door? Voices from the other machine girls came from behind her. Jian Dun lowered her head, her pink ahogue drooping as well. She raised a hand to block the small door of the hangar, speaking as much to Sulie as to the others. Huh, like I need you to fine-tune anything for me. You're just a pervert, acting like you're so important. The Academy has plenty of maintenance teams. Without you, I don't need your skills. She slammed the hangar door shut with a heavy thud. The other machine girls, who had come along with her, surrounded her, looking at her in confusion. All this fuss, and that's all you had to say? They glanced at the tools in their hands, ready to trash the hangar at a moment's notice. That's it. What else? Beat him up. But didn't you say some machine girl fell for his tricks? Shouldn't we go in and explain things to her? Jian Dun froze for a moment at their words, then gave a bitter smile. She waved her hand dismissively at her companions, her tone tinged with helplessness. Forget it. Everyone has their own choices. Let's go check out the paint shop at the East Gate. The owner said they've got a bunch of new designs in stock. Let's go see for ourselves. The machine girls exchanged odd looks, wanting to say something, but when their gazes fell on the peculiar expression on Jian Dun's face, they swallowed their words. Fine, let's go. Brooms and mop handles were carelessly discarded at the hangar door as the group of machine girls linked arms in twos and threes, heading toward the paint shop near the Academy's East Gate. Sulie returned to the workstation, continuing to adjust the module parameters. His system abilities not only allowed him to analyze the mecha girl, but also enabled him to optimize her attributes to a certain extent based on existing data. He stared at the module in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed as he carefully weighed his options. With an acceleration that broke the 100 mark, it should have been standard for its class mecha girl. However, her braking performance was clearly lagging, which was dragging down her overall score. But was it really necessary to allocate more points to braking? He raised an eyebrow, calculating in his mind. If he transferred 15 points from her braking currently at 30 to stability, Lightning would have no weaknesses except for the braking shortfall. After all, she didn't rely on brakes, her thrusters weren't just for show. As long as his reaction speed was fast enough, stopping was entirely manageable. If only the related components could be removed, Sulie would have dismantled the entire braking module, reducing her weight by about 300 kilograms, which would also bump her agility up by 2 points. He sighed helplessly. Factory-installed functional components could only have their parameters adjusted, not removed. Nonetheless, with an 80 in defense and 75 in stability, even accounting for the braking shortfall, Lightning was undoubtedly a model-class mecha girl. With his decision made, he got to work. Twice during the process, he disassembled various parts from the mecha body for individual adjustments. Suddenly, Lightning's voice interrupted his rapid train of thought. Master, did you really just get your pilot's license? Following the question, he glanced at the mecha girl and nodded in response, maneuvering the mechanical arm to neatly stack a cabinet-sized component to the side. A hint of doubt flashed across Lightning's face as she asked curiously, with your skills, getting a pilot's license shouldn't be hard, right? He replied candidly, it's not, but I don't have much time. I spend most of my time in the hangar, tuning and maintaining the Academy's mecha girls. Lightning seemed to understand. Oh, no wonder your techniques are so polished. You've been handling mecha girls a lot, haven't you? Sulie raised an eyebrow, sensing an underlying implication in her words. Why bring up pilot licenses and then veer off into other mecha girls? He neither confirmed nor denied her remark, choosing instead to stay silent while feigning busyness, though his gaze occasionally drifted toward his own mech. That was his pride and joy, the culmination of 20 years of dreams. The snug, enveloping feel of the pilot seat was something he had longed for. Just imagining himself sitting in the cockpit made him momentarily forget his backaches and fatigue. If he could sit in there for 10 years, maybe his back problems would disappear entirely. Compared to the outdated and rigid cockpits of his previous life, Lightning's cockpit was like a luxury suite. He couldn't help but run his fingers over the module parts in his hand, wondering if touching the engine of a mecha girl would get him in trouble. By the time all the intricate work was done and the module was fully assembled, it was already past 3 a.m. Though accustomed to staying up late, he still felt a wave of fatigue. The old electric kettle hissed as steam rose from it. He picked up the teapot, poured hot water into his instant noodles, and slumped into the chair by the tool-cluttered workstation, rubbing his tired eyes. Not far away, 5 cleaning robots were already recharging and resting by the charging stations. The entire hangar felt empty and lifeless. He swiped at the virtual screen in front of him, and before his instant noodles had finished steeping, he slumped over the workbench and fell asleep. The hangar descended into complete silence. Lightning transformed back into her human form, carefully grabbing a clean cloth from the shelf to wrap around herself before quietly stepping forward. The rich aroma of the instant noodles made her pause. It's fine, just one bite. She leaned closer, picked up the cup of ready noodles, and twirled some onto the fork, savoring a hearty mouthful. Her cheeks puffed out noticeably as she chewed, her eyes darting up and down to observe the sleeping Sulie. Up close, his eyelashes were long, trembling slightly with his breaths. His narrow eyes, when open, would appear surprisingly large. She swallowed the noodles and quickly scooped up another forkful. In no time, the entire cup of noodles was gone, not even leaving a trace of broth. Lightning's face turned slightly red as she prepared another cup of noodles to replace the one she'd eaten, then sat down beside Sulie. After a moment's thought, she stood up again to make another cup for herself. No big deal. She hadn't even charged him for their contract, so eating a few cups of noodles was nothing to fret over. She wrinkled her little nose at the thought. Her gaze shifted to the corner, where several large oil barrels were stacked together. Picking up Sulie's usual food container, she jogged over to the barrels, lifted one effortlessly with one hand, and filled the container to the brim. Her red lips pressed against the edge of the container as she sipped the residual oil, then sealed the barrel and carried the container back to the workbench. Pulling her vibrant red hair into a ponytail, she leaned over the table, alternating between bites of noodles and sips of lubricant. Meanwhile, she grabbed Sulie's terminal and began scrolling through videos. One cup of noodles after another, one container of lubricant after the next until her stomach bulged slightly. Letting out a satisfied burp, she'd entirely forgotten her initial plan, consumed by the desire for just one more bite. Sulie woke up to the blinding sunlight falling directly on his face. Squinting, he tried to raise his hand to block the light, only to realize that a fluffy, red-haired head was resting on his arm, leaving half his body numb. Her fair skin shimmered under the sunlight, almost dazzling. As he gathered his thoughts, he suddenly remembered falling asleep at the workbench the previous night. But who was this woman beside him? He stared blankly at her vivid red hair for a long moment before realization struck. Her petite, curvaceous figure was modestly wrapped in a few clean pieces of fabric, her full chest pressed together to reveal a deep cleavage. Flustered, he quickly turned his head, unable to fathom why she was in his bed or why she wasn't fully dressed. The sunlight streaming through the high ventilation window illuminated Lightning's pale skin. Sulie struggled to free his numb arm and gently pushed her smooth, white leg off his body. He then grabbed a blanket, wrapping it around her snugly, leaving only her head exposed. A strong scent of lubricant wafted into his nose. He sniffed his arm and immediately recoiled in disgust. Did this mech girl drool in her sleep? He muttered to himself. Can mech girls even get indigestion? Puzzled, he pushed open the partition door and was greeted by the sight of a towering pile of empty instant noodle cups stacked on the workbench. I'm so sorry, really sorry. I didn't mean to not clean up. It's just that I ate way too much last night and completely forgot about it. Sulie tried to appear calm as he spoke, though his eyes glanced at Lightning, whose pale, sleek figure contrasted sharply with her flushed face. It's fine, it's just a dozen buckets of instant noodles. If you like them so much, I'll order 10 more cases today. Don't worry, I can still afford it. Sulie forced a reassuring smile and reached out to nudge the oil drum in the corner. Usually, no matter how much effort he put in, the drum wouldn't budge, but this time, with just a slight push, it tilted. Alarmed, he quickly opened the lid, measured the contents with a dipstick, and gasped. Not only had she eaten too much, but she'd drunk too much as well. In just one night, half a barrel of oil was gone. At 80,000 yuan per barrel, the money in his pocket could only sustain her for 4 days. Maybe he could take back what he just said? He really couldn't afford this. But looking at her embarrassed face, now as red as her hair, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. Could it be that the lubricant she used, number 82, contained alcohol? Hey, Lightning, how about we enter a competition? Sulie suggested hesitantly. Though Lightning might have some bad memories associated with the arena, he believed she could overcome them when faced with practical needs like food and oil. Trust me, it'll be fine. Let's finish all the maintenance today, get your modules tuned, and we can head to the training grounds later. If you're bored, why not check out the latest competition news in Southern City? Lightning glanced at him and nodded quickly. As long as she didn't have to face the evidence of her crimes, she'd happily search for competition info or even skip the adjustments and jump straight into the arena. Sulie watched her as she grabbed her terminal and sat in the corner. He shook the oil drum again, unwilling to believe the loss. The remaining half-barrel sloshed inside, reminding him once more of the strain on his wallet. Right. He could split the blame for this oil consumption among Lightning's friends, like Jian Dun and the others. If each took a few liters, it wouldn't be too bad. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief upon coming up with this solution. Master, I've checked. There are 12 large-scale competitions in the coming week. 6 of them are at the Southern City Civic Arena, and the other 6 are spread across different locations. Let's go for the ones with the highest prize money. Lightning announced. Sulie paused in his work and looked up, his eyes wide. How much? The first prize at the Civic Arena competitions is 100,000 yuan, Lightning replied casually. 100,000. Sulie gasped, shocked. He had been painstakingly tuning mechas for meager earnings of a few thousand yuan, and here was a competition offering 100,000 for a single win. That was a fortune. Enough lubricant for Lightning to drink for 3 days. Actually, when he thought about it that way, maybe it wasn't that much after all. Are there many competitions with prizes around 100,000? He asked. There are quite a few, Lightning said. But many of them have entry restrictions. Some require an invitation, while others need specific qualifications. Hearing this, Sulie's face fell. Then what's the point of telling me? Lightning rolled her eyes. I was going to explain, but you kept rambling and didn't give me a chance to speak. Sulie and Lightning stepped onto the campus training ground, where the golden hues of the setting sun bathed the modest field. Though only a third the size of the city's main arena, this space was where countless students' dreams took flight. The smooth, unobstructed surface reflected the academy's focus on foundational training. Sulie glanced around, recalling those days when he could only watch others train from the sidelines. Without a mecha, he had been forced to take up mecha repair courses, earning money through odd jobs. But now, with Lightning by his side, he could finally apply to switch majors. Just as Sulie was lost in the joy of his impending dream, a familiar voice broke his reverie. You're here? But this time, you're not just here to watch, right? Zhang Chongping, as wiry as a monkey, appeared beside him without warning. He patted Sulie on the shoulder with a grin. I heard from Jian Dun that you finally got yourself a mecha girl. Care to give it a try on the field later? Zhang Changping's gaze landed on Lightning, and he let out a soft huh, straightening up involuntarily. Lightning wore a sleek crimson bodysuit, her graceful figure catching his eye. Yet, her aloof and unapproachable demeanor made him hesitant to speak further. This beauty looks a bit familiar. Zhang Chongping scratched his head before suddenly slapping his forehead. I remember now. Lightning R5, the 5th-generation mecha girl from Mechanical Island. When she was first released, her stats caused a sensation. But, before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his thigh. Sulie had pinched him discreetly, his expression silently warning him to think before speaking. Swallowing his words, Zhang Chongping gave Lightning a thumbs up, forcing a smile. He turned to Sulie and lowered his voice. Are you crazy? Sure, her acceleration is top-notch, but she's practically got no braking system. Do you even understand what that means? Before Sulie could retort, a cool voice cut in. Are you questioning my professional capabilities? Don't forget who fine-tuned your mecha girl. Lightning's tone carried a hint of hostility. Do you want to keep your hands intact? Jian Dun's arrival eased the tension. Zhang Chongping quickly released his thigh from Sulie's grip and grabbed Jian Dun's hand. It's nothing. Sulie and I were just messing around. Anyway, now that you've got a mecha girl, do you want me to train with you? Even if you're eligible to change majors, there's still the piloting exam. If you don't pass, you can't switch. And time's running out. There are only 2 chances to switch majors each year. And this is the last one for this year. Jian Dun cast a disdainful glance at Sulie and said coldly, him? He should just stick to being a support technician. With his skills, he could probably join a club and get by for 2 or 3 years. Sulie bristled at the remark. What's that supposed to mean? What's wrong with my skills? And what do you mean I could get by for a couple of years? Jian Dun retorted without hesitation. Exactly what I said. Even 2 or 3 years is being generous. You'd probably get arrested within a year for harassing your mecha girl. Don't you know how creepy you are? As the two were about to start arguing, Zhang Chongping quickly stepped between them. Come on, stop it. We're all on the same team. Look, the field's empty now. What do you say, Sulie? Want to give it a shot? Before Sulie could respond, Jian Dun scoffed. Huh, as if he'd dare. Who knows what sweet-talking nonsense he used to fool a mecha girl into signing with him. If he goes out there and shows off his real skills, she might just turn around and leave. Standing behind Sulie, Lightning shot Jian Dun a frosty glance. Her voice was calm yet firm. I have a core contract with my master. There is no possibility of abandoning him. A core contract. Both Zhang Chongping and Jian Dun looked at Sulie in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. In this world, the contracts involving mech girls are divided into 3 types. The first is a long-term contract signed by a club and the mech girl, where the ownership of the mech girl does not belong to the pilot, but grants the pilot certain permissions. This was the type of contract Lightning had signed before. The second type is a standard contract signed directly with the pilot, which is flexible and reversible. The final type is the core contract. For a mech girl, a core contract can only be signed once in her lifetime. If abandoned by her pilot, her only option is to return to the factory for reprocessing, with no other path available. Zhang Chongping glanced at Jian Dun with a slightly envious expression. The contract between her and Jian Dun was a standard one. Though it was long-term, Jian Dun could terminate it unilaterally at any time. While standard contracts were the norm in this world, the allure of a core contract was undeniable to any man. And right now, there was a living example standing before them. What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll terminate the contract? Sulie's face was full of mischievous amusement, clearly enjoying the drama, which only made the pink-haired Jian Dun even more furious. Zhang Chongping mumbled a few words, but ultimately stayed silent. Jian Dun, however, shot Sulie a mocking gesture with her pinky finger and taunted. Come on, step up. I'll give you 3 moves. Sulie responded with a faint smile, her gaze shifting to Lightning, who was standing beside her. Lightning's eyes, once cold and aloof, now held a soft, almost pleading look as she gazed at Sulie, eager to prove herself as the perfect partner. Master, do you really think I can do this? Lightning asked hesitantly. Sulie raised a hand and gently patted her red-haired head, then thumped her own chest reassuringly. Don't worry. Leave everything on the field to me. Lightning looked at his confident expression, recalling their past moments in the arena, and worked to steady her tumultuous emotions. Together, they headed towards the training ground. In the stands, a black-haired girl rested a complexly designed paper umbrella on her shoulder. Her white-socked legs dangled over the edge of the platform, swaying lightly. She bit down on a lollipop as she watched Lightning on the field, her eyes glimmering faintly. So, the one in front of Lightning is her contracted pilot? Tilting her head, she studied Sulie for a moment and murmured to herself. Looks like a decent build, strong finger joints. Welton Muscly's a good candidate for a pilot. But I wonder why he contracted with Lightning. Do you think Lightning is the kind of mech girl who fears being sent back for reprocessing? Behind her, a woman in a black suit stood silently, showing no reaction to the girl's musings. Meanwhile, in the arena, Jian had completed her transformation. Her robust, powerful appearance was a stark contrast to her usual pink-haired, lowly-like demeanor. Standing at just over 10 meters tall, she was relatively short for a mech girl, but for a defense-oriented model, this stature provided a significant advantage. With a low center of gravity, she maintained excellent stability, and combined with the massive shield she wielded, she was more than equipped to withstand large-scale insect swarm attacks. Her dazzling pink paint and flowing tassels, however, added an oddly incongruous touch to her otherwise imposing presence. Jian hefted her enormous shield, which was nearly her height, and as she completed her setup, she took a step back and slammed the shield heavily into the ground. Sulie, who had yet to board his mech, felt the ground quake beneath him. He quickly adjusted his stance to regain his balance, barely managing to stay upright. He turned back to glare at Jian, who was laughing uncontrollably, grabbed the hand Lightning extended to him, and leaped into the cockpit. Tripping him up? What a childish move. She kept saying she'd give him 3 moves, but before the match even began, she was already playing dirty tricks. He settled into the pilot seat and put on his helmet. His vision began to synchronize, and the neural connection was established. He could feel Lightning trembling slightly with excitement in front of him. He gave Lightning's waist a couple of light pats and twisted the mech's control switch with his left hand. The engine roared to life, and the massive red mech straightened its towering frame in the arena. Looking down at Jian, who was several meters shorter, she extended her hand and gave a defiant thumbs-down gesture. Up in the stands, a young girl stopped swinging her legs and fixed her blazing gaze on the arena below. A smile played on her lips, and her eyes sparkled brilliantly. Well, the tension's heating up. In the arena, Sulie's fingers danced across the keyboard. With a pull of the control lever, Lightning surged forward at an astonishing speed. Jian had talked big about giving them 3 moves, but as a defense-oriented mech, her offensive options were limited. The idea of giving them a chance was nothing but a joke. Her tactic was clear: force them to make a move and counter with her strongest defense. That pink-haired mech was all brains beneath her shell. They say big chests mean empty heads, but Jian was the exception. Her chest was all brain power. It is him. Up in the stands, the girl instinctively leaned forward, her upper body pressing against the railing. Her ample chest pressed together, nearly spilling over. Lightning's high-speed dash across the arena filled her vision, sending a wave of heat coursing through her. That bold and dynamic movement style was impossible to ignore. Closer. The training ground wasn't large, and at Lightning's terrifying speed and acceleration, the distance between the two mechs vanished in an instant. The colossal red mech reached out mid-charge, gripping the hilt of its sword. Just as the two mechs were about to collide, it sidestepped to the right with a nimble slide. Using its massive momentum, it effortlessly swung its enormous sword as if it were a feather, slashing down with devastating force. No, it wasn't just drawing the sword, it was as if the massive blade had been flung out. Caught off guard, Jian, who had been bracing for a frontal collision, was deceived by Lightning's unpredictable movement. Her expression darkened, and in a panic, she twisted her body to block the incoming strike with the small shield on her back. A piercing screech of metal grinding against metal filled the air, accompanied by a shower of blinding sparks. Feeling the immense force, Jian let out a cry of pain, her face turning pale. Was this really the same Lightning R5 that only knew how to charge straight ahead in the arena? Jian's mind replayed the ghost-like maneuver she had just witnessed. Such a sudden directional shift at such close range, how was that even possible? Wasn't stability an issue? No, in all her previous matches, Lightning had never displayed such a move. She was always straightforward, charging headlong into her opponent or the stance. A turn like that? Impossible. At most, she would slightly tilt her body before crashing into a platform. How did she manage to do it? A panicked voice from Zhang Chongping came through the cockpit. Shut up. Focus. Her mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts that flashed by in an instant as her gaze instinctively searched for Lightning's figure. Yet, all she could see were the stands and the edges of the arena. Based on her understanding, Lightning was destined to fail the turn and would inevitably end up at the stands. However, Lightning's strike hadn't landed solidly, and Sulie immediately caught the reactive force caused by the friction. The control stick moved subtly in her hand, and with only 15% braking power left, Lightning completed the turn with seamless grace. The great sword, after striking the ground, rebounded with inertia and slashed upwards, piercing the raised edge of the round shield behind the heavy shield. The entire maneuver resembled a greatsword bouncing off the ground and locking perfectly into a gap. Lightning's cheeks flushed red. In less than 10 seconds, she once again felt the exhilaration brought by Sulie's impeccable control. The machine he had fine-tuned operated with unprecedented smoothness, racing across the battlefield as if it were flying. She moved like a red sprite, swift as the wind, her body light as if it weighed nothing. The transitions between motion and stillness were a blatant display of skill, making her bite her lip and tremble with excitement. The red figure stood behind the heavy shield. To avoid detection, she deliberately pushed the greatsword forward twice. The strange sensation at her back made the pink tuft of hair on the heavy shield's head stand on end. She had no doubt that if she made any sudden move, the massive sword would effortlessly pierce through her machine. Cold sweat slid down her face as Zhang Chongping, standing nearby, felt a similar chill down his spine. He swallowed hard and glanced down at his sweat-drenched palms, every hair on his body standing upright. Fear brings out the truest reactions in people. Impossible. A sharp cry echoed through the training grounds. Heavy Shield could accept failure, but not an inexplicable one. From start to finish, she had no idea how Lightning had managed to get behind her. In the stands, a black-haired girl trembled with excitement. The railing in front of her deformed under her tight grip, creaking and groaning in protest as her lips curved into a widening smile. The railing clearly couldn't withstand her fervent grip. I found you. Her eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as she bit her lower lip hard. Honging, did you see that? I want him to be my pilot. He's mine. He can only be mine. Behind her, a woman dressed in black lifted her gaze slightly, her voice carrying the faintest hint of emotion for the first time. Miss, is it possible that this strike was just a coincidence? No. You don't understand. There are no coincidences in this world. Just like how I met him, wasn't it? Because I took that step? Back in the training arena, Heavy Shield glared fiercely at Lightning in front of her, gripping her massive shield tightly with a body full of defiance. She slammed the shield heavily onto the ground and roared at Lightning, again. In the cockpit, Sulie looked anxiously at Lightning, whose face was flushed. Although the system indicated that the mecha girl was functioning normally, her appearance still filled him with unease. Could Lightning really hold up? Lightning blinked, her gaze dreamy as she looked at the sturdy shield outside. She nodded firmly. Don't worry, Master. I can do this. That's good. Since there's no issue, let's keep this little challenger company and have some fun, Sulie said. Hearing this, Lightning nodded vigorously. If Master says it's just for fun, then it's just for fun. Naughty kids need a little discipline. Relax. Leave everything to me. The Red Lightning launched another rapid assault. From the very beginning, Sulie had been particularly fond of Lightning's acceleration. The sheer force of it was intoxicating for anyone who craved speed. Faster. Even faster. Lightning, your speed still has room for improvement. Don't hold back anymore. Just trust me and give me everything you've got. Lightning nodded firmly, relinquishing all control over the mecha and focusing entirely on providing Sulie with real-time feedback on parameters. Her speed visibly increased. Shield had deliberately widened the distance, aiming to by a mere second. Hiding behind her tower shield, her eyes were locked on the red figure ahead, her nerves taut. Left? Or right? She gripped the shield tightly, forcing her gaze to follow the blur of movement. Too fast. She's even faster than before. The blue glow of the thrusters shone brilliantly as Lightning suddenly tilted to the left, setting her entire frame into motion. Shield quickly adjusted the angle of her tower shield and braced herself to meet the attack heat-in. Shield bash. But the anticipated collision never came. The red figure fainted and appeared behind her in an instant. Shield tried to adjust, but it was too late. The red mecha lowered its center of gravity, its thrusters releasing a burst of force. Using the inertia, it twisted its body and brought a heavy sword crashing down on the round shield, producing a sound like a gong being struck. Since the round shield was on Shield's back, the noise sounded muffled. The massive impact almost toppled her mecha, causing her to stagger forward. As her body was forced upright, the giant sword struck again, landing squarely on the shield and her body in the same spot as before. Shield was both furious and panicked, thinking to herself, how is this even possible? She couldn't see how Lightning managed it. Is she really the Lightning everyone talks about? For a moment, she felt as though the entire world was deceiving her. Yes, the whole world is a liar. A mecha girl with a mobility rating of only 30 couldn't possibly execute such rapid stops and directional changes. It's simply impossible. The figure before her couldn't be the Lightning R5, it had to be in class mecha disguised as an R5. Otherwise, how could she, one of the Academy's few A-class mecha girls, be in such a sorry state? Are you okay? Came the panicked voice of her pilot from the cockpit. No, she was not okay. She was absolutely not okay. Her proud defenses had utterly failed to serve their purpose. The heavy armor and the round shield on her back failed to provide the protection they were supposed to. The shield that once filled her with pride was now easily ignored and exploited by her opponent, allowing the blade to approach her face almost unhindered. If this were a battlefield, she would have died twice already. Did you see how she got behind her? From the moment she was built until now, this was the first time she felt powerless. Even as an S-class mech girl, she had always believed her defense could stand against any enemy. Yet now, Lightning effortlessly trampled on her pride. After taking a moment to calm herself, Firm Shield turned around, her gaze locking onto the red figure leisurely, placing a giant sword back on her back. That familiar structure, there was only one in existence. Lightning R5. Could it be because of that insane technician? Impossible. Isn't he supposed to just tune mechs? Firm Shield quickly deactivated Zhang Changping's deployment. Waves of shock and frustration surged within her, nearly overwhelming her. Large tears rolled down her cheeks as her pink ahogue drooped. She rubbed her eyes, her voice trembling with sobs, but she said nothing and ran out of the training ground. Zhang Changping awkwardly scratched his head, nodded at Lightning, and followed after her. Lightning and Sulie silently watched the two disappear from view. Do you think I went too far? She's still young. Will this leave her with a psychological scar? Sulie asked uncertainly, gently touching Lightning's waist. Lightning's slender body trembled slightly, but she shook her head firmly. Master, you're overthinking. It's better to discipline early. If you wait too long, they'll become rebellious. Sulie was taken aback by her words. You're right. I've never had kids in my past life, so I don't know much about parenting. I have to admit, you mech girls know so many things. Even parenting tips. Lightning's face flushed red, feeling for the first time that reading miscellaneous books had its advantages. At least her master praised her for it. She resolved to read more. She set a small goal for herself. Tonight, she would finish reading that story about a woman and 7 men. But wait, what did he mean by past life? Was he implying that he had lived before? She gasped sharply. Was this some sort of reincarnation story? She hadn't gotten around to reading those yet. Or maybe she should start paying attention to rebirth stories. Two figures dressed in black slowly approached the training ground. The shorter figure wore a black gothic Lolita dress and held a matching black paper umbrella. The taller one was clad in a sharp black suit, wearing oversized black sunglasses, with a single high ponytail that gave off a professional and capable air. They stopped at Lightning's feet. The girl in the Lolita dress extended her pale, slender hand toward Lightning, her red lips parting with an air of arrogance. Now, I've taken the first step that belongs to me. Come, my knight. I permit you to discard that trash and kneel before me on one knee to pledge your loyalty. Lightning, what should we eat tonight? The cafeteria still has food. Should we go there? Sulie asked casually. I'm fine with anything, master. Also, can I have some more lubricant tonight? Not too much, just a tankful. Lightning replied. Sulie thought for a moment before nodding seriously. All right. But remember, until we win the competition prize money, you're limited to 1 tank at a time. Otherwise, we'll run out of money for food before earning any. Oh, by the way, I haven't experienced detachment yet. Can you detach me? Lightning nodded and used her mental command to envelop Sulie, sending him out of the cockpit. The gentle evening breeze carried a hint of warmth as Sulie took a deep breath of the training ground's air. It was then he noticed the two figures standing before him. Lightning stood poised behind Sulie, her gaze questioning as she looked at the two. Black feather and red tassel. Lightning's instincts sharpened as she eyed the pair, a sense of caution rising within her. She instinctively grabbed Sulie's arm and asked, What brings you two here? Black feather frowned, her gaze landing on Lightning's hand gripping Sulie's arm with disdain. Trash has no right to speak to me. My knight, I've taken a critical step toward you. Now, it's your turn to show your sincerity. Her eyes shifted to Sulie, then to Lightning standing beside him, filled with disgust, as if just looking at her was contaminating her vision. Throw away that garbage, form a contract with me, and pledge your loyalty. I might consider granting you honor. Sulie frowned as he looked at the girl in front of him. She was wearing a Lolita dress embroidered with gold thread, its edges adorned with vintage lace, exuding an air of luxury. Her slender fingers were painted with sharp black nail polish, giving her an aura of depth and mystery. Her expression carried an air of arrogance, her gaze as if looking down on ants, which instinctively stirred a sense of dislike in Sulie. To make matters worse, the first thing she did was mock Lightning. Sulie noticed that when the word trash slipped out of her mouth, Lightning's hand trembled slightly. He had been helping Lightning rebuild her confidence, not to have it shattered again. He gently held Lightning's slightly cold hand, soothing her with a soft touch before raising his head to look at Hong Ying, who stood behind the girl. Inwardly, he thought, is this your family's problem child? If she can't speak properly, take her home and teach her. And she dreams of bringing him glory? A brat like her should stick to playing with mud pies at home. Always coveting what belongs to others, it's clear she lacks some proper life lessons. Heiyu watched coldly as he comforted Lightning, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. She raised an eyebrow and locked her gaze on Sulie. Are you serious? I am Heiyu, Class Mecha Girl. I doubt you've ever even seen Class Mecha Girl before. Bow down to me. I'll make an exception and allow you to pledge your loyalty to me. You should know, ordinary people don't deserve my favor. As she spoke, she extended her left hand towards Sulie again. Hong Ying stepped forward respectfully and handed over a business card. Sulie took it and glanced at it briefly. The black, gold-embossed text gleamed under the setting sun, clearly displaying the name Aka Industries. He couldn't help but smirk to himself. Aka Industries was a cornerstone enterprise in South City, boasting the province's largest mecha module production line and immense strength. The company owned 23 module shops in South City alone. He hadn't expected this self-important girl in front of him to be a mecha from Aka Industries. Did she think her identity as an Aka Industries mecha would make him abandon Lightning? What made her believe he would sign with her because of her status? Was it her round face? Or perhaps her figure? Heiyu tilted her chin upward, quietly observing Sulie's reaction, expecting him to bow to her. She had encountered plenty of self-assured pilots, all of whom eventually succumbed to her business card. There had never been an exception. However, Sulie didn't spare her another glance. He had already checked her stats the moment she appeared. Heiyu X70, class mecha speed 80, acceleration 90, maneuverability 100, stability 80, defense 80, braking 79. To most pilots, these stats were undeniably attractive, especially the high maneuverability and well-balanced attributes, indicating no significant weaknesses. A mecha like this would undoubtedly be highly sought after in the market. But in Sulie's eyes, she was just an ordinary mecha with no glaring flaws. He took a moment to glance at Hong Ying, who stood behind her. Hong Ying D3, class mecha speed 90, acceleration 90, maneuverability 101, stability 60, defense 65, braking 70. To be honest, Hong Ying's stats were even more appealing to Sulie than Heiyu's. A high-attack, high-agility warrior, despite having some shortcomings, his skills more than make up for them. As for those rookie mechas that are more like fragile babies, they can just stay out of the way. Balanced all-around stats hold no appeal for him. What a joke. Ignoring Heiyu's outstretched hand, he returned the business card to Hong Ying, pulled Lightning along, and walked past the two of them toward the cafeteria. Two complete strangers had the audacity to insult his mecha and even tried to force a contract with him, as if he should feel honored. Who did they think they were? Plenty of people in this world admired him, but did they think he'd just give in? Ridiculous. Did they not value their own well-being? These self-important fools truly thought they were something special. So what if it's in class mecha? And as for Aka Industries, sure, he couldn't afford to provoke them. But did they think he couldn't avoid them? Besides, with Lightning by his side, he believed that after a few matches, even the top-tier mechas would be within his reach. High attributes might allow for more advanced maneuvers, but a mecha isn't the same as a soulless machine. A mecha with its own thoughts and personality, if they didn't get along, would be useless no matter how high its rank. As for Hei's arrogant demeanor, who would even listen to her commands on the battlefield? Just then, a voice that had no place on the training grounds suddenly rang out. Sulie instinctively pulled Lightning closer and crouched down. A long sword stabbed into the ground not far ahead, blocking their path. Sulie's scalp tingled instantly. Drawing a sword without warning and right behind him, he turned around in disbelief to see a girl who had already deployed her black mecha. Its sharp, angular design exuded an oppressive aura. The distance between them was less than 5 meters, forcing Sulie to crane his neck just to take in the towering figure. The sword embedded in the ground was an unmistakable warning. Take another step forward and see what happens. Sulie stared coldly at the girl in front of him, anger surging within his chest. What had he done to deserve this? Was it because of a few words or his lack of attention to her? And for that, she dared to threaten him with a sword? In his past life, had had his fair share of people pointing swords at him, but they were all dead now. How dare she? A mecha, casually deploying and using its weapons to threaten a human? Was it Aka Industries that gave her this audacity? He almost found it laughable. Just a corporation, and they thought they were untouchable? Even if they wielded power, shouldn't they at least maintain some semblance of reason? Mecha Code, 1st edition, Rule 2. Mechas must not harm or intimidate humans without cause. But to her, laws and rules seemed to be nothing more than a joke. Narrowing his eyes, Sulie walked straight up to the massive sword. His small frame wasn't even as tall as the blade itself. His eyes reddened as he shouted at the black mecha, "Come on, hit me. Strike right here. Didn't you tell me to try? Well, here I am." A flicker of panic flashed across the girl's eyes. She had never encountered such a terrifying gaze before. It was as if she wasn't facing a naive student pilot from the academy, but a bloodthirsty executioner from the battlefield. She shuddered instinctively, her hands and feet momentarily frozen. As she stared into those increasingly crimson eyes, even her legs began to tremble involuntarily. Those crimson eyes seemed to conceal an endless sea of blood. Was he planning to kill her? Hong Ying immediately sensed Sulie's murderous intent. Her gaze sharpened as she swiftly moved to shield the mech. "What's so great about you? Dare to compete with me?" A defiant voice came from behind Hong Ying, though it lacked the strength to intimidate. The girl sounded more like a chirping chick as she shouted, "Let's bet our lives. Hong Ying will be my pilot. We'll have a match. If I win, you'll toss that piece of junk aside and come with me. From then on, your life will belong to me. And what if I win?" Sulie straightened up, meeting the mech's gaze with unnerving calm. Yet his eyes grew even redder. "If you win, they'll spare that piece of trash next to you. I won't target her anymore." Sulie couldn't help but laugh. This was the 3rd time she had called Lightning trash, a worthless piece of scrap. He turned around and gently held Lightning's trembling arms. In a low voice, he asked, "Are you okay?" Lightning hesitated, then gave a small nod, burying her head into her chest, as if doing so could block out the sharp, jeering voice. Sulie raised a hand and lightly ruffled Lightning's hair. He licked his lips, the taste of blood flooding his sense. It turned out he had unknowingly bitten his own lip. Looking at the red-haired Lightning shrinking into herself, a strange ache stirred in his chest. "Don't worry. Just leave it to me. He'll teach her a lesson for you. Trust me, I've never piloted a mech as incredible as you. You're not worthless. And with me as your pilot, you're destined to shine brighter than anyone." He gently caressed her cheek, wiping away her tears. Behind them, the black-haired girl had already completed her preparations. The black mech gleamed with a sharp, polished luster, its pointed shoulder plates seemingly ready to pierce the heavens. Inside the cockpit, Sulie had never been this serious. Even during the match with Jian Dun, he had treated it as a light-hearted challenge, more for fun than anything else. But facing Heiyu's provocation, he couldn't afford to be playful anymore. He had never gone head-to-head with his class mecha girl, and the silent yet resolute Lightning before him made him realize that the wounds inflicted by others' words ran much deeper than he had imagined. Gently, he stroked her red hair, feeling its smooth texture. Lightning glanced back at him, her eyes slightly reddened. Sulie's heart tightened, and he dared not meet her gaze. Summoning his courage, he fastened his helmet and powered up the mecha. Lightning turned her head forward again, her eyes filled with determination. She stared intently at the imposing black mecha ahead, her jaw clenched, silently vowing to herself. She had fought hard to find hope amidst despair, and she would not give it up so easily. Heiyu's words did not define her worth. Until Sulie found the mecha truly suited for him. For now, he was still in the cockpit, was her pilot, her master. "Let's go, Lightning. Teach those sword-wielding kids a lesson." Sulie flipped a series of switches, gripping the joystick firmly. Ahead, the black mecha had already drawn its longsword, charging toward them at full speed. Its sleek, aerodynamic armor significantly reduced air resistance. Although its raw stats didn't reach the standard benchmarks, the armor's design compensated for this shortfall. Speed, 160 km/h. Time to contact, 2 seconds. Sulie wasn't surprised by the opponent's lack of honor. He watched the black streak's rapid advance with a calm, measured gaze, his eyes flickering with thought. He realized the opponent's approach mirrored his own signature technique, one he had used both in the city arena and earlier in this very match. Lightning had learned this move from the city arena, and the traces left behind revealed her remarkable learning ability. Was this a trait of all mecha girls, or was she an exception? He didn't dwell on it further. After all, mastering such techniques wasn't simply a matter of imitation. What seemed like a basic maneuver often came across as awkward in the hands of a beginner. As the black mecha barreled toward them, Sulie refrained from making any excessive movements. "Master, it's coming." Lightning's voice carried a hint of urgency. Seeing the black streak closing in, she instinctively wanted to evade, but Sulie's firm slap on her backside abruptly stopped her. His feet tapped rapidly, and with a subtle tilt of the joystick, the mecha shifted slightly to the side, effortlessly dodging the oncoming blade. Without a powerful initial burst of speed, Sulie maneuvered the mecha with the grace of a human's subtle sidestep. The simpler the action, the more it tested the pilot's precision and control. At that moment, Sulie's mind operated at full capacity, his hands deftly adjusting commands on the keyboard, striving for absolute accuracy in every movement. Lightning watched as the massive sword grazed past her face, her heart racing in her chest. She could even feel the gust of wind carried by the blade's edge. "Miss," he dodged it. Hong Ying widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the scene before her. Heyu seemed to have seen through their strategy and instantly changed her fighting style. On the viewing platform, Lightning's control style was characterized by speed and agility, while Heyu initially adopted a rapid close combat approach. Lightning's pride in her acceleration was rendered ineffective over a distance of just over 200 meters. As long as Heyu closed the gap quickly, Lightning struggled to rely on inertia to pivot in place. Heiyu's tactical choice was impeccable, and her movements were precise. It was precisely this confidence that led her to showcase herself in front of Sulie. However, in the next moment, she realized that her shortcomings extended far beyond what she had anticipated. Simply learning the moves was not the key to victory. As Heiyu abruptly braked and attempted to swing her sword, Lightning extended her right leg, perfectly positioning it between Heiyu's legs. Heiyu's front foot halted, her rear foot lifted, only to be tripped by Lightning's leg. Her entire mech tilted, and the massive inertia sent her flying forward. She crashed heavily onto the viewing platform behind Lightning, producing a thunderous sound as the ground trembled. From the cockpit, Hong Ying was powerless, her only role being to unlock the safety mechanism and activate the mech for Heiyu. Directly controlling it was not within her authority. Even if it were, it wouldn't have made a difference. Inside the cockpit, Heiyu's composure shattered, and her face displayed an unprecedented expression. Panic surged in her heart, her pulse racing as if it would leap out of her throat. It was over. Fully aware of her mistress' temperament, Hong Ying suddenly regretted not preventing her impulsiveness. If not for that one sword strike, perhaps everything could have turned around. A subconscious dread crept in the inks, might have taken a serious turn. Lightning watched He Yu charging forward, noticing her poised strike, the sword's edge slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Under Sulie's control, Lightning sidestepped and extended her leg. Observing He Yu's clumsy figure crashing into the platform, Lightning, for a fleeting moment, found a resemblance to her past self. At least the posture of collapsing onto the platform was identical. Her master seemed a bit cheeky, and the move to trip someone was duly noted, just in case she herself ever lost her wits in the future. He'll kill you. He Yu, disheveled, rose from the platform, brandishing her sword and slashing fiercely at Sulie. Lightning sidestepped again, her single-handed sword slicing through the external armor and embedding itself into the ground with a powerful strike. Sulie deftly maneuvered with her hands and feet, using the pedals to control the coordination of her upper and lower limbs. She grabbed He Yu's arm with one hand and executed a clean over-the-shoulder throw. Dust filled the training ground, and the violent impact caused Hong Ying to be thrown from her seat, slamming hard against the control console's handle. The crimson figure strode slowly toward He Yu, picking up the massive sword from the ground. Raising it high, she plunged it straight into the ground, mere centimeters from He Yu's face, burying it to the hilt. By this time, the sun had nearly set, leaving only a faint glow on the training field. The red figure, bathed in the fiery hues of the sunset, seemed to glimmer faintly in gold. He Yu stared at the golden sheen of the mech under the crimson sky, clenching her teeth so hard they nearly shattered. She couldn't accept this outcome. Her defeat was more devastating than a shattering shield. As an esteemed class mech girl, how could she possibly lose to an A-class trash? Master, I thank you. Lightning had countless words swirling in her mind, but when she tried to speak, her throat tightened, and she was left speechless. She had just witnessed Sulie's incredible speed firsthand. Although his actions appeared simple, in a mere 2 seconds, he had issued 6 directives to optimize her system. If not for her decent processing capabilities, her brain might have overheated by now. Even so, her mind was in chaos, as if she were caught in a dream. Such precision and skill, she had thought these only existed in anime, yet here it was, a reality before her eyes. Instinctively, Lightning took over control of her body and began to simulate. But the moment she took her first step, her entire balance faltered, and it felt as though the ground beneath her had disappeared. Sulie quickly noticed and immediately regained control, stabilizing her body just in time. Take it slow. I made some adjustments to your attributes. Your stability has improved, but as a result, your maneuverability has decreased. Let's leave it at this for today. If we wait any longer, the cafeteria will run out of ribs. Tomorrow, we'll head to the training grounds together so you can properly adapt. Got it. Lightning nodded firmly. Sulie glanced at the distant training ground entrance and guided Lightning to move swiftly toward it. Meanwhile, Black Feather slowly straightened her posture, her vacant eyes fixed on the golden-dread figure in the distance, a growing unease welling up in her chest. She stood up, her massive sword still embedded in the ground beside her, yet it felt as if the blade had pierced her own heart. From her back, she retrieved a massive grenade launcher. A fervent smile curled her lips as she aimed the barrel at the retreating figure and pulled the trigger. Miss No. Red Tassel instinctively tried to seize control, but it was already too late. She could only watch helplessly as the grenade, trailing a plume of white smoke, arced across the sky, leaving a stark white streak in its wake. A chilling sensation swept over Hema battlefield, instinct honed through countless encounters. Sulie instantly caught the faint whistle of an incoming grenade. Inside the cockpit, the piercing sound of the lock-on alarm blared. As red lights flashed urgently, the crimson mecha spun swiftly, and the massive sword on its back was instantly gripped in his hand. With precision, the broad blade was hurled, intercepting the incoming grenade midair. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated across the training field. The great sword ricocheted back, embedding itself violently into the ground. Its hilt trembled from the impact, but before it could settle, a speeding figure seized it firmly. The scarlet mecha burst through the smoke and debris left by the grenade, dragging the massive sword along the ground with one hand, sparks flying in its wake. In just 3 seconds, Sulie had maneuvered from the gate to the grandstand. No, this wouldn't do. The black mecha, intimidated by his overwhelming presence, stumbled and fell in a panic, scrambling backward in a clumsy retreat. The grenade launcher it had fired moments ago clattered to the ground beside it. It barely managed to crawl a few steps before its path was blocked by the edge of the grandstand. Before the pilot could adjust and dodge to the side, the massive sword was already upon her. Sulie was not a good man. Never had been. Threatening his life repeatedly? Not a chance. Not even the gods themselves could get away with it. The moment the grenade locked onto him, cold sweat drenched his back. For the first time in 20 years, he felt the genuine threat of life and death in this world. The last shred of rationality in him ensured that when he swung the massive sword, he deliberately avoided the cockpit. The blade came crashing down, sending the black mecha's head, adorned with dazzling colorful lights, flying high before it tumbled to the ground. Sulie planted one foot on the severed head, the tip of his sword angled menacingly toward the direction of the cockpit. What's going on? Stop it now. At the edge of the training field, maintenance personnel, alerted by the sound of the explosion, rushed onto the scene, quickly surrounding the two mechas. Using large-scale, mecha-grade destructive weaponry without approval in the Academy's training grounds? This was no ordinary incident. At the very least, it was attempted murder. At worst, it was a direct violation of the Federation's laws and the Mecha Girl action protocols established by Mechanic Island. Such blatant provocation of human-mecha relations and disruption of their collaborative harmony could land them in a military tribunal. More and more people gathered on the scene. The explosion had drawn not only the attention of the field instructors, but also numerous students who had hurried over to investigate. Normally, the training grounds would have been empty at this hour, but now, the crowd of onlookers continued to swell. Those who entered the scene for the first time instinctively gasped at what they saw. There was no massive crater left by the explosion, but what caught their attention was the severed head under the crimson mecha's foot. The black mecha, slumped against the edge of the grandstand, bore a golden logo across its chaste and elaborate, flowing design. Many in the crowd recognized the emblem immediately, and the scene erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Just how deep did this grudge run to warrant such a brutal act? To decapitate the head entirely. While such damage wasn't fatal to a mecha girl, the psychological impact would undoubtedly be profound. Moreover, given the intrinsic connection between the mecha's sensory systems and its humanoid pilot, the one inside was likely far from unscathed. Stop fighting. Enough. Who are your instructors? Someone contact them immediately to handle this. If not, we'll have to call the Joint Oversight Battalion. Sulie ignored the attempts of those present to dissuade him. At this moment, they still wanted to smooth things over? Call a teacher? Using weapons of mass destruction without authorization, could a teacher solve this problem? Was it just because they saw the logo on the opposing mech and wanted to force a connection? Did they actually expect discounts from Aka Industries? Controlling the red lightning mech, Sulie crouched low, his tone resolute, and said firmly, word by word, once it was a great sword, and once it was a grenade launcher specifically for mechs. I don't have that kind of patience. Aka Industries owes me an explanation. If you've got the guts, try to completely blacklist me. If you can't, then in the arena, no Aka Industries mech will leave the battleground intact. He straightened up, pointing his sword at the surrounding surveillance equipment, and said coldly, I reserve the right to appeal. I'm sure both the Human Council and Mechanic Island would be very curious about how some so-called scrayed mech girl bypassed operational protocols and had direct weapon authorization to attack a human. Aka Industries? I know exactly who to hand over the relevant materials to. He stepped forward, his foot landing heavily on Blackfeather's cockpit, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Blackfeather, is it? What do you think of your old rival, Three Cities Heavy Industries? Inside the cockpit, the black-haired girl was curled up into a ball, trembling with fear, unable to even open her mouth. At that moment, she could clearly feel Sulie's sword as if it were aimed straight at her heart. Red Tassel struggled to crawl to Blackfeather's side, but as she got close, a wave of fear washed over her. Looking down, she saw a pale green liquid pooling beneath Blackfeather, and the sight left her speechless and horrified. Faced with Sulie's questions, her mind was in complete chaos, unable to form any coherent response. Blackfeather's reckless actions had already pushed her to her limit. The greatsword alone was enough to leave her shaken. Using battlefield-grade lethal weapons in a training arena, this wasn't a duel. It was an outright attempt to take lives, again and again. At this point, Blackfeather was entirely consumed by fear and self-doubt. As the external display shattered, her trembling worsened. She no longer saw Sulie as her destined knight, and could no longer utter any defiant words. Sulie called Zhang Chongping, instructing him to retrieve all surveillance footage from the monitoring room, and then dialed the inspection team. While those outside were busy shouting, none of them had actually made a call. No matter what. Inside the lightning mech's cockpit, Sulie removed his helmet, the crimson in his eyes gradually fading. He didn't rush to retract the lightning mech, maintaining his stance with his foot firmly on Blackfeather, showing no regard for the onlookers whose loyalty lay solely with Aka Industries. In just 3 minutes, the sound of several objects cutting through the air approached rapidly. Blue and white mechs hovered above the training ground, their dark gun barrels slowly aiming at the two mechs on the ground. Sulie was destined to miss out on the ribs at the small cafeteria, but the meals at the inspection squad's mess hall were equally delightful, with surprisingly good flavors. Lightning's small face was puffed up as she ate, her plate stacked high with food. However, her appearance didn't seem out of place, as every gynoid in the mess hall had similarly towering piles of food on their plates. By contrast, Sulie's plate stood out with its modest portion. His gaze wandered around the cafeteria, observing the gynoids in their blue and white uniforms and berets. moving with a sense of precision and order. The system quietly swept the room, and data flashed through Sulie's mind. These inspection squad gynoids had self-driving capabilities and thus were not assigned human operators. They were part of the Mechanical Island's Direct External Operations Unit. Each gynoid was equipped with secondary-level urban combat weaponry, but lacked access to weapons of mass destruction. In special circumstances, the squad leader could authorize the use of secondary-level weapons for combat and apprehension purposes. "How's the food? Does it suit your taste?" A cool, calm voice sounded beside him. Sulie turned his head to see an inspector in a white uniform, her prominently full chest straining against the buttons, which looked ready to pop at any moment. She was Sharp Blade 038, the supervising officer for his case. Her long, sleek black hair cascaded over her shoulders as she smiled faintly and extended her hand for a handshake. Her hand was smooth yet firm, offering a pleasant grip. "If you like the food, feel free to eat more. Just charge it to my card," she said casually. "Your case has been resolved. Representatives from Arca Industries will contact you to discuss compensation. Once everything is finalized, just come back to me for a signature to complete the case filing. Then, I guess we shouldn't hold back." Lightning mumbled through a mouthful of food, her words muffled but her effort clear. Sharp Blade 038 nodded and took a seat beside Lightning. Resting her cheek on her hand, she tilted her head to study Lightning. "Is that enough food? We also have lubricant supplies here. It might not be as fancy as what you're used to, but it's a special provision for our squad. Let me tell you, most gynoids don't get access to this stuff." "Really? I'm going to get some." Lightning's eyes lit up with excitement as she grabbed 038's card and dashed toward the vending counter. "Sorry to trouble you like this." Sulie scratched his head awkwardly and gave 038 an apologetic smile. She waved off his concern nonchalantly, but then turned to him with a sly glint in her eyes. In a soft voice, she asked, "Have you ever piloted an inspection squad gynoid before?" Sulie was taken aback and shook his head. "Well, remember this treating you to this meal means you owe me one. If you ever get the chance, come to our inspection squad's training ground. The sisters of our third unit will all be waiting for you." She raised her eyebrows playfully, her gaze shifting to the side. Following her line of sight, Sulie noticed a group of small heads peeking around the corner at the end of the hallway, all staring curiously in their direction. "I'm not joking. We've seen the original footage of you piloting Lightning. As you know, our inspection squad members don't have assigned operators. So, this is a bit of a selfish request. If you could spare some time to come and teach us, we'll take care of all of Lightning's meals here in the inspection squad." She turned her head to glance at Lightning, who was still standing in line to buy something, and a flicker of complex emotion flashed in her eyes. This guy was really lucky despite her subpar braking performance. She had somehow found a pilot capable of handling her. Was this a sign that fate hadn't given up on her, or was it all simply predestined? She turned back to look at Sulie, who was standing in front of her. She had already reviewed his records thoroughly. From the moment he was born until now, there was nothing unusual that could explain his current piloting skills. Could it really be pure talent? Had he fallen into some hidden cave as a child, and it just wasn't documented? She had watched the video evidence no less than 5 times. The various maneuvers Lightning performed in the footage were exhilarating, even as a mere observer. The engine was practically operating at maximum capacity. She couldn't even imagine how intense it must have been for Sulie to actually pilot her. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she unconsciously squeezed her legs together under the table. Maybe after work, she could copy the footage and watch it another 5 times back in her dorm. "If you agree, I can arrange for you to have an official position in the squad," she offered. With this status, even Arca Industries would have to think twice before making any moves. This time, they're clearly at fault. However, Black Feather's mech is in a unique state. While it can't be sent back for a full overhaul, ensuring her safe release will come at a significant cost. 038 gave Sulie a sly wink. "Don't make it too easy for them," she teased. Sulie nodded knowingly. "All right, no problem with what you're asking. How about this? I'll come by once a week for an afternoon. Does that work for you?" 038 nearly jumped in excitement upon hearing this. She quickly put down her crossed legs, leaned forward onto the table, and moved closer to Sulie. "How about twice a week? You know how much fuel mechs consume. There's no need to limit the frequency so strictly. You could bring Lightning over for a meal, and while you're here, spare a few minutes to give us some guidance." Sulie frowned slightly, thinking it over, then slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid that won't work. How about this 2 times on weekdays, and he'll randomly add another afternoon over the weekend?" Before he could finish speaking, he felt his hand caught in what felt like a hydraulic clamp, being shaken vigorously up and down. Even though it was only for a few moments, he felt like his bones were on the verge of coming apart. "Deal. It's settled then." 038 beamed, giving a signal down the hallway. A cheer erupted, and a dozen mechs quickly rushed over, surrounding Sulie completely. "So instructor, when's our first lesson? Do we need to take numbers? The captain is number 1, and I'm number 2. Does that work for you?" "So instructor, they'll take number 3. "What do you mean you're number 2 and she's number 3? Everyone except the captain should draw lots fairly." Sulie felt overwhelmed by the chatter of countless voices around him, unable to discern who was saying what. The only thing he could clearly sense was the buttons on their uniforms pressing against him. They looked perfectly round. Why did they feel so uncomfortable against his face? What are you all doing? Move aside, let me through, called Lightning from the edge of the crowd, holding a tray of lubricant and hopping up and down in frustration. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't squeeze through the group. Her cheeks puffed up in irritation, and for some reason, she suddenly felt something slipping away from her. An empty, hollow feeling settled in her chest. That hat's my pilot. What are you all doing? Coming out of the inspection team's office building, Sulie was completely dazed. Lightning, feeling a bit jealous, tugged at Sulie's arm. Her cheeks puffed slightly as she stomped forward in a huff. Though they had only been together for a few days, she was no longer the cold and aloof figure she had been at the start. Occasionally, she acted like a young girl, a stark contrast to her usually icy demeanor and appearance. Sulie let her pull him along, feeling utterly embarrassed. A top-class ace pilot who never gets motion sickness in a mech, yet somehow gets queasy over milk. If word got out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Lightning, he genuinely owed her one. If not for her dragging him out, he might have passed out from suffocation. Lightning, thank you for trusting me in the training field today, Sulie said earnestly. It's all because of your skills, Master. I barely did anything to help. Lightning shook her red head, her earlier frustration dissipating. Thinking back to how they had chased down and pummeled and class mecha girl on the training field, even taking her head off with a single strike, it all felt like a dream. Over the past few days with Sulie, she had experienced so many surreal moments. She was afraid of waking up and realizing it was all just an illusion. Master, were today's maneuvers really something I could accomplish? She turned around at the street corner, her eyes carrying a hint of confusion. The breeze swept by, lifting strands of her hair. Sulie could sense her unease. He gave her head a firm rub and said seriously, don't worry. If you review the footage a few more times, you'll see that you can actually do even better. Hearing this, Lightning nodded and grabbed Sulie's mischievous hand, pulling it into her embrace for the first time. His hand was warm, calming her heart. Master, do you think Arca Industries will really let this go? Not a chance. I'm not sure what's up with that overly dramatic guy, but if Arca Industries is willing to take a huge loss to protect him, he must have some significant background. On the surface, they want act, but behind the scenes, who knows? Sulie glanced at his arm, now tightly held, and suddenly felt like he might already be in danger. It's no big deal. They'll just resort to petty tricks, like trying to keep us out of the competition. Lightning blinked her big eyes. Oh, now I understand why you agreed to help those mecha girls from the inspection team. Don't worry, Master, when we're together, I'll eat less. Once we're with the inspection team, I'll eat more, but I'll make sure one meal lasts 3 days. Don't worry, I won't let you overwork yourself. Sulie was at a loss for words. Being underestimated by his own mecha girl felt strangely awkward. But the truth was, his finances couldn't sustain them forever. If Arca Industries really barred him from competing, how else could he earn enough to feed his mecha girl? Meanwhile, within the inspection team, 038 was replaying footage of Lightning in action, frame by frame. Each time she watched, she couldn't help but marvel. The small terminal screen played the clip repeatedly, surrounded by a group of team members, their faces flushed with excitement. Captain, is Lightning's data really that exceptional? Then why hasn't she competed properly in the past 5 years? 038 shook her head. The braking system in Lightning's data was a glaring flaw. Didn't you all notice? When Sulie was piloting her, he had to make a series of corrections through numerous commands. The complexity of his maneuvers makes you wonder if he's even human. Is he really human? There was a trace of dissatisfaction in 038's voice. Our mecha girls' cores can handle overclocking to process multiple commands simultaneously, but that leaves us with no bandwidth to deal with other data. The principle of action and reaction is not hard to replicate. The challenge lies in juggling all the other factors on the field. Just thinking about it makes my core feel like it's overheating. How fast can his hands even move? Making corrections as frequently as in the video changing commands 3 times in 2 seconds? Wouldn't his hands cramp up? 3 times in 2 seconds? Are you kidding me? Twice a second is already pushing it. Oh my god. Throwing the sword to intercept a grenade, that scene alone could keep me entertained for a year. 038 clutched her head, feeling utterly exasperated with the chatty crowd of girls around her. Don't you all have your own terminals? Why are you crowding around like this? Go, watch it on your own. She covered her terminal protectively and turned to leave. Inside the room, the group of mecha girls huddled together again, chattering about something. Meanwhile, in the temporary holding cell, Yu cowered in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Hong Ying sat nearby, even breathing quietly to avoid startling her. Yu, who was thoroughly shaken, couldn't handle any sound in her surroundings. Like a frightened bird, she would scream and leak fluid at the slightest noise. Hong Ying couldn't approach her or even touch her. In the end, she could only sit silently by Yu's side. Outside the cell, 038's gaze carried a hint of coldness. Looking at the trembling Yu, she suddenly recalled the sword strike from the video. Maybe I should report this, she thought to herself. With Sulie's skills, the higher-ups could easily step in to protect him. But if that happened, her third squad sisters would have to compete with the entire department. The thought made her feel uneasy. Forget it. I'll suppress it for now. She decided to use all her authority to delay the matter for at least a week. At the very least, she wanted every member of the third squad to experience Sulie's piloting skills firsthand. Having made up her mind, 038 took one last look at the terrified Heiyu. As she left, she deliberately tapped her baton against the bars. Clang. Inside the cell, Heiyu flinched again and let out a scream. Hong Ying instinctively reached out to hold her, but Heiyu kicked and pushed her away. At this point, Heiyu's clothes were disheveled, her body covered in antifreeze fluid, her hair a tangled mess, and her makeup smeared beyond recognition. She looked nothing like her usual self, appearing even worse off than a beggar on the street. With no other choice, Hong Ying curled up in another corner of the cell, watching Heiyu's frantic state. Sigh? Some people just can't figure things out. Do they think money lets them do whatever they want? And seriously, do they think anyone can just become a mecha girl? Losing her nerve after a single decapitation. With mental fortitude like that, she might as well go back to the factory for reassembly. Oh, but not her. Unlike us, she can't just go back to the factorists had a fortune spent on her, and they wouldn't want to waste that. Huh. If it were me, I'd just self-destruct my core. She's neither human nor a proper mecha girl. What a mess. If we get more cases like hers, we might as well quit everything else and just handle disputes all day. Two mecha girls passed by the cell, their eyes filled with disdain. Unable to hold back, Hong Ying rushed to the cell door, gripping the bars tightly, her face flushed with anger. What do you know? What do you even understand? She's human. She's my lady. She's not a mecha girl. You know nothing, so what gives you the right to criticize? The patrolling personnel outside stopped and turned to face the now hysterical Hong Ying. In a calm tone, one of them replied, "What gives us the right? The fact that mecha girls and humans are inseparable allies. Any attempt to divide us won't be tolerated. What happened to the principles hardwired into your brain? Did you throw them away?" Hong Ying froze, slowly sinking to the ground. But hey, she's really just a human being. In the hangar, Sulie was drenched in sweat. In front of him were two shoeboxes, each containing 16 steel balls in rapid motion. His 10 fingers moved deftly, skillfully preventing the balls from touching the bottom of the boxes. The steel balls ricocheted quickly within the boxes, and every time they fell, a finger would precisely intercept them, sending them bouncing back again. His arms were flushed red, as if scalded by a hot iron, and the veins on his hands bulged prominently. Nearby, Lightning silently observed the steel balls in the boxes, secretly amazed. Despite Sulie constantly adjusting the speed and angle of the balls, the speed of all 32 steel balls was so fast that it was nearly impossible to follow. Only the da-data sound of their collisions against the box tops could be heard. Lightning finally understood how Sulie had developed such incredible hand speed. For her, controlling 3 or 4 steel balls simultaneously without relying on core calculations was already a challenge. Yet Sulie could manage 16 in each hand. Lightning anxiously watched the shoeboxes, then glanced back at Sulie, worried that he might lose focus. She couldn't help but wonder how he achieved it. Could it be that his left and right brains controlled each hand independently? She tried to simulate the process in her mind, but before long, her thoughts spiraled into chaos, almost as if her brain had short-circuited. This kind of training was something Sulie practiced every day, not to break through his limits, but to ensure his skills as an ace pilot didn't deteriorate. Warm water. Lightning suddenly snapped back to reality and hurriedly moved a nearby bucket of water closer. Sulie stood up, and amidst the continuous da-data sound of the steel balls colliding, he immersed his arms into the bucket, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Master, you're absolutely amazing," Lightning said with genuine admiration. "Right back at you. You're pretty amazing yourself." Sulie smiled in response. "In less than 2 days, you've already managed to execute rotations on your own at low speeds. So how does it feel? Have you picked up any insights?" Lightning tilted her head, happily accepting the compliment. "Master, while practicing, I feel like my braking ability has gotten worse. Is that just my imagination? But my stability has definitely improved a lot, which helps me adapt to this speed. It's not your imagination. When I was calibrating, I deliberately adjusted some of your inherent attributes," Sulie explained as he pulled his arms out of the water bucket and began to stretch and relax. Intense training without proper relaxation could lead to muscle stiffness, which, if left unchecked, could result in catastrophic consequences on the battlefield. "Master, are you saying you can adjust a mech girl's inherent attributes?" Lightning's eyes widened in surprise. Realizing what she had just said, she quickly covered her mouth. After a moment, she leaned in and whispered, Is this what they call the legendary skill of an Ultras-class pilot?" "Ultras?" Sulie raised an eyebrow, hearing for the first time that there was something beyond class. "You're not one. I've heard other mech girls mention that Ultras pilots have unique skills, but they're usually kept as personal trump cards, so no one knows exactly what they are." Master. Will you tell me quietly, are you an ultras? Lightning asked, her face full of anticipation. Ultras? And more like a sadist's. Sulie rolled his eyes, pulling out his crumpled pilot license from the gap in the sofa. Lightning quickly took it with both hands, reverently bowed to it, and slowly opened it. A large, glaring sea nearly blinded her. Master, this is outrageous. You, a proud super's rank, and they only gave you a clever license. Lightning exclaimed in disbelief. Sulie quickly motioned for silence, lowering his voice. Isn't it possible that everyone's first pilot license is a clevel? Lightning blinked, suddenly enlightened. Oh right. Then hurry up and level up, master. Stay calm, keep it low-key. Lightning slapped Sulie's thigh hard, making him curl up like a shrimp. I know. Master, is this what they call hiding your strength? I read about it in books. You might as well slap me to death and eat me after. He clutched his thigh, rubbing it vigorously, feeling the numbness spreading as if he'd lost all sensation. Stop reading those useless books. Sulie quickly jumped away, clutching his leg protectively. If she kept rubbing, he'd end up in the hospital. Forget about piloting mech girls in the future. Let the mech girls pilot themselves. Now go grab some eggs. When you can run 5 kilometers while holding eggs without breaking them, then you can come near me again. Pouting, Lightning reluctantly grabbed 2 eggs from the small fridge and began obediently jogging laps around the hangar. Sue, you in there? Doesn't matter. I'm coming in anyway. Zhang Chongping's voice called from outside. In less than 2 seconds, he pushed the door open. So, what was the point of asking if you were coming in anyway? Sulie shot him an exasperated look. Living in the hangar was free, but it came with its downside privacy, and anyone could barge in at any time of day. You've got bigger problems than my questions. I heard today that the Academy might be planning to deal with you. The Dean and his cronies in the training center are teaming up talking about expelling you. Zhang's words were urgent, but Sulie continued massaging his leg indifferently. Did you even hear me? This is serious. If they really expel you over this, those bastards will have hit a new low. Zhang pressed on, visibly upset. Sulie shrugged. I haven't heard anything about Arca Industries pressuring the Academy. Sounds more like a bunch of people trying to suck up to them. If they want to expel me, so be it. What else is there for me to learn in this dump? If it weren't for the hangar making me some money, I wouldn't care about staying here at all. Wow, impressive. You're so above it all. Wait until your dad beats you so bad you can't stand up straight. Guess I'm just wasting my time here, huh? By the way, the professors from the maintenance and mech departments are going head-to-head with the dean to defend you. They've got your back, but who knows how it'll turn out. Anyway, no matter what happens, you're number 1 in my book. Zhang gave Sulie a thumbs up, then pulled an invitation card out of his pocket. Here, the professor asked me to give this to you. There's a city-level competition this weekend at the municipal arena. He managed to snag this invitation from the upperclassmen, just for you. Make sure you shine at the competition. Sulie took the invitation, his mind picturing Professor Zhang's wrinkled, weathered face. He was well aware that he would eventually switch to mech piloting, but at the critical moment, he still chose to keep the resources for himself. Sulie gazed at the piles of materials in the hangar, all of which old Zhang had approved and arranged for him. Even the news about the lightning had been relayed by him. Sulie stood silently, gripping the invitation in his hand, then suddenly clenched his fist tightly. All right, tell old Zhang I'll join the competition this weekend. Don't worry, I won't let him down. Zhang Chongping slung an arm around Sulie's shoulder and raised an eyebrow. So, what's the deal with that situation of yours? It's been more than a day. Has anyone from ARC come by? Sulie shook his head. Nope, that's odd. A company that big, and they can't even manage this efficiently? Zhang Chongping frowned, then leaned in closer and lowered his voice. By the way, let me tell you a little insider info. Man, you wouldn't believe it until you hear it. It's crazy. What is it? Why are you being so mysterious? Sulie asked curiously. Zhang Chongping glanced outside the hangar, then whispered. Do you know who that mech girl you provoked is? She's the daughter of ARC Industries CEO. Sulie froze, staring at Zhang Chongping like he was an idiot. Are you done spouting nonsense? TCH, why can't I believe that? I didn't believe it at first either. A person and a mech girl fear completely different things, right? But then I heard some rumors, and the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. They say that Black Feather, the one you mentioned, was implanted with the memories of someone deceased. I don't know how reliable that is, but think about it, mech girls already have self-awareness. So if their consciousness was swapped, wouldn't that be possible too? Sulie glanced at Zhang Chongping, feeling utterly shocked by the news. So, is she a person, or a mech girl? He watched Lightning still running laps in the hangar, and a thought began to take shape in his mind. Could human consciousness truly be transferred into a mecha girl? Zhang Chongping's words had left Sulie unsettled for a long time. If what he said was true, then how should the act of using weapons be defined? If she was a mecha girl, it would undoubtedly violate the ironclad rules governing them. But if she was human, in certain circumstances, it might only count as attempted murder. No wonder 038 had said the situation was complicated. Sulie had assumed it was due to external factors, but he hadn't expected this to be the reason. He stopped dwelling on the matter and shifted his focus to the technology itself. If this technology were advanced enough, wouldn't humans be able to freely switch between mecha girl bodies, thereby achieving freedom of thought and even immortality? Was the world's technology really so advanced? No, it wasn't realistic. Mecha girls also possess self-awareness, and the emergence of that awareness was a prerequisite for their existence. The theory Zhang proposed likely didn't hold water. Wouldn't switching midway cause issues, like the disintegration of the body? Zhang Chongping shook his head, as if something had occurred to him, and hunched his shoulders. I don't know about that. The creation of mecha girls is a mystery to begin with. Besides, this is top secret on Mechanical Island. How could we possibly know? Maybe they just send a memory-containing medium to the place where mecha girls gain consciousness. Who knows, it might work. In that case, the resulting mecha would be his daughter? No matter the specifics, the outcome is clear. I don't know if Kurobo acknowledges that so-called father, but at least the president of Aka Industries recognizes her as his daughter. From what I've heard, this isn't the first time she's caused trouble. How were things handled before? Zhang thought for a moment and sighed. Most of the time, they probably just threw money at the problem. But this time, it might not be so simple. Why? What do you mean, why? You practically smashed her to pieces, and you're still asking why. Sulie felt a bit awkward, silently wondering if he was just supposed to stand there and let her kill him. Zhang slapped himself lightly on the cheek and gave Sulie an apologetic gesture. You know I didn't mean it like that. Oh, one more thing, just a friendly reminder. Don't forget to register for the competition on Sunday. Both the professor and I are keeping an eye on you. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Sulie replied confidently. Are you sure? Then tell me what day is it today? Zhang rolled his eyes, took a deep breath, and finally calmed down. Today's Friday? Sulie sounded uncertain. Ever since he brought Lightning back, he hadn't attended many classes. Tomorrow at 7 a.m. sharp. Be at the registration desk by the south gate of the city arena. You'll only have an hour to register, don't be late. Zhang gave him a sharp glare, gestured emphatically, and then strode off. Sulie looked at the invitation on the table, a small wave of excitement rising in his heart. Although it was just a small city-level competition, stepping onto the battlefield for the first time was undoubtedly a brand new experience for him. The thought of piloting his mecha girl in front of a crowd, drawing waves of cheers, made him feel a tinge of embarrassment. His fingers subconsciously scratched at his foot. Perhaps he should familiarize himself with the competition venue in advance. Lightning leaned over, her sharp eyes spotting the invitation letter on the table. Excited, she accidentally crushed the 2 eggs she was holding. Sulie reacted quickly, kicking an empty rice bowl into position just in time to catch the dripping egg yolk. Lightning, her face full of anticipation, asked, Master, are we going to a competition? Sulie nodded. When is it? Is it soon? Can I skip training for now? I'd like to go out and fine-tune my movements. Sure, but make it quick. The competition is tomorrow, so don't stay out too late, Sulie reminded her. Lightning's voice suddenly rose with urgency. The competition was tomorrow, and she still needed to fine-tune her movements? What if she overdid it and didn't even have time to replace her brake pads? A question lingered in her mind. Why did her master always prepare at the last minute? Did he not care about winning? Then why are you still lying there? Get up and fine-tune my systems. Lightning urged. Fine-tune what? Didn't we just do that? Sulie retorted. Well, even some basic maintenance would be good. Lightning replied, clearly dissatisfied. All right, I'll wax your external armor later to make sure you shine on the battlefield. Sulie said, thinking to himself how intense Lightning's desire to compete was. Could it be because of her past failures that she was so eager for victory? Lying on the bed, Sulie opened his terminal to review the competition venue. The event was divided into team battles and individual battles. The team battles would take place inside the arena, which was about the size of 10 soccer fields and divided into 5 zones, allowing multiple matches to occur simultaneously. The individual battles, on the other hand, emphasized personal combat skills and were set to take place at a temporary site built in the Fangshan Simulation Center. Since he didn't have teammates, Sulie could only participate in the individual battles. Glancing over the competition rules, Sulie noted that the organizers had continued their usual style, setting up an open map free-for-all for the mecha battles. He closed his eyes, mentally replaying the terrain map he had just seen. The competition area was vast, spanning over 15 kilometers in a straight line and featuring diverse simulated terrains such as mountains, plains, deserts, and wetlands. According to the schedule, around 60 participants would join the individual mecha competition. Turning over, Sulie closed the terminal and repeatedly visualized the terrain map in his mind. This was his first competition, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. It wasn't just about honoring old Zhang, who had always looked after him, but also about securing a definitive victory for Lightning, solidifying her confidence. The next morning, Sulie was woken up right on time by his alarm clock. As he sat up, he immediately noticed a disheveled figure lurking in the shadows, its eyes gleaming coldly. The ghostly silhouette, standing not far away, startled him so much that he instinctively retreated several steps. It wasn't until he grabbed his terminal and shone some light on it that he let out a sigh of relief. The messy, fiery red hair stood atop her head like a bird's nest struck by lightning. She clutched her hair with both hands, her wide eyes staring at him silently from her crouched position by the bed. Lightning? When did you get up? Two didn't sleep, Lightning muttered weakly. Just yesterday. She had been full of energy, but now she looked deflated, like a balloon that had lost all its air, her whole demeanor listless. Why didn't you sleep? Today's the competition, don't you want to win? Did you just sit here all night watching me? Lightning suddenly leapt onto the bed and gently wrapped her arms around Sulie's arm. The soft sensation warmed his arm, catching him off guard. Before he could say anything, Lightning's red head leaned against his chest, and a faint, mosquito-like hum reached his ears from where her head rested. Master, can we win? Lightning lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with hope. We will win, Sulie declared firmly. He ruffled her hair and gently pushed her back to sit upright, locking eyes with her. Lightning, you're talented. You're stronger than most mechas I've ever seen. Trust me. But more importantly, trust yourself. Lightning gazed into his eyes, her resolve gradually solidifying. Over the past few days, she had started to find her rhythm, and a sense of determination began to take root within her. Got it, she replied resolutely. Hearing her confident response, Sulie felt a wave of satisfaction, as though watching a child finally mature. After washing up, the two hailed a cab and headed toward the city's arena. During the ride, Lightning managed to devour 16 large buns, their savory aroma filling the car and even causing the driver to swallow audibly several times. Fortunately, the arena wasn't far. As soon as they got out of the car, the driver hurriedly parked and dashed into a nearby breakfast shop to grab some food for himself. Master, I'm ready, Lightning announced confidently, though her words carried the faint scent of greens and tofu. Sulie chuckled, letting out a small burp himself, and led her toward the gathering crowd. The area outside the arena was packed. Groups of mecha girls stood together, either chatting softly with their pilots or observing their surroundings. Sulie and Lightning joined the crowd, expecting a lengthy registration process. To their surprise, all the other competitors had already registered in advance. Sulie was the only one arriving at the last minute to sign up. The staff gave him a peculiar look. While they were used to people cutting it close, they had never seen someone arrive this close to the deadline. Another 10 minutes, and they would have called it a day. Competitors who registered at the last minute often didn't perform well, as their attitude typically reflected their lack of preparedness. As a result, the staff didn't bother engaging much with Sulie and Lightning, simply taking down their names and handing them a locator card. For those participating in the solo event, they were instructed to board the bus waiting in the right side holding area. The bus would take them directly to the competition venue. With the locator cards safely tucked away, Sulie and Lightning made their way to the waiting area. The participants there didn't seem in any rush to board the bus. Instead, they stood around chatting leisurely near the vehicle. Lightning was exceptionally tall, standing over 1.7 meters, and with her high heels, she reached over 1.8 meters. With a cold expression on her face, she stood out in the crowd. Her alluring figure caught the attention of most male pilots, particularly because of the red, form-fitting leather suit she was wearing. Her frosty demeanor created an instinctive sense of distance. Walking beside her was Sulie, who also drew countless gazes. Suddenly, a mech girl grabbed his ear and dragged him aside. Sulie glanced around and noticed hostility towards Lightning from many mech girls, which even extended to jealousy directed at him. Feeling the resentment from the mech girls and the murderous stares from the male pilots, he quickly grabbed Lightning's small hand and promptly boarded the vehicle, finding an empty seat to ease the tension pressing on his back. Before long, the bus departed the arena and headed towards the Fangshan Simulation Center nearby. Dozens of drones swiftly took to the sky, accompanying the bus as they traveled in the designated direction. As the drones ascended, the arena suddenly erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The massive circular stands were packed with spectators, and each section had two real-time screens at the front. On a high, floating platform, two hosts dressed in sequined outfits used a few brief sentences to ignite the crowd's excitement. The 10-minute journey gave the commentators just enough time to introduce the contestants. At the entrance to the simulation center, 60 mechs of various designs were already lined up, waiting for their turn. Following the staff's announcements, the mechs entered the field in an orderly manner. Each mech, upon entering, immediately activated high-speed mode to secure advantageous positions they had scouted beforehand. Lightning was displeased by this, thinking that if they had arrived earlier, they wouldn't have been stuck with the last entry spot. Sitting in the cockpit, Sulie noticed the small sticky notes plastered across the screen and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Clear your mind. Clear your mind. Clear your mind. Important things must be repeated 3 times. Never question the pilot's actions if you don't understand. Just follow orders. The cockpit must have warm water to keep the pilot's hands relaxed at all times. Better to believe in ghosts than trust a woman's lies. Seeing Lightning's heartfelt realization, Sulie suddenly felt he still had a long way to go in understanding mech girls. Well, look who's back. Didn't you already have your swan song? What? Didn't get scrapped and instead sold yourself cheap? Afraid to die, are you? Sulie turned his head to see a flamboyant mech nearby. Its head tilted as it looked at them. The cockpit's cover suddenly became transparent, revealing a man whose face seemed vaguely familiar. Sulie remembered him. It was the guy who had crashed lightning into a wall at the municipal arena. Feeling disinterested, Sulie turned his head away. He didn't even have the energy to acknowledge someone like that. Wow, he's not even paying attention to you. The club spent a whopping $35 million to buy her, and what happened? Lost it all. The mech girl nearby mocked. Exactly. The club was a mess because of that. You piece of junk, don't you have any self-awareness? If I were you, I'd just go back to the scrapyard. What a disgrace. The insults kept pouring in, and Sulie glanced worriedly at Lightning, noticing her delicate frame trembling slightly. Master, I want to win this match. Feeling Lightning's unprecedented determination, Sulie glanced at contestant 59 and smirked faintly. Don't worry, they won't last 3 minutes on the field. As the staff gave instructions, the contestants prepared to enter the arena. Contestants 57 and 58 quickly accelerated, maneuvering to the sides as soon as they entered. Sulie turned to look at the man piloting his mech forward and guided Lightning to stand beside him. The staff watched the timer, and when there were only 5 seconds left until the start, they waved the flag and opened the entry barriers. Contestants 59 and 60 enter the arena. The flamboyant mech immediately dashed forward, leaving a trail of yellow dust at the entrance. Watching the figure disappear into the distance, Sulie silently activated Lightning and pursued in the same direction. With an acceleration of 101, trying to escape from Lightning was nothing short of a fool's dream. Master, this vast arena is truly exhilarating. It's my first time participating in a solo match. Lightning, the mech beneath Sulie, let out a cheerful chirp, as if excited by the occasion. Strictly speaking, she had never truly participated in a team match either. 2 drones hovered above them, buzzing as they trailed behind before darting forward at high speed. Master, Lightning is catching up. Wang Wei let out a cold snort, his tone dismissive. Oomph. She can only run around in a big open space. Ignore her, she'll flip over on her own soon enough. The mech beneath him let out a playful laugh, accelerating towards a strategically advantageous battlefield. It seemed the competitors in this year's tournament were brimming with intensity. Oh my, what are we witnessing? A streak of red light flashed across the arena as a breathtaking mech displayed astonishing acceleration. It's an old friend of ours, but is it really a good idea for her to be this aggressive in her first battle royale? The commentator, Tao Tao, flipped through the documents in his hand, his mouth moving non-stop as he narrated. He was no stranger to Lightning, but throughout his career, his commentary on her had always been brief. That contestant crashed into the stands and was disqualified. This time, however, everything seemed different. He had never imagined that Lightning's sprint across the open field could be so captivating. The name, Sulie, was written in bold, flamboyant strokes on the documents he held. After some searching, he discovered Sulie was a newcomer from the Mecha Academy. Tao Tao frowned in thought, but ultimately decided against introducing him further. For now, the spectacle provided by the contestants paled in comparison to the mech itself. Our contestant number 60 is racing ahead, closing in on number 59. She showed no intention of seizing advantageous terrain. What exactly was her plan? Could she be aiming to secure her first takedown right at the start? Tao Tao, piloting his platform, hovered in the center of the arena, unable to resist steering closer to Lightning's direction. The match had just begun, and no match had collided yet. As a host skilled at capturing key moments, Tao Tao promptly focused the camera on the speeding Lightning. The streamlined mech gleamed under the sunlight as Lightning accelerated towards the flashy mech ahead. Within mere seconds, she had closed the distance advantage gained by the earlier start. The X-36 Gladiator was a common combat mech, known for its well-balanced stats. A massive iron ball, connected to a chain, hung at its rear. Its dark, heavy appearance exuded a menacing aura. A strike from such a flail could likely deform a mech's external armor in a single blow. Master, be careful. The flail's attack range is 5 meters. Current distance, 15 meters. The X-36 turned back again, only to find that the once distant Lightning was now alarmingly close. Master, they're catching up. Instinctively, the pilot reached for the flail's handle. Seated in the cockpit, Wang Wei cursed under his breath, slamming his foot on the brake. Don't panic. Her braking performance is terrible. Just wave the weapon to scare her, and she'll flip over on her own. Hearing this, X-36 lips curled into a disdainful smirk. She reached behind her, pulling out the meteor hammer. In her rapid advance, she suddenly braked, spinning around and swinging the meteor hammer high above her head. After 2 swift rotations, she brought it crashing down in a wide arc behind her. Wang Wei, calculating every variable in his mind, was confident everything was under control. Based on Lightning's speed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this strike would surely land. And once it did, Lightning would be disqualified from continuing the match. In his eyes, a mech girl like Lightning was only fit to be the first one eliminated. A Mech girl incapable of even breaking properly dared to join the free-for-all? This was a victory handed to him on a silver platter, one he had no intention of letting slip away. However, when X-36 completed her turn, lightning was nowhere to be seen on the horizontal plane. At the moment X-36 braked sharply, Sulie, controlling lightning, swiftly shifted her body to the side, lowering her center of gravity. Using the inertia of the mech's movement, she executed a daring slide tackle, narrowly evading the sweeping meteor hammer. Her single leg struck hard against X-36 rear thrusters, sending sparks flying. The rear armor of X-36 warped, and one of the thrusters immediately sputtered out. The immense force caused X-36 to lose balance, and both the mech and its pilot let out a piercing scream as they crashed to the ground, skidding over 10 meters. The sheer weight of the mech carved a deep trench in the earth. The audience gasped in shock at the sight. A slide tackle? That's a defensive technique from early human soccer matches. And our contestant Sue just pulled it off with lightning. What kind of maneuver is this? Tao Tao, usually quick-witted, was so stunned he couldn't even think. Gripping the microphone, he roared, "Is this kind of move even real? I can't believe my eyes. If it were a human pulling this off, perhaps it could be replicated. But for a mech to execute such a move? It was truly unbelievable." His heart raced with excitement. This was the turning point. This previously unknown pilot was about to become the biggest highlight of the match. On the big screen, the Crimson mech was shown taking down X-36 with a slide tackle. Even before fully standing up, Sulie rolled onto X-36, grabbing the meteor hammer with both hands and slamming it down onto the cockpit. The deafening crash echoed in everyone's ears, as if it struck directly at their hearts. The atmosphere in the arena exploded. So fast, the first takedown of the free-for-all happened in an instant. Normally, contestants would secure advantageous terrain and only engage in combat after at least 10 minutes. But what happened this year? What just happened? What did I miss? Those who had gone to watch the team match's opening ceremony returned to find they had missed one of the most thrilling moments. You wouldn't believe it. That pilot just had her mech pull off a slide tackle, completely disabling another mech and eliminating a contestant. A slide tackle? Are you joking? Look at the big screen. On the screen, the highlight reel of the Crimson mech's first takedown played on repeat. Countless spectators who had missed the action cursed their luck and lamented their decision to attend the opening ceremony. Meanwhile, Tao Tao's excited commentary filled the air once more. First blood. First blood has been drawn. In the 3rd minute of the mech free-for-all, we have our first takedown. Lightning R5, our old friend. After countless failures, she has finally risen, bringing us an unprecedented surprise. Lightning stood up from X-36, bent down to pick up the meteor hammer, and without sparing a glance at the fallen X-36, bolted straight ahead. Behind her, X-36 and its pilot, Wang Wei, remained frozen in shock, reeling from the devastating blow. Wang Wei stared blankly at his shattered screen, his mouth agape and unable to close. He suddenly realized he might have been gravely mistaken, terribly so. The club had misjudged as well. Who would have thought Lightning R5's explosive power could be this overwhelming? What had she gone through in just a few short days to achieve such a dramatic transformation? Or had she been hiding her true potential all along? Wang Wei's mind raced as he scrambled to come up with a plausible excuse to explain to the club why he had been the first to be eliminated. "Master, you're amazing. We won in an instant. Feel it, me heart is pounding so fast." Lightning twisted in front, her entire body exuding an eager energy. Sulie thought to himself that Lightning was a good girl, although a bit unruly. He decided it was necessary to educate her, to elevate her mindset. Raising his hand, he gave her a light pat on her rounded form, reduced their speed, and began low-speed cruising, maneuvering toward B-32, D-43, and C-36. He hoped she could gain more meaningful insights, master more advanced techniques, especially the use of directional thrusters and the interplay of inertia and counterforce. "Master, slow down. I can't keep up." Sulie glanced at Lightning, who was flustered and fumbling, and for the first time, doubted whether his mech girl had enough cognitive capacity. Although Black Feather, another mech girl, was irritating, she could autonomously adapt her actions based on the traces left behind. While not particularly high-end, her ability to grasp things quickly was impressive. Perhaps it had something to do with her once being human? Remembering a rumor Zhang Chongping had mentioned, Sulie raised an eyebrow in thought. Lightning began to slow down gradually, maintaining a steady pace forward. Meanwhile, Tao Tao noticed something was off. Even he had been initially dazzled by the sudden kill and overlooked the most fundamental details. Gripping the microphone tightly, he couldn't help but focus intently. This distinctive movement style made his eyes widen in amazement once more. "Look, everyone. Lightning has made another unexpected move." Her skating-like maneuvering once again redefined the audience's perception. Is this still a mech? She's like a graceful dancer on the battlefield. On the screen, Lightning performed a side slide, deftly skimming the edge of a crater and crossing a man-made obstacle. Her movements were fluid and seamless, entirely free of hesitation. Alternating her legs, she effectively avoided obstacles, executing sharp turns and swift directional changes multiple times. She diligently practiced the piloting techniques she had learned from Sulie, using the various obstacles on the field to enhance her skills. As she became increasingly proficient, she no longer needed Sulie to correct her movements. Having secured the first kill, Lightning slowed her pace and began progressing steadily. Surprisingly, she wasn't seeking advantageous terrain for combat, but was heading straight toward the mountainous region. What was she planning to do? Cao Cao instinctively voiced his question to the audience. Those who had witnessed Lightning's initial kill began whispering among themselves. On the plains, her speed advantage was fully utilized, yet she abandoned the terrain that favored her and headed directly for the mountains. Could it be that her expertise wasn't in plains combat after all? What was Lightning thinking? Had she resolved her braking issues? Was she intentionally heading toward danger? Do you know Lightning well? Her? She's a regular in the arena, but she usually lasts less than 2 minutes before crashing into the stands. Then how did she pull off those moves earlier? Chill. Don't jump to conclusions. Haven't you noticed her current movement style is entirely different from before? Such a maneuver was simply unheard of. To be fair, it was impressive. Unrefined. No, that's called elegance. Do you even understand elegance? Sulie and Lightning, focused entirely on the arena, couldn't hear the spectators' chatter and cheers. His gaze was fixed on the terrain outside, quickly matching it with the map in his mind to pinpoint possible locations where mechas could be hiding. On this chaotic battlefield, the mountains and deserts were prime gathering spots for combat mechas. The hills and narrow passes in the mountains provided excellent cover, and Sulie understood clearly that many mechas must be lurking in the corners, waiting for the perfect moment to ambush. In this competition where scanning devices were prohibited, the sneaky players were having a field day. Lightning executed a stunning side maneuver, pivoting smoothly on her right leg to complete a graceful U-turn, eliciting another wave of cheers from the crowd. But then, the atmosphere shifted as everyone collectively held their breath. A mecha was crouched near the side of a narrow pass, steel sword in hand, waiting silently for its prey. As soon as the roar of Lightning's engine reached her ears, the pilot of the ambusher tightened her grip on the sword hilt, counting silently in her head with unwavering patience. She was ready to strike the moment Lightning emerged from the pass. Contestant number 36 was poised and preparita master of stealth, with a track record that spoke volumes. She had achieved as many as 6 eliminations in a single match in the past. Would she deliver a shocking upset alongside her mecha pilot, or would Lightning end her run prematurely? At this moment, Cao Cao couldn't care less about monitoring split screens. He was utterly captivated by Lightning's maneuvering through the turn, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he had discovered a hidden treasure. Truth be told, he didn't want Lightning to be eliminated so quickly, especially after her decisive first takedown. He was eager to see how she would perform next. Commander, we'll reach the narrow canyon in 200 meters. Visibility is limited. Should we proceed? Sulie observed the faint vortex forming at the pass through the display screen and immediately pieced it all together. He had already memorized every potential ambush spot along the way. Sitting up straight and gripping the control stick firmly, he issued a decisive command. Accelerate through. If there's an ambush, ITLL likely be at the pass exit. Lightning nodded and began adjusting her posture to follow the command. On the screen, the Crimson Mecha unsheathed its meteor hammer, spinning it into a deadly arc as the entire unit surged forward, heading straight for the pass. The arena erupted with a mix of curses and disbelief as the audience questioned the pilot's judgment. What's he doing? This terrain is perfect for an ambush. How could he not slow down and proceed cautiously? And he's accelerating? What is he, a rookie? Probably just a student with no experience. Well, at least his skills are decent. With some training, he might put on a better show in future matches. It's over. Number 36 is waiting right behind the pass. The moment he emerges, he's done for. The sudden increase in engine noise gave number 36 a momentary pause, but she quickly regained her focus. The opponent's unexpected acceleration might be a tactic to dodge her attack. Against slower mechas, this sudden boost could indeed cause her to miss her swing. But she wasn't like the others. Neither she nor her pilot would fall for such a trick. They conducted an in-depth study of the various terrains in the melee arena, and specifically chose an extended greatsword as their weapon to eliminate any chance for their opponents. With this strategy, she manages to secure at least 2 kills in every match. Stay cautious, listen to her engine's power. The current speed is approximately 160 km/h. Don't panic. In this state, even a small amount of force can shatter her external armor. The entire passage is 600 meters long, and we still have just over 3 seconds. The red mech stirred up a cloud of dust as it sped through the narrow corridor. Small shrubs brushed against the body, yet not even a single scratch was left behind. Her legs moved like coiled springs, propelling her forward and creating a whirlwind in the corridor. As the bottleneck came into view, the red mech suddenly lowered its center of gravity. Sulie gripped the control stick tightly, her left hand rapidly issuing a series of commands. The loose gravel on the road scattered in all directions under the forceful blast of the thrusters, and her speed increased yet again. Just 2 meters from the exit, the red mech suddenly pushed off with tremendous force and leaped into the air. The 20-turtle mech soared upward, its thrusters roaring deafeningly as the heavy body surged higher. Under the stunned gaze of the commentator and audience, she executed a lightning-fast aerial spin. The instant she burst through the bottleneck, she locked onto her target 36, who was hiding just to the side of the narrow exit. At that moment, 30SIX's greatsword was mid-swing. The extended blade gleamed under the sunlight, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as it struck toward the bottleneck. However, the bottleneck was already empty. A massive flail was released, hurtling toward the now exposed 36 with unstoppable momentum. A thunderous crash echoed out, accompanied by a teeth-gritting screech of metal. The flail struck 30SIX's mech squarely in the waist, delivering a devastating blow. Already mid-twist, her mech's waist crumpled under the impact, and the sensors were instantly rendered useless scrap. Hiss! Across the commentary booth, the stands, and even among viewers watching the live broadcast at home, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The Lightning, without any flight module, had managed to momentarily take flight using nothing but its acceleration and thruster assistance. Tao Tao let out a hysterical scream. What did I just see? Red Lightning. She was flying without even equipping a flight module. Her movements were smooth as silk, thrilling everyone watching. This sudden breakthrough, could we be witnessing the rise of a new legend on the field? Tao Tao started rambling again, gripping the microphone so tightly that his knuckles turned white, seemingly unaware. Another perfect strike. Staring at the red figure soaring through the air, Tao Tao felt his legs tremble slightly. With one unexpected maneuver after another, he couldn't bear to switch the camera to anyone else. Meanwhile, in the distant broadcast studio, the directors were growing impatient. Various sponsors were incessantly urging them to switch to their match perspectives. But at this moment, Tao Tao couldn't care less. In the lounges of major clubs, chaos ensued. Groups of people whispered among themselves, frowning unintentionally at certain moments on the screen. Pilots exchanged looks, recognizing that while they could conceive such unconventional tactics, they could never execute them with the breathtaking precision of lightning. Every stunning combat display required an exceptional foundation of skills. Who exactly was the pilot behind Lightning? Was she really just an ordinary student? Compared to the general audience, the professionals could discern more subtle details. The way she maneuvered, jumped, made brief leaps, and adjusted the mech's balance upon landing, all of it was executed with impeccable precision. To pull off such feats, every detail had to be flawless. The timing of each thruster burst, the use of acceleration, the minor adjustments during mid-air rotations, and even the counterforce of the flail's swing. It was all enough to leave the pilots in awe. Was this even something a human could achieve? Or had some prodigy from a top-tier club decided to crush the competition in a low-tier match? Many savvy viewers had already started recording the screen, eager to analyze and learn from her techniques later, especially her movement patterns. It wasn't just flashy, it was remarkably efficient. Anyone with a keen eye could immediately see the advantages of her approach. Haha, this is hilarious. Such a valuable mech, and E-City Club just handed it over like that. A spectator couldn't help but remark. Honestly, I'd love to see the expressions on their faces in the lounge right now. If I remember correctly, Lightning was sold for over 30 million, right? Let's go, I want to see for myself. A group of bystanders laughed gleefully, some even pressing against the windows, trying to catch a glimpse of the opposing lounge. Inside the East City Club's lounge, the manager's face was ashen. Having their own mech eliminated first was humiliating enough, but this? It was beyond humiliating. The mech they had discarded just days ago was now being piloted with such mastery that it not only embarrassed its former owner, but also secured a double kill with effortless ease. His reputation was utterly ruined. After this match, East City Club's name was likely tarnished for good. A bunch of incompetence. How could such a high-performance mech be reduced to garbage under their control? As he spat out these words, he conveniently forgot that he himself had been the first test pilot for Lightning. The reserve pilots huddled in the corner, pale-faced and trembling, not daring to provoke their manager. They sneaked glances at the flickering figure on the screen in the lounge. The red mech landed with a slight bend of its legs, spinning twice to absorb the impact before slowly heading toward number 36 at the narrow pass. Under number 30 SIX's shocked gaze, she picked up the flail again, casually grabbing number 30 SIX's giant sword as well. Lightning weighed the sword in her hand, seemingly satisfied, and then embedded it into the rock wall. Without hesitation, she flipped number 36 over, pulled the sword sheath off the ground, secured it to her waist, and hung the long giant sword at her side. You won. Fine, but why are you taking my stuff? The pilot of number 36 was ejected from the mech, clutching his waist as he stood on top of it, his face ashen. Lightning responded with a cheerful smile. Oh, my master said I could borrow it. I'll return it after the match. Her voice was filled with glee, her excitement soaring. The brief leap had thrilled her, and the smooth landing had made her keenly aware of the vast skill gap between herself and her opponents. Most importantly, she had achieved a double kill in this match. After 5 years in the arena, this was her first double kill, clean and decisive. This exhilaration came in waves, unstoppable. She had silenced the loudmouth and taught the sneaky one a lesson, feeling that her life as a mech combatant had reached new heights in this match. Master, quick, grab my neck, I think my heart's about to burst. Sulie tugged at the control lever and gestured apologetically to the other pilot outside. Sorry, buddy, your weapon feels great. Just borrowing it for a bit. She sped off into the distance, leaving behind a cloud of dust, a groaning number 36, and a pilot cursing angrily. Stop cursing. She's long gone. Quick, call for backup. My waist, it's broken. The pilot of number 36 clutched his aching back and jumped down from the mech. The moment his feet touched the ground, a sharp crack came from his waist. Don't count on me. My waist, it's gone too. The arena erupted. Less than 10 minutes into the individual match, Lightning had already delivered 2 spectacular kills. Her crisp and decisive moves thrilled the crowd, leaving them wondering if anyone in the tournament could stand against her. Worth it. Just for these 2 kills, the 200 credit ticket price was absolutely justified. Watching from the big screen was already so electrifying. Imagine seeing it live in the arena. That would be incredible. On the big screen, under mounting pressure, commentator Tao Tao finally switched to footage of other matches and began his commentary. But his decision immediately enraged the audience. The crowd roared in protest, with some even throwing bottles to vent their frustration. The broadcast control room was thrown into chaos by the angry crowd. On one hand, there were the sponsors' lucrative contracts. On the other, the relentless protests of the audience. The studio phones rang off the hook. Unable to afford breach of contract penalties, the broadcasters had no choice but to endure the pressure from the audience and reluctantly shift the focus to other contestants, even deploying extra commentators to cover the situation. Fortunately, during this time, battles had also erupted in other locations. Although the intensity was significantly diminished, they were still real, blade confrontations. However, the audience seemed somewhat disinterested, and even many commentators sounded dry and unenthusiastic. The team matches in the arena officially began, with 5-person teams fighting in 10-member groups, gradually drawing everyone's attention. The big screen was divided into multiple sections, each live streaming the events in real time. Drone cameras above the battlefield transmitted the footage instantaneously. Tao Tao quickly handed over the commentary for other matches to his colleagues, focusing entirely on the control platform to closely follow Lightning. This Crimson Mech had given him so many surprises that he had a gut feeling if he could provide excellent commentary on Lightning's matches, his career might skyrocket. On an open field less than 3 kilometers away from Lightning, 3 mechs were locked in an intense battle, evenly matched. Despite the short distance, Lightning's view was limited due to the terrain. Tao Tao kept his eyes fixed on Lightning, inexplicably hoping she would stay on her current path and keep moving forward. As the 2 sides drew closer, Tao Tao watched Lightning skillfully navigate obstacles, turning the mech's movements into a form of art. He raised his microphone again. Ladies and gentlemen, will our Lightning spot the enemies less than 3 kilometers away? Or perhaps, she already has. On the screen, Lightning suddenly accelerated, surging over the steep slope ahead. The distant battlefield came into view instantly. Sulie squinted slightly, assessing the enemy situation. But before he could make a decision, Lightning had already charged downhill with the mech at full speed. Excited roars erupted, reminiscent of primitive humans in documentaries, with guttural sounds of lulu, as if only a gorilla-like chest thumping was missing. Master, let's take them down. Sulie was so focused that when he heard Lightning's words, he was momentarily distracted, zoning out for 2 full seconds before snapping back to reality. This girl was out of her mind. 2 kills in, and she was already getting cocky, claiming she could take on anyone. In both his lifetimes combined, he had never encountered someone as audacious as her. Couldn't she assess the situation before speaking? Those were 3 combat mechs, not 3 toys. He glanced down and saw Lightning, her face flushed with excitement, piloting while tilting her head to look at him, her eyes gleaming with anticipation and inquiry. That kind of look, no man could resist it. Fine, let's do this. Sulie slammed the gas pedal as if he wanted to push it straight into the thrusters, causing Lightning's speed to surge once again. 170, 180, 201. Lightning was horrified to realize that her casual remark seemed to have triggered some sort of switch. Sulie, who was usually calm and composed, was now losing control. The low-hanging trees zipped past her in a blur, and the uneven road barely gave her a chance to react. She couldn't even process the terrain before she sped over it like a bolt of lightning. Compared to her earlier brief moments of airtime, she now truly felt like she was flying, her feet hardly touching the ground. The thrusters kept firing, driving the speed higher and higher. Commands came at her in rapid succession, and she could only barely keep up with the adjustments by relying on instinct. No more. If this went any faster, she was going to lose her mind. Inside the cockpit, white steam visibly rose from Lightning's fiery red hair. Her body trembled unnaturally, whether from fear or overwhelming excitement. She couldn't tell. Emma Master, slow down. Sulie's left hand flew across the keyboard, inputting commands at lightning speed, while his right hand gripped the control stick tightly, making constant micro-adjustments. His eyes burned with intensity as he fixed his gaze on the three mechs ahead, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Lightning. Arca Industries still hasn't sent anyone to apologize, have they? A dazed Lightning instinctively shook her head in response. Sulie let out a cold chuckle. Staring at the mechs at the bottom of the hill, he pushed the speed even further. One of the mechs, which wielded a massive battle axe, had the Arca Industries logo gleaming on its right chest. The deafening roar of the engine caught the attention of the three mechs. They turned to look back and saw a streak of red light racing down the hillside. Too fast. At that speed, it was as if the terrain itself didn't matter. The three mechs quickly refocused on their opponents, dismissing the incoming threat. Everyone watching Lightning's performance was on the edge of their seats, hearts pounding in their chests. Breaking 200 km/h on a mountain road. This wasn't just racing anymore. It was a death-defying stunt. And yet, she was still accelerating. This was no ordinary competition, it was pure madness. The spectators' logic and senses clashed wildly, and eventually, they gave up trying to make sense of it, their eyes glued to Lightning's incredible display. Yes, display. For a mere 200 yuan ticket, they were getting their money's worth. A pilot and their mech risking their lives for your entertainment, how could you not watch? There's a first time for everything, and for their hearts, this race was definitely a first. The ups and downs were more exhilarating than life itself. They'd have to get used to it eventually. And they would. Tao Tao gripped the microphone with 3 fingers, his voice breaking again. She dashed out, fearlessly charging toward the 3 competitors. Could she truly create another miracle? After all, those were the top seeds from the 3 major clubs in Nanjing, each with an impressive win rate. Could our Lightning really pull it off? The red figure suddenly sidestepped, and the massive sword seized from contestant 36 instantly sprang free, tightly gripped in Lightning's hand. The unsharpened blade struck the ground and rebounded, spinning her body in a swift rotation. Disaster. This was it. The audience instinctively covered their eyes. Sprinting at high speed on mountainous terrain already risked losing balance. Why would she draw her sword at such velocity? Even if the pilot survived this, she might be paralyzed, never able to compete again. But Tao Tao didn't cover his eyes. He stared in shock as Lightning soared into the air once more, spinning with the massive sword. She was flying again. My God. Faced with this moment, Tao Tao was at a loss for words. A tingling sensation ran down his scalp, a shiver that came from the depths of his soul. If only he could pilot a mech like that, damn it. He'd die without regrets. In his decades of life, for the first time, he witnessed a mech transform into a spinning top in midair. Inside the cockpit, Lightning's water-like eyes suddenly sparkled. Master, I've seen this move before. The red figure, spinning with the heavy sword, plunged straight into the center of the 3 mechs. The sudden appearance of Lightning startled the trio, none of them knowing how she got there. The heavy sword sliced through the air, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. No one dared face the spinning blade heat. The 3 mechs immediately retreated, their pilots breaking into a cold sweat. Too reckless. Did she really leap down from halfway up the mountain? Amid the dust, the red mech used centrifugal force to leap again, spinning as the blade drove straight into the neck of one mech. The massive mechanical head shot skyward, and Lightning sent it flying with a powerful kick. No other meaning, here she was all about delivering on her word. Not a single mech from AKA's team would leave with its head intact. Without pausing, she landed and accelerated toward the edge of the open field. Hit and run, clean and efficient. As the dust settled, the massive mech collapsed with a resounding crash. The remaining 2 mechs caught only a fleeting glimpse of Lightning before she disappeared. They exchanged a glance, instinctively tightening their grip on their weapons and revving up their engines to give chase. She couldn't be allowed to escape. No matter what, this mech had to be destroyed. Even if they were accused of cheating by teaming up, she couldn't be let go. If she escaped, they stood no chance in an unknown scenario. The arena erupted in chaos, charging into the fray alone and completing a kill in under 3 seconds. The crowd, who had expected her to crash on the mountain path, were left stunned, their disbelief shattered. Mouths agape, they roared with unrestrained excitement from the stands. What was competition? Was everything they'd seen before this even worthy of being called a competition? Were the participants in those matches even competitors? Tao Tao no longer knew what he was commentating. All he could do was let out one scream after another, an unconscious expression of his shock. The competitor from Arca Industries climbed out of his mech in frustration. He couldn't comprehend it. Out of the 3 of them, did she specifically target him for decapitation? Decapitation of all things. The neck was such a small target, how did she manage to pinpoint it so accurately at such high speeds? If that strike had been aimed at the cockpit. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, trembling as he sat on his mech. For the first time in his life, on a city-level competition stage, he truly experienced what it meant to face a life-or-death crisis. The cheers in the arena surged like a tide, and the lively atmosphere, long absent, had finally returned. Supporters from various clubs kept their eyes glued to the screen, watching the red figure in action. With every stunning performance she delivered, gasps and exclamations erupted from the crowd. Like an unbridled stallion, Lightning sped away at an incredible pace, leaving two club mechas trailing behind. Though desperate to catch up, they dared not recklessly push their speed. Is that it? Can they even catch her? If they can't, they might as well go back and train for another 2 years. Among the audience, there were always those who thrived on the excitement, watching with eager anticipation. In stark contrast, the club's lounge was filled with stunned silence as the mecha pilots watched the match unfold. This mysterious pilot was clearly here to dominate. Such extraordinary skill, why would they participate in a small city-level competition? The total prize money for the match was barely 100,000. They could probably make as much just by signing an autograph. Wang Xiaoyi from Starfire Club furrowed his brows as he stared at the playback. Xiaoyu, is your core computational power capable of such maneuvers? He asked. The mecha girl beside him also frowned. Hearing his question, she instinctively shook her head. I can't do it. But there's no way Lightning R5 could either. I just looked up her specs. Maneuverability is her weak point. That's already been proven in the match. If her core computational power were sufficient, it would have shown in her previous performances. Wang Xiaoyi let out a bitter laugh. He had just returned from a provincial-level competition, only to face a training match with the club's rookies later. Originally full of confidence, he now just wanted to find a quiet place to train for a few more years. Comparing oneself to others could be truly disheartening. If Lightning's pilot turned out to be an experienced veteran, it might be easier to accept. But if this was a rookie, that was downright terrifying. How could a small place like South City harbor such hidden talent? Shall we, after the match, go find them? No matter what, we must bring this person into Starfire Club, offer the best contract we can, and prioritize resources for them. You can tell them that if they sign a long-term deal, our partner, Arca Industries, can provide them with S-class mecha, the manager said, his eyes fixed on Lightning streaking across the field. His mind was already made up. Starfire Club wasn't alone in this ambition. Even the struggling East City Club wanted to take a shot at securing this talent. Meanwhile, neither Lightning nor Sulie was aware that they had become the prized target of numerous clubs. The two pursuing mechas showed no signs of giving up. If this continued, any encounter with a third-party mecha could quickly turn the tide, putting Sulie and Lightning in a disadvantageous position. Sulie wasn't one to take risks, nor did he like gambling on uncertainties. He preferred to stay in control. Maneuvering Lightning, he pulled out a meteor hammer and swung it forcefully, hurling it toward the relentless pursuers. The two mechas froze for a moment, their pursuit thrown into disarray. Amidst the heated argument between the two pilots, a massive meteor hammer crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, causing the earth to tremble ever so slightly. Cold sweat instinctively broke out on their foreheads, and they both wiped it away simultaneously. One of them subtly slowed down. After all, people are inherently selfish, and since they were not contestants from the same club, there was no sense of camaraderie between them. The two mechas positioned themselves one in front of the other, creating a perfect opening for Sulie. The pilot in the front realized they were being used as a shield, but apart from cursing under their breath, they had no choice but to brace themselves and charge forward. Sparks erupted beneath the red mecha's feet. Despite a braking force of only 15, its thrusters kept it barely maneuvering along the edge of the mountain path as it turned and launched another charge at the two mechas. The extended greatsword of contestant 36 was raised high in her hands and hurled toward the mecha ahead. The sword tore through the air with a sharp whistle. The contestants from the major clubs were no amateurs as the sword hurtled toward him. The pilot deftly maneuvered his mecha to sidestep while swinging his own weapon to block. His weapon was a fully crimson retractable spear. Metal clashed against metal, sending sparks flying. The distance of several hundred meters seemed long, but at lightning speed, a few seconds were all it took. The mecha deflected the greatsword and gripped the spear tightly with both hands, barely managing to assume a defensive stance as the red blur of lightning hurtled toward him. She streaked past his side with a rush of wind, not sparing him so much as a glance. The distance between them was less than half a meter. The pilot watched in stunned silence as lightning brushed past him, a fleeting sense of relief rising in his chest. Thank goodness. She's not targeting me. For the first time in the match, Lightning unsheathed her weapon. With a spinning twist, her mighty sword, driven by immense inertia, came crashing down on the mecha behind. A piercing screech of metal on metal echoed through the air. Only those who directly endured the blow could truly understand its crushing force. The mecha twisted, and the sword's multiplied momentum pressed its opponent's great sword against its own frame. The mecha's coating was instantly scratched, steel shavings flying everywhere, the sound grating on everyone's nerves. Master, I can't hold on. Contestant 42 frantically pushed at his control levers. but the overwhelming force bore down like an unstoppable wave. Veins bulged on his hands as he struggled in vain, helplessly watching as the control stick was forced upward. The blade sliced through, its tip piercing the underside of the mecha's jaw. Amid contestant 42's furious roar, lightning drove her sword straight through, impaling the mecha's head. Contestant 34, witnessing this, immediately turned and fled. He didn't even have the courage to counterattack. Another kill. In a two-known pursuit, the Red Lightning delivered yet another spectacular strike. And her opponents were elite players from top-tier clubs. Yet, with flawless coordination between Lightning and her pilot, she took them down with ease. Tao Tao swallowed hard, then unleashed his raspy voice once more. "I'll be damned. All I can say is Lightning is taking over this match. Let me just ask on her behalf, is there anyone left who can stand against her?" On the big screen, contestant 34's panicked retreat was broadcast to all the spectators. Lightning's relentless takedowns had captured everyone's attention. The striking red paint job of her mecha left an indelible impression for the first time. Lightning, unable to contain her excitement, kicked contestant 42's mecha aside, picked up the weapon she had thrown earlier, and set off in pursuit of contestant 34. If he hadn't run, he might still have had a chance to fight. But now, fleeing at full speed, contestant 34 clung to the hope of escape. Against Lightning's acceleration, which had already surpassed 100, he somehow deluded himself into believing he could outrun her. Racing forward without looking back, he thought to himself, if I can just reach the narrow pass ahead, with its countless twists and turns, Lightning's greatest strength, her acceleration, might become her biggest weakness. The opponent accelerated once again. Could our Lightning stop them before reaching the series of sharp turns? Tao Dao held the microphone, controlling the platform as he gazed into the distance at the red figure. Not far from him, two blue and white mechs responsible for surveillance hovered in midair, staring dumbfounded at Lightning below. Inside the cockpit, the eyes of two mech girls were already sparkling with excitement. In the encrypted communication channel, screams erupted one after another. They had completely transformed into Sulie's fangirls, trembling with excitement as they witnessed his precise and swift execution. Is this really our instructor Sue? He's so cool. I've got goosebumps. Yeah, that sword moved just now. Wow. I'm definitely losing sleep tonight. Enough, you guys. Seriously, it's just a slightly better guarded area. What's there to brag about? Exactly. We can see it on the big screen too. But still, Instructor Sue is really handsome. I just wish he could pilot me someday. Just wait. Instructor Sue is coming soon. Let's agree in advance take turns, 10 minutes each. If anyone hogs more time, we'll gang up on her. I can't wait any longer. 038's temple throbbed with frustration. Everyone zip it. The communication channel instantly fell into radio silence. Exhaling deeply, 038 kept her eyes locked on Lightning's figure on the big screen. She suddenly had a premonition this case was going to spiral out of control. After all, there were other squad members participating in the mission today. If Sulie got reassigned to the entire unit, how long would it take for each of them to get a turn? But, to be fair, Sulie truly was a man of his word. The thought of him managing to deliver a 3-second kill in a chaotic, three-way battle left even someone as experienced as 038 speechless. If only she hadn't chosen to become a mech inspector back then. Her train of thought was interrupted by the commentator's voice. Ahead lies the infamous mountain pass from previous competitions. Once they enter the channel, it's a stretch of consecutive sharp turns. What choice will our Lightning contestant make? Will she accelerate once more to stop her opponent before the pass, or follow them into the narrow path? While Lightning has performed impressively so far in this competition, her ability to handle continuous turns remains unproven. Tao Tao finished his commentary, his eyes fixed intently on Lightning. He knew all too well Lightning's cornering skills had been abysmal in the past. On a straight stretch of just 300 meters, she couldn't even manage effective braking. Over the last 5 years, she hadn't faced any significant turns at all. Now, her speed was already incredibly high. Maneuvering at such velocity in the mountains was challenging enough, let alone with the 34th contestant ahead. The opponent, while fleeing, was also using their weapon to sweep along the mountainside, sending rocks tumbling down to create more obstacles for Lightning. This tactic, though despicable, was entirely within the rules. While the event was called a competition, it adhered to the standards of actual battlefield scenarios. Any means of attack except for large-scale or thermal weapons was permitted. Be it traps or tripwires, competitors in past events had employed every trick imaginable to secure victory. Compared to those extremes, the 34th contestant's stone sweeping was relatively tame. Tao Dao frowned instinctively. There was no way to catch up. At this speed, Lightning had no chance of stopping Mech 34. But if she accelerated further, her safety would be entirely left to chance. No matter how strong they were, there were always limits. Since the start of the race, Lightning had maintained a high level of intensity, which was a massive strain on both the mech and its pilot. The constant output and rapid command adjustments must have already pushed her pilot close to their limit. Lightning fixed her gaze on the narrow mountain pass just ahead, her past experiences flashing through her mind. Memories she thought she had forgotten surfaced, bringing with them a twinge of fear. At that moment, a warm, steady hand rested on her back. Don't worry, I've got this. Remember how it felt during practice? Your hard work won't go to waste. Mech girls could grow and improve, but their progress was painfully slow. Over the past 5 years, Lightning had barely undergone any systematic training. Her stats had remained stagnant at factory levels, and only in the last few days had they improved by a fraction of a percent, far from sufficient. Sulie quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and gripped the control stick firmly. Let's do this. Let's show them what cornering really means. The red mech lowered its center of gravity under the watchful eyes of the crowd, weapons secured on its back. It leaned forward, adopting a stance resembling a short-track speed skater. Mech 34 darted into the mountain pass in an instant, and its pilot finally breathed a sigh of relief. Slowing down slightly, he even glanced back. But that single look made his heart leap into his throat once more. Lightning hadn't given up. She was right behind him, charging into the pass. The narrow space between the mountain walls restricted the mech's maneuverability, but Lightning didn't slow down at all, surging straight ahead. Master, 30 meters ahead. The first sharp turn. Mech 34 is 25 meters away. Current speed, 180. She barely had time to finish reporting the data before both of her thrusters fired simultaneously, tilting her entire body sharply to one side. The audience froze as the red mech dashed into the pass, then leaned left at the first turn, appearing dangerously unstably in the verge of falling. Instinctively, the spectators gripped whatever was in reach and held their breath. Even the commentator, Tao Tao, couldn't help but cover his eyes. Is her pilot finally at their limit? But then, Lightning planted one hand on the ground and shifted 2 meters to the right in an almost supernatural move, narrowly avoiding the looming rock wall. What just happened? Many couldn't resist rubbing their eyes, unable to believe what they had witnessed. With a few deft maneuvers, she had cleared the corner. The crowd erupted into a mix of gasps and cheers, accompanied by audible sighs of relief. That was terrifying. Absolutely thrilling. Next time I watch her race, I might need some heart medication. Such a cornering technique was unheard of. Only Lightning, who lived through it, kept Sulie's words firmly in mind, committing every bit of feedback from her mech to memory in that fleeting moment. Even if she could only learn a little at a time, it would make her a better support for her master. The pass was full of sharp bends, with some straight sections between them measuring less than 100 meters. She clung tightly to the 34th mech ahead of her. Despite the short distance of just over 20 meters, 2 consecutive bends prevented her from finding an opportunity to strike. The gap between each bend was so brief that, for Lightning, exiting one turn meant immediately adjusting for the next. Her palms scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying. She lowered her body, constantly adjusting the angle of her inner foot and the support of her outer foot. The force she applied shifted with every change in the curvature of the turns. The 34th mech was just within reach. Her speed continued to drop, and her chassis bore numerous dents and scratches from collisions. Clearly, the previous 3 bends had left her utterly exhausted. The pilot of the 34th mech began to regret his decisions. He couldn't tell if Lightning's pilot was nearing their limit, but he knew for certain that he had reached his own. His trembling hand faltered several times while inputting commands, leading to near-fatal mistakes. If not for the mech girl's swift corrections, he would have already crashed into the mountainside at the 3rd bend. Can you manage on your own? My hands can't take it anymore. Me? Alone? No way. Unless we slow down to 60. Then slow down to 60. Are you insane? Lightning's right behind us. The 34th pilot gritted his teeth, a surge of determination overtaking him. Fine, then let's do this. He maneuvered his mech into a quick turn, catching a glimpse of Lightning as she rounded the bend. Her crimson mech still gleamed, as if untouched there wasn't a single visible scratch on her frame. She leaned her machine at an impossible angle, one hand skimming the ground, as though she had flung herself out of the bend with sheer audacity. His scalp tingled with dread. This maneuver danced on the edge of catastrophe. How brilliant must her pilot be to conceive of such a reckless yet effective move? She had leapt over mountain terrains, single-handedly taken down opponents, and after being pursued relentlessly, turned the tables to outmaneuver her adversaries again and again. Now, she was chasing him into a corner. Memories of her fearless feats flashed through his mind. He clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly. How on earth am I supposed to fight this? Give up, master. It's hopeless. The mech girl surrendered before her pilot could even speak. She raised both hands in a gesture of defeat and casually tossed her lance to the ground. There was no shame in conceding it wasn't a battlefield, and there was no need to incur hefty repair costs in a losing battle. Lightning sped past them without slowing down, snatching the discarded lance as she went. Pilot of the 34th mech girl, audience members, and Tao Tower Lightning has once again demonstrated her signature style, the commentator announced. Yeah, you could call it resourcefulness, he muttered, struggling to find the words to describe Lightning's penchant for picking up discarded weapons. She had surprised him far too many times today. For the first time in his life, He felt the old adage come to life. There are no useless mech girls, only useless pilots. At this moment, the Crimson Mech finally lived up to the true meaning of her name. On a series of tight, sharp turns, she transformed into a red lightning bolt, streaking past at incredible speed. She was no longer the failure of a mech maiden who once crashed into a wall with her pilot due to a mistake. Now, she was a warrior worthy of her name. In the arena, the audience collectively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the spark-laden figure as she shot out of the most accident-prone curve like a blazing comet. The deafening roar of cheers erupted across the arena. Her technique was nothing short of miraculous. For kills and one surrender, she was already dominating the match. Everyone in the crowd understood clearly that none of the other mechs on the field could rival Lightning. If she didn't emerge as the champion of this individual tournament, the audience might very well tear the arena apart. Half an hour into the match, the total eliminations had reached an astonishing 12, 5 of which were Lightning's doing. With her impressive kill count, she had undoubtedly secured the top spot on the leaderboard. Tao Tao felt his throat burning, having not shouted himself hoarse like this in years. Yet Lightning showed no intention of slowing down, continuing to charge forward in her set direction. Her movements weren't about finding advantageous terrain, they were about hunting down every remaining opponent. Clearly, Lightning had no plans to leave her enemies any chance of escape. In the club's lounge, a group of people sat with faces as dark as storm clouds. The profiles of Sulie and Lightning were already spread out on the table before them. Veteran pilots who had dominated the arena for years were being taken down in one strike by an unknown rookie. This level of shock was hard to digest. Once might be a coincidence, but 5 times in a row? On one side stood a completely untrained newcomer, and on the other, pilots nurtured with immense effort and resources by their clubs, touted as elite. This sudden prodigy had not only crushed every elite, but also dealt a humiliating blow to the pride of the major clubs. Though the match wasn't over yet, Sulie had already managed to offend half the clubs in South City. Using friction from the mountain wall and the ground to stabilize the mech? Was that even possible? Mech 34 stared at the vanishing streak of lightning in the distance, replaying her cornering maneuvers over and over in her mind. Worth a shot. I can do it. Brimming with confidence, 34 immediately attempted to mimic Lightning's movements, trying to turn at the curve. However, the massive mech either tilted too much or its arms couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Despite repeated adjustments to the pilot's commands, the mech ultimately lost control after intense friction with the ground. She planted a hand on the ground, her legs flailing wildly in the air. One foot slammed into the mountain wall, sending her head plunging into the opposite side, scattering debris everywhere. The limbs of Mech 34 hung limp and lifeless. What was supposed to avoid a major repair ended up sending her straight to the repair shop, not because Lightning had damaged her, but because her own pilot had done the job. This wasn't logical. How could Lightning pull it off? Inside the cockpit, the pilot let out a soul-wrenching cry of frustration. Mech 34 straightened herself up, glancing back at her stunned pilot. A flicker of an indescribable emotion passed through her bright eyes. For the first time in her life, she found herself repulsed by the man in front of her. What on earth had she seen in him before? How could she have thought his skills were impressive? An A-class pilot? This guy? Really? She quickly disconnected the pilot from her system and immediately deactivated the deployment. The medical team arrived promptly, efficiently placing the injured mech girl onto a stretcher and carrying her away along with the pilot. Number 34 lay quietly on the stretcher, gazing up at the endless blue sky. She blinked, and for a fleeting moment, she thought she saw something moving in the sky. Was it from the impact earlier? Had her brain been injured? No. She widened her eyes and focused. A ripple-like distortion spread across the sky, gradually forming a black crack, like an ugly, winding scar that continued to expand. Suddenly, a massive segmented limb pierced through the rift. Enemy attack. In the sky, she shouted, her expression drastically changing. Everyone instinctively looked up. From the black fissure, several enormous figures emerged one after another. Their massive limbs clawed at the rift, trying to tear it wider. A bone-chilling fear coursed through everyone, freezing them in place. The Zerg. It was the Zerg, humanity's and the Mech Girl's enemy for over a century. But how? How had the Zerg breached the barrier and infiltrated deep into human territory? No one present had an answer. A deep, pervasive terror spread, enveloping everyone. The shrill sound of alarms echoed across the arena. Drones immediately transmitted footage of the Zerg incursion. Dozens of blue and white figures suddenly took to the sky, heading toward the source of the alarm. Tao Tao stared intently at the sudden spatial rift in midair, his heart pounding as he maneuvered his platform toward Lightning's location. The Zerg attack had abruptly ended the match. He didn't know why he was heading toward Lightning, but deep down, he felt that being near her was the safest option in such a dire situation. Attention, all channels. Attention, all channels. Zerg detected in the individual match arena. Coordinates, 45,637.48562. All participants evacuate the arena immediately. Evacuate immediately. Lightning, who had been speeding forward, suddenly halted. The inspection team quickly lifted the arena's signal block, and the broadcast echoed in the cockpit of every mech. The red mech swiftly turned and accelerated toward the coordinates. One by one, mechs zoomed past her, racing toward the designated evacuation zone. Dust and debris swirled in their wake, and tiny fragments of stone struck Lightning's armor, producing a sharp, crackling sound. These elite pilots from various clubs had never run this fast during a match. Tao Tao hovered midair, watching Lightning's figure fade into the distance. He gritted his teeth and decided to follow her, even though it meant heading in the opposite direction of everyone else. Boom, boom, boom. Small Z-8-35 infantry particle cannons fired at the spatial rift, attempting to destabilize the passage. However, such weapons, designed for individual targets, were laughably ineffective against the massive rift. The moment the firing ceased, the spatial passage stabilized instantly. Two blonde white mechas hovered in midair, ready to close in and fire, but were quickly engaged by the Zerg's airborne forces. Blinding flashes of sword light clashed against metallic serrated edges, sending a cascade of sparks flying. Blue flames erupted from their thrusters, barely stabilizing their positions to avoid being pushed back. A fierce battle unfolded in the skies, with the black insectoid creatures buzzing loudly as their transparent wings vibrated furiously. They'll hold them off. Keep firing and destabilize the portal. Her voice was resolute yet urgent amidst the chaos. The captain and the others will be here any second. One of the blue and white mechas charged forward to intercept 3 Zerg stag beetles. Each beetle was 3 times the size of the mecha, their long antennae whipping through the air and their metallic mandibles gleaming menacingly. Despite their massive size, the beetles moved with unnerving agility in the sky. Streams of green acid spewed from their mouths, splattering onto the ground below and instantly releasing billowing white smoke. The corrosive liquid carved deep grooves into the terrain. The blue and white mecha was no less agile, twisting and dodging the streams of acid. Wielding a gun in one hand and a sword in the other, it flipped and maneuvered through the air, evading the relentless assaults of the Zerg. Meanwhile, the drones, their competition interrupted, hovered motionlessly in the air. Perhaps due to the abruptness of the situation, the broadcast team hadn't cut the feed, and the horrifying images of the Zerg were being transmitted live across the arena. In the mere minutes since the spatial rift had appeared, over a dozen Zerg had poured through the portal. In addition to the 3 airborne stag beetles, 12 other insectoid creatures of varying shapes and sizes scattered across the ground, spreading in all directions. Many mechas from the individual competition, unable to evacuate in time, remained on site, and the communications channel was filled with the panicked voices of pilots and the creaking groans of their mechas. High above, the lone blue and white mecha battling the 3 stag beetles was beginning to falter. She gritted her teeth and pressed on, knowing that any lapse in her defense would leave her teammates vulnerable. If they couldn't destabilize the spatial tunnel, an unending swarm of Zerg would flood through, engulfing Nin's city entirely. The sustained high-speed combat was pushing her to her limits. It usually took 3 mechas working in tandem to take down a single giant stag beetle, and now she was facing all 3 alone. For a brief moment, she hesitated, and a sharp mandible pierced through her mecha's armor, tearing through it as if it were paper. She swung her massive sword desperately, striking the mandible, but only managed to produce a few sparks. In a frantic move, she jammed her gun into the Zerg's mouth and pulled the trigger. A blinding beam of light shot into the creature's throat, eliciting a shrill screech. The beetle clamped its jaws shut with all its might, trapping the mecha's arm and instantly shredding it. Her anguished scream echoed across the battlefield. Nearby, another pilot's eyes reddened as she dodged the Zerg's attacks, firing her weapon toward the spatial rift. She was so close, yet unable to assist, forced to watch helplessly as another stag beetle lunged forward, grabbing the blue and white mecha by its legs. With a swift motion, it tore the mecha in half. Captain, 536, how much longer? 537's voice was filled with despair. Hold on, we just need 1 more minute. 1 minute. They had only managed to hold out for 30 seconds so far. 536 could still be saved as long as the cockpit remained intact. There was still hope. The stag beetle discarded the lower half of the mecha and lunged again, aiming its mandibles at the cockpit. No. 537 let out a heart-wrenching scream and tried to redirect her aim, but before she could, a streak of light flashed across the battlefield. An extended greatsword pierced through the stag beetle's soft underjaw, impaling its head. A crimson figure emerged at the edge of the battlefield, charging forward with a trail of dust and debris in its wake. Sulie's voice, cold and sharp, cut through the shared comms of the oversight squad. Apologies for being late. 038 furrowed her brows, struggling to believe the voice she was hearing. It was so familiar, a voice that had echoed countless times in her dreams. But here and now, his presence was entirely out of place. This was a battlefield. There was no doubt it was Instructor Su. He needed to leave immediately. The match had already been halted, and regardless of whether he was a participant or a student, his role made it clear that he should not be here. 537 cast a glance at 536, who had fallen along with the corpse of the sky beetle into the center of the insect swarm. She gritted her teeth but chose to remain silent. Sulie's sudden appearance filled her with a mix of joy and concern, but 536, now lost in the swarm, was no longer capable of fighting. If Sulie turned back now, there would be no hope left for 536. She wished, selfishly, for just one more minute. 536 had given everything to take down a sky beetle, and Instructor Su had already dealt with another. Only one remained, and she wouldn't need to face it head-on. All she needed was to create some distance, disrupt the spatial channel, and destabilize its structure. With Sulie and Lightning working together, there was still a slim chance of survival, as long as they focused on interference from the periphery. Below the channel, 6 more insectoid creatures remained, each with a distinct form. Their amber-like bodies were streaked with black stripes, and 6 jointed legs stood tall. Cricket-like heads bore 6 or 7 rotating, razor-sharp mandibles, emitting a menacing hissing sound as they faced the oncoming lightning. "I'm not leaving," Sulie declared firmly. "I made a promise to you, and I am your instructor. If being your instructor doesn't grant me the right to step onto this battlefield, then I have another identity. I am human." 038 froze. There was no more fitting identity than this. As long as someone belonged to humanity, they had the right to stand on this battlefield. From a distant platform, Tao Tao, who had been secretly listening to the channel communications, clenched his fists. What an inspiring declaration. He wanted nothing more than to toss aside the microphone, draw his sword, and charge into battle with the insects. But lacking the courage to approach, he could only keep his distance, controlling drones to follow Lightning's movements. Sulie finally got a clear look at the 3 camel crickets, 1 earwig, and 2 young cockroaches ahead. These were not ordinary insects, despite their names deriving from their resemblance to common household pests. After all, no one's camel crickets or cockroaches spat acid at humans or grew to sizes of 10 to 20 meters. The camel crickets' powerful hind legs granted them exceptional jumping ability. The moment the red mech appeared, they locked onto Sulie's position. With a tremor of the ground, the 3 crickets vanished in an instant, only to reappear hundreds of meters in the air, plummeting straight down at high speed. This wasn't Sulie's first encounter with such creatures. Though he couldn't understand why these insects were identical to those from his previous life, he knew there was no room for distraction on the battlefield. Watch out. There's still an earwig bellowit can spray venom that will reach you. Ascend 200 meters and maintain a fixed altitude for patrol. 537 swiftly spiraled upward, her heart pounding with unease as she glanced down at the so-called hidden wings. She had never encountered such a species of insects before. How did Sulie know about them? The red figure suddenly slowed down, abandoning the high mobility it had displayed during the competition. At this moment, she gripped her long sword, twirling it into a flourish. 3 mantis-like creatures plummeted from the sky, causing the ground to tremble slightly. They encircled the red mech in the center, their long antennae twitching and sharp mandibles moving in and out, oozing a faint green liquid. Their sturdy segmented legs were lined with sharp barbs that gleamed with a metallic sheen, leaving no doubt that even a slight scrape could instantly tear through the mech's outer armor. They scurried rapidly around Lightning, their movements accompanied by a chilling rustling sound as they gradually tightened their encirclement. Inside the cockpit, Lightning shuddered slightly. These insectoid creatures were far more terrifying than anything she had seen online. Just one glance made her blood run cold, her limbs stiff with fear. So this was what the mech pilots on the front lines faced every day. Feeling the warmth emanating from behind her, she subtly shifted backward. Lightning was not afraid these little things could be squashed with ease. She sneaked a glance at Sulie, only to find that his expression remained calm, even more composed than before. But were these really little things? When they reared up, they were taller than her mech. Sulie stared unblinkingly at the rapidly moving insectoids before him, as if transported back to his own battlefield. He unstrapped the meteor hammer from his back and casually dropped it to the ground. Gripping his sword with one hand, he maintained a steady speed of 60, charging toward one of the mantis-like creatures. With a sharp turn and a reverse upward slash, his heavy sword struck precisely at the joint where the limb connected to the body, severing the creature's thick hind leg with a single blow. Its egg-laying organ quivered violently, and the short spines on its abdomen scraped against the ground, leaving 2 deep grooves. The massive hind leg fell with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The creature scurried past Lightning, emitting an ear-piercing screech from its mandibles. Green liquid gushed from its wound, and though its gait became uneven, the pain seemed to spur it to move even faster. Sulie continued to control Lightning at an unhurried pace. Despite the breach in the encirclement, he showed no intention of escaping. The remaining 2 mantis-like creatures charged at the mech from different directions, closing the distance in an instant. Their massive mandibles snapped open and aimed for her waist. As the howling wind carried a swirl of dust, she leaped straight up, narrowly dodging the snapping jaws. With a swift thrust, she drove her sword into the compound eye of one of the creatures. Seizing its antenna, she used its violent struggles to vault onto its head. Her sword struck downward multiple times in quick succession, blinding its remaining eyes completely. Feeling the transparent fluid trickling down her leg, Lightning shuddered, her hair standing on end. Sulie, meanwhile, grabbed the creature's antenna with one hand, letting it emit a spine-chilling wail of agony as it writhed in pain. He tugged the long antenna of the cockroach-like creature to the right, and the massive mandibles of the one beneath him clashed directly with another of its kind. A piercing screech rang out as the impact occurred. With the sheer force of the movement, it managed to flip its opponent over. Sulie seized the opportunity, driving his long sword fiercely into the neck of the other creature. Using the momentum from the bucking motion of the one he was riding, he slashed its neck more than halfway through. Thick, green, viscous blood spurted out, reeking of a nauseating stench, quickly spreading beneath the creature. Without hesitation, he discarded the slippery, blood-slicked sword and pulled out a crimson spear from behind him. Clamping his legs tightly, he yanked the long antenna once more. The creature beneath him, blinded and in agony, charged wildly toward its three-legged counterpart. Though it had lost its sight, its forelegs were still sensitive to sound. Blinded and ridden by an enemy, its primal fear drove it instinctively toward its kin for help. Sulie gave a sharp twist, and the extendable spear lengthened abruptly. Riding atop the creature's massive head, he gripped the antenna firmly with one hand while clenching its thick neck tightly with his legs, forcing its speed to increase. Tao Tao stood frozen in shock nearby, while even 537 in the air was dumbfounded. Despite the seriousness of the battlefield, Sulie's appearance was undeniably comical. Meanwhile, Lightning had overcome her initial panic. Unlike the tense excitement of a competition, this life-or-death combat sent adrenaline surging through her veins. Her body no longer trembled from fear, but instead quivered with overstimulation, teetering on the edge of nervous frenzy. In the cockpit, a low murmur began to spread. Sulie frowned and glanced toward the source of the sound, noticing Lightning's pupils had contracted to needle-thin slits. She muttered in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Huh. Not scared. Huh. Not dirty. I can do this. It's just like riding a horse, right? I've never ridden one. But ahia. Under the relentless pressure, Lightning finally snapped. Everything she had experienced today was far beyond her past 5 years of deployment. She had fought in competitions, battled the insectoids, and now she was charging into battle riding a bug. Was there anything left in this world that was impossible? Gradually regaining her composure, she fixed her eyes on the crippled insect ahead, her spirits soaring. Wisps of white smoke began to rise visibly from her fiery red hair. Sulie couldn't tell if she had truly lost it or if some hidden limiter had been unlocked. As the smoke dissipated, her crimson hair slowly floated upward, and a faint red glow began to radiate from her body. A strange and indescribable sensation crept over him. On the system interface, a series of garbled text appeared before resolving into a new notification. Current Mecha Maiden has activated Resonance. During Resonance state, all attributes are doubled. Unique skill, General. While active, teammates' attributes increase by 50, enemies' attributes decrease by 30. Sulie's face showed astonishment. Hadn't expected the Mecha Maidens of this world to possess unique skills. Before he could examine further, Lightning flung her computer bag upward, clamped her legs tightly, and grinned with unrestrained fervor. Her red lips parted, and she let loose with wild abandon. Yeehaw! Hiya! Even 537, high up in the sky, heard her shout and froze in midair, narrowly avoiding having his head bitten off by a giant beetle. A ripple of red energy spread outward from the center of the lightning, covering an area with a radius of about 100 meters. Sulie could clearly feel a significant boost in all his attributes. In this state of resonance, his control over the lightning became more fluid, as though he had fused with it. Whenever he intended to manipulate the lightning, it would automatically adjust itself, effortlessly executing even the most complex maneuvers. It was as if she could share his thoughts, and he could sense the fiery energy coursing through her. The surging power radiated within her, with a flickering red glow at the center of her mechanical core. Master, I can feel you inside my body. This state was intoxicating. Sulie finally realized that something was indeed unusual about lightning. Innate skills were undoubtedly beneficial, but they likely came at the cost of mental strain. Did all mechanical girls possess innate skills, or was this resonance a result of the system? Sulie wasn't well-versed in the characteristics of mechanical girls in this world, especially when it came to the intricacies of their mechanical cores. The Academy's mechanical girls only dabbled with external armor and often rolled their eyes at him. Many of his questions went unanswered, and sometimes he was even falsely accused of indecent behavior. Yet after meeting Lightning, he hadn't had the chance to ask these questions, leaving him still a novice in certain areas. At this moment, for the first time, Lightning took the lead in dual operation Mighty, at least verbally. She wielded her long spear, clamping her legs tightly around the round head of a camel cricket with such force that its eyes nearly popped out. Without needing a whip, the cricket darted across the battlefield like a blur, its sharp spear tip delivering a powerful impact that pierced an oncoming cricket clean through. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lightning attacked while enthusiastically providing sound effects for her moves, her expression serious and solemn as though she were engaged in a life-defining mission. Sulie wanted to step forward and cover her mouth to stop the embarrassing sound effects, but he worried about disrupting her rhythm, leaving him no choice but to watch as she fought, shouting in a way that made him cringe. The amber-colored cricket let out a final piercing shriek before being skewered 3 or 4 times by the red spear. It was then flipped into the air by the jaws of its kin. Lightning's temporary mount, after dealing a heavy blow to its brethren, had no chance to catch its breath before being forcibly turned around by her to charge at the remaining 3 insects. It seemed destined to stray further down the path of betraying its kind. With each spirited cry, Lightning appeared to have discovered her purpose in the life of insects. In the arena, the atmosphere of fear and panic came and went swiftly. The audience's commotion subsided in less than 2 minutes. Lightning's unconventional and daring actions pushed her popularity to its peak. Go wild. Go all out. After all, life was exhausting enough. Being a little eccentric didn't hurt. At least for the spectators present, they thoroughly enjoyed the humor in Lightning's playful antics with the insects. On the competition field, riding a Zerg-like creature, she seemed to have angered the swarm. Despite this being an unprecedented sight in any contest, she made those ferocious, terrifying creatures gallop across the arena like majestic stallions, moving so fast that even drones struggled to keep up. Thankfully, there were plenty of drones on site to ensure minimal loss of real-time footage. The remarkable maneuvers in regular competitions were already impressive, but her performance left the audience utterly stunned. Tao Tao hurriedly wiped his mouth with his sleeve, realizing he had been drooling. Her spirited cries echoed across the arena, seemingly instilling immense courage in everyone present. The club staff became increasingly intrigued by her resonance abilities, speculating about her inherent skills. Someone hastily contacted the East City Club, knowing full well that if they had understood Lightning's resonance power, they never would have terminated her contract. Determined, they resolved to sign Sulie at any cost. In the lounges of various clubs, the sound of fists pounding on tables and angry outbursts filled the air, yet the East City Club remained unusually quiet. The manager slumped in his chair, his face pale. He realized that Sulie and Lightning were now beyond his reach. Regret can sometimes be fleeting, but this weight of remorse felt like something he would carry for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, the towering headquarters of the Inspection Corps exuded a futuristic aura. On the rooftop helipad, a dozen members in blue and white uniforms stood at attention. A massive vertical takeoff transport hovered in the air, its hatch suddenly opening. From over 20 meters high, a figure leapt down, the wind howling as her uniform billowed dramatically. Her legs, clad in black stockings, ended in sharp high heels that seemed capable of piercing hearts. She gazed coldly at the subordinates before her, their perfectly executed salutes failing to improve her mood. Lighting a cigarette, she took a deep drag before crushing it under her heel. The appearance of a spatial rift deep within human territory was baffling, and the Inspection Corps had always been responsible for the annual patrol of interference nodes in the void. Imagining the faces of the human council members at the upcoming meeting, she frowned deeply. She barked sharply. Why are you all standing around? I was on Mechanic Island for 2 days for repairs, and now you can't even do your jobs? In 2 hours, I want every piece of data I need on my desk. If you don't want to see me, then get your asses to the front lines and pair up with the bugs. A flurry of figures scattered instantly, none daring to provoke their commanding officer's wrath. A transport aircraft slowly lowered a rope ladder, and a petite figure began climbing down, step by step. She stood less than 160 centimeters tall, yet her chest made her uniform appear rather tight. With each rung she descended, she had to lean back slightly to continue her descent. Under the unfriendly gazes of the Night Hua A01 unit, she brushed off their stares with her short golden hair and approached the commanding officer, her face filled with resignation. You just got discharged from the hospital. Just got discharged. Did you plan on making the transport take another round trip, just for you? Jumping down from over 20 meters, did you forget why you were hospitalized in the first place? Should I remind you? That alloy desk in the office. I haven't even had the chance to replace it yet. Your size 36 boot print is still on it. An alloy desk? Is that what we're worried about right now? Forget the alloy desk, I feel like tearing this whole building down. Nighthua A01 shook her head of jet black hair. If you didn't hear her speak, she might pass for a warm, empathetic older sister. But the moment she opened her mouth, she transformed into a fierce, no-nonsense force to be reckoned with. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. Can't even do your jobs right. You spend your days running around with guns, chasing stray cats and picking fights. What? Did the budget go straight to the dogs? Han-hai B31 adjusted the strands of hair near her ear and pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. Behind the plain lenses, her eyes rolled upward slightly as she replied in an even tone. Well, thanks to the leadership's excellent guidance, of course. If even an alloy desk can get a boot print on it, I'd say it's no surprise that the subordinates have some violent tendencies. You're pushing it, aren't you? Nighthua's gaze darkened even further. Han-hai straightened her posture, puffed out her chest, and met Nighthua's glare heat without flinching. Oh, I'm not done. That desk you kicked? It was mine. In case you've forgotten, the desk you flipped over broke 6 of my ribs. Nighthu froze, momentarily speechless. Han-hai took a step closer, her chest pressing against Nighthua's stomach. Some people might want to think twice before blowing up in anger, especially when the person they're yelling at had been humbly pleading, working tirelessly on their behalf, and even dragging themselves out of the ICU to clean up their mess. No need to make it sound so awful, Nighthu muttered. You're part of the inspection team too. Is this cleaning up after me? As if you've never contributed to the mess in the inspection team's metaphorical public restroom. Han-hai narrowed her eyes slightly and turned back toward the rope ladder, placing her hand on it again. In a flash, Nighthu darted forward, wrapping both arms around Han-hai's legs. Good sister, I was wrong. I'll replace your desk as soon as we get back. No more alloy. How about one with padded edges? All pink if you want. And if that's not enough, I'll add a bed too. You can lie down while you work. As she spoke, she seized the moment while Han-hai wasn't looking to frantically wave at the transport aircraft, signaling it to leave. Han-hai shot her an exasperated glare, then strode toward the building. Nighthu let out a long sigh of relief and trailed closely behind Han-hai, careful not to walk ahead of her. The mechanical island is an extraordinarily mysterious place. Although the mech girls and humans have coexisted for over a century, no human has ever set foot on the island. It hovers silently in the sky, seemingly unreachable yet vast in scale. Many attempts have been made by humans to reach the island through various means, but all have ended in failure. The massive floating island appears almost illusory, as if it lacks a physical form. Vehicles piloted by humans can pass through it effortlessly, like traversing a mirage. Such crude attempts at exploration were never hindered by the island, as if the mech girls were confident that humanity's current level of technology could never breach their defenses. Over the past century, through countless attempts, humanity has always arrived at the same conclusion. The mechanical island remains suspended in midair, forever out of reach. Deep within the island lies a colossal wall of television screens, divided into countless smaller panels, each flickering with live surveillance footage. The cacophony of voices echoes through the empty space, creating a hollow resonance. The screens prominently display real-time broadcasts of various competitions. Opposite the massive wall, countless neural sensors are connected to small petri dishes neatly arranged across the floor. The vast expanse resembles an endless honeycomb pattern of cultivation chambers. 2 mech girls dressed in white gowns are operating a massive set of equipment, meticulously dispensing measured amounts of nutrient solution into each dish. In the boundless space, some dishes occasionally emit a faint glow. Each time a glow appears, the dish is lifted by the groove beneath it and transported along a designated pathway to another area, with its vacant spot promptly replaced by a new dish. Another blue one. Lately, the output of high-quality mech girls has been declining, one of them remarked. Let alone those with inherent skills. Even S-class mech girls have become rare. We've done everything we can, but the production of mech girls is beyond our control. Without qualified pilots, we can't nurture qualified mech girls. We should have gotten used to this by now. If not for those holding the front lines, humanity wouldn't even have a future. I think we should pull back. The force's pressure is what drives progress. At this rate, the front lines might not hold for another 20 years. The white-clad mech girl, designated as number 03, furrowed her brow. The older generation of mech girls, despite enduring wear and sacrifice, had dwindled to just a few still fighting on the front lines. Meanwhile, the newer generation was inconsistent in quality, making them unreliable. Is it inevitable for every civilization to decline after reaching its peak? She mused. But the civilization of humans and mech girls has never even reached its pinnacle. Perhaps humanity's plan should be considered. Number 03 tilted her head slightly. Number 04, after pondering for a moment, asked, Are you referring to Black Feather? Exactly. Using the genetic sequences contained in human brain cells to cultivate new mech girls. At the very least, it would provide a broader range of compatibility. It's undeniable that their learning ability is stronger. Are you out of your mind? You should know this is yet another test from humans. They simply want to extract critical intelligence that belongs to us from the mouths of these hybrid creations. Number 03, the white-clad mecha maiden, adjusted her glasses and revealed a faint, indifferent smile, as if to say, They haven't succeeded, have they? All modifications cannot bypass the core directives of Mechanical Island. Even though they claim to be human, deep down in their subconscious, they are still mecha maidens. Yet, they are failures. You know very well that almost every mecha maiden of the same type ends up self-destructing due to cognitive dissonance. We've experimented with over 100 of these types, but only 3 have survived. Despite being Sclass, they've never set foot on the battlefield. The Human Council would never allow them to go to war. Such Sclass units are practically useless. But what if we mass-produce them? Are you insane? Mecha maidens can never be mass-produced. At most, only 3 units of the same model can exist at once. Each sequence represents a unique mechanical system, one that is highly singular and exclusive. The more mecha maidens produced from a single sequence, the weaker they become. Only a solitary mecha from a sequence has the potential to break through to Sclass. And of course, not every sequence can produce in Sclass mecha. At the edge of space, a colossal mechanical tree shimmered with golden light, its branches entwined with countless mechanical sequences, radiating a faint glow. The gazes of the 2 mecha maidens lingered on the mechanical tree, and they fell into a moment of silence. No one knew how to break the current stalemate. Perhaps only the emergence of a large number of Sclass mechas could prevent the front lines from further retreating and offer a glimmer of hope for a counterattack. In the distance, a faint golden light flickered within a cultivation chamber. The 2 mecha maidens looked over in astonishment and realized the light was becoming increasingly intense. Sight was no illusion. They exchanged glances and immediately connected to the chamber's neural sensor. A fiery red figure flashed in their minds, holding a crimson spear and charging on the back of a massive insect toward 3 other Zerg. The lightning-fast figure dominated the massive display wall, her heroic demeanor stirring the once-dead silence of the breeding facility. Nutrient fluid in countless cultivation chambers began depleting rapidly, and specks of light blossomed in every corner of the facility. Multicolored brilliance erupted, and the breeding facility, which would typically take ages to produce even a single mechanical core, now saw them appearing in clusters. 1, 2, 3, 5 golden beams of light shot up, forming 5 dazzling pillars. Amidst the vibrant radiance, these pillars stood out, lifted from their slots, and swiftly transported to the Sclass mecha maiden cultivation room. The 2 mecha maidens followed closely, their eyes fixed on the 5 cultivation chambers, unable to look away. Golden patterns began to flicker within the chambers, and astonishingly, the 5 chambers began to connect with one another. They stared in disbelief at the scene before them, their mouths agape, unable to close for a long time. Each golden pattern represented a mechanical sequence, and sequences capable of producing Sclass cores were already rare and exceptionally powerful. But now, these sequences were intertwining with one another. The 2 mecha maidens had never witnessed anything like this before. They exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, one of them pressed the communicator on the control panel. "This is Breeding Chamber Supervisor 03. I have an urgent matter to report to the governor. The breeding chamber is experiencing anomalies under code 3347 Malawian Kwaches. Requesting remote assistance from any mecha maiden with the relevant permissions." The communicator quickly crackled to life again, and 2 slightly aged voices came through, causing 03 to immediately straighten her posture. "Are you certain the code is 3347 Malawian Kwaches?" "I'm certain," 03 confirmed firmly. "Do not take any action. We'll be there immediately." Before the communicator went silent, the 2 in the control room could hear a clatter in the background, the sound of cups and dishes being knocked over in excitement. After a long pause, 04 slowly raised her head, looking at the still stunned 03, and asked, "Was that the elders?" 03 nodded silently. Such aged voices could only belong to the elders of Mechanical Island, as ordinary mecha maidens never lived long enough to grow old. Dozens of blue and white mechas finally arrived at the spatial rift. Realizing their defeat was inevitable, the insectoid creatures let out unwilling screeches. The giant beetle didn't even give the inspection squad a chance to kill it. With one last glance at Lightning, who was holding a long spear, its compound eyes gleaming with hatred, it charged directly into the unstable spatial passage. In an instant, it was torn apart by the power of the rift, leaving behind nothing but fragments scattered like a green rain. Gunfire and authorized cluster cannons rained down on the spatial passage, engulfing it completely. Faintly, the echoes of insectoid screeches could be heard from the void. Lightning pinned the last hidden-winged insect to the ground with her spear. It struggled, lashing its long tail, the 2 sharp spikes at the tip extending and retracting. The moment a camel cricket climbed onto it, its abdomen exploded, spraying pale yellow venom everywhere. The venom hissed as it burned through everything in its path. The cricket's armored abdomen proved useless against the potent acid, dissolving rapidly. It collapsed to the ground before it could even let out a cry. "Giddy up! Giddy up!" Lightning, seemingly unaware of what had just happened, tugged at the antennae of the insect. With an unexpected jerk, the antenna came off entirely, pulling out a mess of sticky green substances. Startled, she instinctively flung the slimy remains away. It was only then that she realized what had happened, letting out a gasp as her face flushed bright red. 038 surveyed the chaotic scene on the ground. then glanced at Lightning, who had leaped off the cricket and now stood frozen in shock. Her expression turned oddly amused. Did we come here for nothing? She muttered. Hovering beside Lightning, she disengaged her mecha form. Dressed in a blue and white uniform with high-waisted boots that emphasized her long legs, she looked up at the towering mecha in front of her. Reaching out, she patted Lightning's calf. Not bad. After such an intense battle, you've only got a few minor scratches. At worst, your external armor's just a bit scuffed. A flash of red light signaled Sulie's arrival beside 038, clutching his nose. The air was filled with the acrid stench of acid corrosion. 038 pulled a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to Sulie. He took it and quickly covered his nose and mouth, the faint fragrance of the cloth easing his discomfort. Meanwhile, 537 had managed to drag the severely injured 536 out of her damaged cockpit. 530 SIX's lower body was completely unresponsive, her face pale as a sheet. She slumped bonelessly against 537's shoulder. Even so, upon seeing Sulie, she mustered a weak smile. Those insectoid corpses can't just be buried, Sulie instructed, pointing to two cockroach-like creatures in the field. You need to douse them in strong acid or thoroughly burn them with incendiary bombs. The creatures, despite being nearly torn apart by lightning, still twitched persistently, their limbs jerking uncontrollably. A group of mech girls quickly gathered some incendiary bombs and approached the two insectoids. Sulie, you've truly impressed me, 038 said with a smirk. I thought you were good at your job, but I didn't know you were this good. Looks like appointing you as our instructor was the right call. When will Instructor Su have time to fulfill his duties at his post? Tomorrow, perhaps. Although it's a weekday, I'm free. He shrugged indifferently. Visiting the inspection team to see more mech girls wasn't exactly a bad thing for him. 536, are you sure it's fine? No problem. The lower limb nerve is dead. It just needs to be replaced at the mech girls maintenance center. Sulie froze for a moment, unsure how to respond. The advantages of mech girls were obvious, especially in terms of their superior strength compared to humans. 038 glanced at Sulie's hands without revealing much emotion. His slender fingers showed no sign of trembling, despite undergoing high-intensity operations. She instantly understood this man hadn't reached his limit, not even when facing the Zerg. So, where exactly was his limit? This must be the pilot of Lightning. Hello, I'm today's commentator, Tao Tao. Nice to meet you. A slightly overweight middle-aged man walked up to Sulie, grabbing his hand for an enthusiastic handshake. Though his face was covered in sweat and his body trembled slightly from fear, his excitement was evident. The description in the files was one thing, but meeting the person in real life was something else entirely. Despite looking even younger than in his photos, the calmness in his eyes was something no picture could capture. Hello, I used to listen to your commentary often. It's an honor to meet you in person. Would you mind giving me your autograph? Sulie's words sent Tao Tao over the moon. Of course. Sign here on this shirt. He pulled a marker out of his pocket, lifted his sweat-soaked t-shirt, and pointed to the only dry spot on his chest. Sulie hesitated for a moment, but eventually took the marker and wrote both his name and Lightning's on Tao Tao's shirt. Tao Tao then grabbed a notebook from a platform drawer, wrote a lively message of blessings, and signed his name as well. They exchanged autographs, and under Tao Tao's urging, even took a photo together. Satisfied, Tao Tao left on his platform. Lightning shrank behind Sulie, her face flushed red. If it weren't for her defined features, Sulie might have thought she had pulled her skin-tight outfit over her head. Why are you always hiding back there? Weren't you fighting so boldly just now? Sulie tried to turn around to get a better look at her, but she clung tightly to the back of his shirt, refusing to let him move. The strength of a mech girl was truly overwhelming. It's no big deal. What's a little social embarrassment? Wanting to shine in public usually comes with a bit of that. If you just toughen up a little, you'll realize, Sulie teased casually, only to be met with a heavy punch from Lightning. Caught off guard, he felt his insides shift as if he might throw up last night's dinner. What are you doing? Trying to murder your pilot. To hit you because you were laughing at me. Lightning huffed in frustration. Come on, I warned you, didn't I? I told you to be careful, but you insisted on dubbing yourself. How is that my fault? Sulie said helplessly. Stop talking. Lightning snapped, refusing to let it go. A visible wisp of white smoke rose from Lightning's head, indicating her mechanical core was prone to overheating recently. Starting tomorrow, she would reside at the inspection squad's headquarters, or if that wasn't convenient, the squad could dispatch a team to escort her. Upon hearing this, Sulie stopped playfully teasing Lightning and turned to 038 with a puzzled expression. What's going on? A single instructor gets this level of treatment. For an ordinary instructor, such high-level arrangements would indeed be excessive. However, if the instructor was the designated core contract pilot for a mech girl with an innate skill, then it was entirely justified. She smiled gently at Lightning, nodding slightly. Two hunched figures were crouched on a floating platform, their canes inserted into the platform's grooves to serve as handles, struggling to maintain their balance. The platform, originally designed for one person, was now cramped with two. As it sped forward, it swayed left and right, but ultimately managed to deliver the two elderly figures to the breeding facility. 03 and 04 could hardly believe their eyes. The esteemed elders, usually so dignified, now had their silver hair blown back by the wind, resembling two silver brooms. Their clothing was disheveled, but they paid no attention to it. As they stepped off the platform, their legs trembled, though their lips remained firm. Quick, take us there. 03 and 04 nodded, intending to lead the way, but were surprised to see the elders, with their unsteady gait, already walking ahead of them. Despite being in good health, 03 and 04 couldn't keep up and had to jog to follow closely behind. Code 3347. It's been so many years I thought I'd never see it again in my lifetime. Behind the specially designed glass, 5 cultivation chambers had undergone a dramatic transformation. What were once small containers had been ruptured in a short span of time. 5 gleaming golden mechanical cores now hovered in midair, rotating slowly. Golden mechanical sequences coiled around them, seemingly alive, wrapping layer by layer around the cores. The two elders pressed themselves against the glass, their expressions filled with awe, like infatuated admirers gazing at a beauty. Quick, take pictures. Yes, send them to that girl, the governor. Tell her to deploy more resources. These 5 precious gems must not be lost under any circumstances. From now on, I'm staying here. You, girl, fetch the sap from the mechanical tree. These golden cores are treasures. How could they possibly drink Scrade nutrient fluid? What if they become malnourished? 03 and 04 froze in shock. Scrade nutrient fluid was reserved exclusively for Scrade mechs, and yet it was being dismissed as inadequate? May I ask, esteemed elders, how many drops of tree sap are needed? Drops? Are you joking? Start with 5 barrels. This is the sap of the mechanical tree. Just 1 drop is enough to produce 10 pounds of Scrade nutrient fluid. 03 and 04 were utterly stunned. Staring at the 5 golden cores behind the glass, they suddenly realized they had stumbled upon a story they could proudly recount for the rest of their lives. So, you're planning to come back to the warehouse with us? Lightning's voice involuntarily rose as she stared at the woman in front of her, whose smile was as radiant as it was suspicious. Deep down, Lightning couldn't shake the feeling that her intentions were less than pure. I really haven't awakened any inherent skills, I swear. And I don't have any resonance either. Master can vouch for me. Sulie could tell that Lightning was doing everything in her power to prevent any other mecha girls from moving into the warehouse with her. She was willing to risk public embarrassment just to stand in front of him and block the way. For a brief moment, Sulie felt genuinely touched. He gently pushed Lightning aside and reached out to clasp 038's hands, smiling warmly. Welcome, leader. Looking forward to your guidance. 038 froze for a second, a faint blush creeping across her face. She opened her mouth to speak, stumbling slightly over her words as she changed the subject. Oh, so you live in a warehouse, huh? That place must be pretty spacious. Lightning quickly leaned in and yanked Sulie's hands away, her movements abrupt and full of urgency. She didn't know why, but seeing him touch another mecha girl stirred a strange unease in her chest. It was a feeling she didn't like, one that even surpassed her fear of embarrassment. Actually, it's not that big, just a small warehouse. Once I fully unfold, it's basically packed. Sulie explained. Hearing this, 038 glanced playfully at Lightning, whose eyes were filled with suspicion, as though her face proclaimed, "You're not welcome here." Amused by her reaction, 038 decided to tease her a little. Stepping around Lightning, she addressed Sulie directly. It's not as dramatic as you make it sound. We're not here for guidance. To be precise, we're here to ensure your safety. You might not be fully aware of this, but every pilot and mecha capable of resonance and developing inherent skills is closely monitored by both the Human Council and Mecha Island. The Human Council provides platforms or resources, while we handle security. In certain special cases, we even offer personal protection. Personal protection? You mean signing a core contract kind of personal protection? Lightning stepped in front of Sulie again, her gaze fixed firmly on 038 as she spoke each word with emphasis. Without a core contract, personal protection is just playing games. Her words left not only 038, but also Sulie momentarily stunned. After all, combat mecha girls had no opportunity to sign contracts with humans. Their allegiance was solely to Mecha Island, where they served for life. Sulie instinctively reached out to pat Lightning's head, trying to diffuse the tension. Don't mind her, Captain. She's just joking. 038 let out a soft sigh, her expression tinged with a trace of melancholy as she cast a fleeting glance at Sulie. Seeing his slight frown, a subtle discomfort rose within her. Meanwhile, search teams scouring for remnants of the insectoids began returning one after another. Finally, someone from the competition organizers decided to show up. A group of officials stood nervously at the edge of the security perimeter, whispering among themselves, their anxiety palpable. The unexpected insectoid incident had them all on edge, fearing the fallout might implicate them. Representatives from various major clubs had also arrived in droves, their objectives clear as they scanned the scene, trying to spot the red mecha. Pilots capable of resonating with mechas were 1 in a million. Although they knew the chances of signing Sulie were slim to none, they couldn't bring themselves to give up so easily. After all, he was a future supers pilot in the making. While he might not yet be fully matured, he already possessed the essential qualities needed to reach that pinnacle. Members from various clubs gathered together, hostility evident among them. They barely exchanged a few words before the tension grew so thick it seemed a fight could break out at any moment. The inspection team intervened swiftly, and under the cold threat of their guns, the crowd reluctantly calmed down, lowering their voices to converse with the organizers. Earlier in the day, 038 had already placed Sulie and Lightning inside the military vehicle, successfully avoiding any disturbances from the crowd. Uninterested in exchanging pleasantries with those people, she delegated the task to her deputy captain, opting instead to personally drive the military vehicle. With half her team in tow, she drove away from the competition venue. Inside the vehicle, Lightning appeared dejected, leaning against Sulie like a wronged child. As the venue faded into the distance, the disappointment on her face became more pronounced. Concerned, Sulie asked, "Lightning, what's wrong?" Lightning slowly shook her head, offering no response. At first, Sulie assumed she was upset due to a social mishap, but as they drove further, he noticed her gaze fixed on the venue and realized his assumption might have been wrong. Gently ruffling her hair, he comforted her. "It's all right. It's just a competition. We'll find another chance to participate again." Lightning nodded slightly, letting out a heavy Although this was her first ever competition in the truest sense, her heart was still filled with regret. Sulie reassured her, "Don't worry. I'll always remember the sight of you dominating the arena. After this competition, I'm sure many people will remember you too. Next time, you might even have your own fans." Lightning's eyes lit up with hope as she asked eagerly, "Really?" Sulie nodded firmly. "Of course. It's not just your skills that are impressive. Your sound effects alone would leave other mechas miles behind." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pinch on his waist, freezing him in place. He dared not move. Thankfully, the small hand relented, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking down, he saw Lightning's expressionless face, her crimson eyes faintly radiating a hint of menace. Meanwhile, in the expansive office of the inspection team headquarters, the alloy conference table was piled high with various documents. Yihua, a cigarette dangling from her lips, had her long legs propped up on the table, her brows furrowed in frustration. She flipped through the summarized reports from various departments. Even though they had been condensed, the stack was still as thick as a dictionary. A vein throbbed on her forehead as her anger boiled over. "How long do you expect me to go through all this, page by page? Are you seriously telling me there's no issue with the interference nodes above the void?" She glared at the group of subordinates standing rigidly before her, slamming the documents onto the table with a loud thud. "After all this investigation, this is the result you give me? Who's to blame for this? Local radical groups? The Human Council? Or some fictional two-dimensional invasion of reality? I need answers, not guesses." Her subordinates stood silent, heads bowed. Just then, Han Hai entered the room, also carrying a thick stack of documents. Seeing her, Yihua's frown deepened. "The council hasn't given us much time. I've managed to secure only 2 more days. I've already streamlined these materials." As she passed the group of standing mecha girls, her gaze briefly lingered on Han Hai's figure, weighed down by the hefty documents, causing the others' expressions to grow even grimmer. Han Hai placed the heavy documents on the conference table and retrieved a hard drive from the pocket of her jacket, plugging it into the terminal. The large screen lit up, displaying a structural diagram. "There are 3 key points we need to focus on. First, the interference nodes. I don't want written reports. I need you to personally take your teams and recheck all related nodes. There are only 360 nodes in the affected area. You have 1 day to complete this. Second, based on feedback from the mecha girls on site, the communication jamming device at the venue experienced significant fluctuations at a specific time. Investigate this. I want to know the exact cause of these fluctuations." She continued. "Third, identify all individuals and organizations capable of producing high-frequency signal transmitters. I need the most detailed information possible within half a day." Han Hai adjusted her glasses, her sharp gaze sweeping across everyone in the room. After removing the hard drive, she said coldly, "Meeting adjourned." The team members quickly saluted Han Hai, their heels clicking so forcefully it was almost deafening. Though her presence was intimidating, there was no denying that having her in charge brought a sense of relief. At least now, their investigation had a clear direction, sparing them from aimlessly sifting through piles of documents like headless chickens. After quickly assigning tasks to everyone, Han Hai finally took a seat. Yehua glanced at the 2 large bundles she had placed on the conference table, his temple throbbing slightly. Han Hai shot him a dissatisfied glare, while he held a cigarette in his mouth, giving her a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, "What are you looking at? Without me, this place would fall apart sooner or later." She felt a twinge of regret. If she had known how exhausting this line of work would be, She might have found a contractor instead. She couldn't understand why Yehua looked at her like that. Was it because her head felt empty, as if her intelligence was running on fumes? Who was it that once swore off men and vowed to dedicate her life to work? What good was regret now? Besides, there were plenty of female pilots. These days, her life revolved entirely around work. Even when her health suffered, she only sought medical attention to perform better at her job. She wasn't a human, but she wasn't livestock either. Even a mech girl needed to go shopping and wanted new clothes and bags. The one she was wearing now? Last year's model. Yehua felt a bit annoyed with himself, thinking he shouldn't have brought up those things. Just recalling her dorm, which was packed with all kinds of clothes, made his head ache more than reviewing documents ever did. He had to admit, though, Hanhai had a knack for picking the perfect outfit from a chaotic pile. In that regard, she truly was well-suited for intelligence compilation. What did you mean by what you said in the meeting? Hanhai raised her head, her face full of surprise. Seriously? The chief inspector of the supervisory division can't understand plain words? Yehua's heart tightened, feeling a twinge of resignation. It was true some people occupied high positions without fulfilling their duties, yet their combat prowess left subordinates with no room to argue. After all, might made right. Glancing around, she thought to herself, looking at her, I don't see any real capability. If she's so powerful, why stop at kicking the table? She might as well overturn the entire council. Yehua tried her best to suppress her anger. Even if she couldn't silence Hanhai, she could at least pretend to be magnanimous. You suspect that someone or some corporation is producing high-frequency transmitters to reveal coordinates to the insectoids. Hanhai asked. It's not suspicion, it's certainty. And it's highly likely to be corporate-directed, with individuals carrying out the production, Yehua responded, slapping the table with conviction. Of course it's important. We're just missing a bit of evidence. Hanhai shot Yehua a look as if she were staring at an idiot, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. No, it's not important. What's important is making others think we already have the evidence. Yehua wanted to feign a sudden realization, but Hanhai's next words brought her back down to earth. So, judging by the chief inspector's expression, do you have a plan? Yehua asked. No, you're overthinking. Right now, you're the commander-in-chief. I'm only responsible for combat support. Hanhai gave Yehua a slightly disdainful glance, picked up her terminal, and blatantly started slacking off. Just wait. Someone will slip up eventually, Hanhai said confidently. Yehua froze for a moment, feeling an itch all over her body. Wait, always waiting. Whenever something happened, most of her time was spent waiting. This made her feel like she might be a bit dim. So what's their goal in doing this? To alter the current power dynamics? She wondered. Who knows? It's not like I'm one of them, she thought to herself. Teaming up with the Zerg? No thanks. But using this as an excuse to investigate Mechanical Island? That can be done. They're giving us trouble? Why? Haven't we compromised enough over the years? Have you ever thought that maybe we've compromised too much? Hanhai scrolled through the terminal, selected the clothes he liked, and decisively clicked the purchase button. Who would ever complain about having too much power? Especially in today's world, where super-class pilots are becoming increasingly rare. Yehua paused for a moment, failing to understand how a Zerg breaking through an existing blockade could possibly be connected to super-class pilots. Knowing one's limits is important, and for a machine girl, even more so. So she decisively gave up trying to make sense of it, picked up Hanhai's coffee beside her, took a sip, and immediately sprayed it out. Why are you drinking this bitter stuff again? Because I need to stay awake and alert to handle the brain work that some people clearly can't manage. Yehua clenched her fists under the table, tightening and loosening them repeatedly. Thinking of her fractured heel, she gave up on the idea of slamming the table again. In the dormitory of the third squad of the inspection team, Shandian was hugging a shiny golden trophy, grinning foolishly. Ever since 038 helped her request the trophy from the organizers, her impression of her had skyrocketed. She had been calling her sister, non-stop, just short of kneeling to swear sisterhood. For women, dislike and admiration are often just a matter of leverage. For Shandian, the best leverage was the trophy in her arms. Sis, I'm the happiest machine girl in the world. Yes, you're absolutely right. 038 glanced at Sulie, then adjusted the position of the trophy in Shandian's arms. It was now perfectly positioned to catch the drool she'd been leaving behind, sparing the bedsheets from getting wet. She didn't want to deal with washing them. Sulie leaned over with some concern, took a look, and nodded. The trophy was large enough that, if Shandian didn't move, it would probably take 3 hours to fill it up completely. Someone from Arca Industries is here. Do you want to meet them? Now they show up. Sulie frowned. At this point, he couldn't believe there wasn't some connection to Shandian's resonance. Did they bring any conditions? 038 heard this, gave Sulie a thumbs up, and a flicker of approval passed through her eyes. They did. They're asking you to join their club. Arca Industries promises that once you sign the contract, they'll provide you with an S-class machine girl, and all resources will be prioritized for you. I've said before, when a pilot capable of resonating with a machine girl appears, the Human Council will provide resources to support them. Arca Industries probably spent a lot to secure this opportunity. Sulie couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Well, They've really been putting their efforts in the wrong place. Throwing money at the council? Did they ever consider that I might refuse? Of course they did. Their goal is simple. If you don't accept the contract, it's equivalent to forfeiting the resources the human council would provide for you. Then so be it. Sulie responded immediately, not even bothering to think it over. First, they had tried to threaten him, then nearly killed him, and now they wanted to use such disgusting tactics to force him onto their side? And they still expected him to agree? Do capitalists have no shame at all? He had seen countless shameless tactics in his life. In his previous life, those second-generation heirs, in order to fraudulently claim military achievements, had abandoned him in the vastness of space, leaving him to die in fear and despair. Compared to that, the tricks he faced now were merely child's play. Giving up resources? So what? No matter how much he lost, it was still just a loss. Without hesitation, he gave his answer, leaving 038 wide-eyed in shock. The resources at stake were immense. Not to mention the rarity of its class mecha girl, just the various modules required later to enhance her attributes would cost an astronomical sum. Even seasoned pilots struggled to upgrade their mecha girls with better modules, let alone Sulie, who was currently penniless. He probably couldn't even afford the cheapest blue module. Yet, despite all this, he refused without a second thought. You might want to think carefully. Lightning is still in a class mecha girl, 038 reminded him. While she didn't know how a class mecha girl like herself could resonate with him, upgrading to S-class would require a significant investment in modules. And beyond S-class, there was still the super S-class. The road ahead was long. No need to think about it. Right now, I just want my emotional damages compensated, Sulie said firmly. Once an unknown figure, he was now a pilot capable of resonating with a mecha girl. He figured he could negotiate for a higher level of compensation. At his words, 038's expression turned slightly odd. Sulie felt a pang of unease. What? Wasn't this reasonable? It should be. It absolutely should be. And Aka Industries had indeed offered compensation. But, how to put it? The compensation was generous, but he might find it hard to accept. Sulie froze. Was there really any form of compensation in this world that he couldn't accept? Gritting her teeth, 038 decided to lay it all out. The compensation they offered could be seen as either very sincere or utterly insincere. But the thing was, even if this went to the council for arbitration, others would say he'd gotten a good deal. They've compensated you with an S-class mecha girl, 038 revealed, and Sulie instantly grasped the truth of the matter. His expression twisted as if he'd swallowed something foul. Don't tell me they gave me black feather? 038 awkwardly gave him a thumbs up. Smart as always, bro. Smart, my ass. Those bastards are truly heartless. Sulie was so furious he wanted to punch the wall, but remembering he wasn't in his own space, he angrily sat back down. Their generosity was a sham. Dumping a useless, defective mecha girl on him was just a way to recycle their waste. This was a disaster wrapped in a disaster. I don't want it. Tell Aka Industries to get lost. Brother, you might want to reconsider. Even if she's just there to serve tea and water, she's still an S-class mecha girl. 038 tried to persuade him. But just looking at her irritates me. And from her perspective, she might be even more annoyed. Sulie retorted. Sis has some inside info for you. You know Red Spear? Black Feather's loyal follower, always by her side, 038 whispered. Sulie narrowed his eyes, suddenly finding 038's sisterly affection incredibly endearing. Really? 038 leaned in close and whispered in his ear, really? I heard she's been asking around about your preferences these past few days. She's willing to do anything to ensure Black Feather doesn't get mistreated. Sulie quietly shifted away from her. Sis, what are you talking about? I'm a model citizen who upholds good virtues and positive values. How could I ever mistreat a mecha girl? Oh, by the way, let her know I'm not a fan of her wearing a suit. A maid outfit, though, might be acceptable. In the spacious conference room, Sulie originally thought he would meet representatives from Aka Industries. However, when he pushed the door open, the sight that greeted him was an empty room with nothing but a single document on the table. Their attitude toward him lacked even the most basic respect. Upon learning that he had rejected the contract, the representative from Aka Industries stood up without hesitation and left without a word. To them, it seemed that a pilot like Sulie wasn't worth their time. Sulie picked up the document, quickly skimmed through it, and decisively signed his name. Standing behind him, 038 hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. While sticking to one's principles is admirable, 038 knew that in Sulie's situation, her authority offered little help. Humans are inherently social beings, and rejecting Aka Industries' offer might have felt satisfying in the moment, but both she and Sulie understood that the path ahead would be far more difficult. Aka Industries didn't represent the Human Council directly. It was merely a peripheral entity, but even this peripheral connection symbolized the interests of the Human Council. By rejecting Aka Industries, Sulie was, in essence, rejecting the Human Council. In Southern City, no club would dare sign a contract with Sulie under the pressure of Aka Industries. Even though he was an exceptional pilot, the prize money from city-level competitions was limited and insufficient to support upgrades for Lightning. Provincial-level competitions, on the other hand, required club backing to participate. The future had suddenly closed in on itself, forming a vicious cycle. This meant that even if Sulie gave his all, his achievements would remain confined to city-level competitions. With his skills, he could easily win at that level, but over time, audiences and event organizers would lose interest. All because of a single contract, Sulie's potential was effortlessly buried by the hands of capital. How could such an outcome not be infuriating? 038 looked at Sulie. His youthful figure stood tall and resolute, exuding an intangible aura that drew one's gaze. She couldn't help but think of every possible way out for him. Staying with the inspection squad as an instructor was a dream opportunity for most pilots, but for Sulie, he deserved a broader horizon. Moreover, with an instructor's salary, it might take him half a lifetime to upgrade Lightning to class. How many half-lifetimes does one get? The golden age for an average pilot peaked at around 35 years old. Beyond that, physical capabilities began to decline and reflexes dulled. Even if they made it to the arena, they would merely serve as a foil for others. How could Sulie possibly accept such a fate? Would his piloting skills simply fade into obscurity? What if Sulie started his own club? No, that wouldn't work. The approval process for clubs was extremely complex, and Aka Industries would undoubtedly intervene at the first opportunity. Hey, what's wrong? 038 snapped out of her thoughts as Sulie waved his hand in front of her, a smile on his face as if none of this mattered. Nothing. Aren't you worried? No club is going to extend an olive branch to you, she said. Doesn't matter. If it comes to that, I can always head to the battlefield. Earning military merits works just as well to upgrade Lightning. Sulie replied confidently, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. With my skills, dealing with a small Zerg swarm is nothing. Look at this. While others avoid the battlefield, you're charging straight into it. Are you crazy? Relax, I never said I was going right now. Sulie replied nonchalantly, waving a hand as he walked out. 038 gritted his teeth, staring at Sulie's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. What's your plan exactly? What else? Obviously, I'll ride the wave and play a few more matches. Sulie stopped in front of the third squad's dormitory, turned around, and shrugged. Does it matter? I don't need any modules. Even if Lightning can't be upgraded, so what? I alone can outperform countless modules. Through the window, he could clearly see Lightning clutching the trophy, grinning like a fool. It seemed that with the trophy, the pilot's identity no longer mattered. Modules were never essential. Trying to limit me with resources? That only shows their lack of confidence, doesn't it? Don't forget, my mech partner is only a rank, but does it matter? We still resonate, don't we? Bathed in the soft glow of the sunset, 038 was momentarily swept up by Sulie's bold words. He stepped forward, grabbed Sulie's ear, and growled. Even though I know you're right, sorry, my hand just got a little itchy. Ouch. Ow. That hurts. Sulie yelped, slapping 038's hand, his earlier composure completely gone. Alright, I'll talk, okay? Arca Industries' old rival, Three Cities Heavy Industries, has extended an olive branch to me. They're willing to shield me from Arca's pressure, but only on the condition that there's no preferential treatment regarding resources. Really? 038 let out a sigh of relief. With a club backing him, Sulie could participate in provincial-level competitions, maybe even national ones. They really don't have any other conditions? Well, sort of. Three Cities Heavy Industries is pretty sly too. They want me to replace the logo on Black Feather with their branding, and in the provincial tournament, I must pilot Black Feather in at least one match. If I eliminate any Arca mechs during that match, they'll reward me 500,000 per mech. 038 was visibly stunned by Three Cities' demands. Using Arcus mech, branded with Three Cities logo, to crush other Arca mechs? How deep was this grudge? You agreed? Sulie nodded with a grin. Of course I agreed. What a great opportunity competing, annoying my rivals, and making money. Can you think of a better deal? Not only did I agree, but I also got them to secure me an invitation to the tournament. What tournament? The Universal Arena Tournament. The Universal Arena Tournament? Is that part of the provincial competitions? I've never heard of it. 038's expression darkened, his mouth slightly agape as realization hit him. Wait, I remember now. That's Arca Industries Club Selection Tournament. Are you insane? Insane? Not at all. What better way to prove my worth than to dominate their tournament? 038 stared at Sulie in silence, a chill running down his spine. By the way, sis, do you know anyone in the media? If you do, ask them to help promote this, will you? The championship prize is $1 million, and I don't want Arca reneging on the payout. 038 silently released Sulie's ear, carefully smoothing out the wrinkles in his shirt, and patted her chest. Don't worry, brother. If they dare to back out, they'll bring the whole squad and surround them. Oh, one more thing, sis. Just a head soup. Eliminating and dominating are two very different price points. Sulie gave 038 a thumbs up. Sis, you're the best. Honestly, let's swear siblinghood today. Waiting even one more day would be a disgrace to our bond. Sulie was destined not to become sworn brothers, yet he felt deeply grateful to Aka Industries. Their intervention had put an end to the annoying probing from those small clubs. The news of his rejection of Aka Industries spread like wildfire throughout Nanxing City, causing all the clubs that had sought to recruit him to retreat from the campus. Finally, in the early hours of the morning, he returned to the dilapidated warehouse. Lightning, who used to love curling up beside him to sleep, now had a new favorite. The mech lay in the corner on a cushion, clutching its trophy like a golden retriever holding a prized bone. The next morning, before he was fully awake, Sulie was dragged out of bed by a group of lively members from the inspection squad 3. With his hair sticking out like a bird's nest and shivering in the biting cold wind on the field, Sulie glanced at the neatly lined-up mech girls. 038 lounged lazily on a beach chair, a small table beside her holding a cup of orange lubricant with a straw, which she twirled absent-mindedly with her fingers. She looked more like she was on vacation than overseeing training. Let's get started. 10 minutes per person, and it'll be timing you. 038's voice rang out. Sulie thought to himself, "Dear sister, can I at least wash my face first?" He understood their urgency, but there really wasn't any need to rush this much. After all, he wasn't going anywhere. At the snap of 038's fingers, 537 quickly ran over with a basin of water and a towel. She dunked the towel in the water, wrung it out, and unceremoniously slapped it on his Sulie's face, scrubbing vigorously. The cold water jolted him awake, but the rough treatment made him feel as if his face was being sanded down. Sulie was on the verge of tears. Armed mech girls were clearly not built for delicate tasks. With a bit more force, they might have scrubbed his face right off. Stop. Let's get started already. Can't we eat something first? Sulie glanced at the tray in 534's hands, noticing the half-meter-long fried dough sticks that hadn't even been cut. He had no doubt that if he nodded, the mech girls would try to shove one straight down his throat. Forget it, I'm used to skipping breakfast. Eating too much gives me acid reflux. 038 nodded in satisfaction. The first mech girl in line immediately stepped forward, opening the hatch to her cockpit. Sulie splashed some cold water on his face, wiped his hands, and stepped onto the mech's outstretched hand. Compared to Lightning's cockpit, these armed mech girls' cockpits had some differences. They weren't as comfortable, likely because the designers never intended for human pilots to use them. The seats were harder and had a more rugged, minimalist design. After studying the operating system for a moment, Sulie pulled the control lever. The massive mech roared to life, and the thrusters ignited with a powerful burst. Without the corresponding auxiliary control modules, operating her was more physically demanding than piloting Lightning. Actions that required only a tenth of his strength with Lightning now took 3 times the effort. However, Sulie quickly adapted, maneuvering the mech with agility as it weaved and darted across the training field. He quickly discovered that these armed mech girls were evidently far superior to Lightning in the application of certain techniques. They seemed to be optimized for battlefield scenarios, with some tactical maneuvers requiring only preset commands to execute swiftly. Sharp turns, sudden advances, quickly taking cover, or even drawing and slashing with a blade. She could extend these actions beyond the original commands. This thrilled Sulie, as many of these moves were eye-opening for him. If Lightning's system could be configured with similar shortcut command guides, it would be a qualitative leap for her. After some operations, Sulie gained new insights into his piloting skills. Such opportunities had never been available before, but now he could try them regularly. He even enthusiastically maneuvered the mech to relive combat techniques from his previous life. The mech-specific combat techniques were bold and forceful, though lacking in grace. They were overwhelmingly powerful. The continuous spinning slashes of the long blade left all the mech girls on the field fired up with excitement. They stared at him intently, amazed by his incredible adaptability, and grew increasingly eager for their turn to pilot. The final set of what appeared to be a complete combat routine especially piqued their interest, leaving them with a strange urge to pry open Sulie's head to see what secrets it held. 10 minutes wasn't a long time. But when Sulie jumped out of the mech, the first mech girl in line was forced to disengage, her cheeks flushed, her mind completely blank. The continuous command inputs and the feedback from the mech's operations had nearly overloaded her brain. Next came the second and third in line. With only about a dozen mech girls in Squad 3, even at 10 minutes each, the entire process only took a little over 2 hours. When Zhang Chongping arrived at the arena, he was greeted by the sight of a group of mech girls sprawled out on the grass, occasionally twitching. He swallowed nervously and quietly moved his shield behind him. Sulie glanced at the two of them, noticing the pink ahogue on Jian Dun's head peeking out from behind Zhang, nervously observing the armed mech girls on the field with a face full of shock. "You're here? What's up?" "Actually, there wasn't much to say." "Oh, then see you around." Zhang Chongping hurriedly grabbed Sulie as he turned to leave. "Enough already. I came to congratulate you. Everyone saw your match. It was an outstanding performance. The professor's been going around telling everyone you're his student. He used to be a bit hunched over, but now he's walking tall. The old guy's happy, huh?" That's great, who knows? Maybe he'll be so rejuvenated he'll have another kid. You never take anything seriously, do you? Stop joking around and go check it out. There are 2 mechs from Akka in your warehouse, and lightning's blocking them from coming in. They were practically arguing by the time I left. Sulie was taken aback. Why didn't you mention something this important earlier? I wanted to, but you've been ignoring me this whole time. Sulie waved goodbye to a dazed 038 and ran toward the warehouse without looking back. Of all times, it had to be now when he was busy. The timing was so uncanny it felt deliberate. Silently, he made another mental note against Akka Industries, quickening his pace. Sure enough, before he even reached the warehouse entrance, he could already hear the commotion. Why won't you let us in? We really are Sulie's new mech girls. We're compensation from Akka Industries. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? Lightning demanded angrily, her voice tinged with urgency. I'm sorry, but your identities are questionable. I can't let you in. You'd better not try to force your way, the guard responded coldly, his eyes filled with suspicion. The inspection squad is training at the training ground. If I call for them, they'll come right over, and it won't end well for anyone. No, wait. You've seen us before. At the academy training ground. It's that mech girl who threatened you. That's her. Red Tassel argued anxiously, her voice filled with frustration and pleading. She clutched her trench coat tightly, her face flushed with embarrassment. She thought to herself bitterly that if anyone saw how she was dressed right now, she'd want to crawl into a hole and disappear. Lightning's gaze swept over the 2 women's trench coats, her expression growing even more wary. She was wearing black pointed heels with red soles, stockings with thigh straps, and a leather collar peeked out from behind her raised trench coat collar. Red Tassel squinted, her internal alarms blaring as she thought. Unbelievable. Couldn't beat me at the training ground. So now she switched tactics? Always so serious in her black suit, and now this? Turns out she's a submissive. Are all Akamech girls the shameless? What kind of act is this? Red Tassel's face was almost as red as Lightning's hair. She had never felt so humiliated, but for Blackfeather's sake, she swallowed her pride. After 2 days of investigation, every mech girl she spoke to described Sulie as a pervert who loved touching mech girls. To make matters worse, Shed heard from reliable sources that Sulie had a thing for maid outfits. To appeal to his tastes, she had rushed to order 2 outfits she could barely tolerate and had shown up at Sulie's warehouse at the crack of dawn, determined to do whatever it took to earn his forgiveness. But here she was, stuck at the door, unable to even get inside. Please, I'm begging you, let us in, she pleaded. Just then, Sulie came striding up, his eyes immediately locking onto the 3 people by the door. A small crowd had already gathered, some taking photos. Hurriedly, he unlocked the door, grabbed Lightning, and pulled her into the warehouse. For the first time, a single strand of hair stood upright on Lightning's fiery red head, swaying like an antenna. Her eyes glimmered with a dangerous light as she gripped Sulie's arm tightly, her hand subconsciously applying pressure. Master, those clothes they're wearing. I've never worn anything like that. Her voice, filled with gritted teeth frustration, made Sulie shiver instinctively. It seemed like Lightning's focus was misplaced. Hong Ying, her face flushed crimson, struggled to suppress her discomfort as she removed her trench coat. Underneath, she wore a maid outfit adorned with white lace, with a heart-shaped cutout prominently displayed on her chest. The skirt was short, and the thigh-high stockings accentuated her curves in a way sure to captivate any man. Her expression was one of grief and indignation as she spun around in place. A large, fluffy bow on her back seemed to beg to be touched. Sulie's gaze involuntarily drifted to the furry fox tail hanging down behind her, his heart tightening as he swallowed hard. After finishing her display, Hong Ying pulled the still silent Heiyu closer and helped her remove her coat. What are you trying to do? Lightning quickly covered Sulie's eyes, her own burning with fury. This is too much. Absolutely too much. I'm still here, the rightful machine girl. What are these 2 little vixens trying to pull? A blatant provocation? Please, please forgive us for our past mistakes, Hong Ying pleaded. As long as you're willing to accept Heiyu, you can do whatever you want of me. No, my master doesn't want to do anything. Lightning replied firmly, her tone resolute. Sulie opened his mouth to speak but felt a sharp grip around his waist, prompting him to wisely stay silent. He strained his eyes to look around, but Lightning, covering his face, used her fingers to pry his eyelids open. While tolerable at first, the discomfort quickly turned unbearable as his eyes grew dry. Hong Ying, noticing Sulie's protruding eyeballs through Lightning's fingers, felt a shiver run through her. Despite having his eyes covered, Sulie's unyielding persistence made her believe the rumors of his perversion were true. Fearing for Heiyu's future, she instinctively pulled her into an embrace. One with long, straight black hair, and the other sporting a high ponytail. The 2 maids clung to each other, their faces etched with sorrow and despair. Sulie had never imagined he'd one day find himself in a scenario straight out of a villain's playbook. He yanked Lightning's hand away, grabbed a trench coat from the sofa, and tossed it toward Hong Ying. Put your clothes back on. Who are you trying to impress with that look? Get this straight, I'm the victim here. Thanks to you, I'm completely restricted by Akka Industries now. Even if I participate in competitions in the future, I'll have to answer to them. What makes you think that putting on a couple of outfits and acting all pitiful would earn my forgiveness? Did I ask you to come here? Did I cause your current predicament? You were the ones who started the provocation, and then you used resources to force a contract. Was I wrong to refuse to play along? And the most ridiculous thing? Dressing like that, and shrinking pitifully into my room as if I'd already done something to you. What have I done? Huh? Aka Industries, do you even know your place? Glass machine girls? You're just discarded trash, aka threw my way to disgust me. Honestly, I don't need you at all. He could even trade me for money, even if it were only worth the price of an grade mecha maiden. I wouldn't mind. And, Miss Hong Ying, let me remind you, the compensation agreement does not include you. It's only Heiyu. So, wipe that look of indignation off your face. You're not the victim here, I am. Hearing this, Hong Ying anxiously protested, her face filled with worry. No, that's not true. Miss is just as much a victim. She's not what you think. She's not like that. She released Heiyu and stepped in front of Sulie, her expression resolute. I know we were in the wrong. That's why I'm here with the utmost sincerity. I'm a free mecha maiden. If you promise not to harm Heiyu, I'm willing to sign a core contract with you. Lightning was stunned, staring at Hong Ying in disbelief. Seeing her determined expression, Lightning felt her heart waver. Only a mecha maiden would understand what a core contract truly meant. It was a bond, but for Hong Ying, it would be an eternal shackle. And yet, she was willing to give everything for Heiyu. Sulie lowered his head as Hong Ying held up her mechanical core. Unlike Lightning's, her core emitted a faint golden glow on its metallic surface. The small core rested in her trembling hands, but her gaze remained unwavering. Put it away. I want contract with you. Sulie feigned indifference, though his heart ached. And Glass Mecha, maiden though a bit unstable, was still considered a passable standard. No, I know you'll accept Heiyu, and shall definitely sign a contract with you. I ask for nothing else, no additional conditions. I'm willing to give myself entirely and become your core mecha maiden. As long as you don't harm Heiyu, I'll bear everything in her place. Sulie furrowed his brows, seemingly unable to comprehend the Hong Ying before him. He glanced at Heiyu, who had been cowering silently with her head down since entering the room, and then looked back at Hong Ying, puzzled. Why go to such lengths for someone like her? Hong Ying trembled slightly, but nodded firmly. She's not some immature brat. Before she became a mecha maiden, she was my pilot. Her words left Sulie momentarily stunned. He turned to look at Heiyu, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. She was her pilot? Heiyu, who looked no older than 18 or 19, had already been a pilot? Truly, there were prodigies in every world. No wonder she could deduce his movements with such precision. A talent like her, if not for an untimely tragedy and now with Glass Mecha Maiden, could have achieved so much more. Lightning walked over with her head bowed and gently tugged on Sulie's sleeve. Master, you should contract with them. Sulie turned to her in surprise. Are you crazy? Have you forgotten how she humiliated you? But aren't they the compensation we deserve? Lightning's words left Sulie staring at her, emotions swirling in his heart. He couldn't decide if she was being overly kind or just too empathetic. Just moments ago, she had been adamant, yet a few words later, she had given in. What Sulie didn't know was that Lightning had relented because she saw a reflection of herself and Sulie in them. If one day Sulie were betrayed and abandoned by everyone, she might make the same choice as Hong Ying. I deeply apologize for our past recklessness and sincerely hope to earn your forgiveness. As for Aka Industries, rest assured they haven't left any hidden traps in us. Every promise I make can be engraved into my core, and if I ever break it, the core will self-destruct. As she spoke, she pulled Heiyu closer. If you're willing, I hope Heiyu can sign a standard long-term contract with you. But Heiyu shook off Hong Ying's hand, her whole body trembling. She hugged herself tightly, her head lowered, and finally spoke her first words since entering the warehouse. I don't agree. Sulie, if you're a man, then sign a core contract with me. I know you despise Aka Industries, but I can help you. Sulie turned to look at the trembling Heiyu in surprise. Her body was shaking so much she could barely stand, yet her eyes, hidden beneath her dark hair, glimmered with an eerie light. For the first time, Sulie felt a flicker of interest in the girl before him. Oh, and how exactly do you plan to help? Sulie was certain he hadn't seen wrong. In the depths of the girl's eyes, he saw a deeply buried hatred. At that moment, Hong Ying's piercing scream shattered his thoughts. You can't do this. You promised me, you clearly promised me. You wouldn't do anything reckless again. Heiyu laughed, a bitter and sorrowful laugh. Despite her small frame, it seemed to hold an endless reservoir of resentment. Why can't I do something reckless? Hong Ying, what else is there that I can't do? I used to be Wang Menglin, the little princess of Aka Industries, a genius pilot. But now? What am I now? Am I still a person, or just a machine girl? Her voice grew hysterical, her eyes bloodshot. Those days of racing with you on the track were the most exhilarating moments of my life. But now? Now I'm living a half-human, half-ghost existence. Her slender fingers jabbed at her chest again and again, her gaze distant and cold. As Hong Ying met her eyes, she began to tremble uncontrollably. Everything she had held onto for so long suddenly felt meaningless. Heiyu had grown distant from her. Whether when I was alive or after becoming a machine girl, you always told me to endure. Before, for my safety, you gave up your dreams of the racetrack. For me, you put your research projects on hold. To keep me alive, you did everything you could to send me to Mechanic Island. Heiyu suddenly laughed maniacally. Hongying, there's something I've never told you. Those threatening letters, I know who wrote them. The car that hit may know who was driving. Even sending me to Mechanic Island, it was all carefully orchestrated by someone else. My brother, jealous because he lacked talent. My father, cold-hearted in pursuit of eternal life. The one who forced us off the racetrack was my brother. The one driving the car that hit me was my stepmother. The one who cut off my oxygen supply was my younger brother. And the one who went out of his way to pave the way for you to send me to Mechanic Island was my father. Did you never wonder how I really died? I didn't know at first either, not until Mechanic Island fully read my memories. Even in my final moments, I could clearly hear the words of those around me. It was then that I realized the truth and fell into despair. You only wanted to protect me at all costs, but I no longer wanted to live. Because without you, I had no reason to go on. The rules of being a machine girl restrict me. They force me to watch helplessly as the very people who killed me walk boldly in front of me, trying to extract Mechanic Island's secrets from me. I want to draw a blade and kill them all, but all I can do is watch. Hong Ying stood frozen, like a lifeless puppet. She stared blankly at the hysterical Heiyu in front of her, suddenly realizing that she didn't understand humans at all. In her memory, Heiyu's willfulness had hurt many people, yet they had forgiven her time and again. But she had never considered that it was they who had pushed Heiyu into the abyss. After becoming a machine girl, I did hurt a lot of people, arrogant, domineering, threatening others. I even ignored my lawyer's advice and declared in court that I was a machine girl. But that was just me begging for death. And what was the result? Every time, I managed to reappear in the public eye unscathed. The law cannot punish me, and the rules skillfully evade me. The instincts of a mech girl drive me to continuously seek a pilot, but my human instincts compel me to refuse. Hongying, I can't take it anymore. I'm begging you. As your former master, I beg you. I'm terrified of death. I admit that when faced with it, I still feel fear. But I don't want to go on like this. Their actions have made it clear. There's nothing more they can extract from me. That's why we've been discarded like trash here. Let me be selfish, just this once. We barely escaped Aka's control and finally have a chance to make our own choices. Let me take revenge, just this once. If I can't do anything, life is worse than death. Hongying reached out towards Heiyu, wanting to pull her into an embrace, but her hand froze midair, unable to move for a long time. But we have nothing left now. Aka Industries is a giant, and yet, for the first time, we have hope. Heiyu finally broke down, collapsing to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. The years of suppression left her unable to rein in her emotions. Hongying's eyes reddened as well. At last, she moved closer, knelt beside Heiyu, and pulled her into her arms. The two mech girls clung to each other, their cries echoing in the warehouse. Lightning tugged on Sulie's sleeve, her eyes slightly red. She had never imagined that the plot of a novel would unfold in real life. This version of Heiyu was just too pitiful. Master, let's help them. Lightning pleaded. Sulie raised his eyebrows so high they nearly touched the ceiling. He glanced at Lightning, who was already empathizing deeply, and sighed quietly. The love and hatred of the corporate elite had nothing to do with him, but forming a contract with Heiyu was necessary. After all, Sanshing Heavy Industries had made it clear they wanted to carry out their nauseating tactics to the bitter end. Damn it, these conglomerates really play dirty. In the end, the only one truly hurt is Heiyu. Seeking revenge will only leave her more battered and bruised. Looking down at the sobbing Heiyu, Sulie fell silent. Her arrogant demeanor from their first meeting flashed through his mind. Compared to her current state, he wished she could live as freely as she did back then, even if it was an act. It would be better than tearing open her scars and exposing them for all to see, raw and bleeding. Let them take their time, Sulie muttered, turning away and heading back to his own quarters. He flopped onto his bed, his mind swirling. In this power struggle between two corporate giants, he, a small-time pilot with no connections, was merely a drop in the ocean, barely enough to make a ripple. But that didn't matter. When the winds rise, even he could ride the waves. Sulie shifted on the bed, his gaze fixed on the steel-beamed ceiling. So, human memories could indeed be used to create mech girls. But how should someone like Heiyu be defined? Was she a continuation of Wang Menglin, or merely a manifestation of some lingering obsession? His limited interactions with her hadn't revealed much. The deeper truths likely involved the secrets of Mechanical Island, far beyond his ability to uncover. The cries from the warehouse continued, one after another, grating on his nerves. Soon, even Lightning joined in. Annoyed, Sulie sat up, fumbling for the pack of cigarettes on the desk. With the flick of a lighter, a bright flame ignited, and he lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before exhaling slowly. Fine. I'll sign. I'll sign everything. After all, it's not like I have anything to lose. Can you hear that clearly? What's going on in there? Shoo, keep your voices down. You're so loud they might feel too embarrassed to cry. Outside the warehouse, a crowd of machine girls dressed in blue and white uniforms gathered, with more than a dozen of them blocking the main entrance, packed tightly in 3 layers. Crying? That intense? Did they really cry? Like the loud, wailing kind of crying? 537 froze for a moment upon hearing this, then instinctively squeezed forward, curious to hear how they were crying. 534 patted her chest proudly, wearing a smug expression. It was me who spread the word that Instructor Sue likes maid outfits. Looks like Hongyin caught on quickly and hit Instructor Sue's weak spot. Let me tell you, if I were the show-off type, Hongyin would have to treat me to a couple of meals. Wow. So how did you find out? You sneaky thing. Why are you siding with outsiders? If you'd just given us a heads up, I wouldn't have shown up to training in this uniform. Quick, spill it. What style does Instructor Sue like? British? Eiffel Tower chic? No. Wait, the maid outfits over there are too conservative. I think it might be the cherry blossom style. What was Hongyin wearing? A trench coat? I couldn't see clearly, but she was showing off those long legs, so it must have been a short design. Exactly. I saw it too. And you, how could you let this slip to an outsider? Why didn't you share it with the team? After all these years of working together, you're still playing both sides. 534 never expected that her casual comment would backfire and turn everyone's attention against her. Meanwhile, the increasingly loud sobbing from inside the warehouse only fueled the competitive spirit of the machine girls. One by one, they turned their icy stares toward 534, who instantly broke out into a cold sweat. No, wait. It was the captain who gave me the information. Tu didn't know if it was true or not. If I had known, why would I have kept it from you all? Fortunately, after she dragged 038 into the conversation, the others finally shifted their focus back to listening intently to the crying inside. Huh. As if you dare. Hey, those of you in the front, did you hear anything? Why are they just crying? We can't catch any details back here. We arrived late and only heard something about a core contract for the instructor. After that, all we could hear was the cleaning bot beeping nonstop. I'm guessing something shady must have happened in there. Why else would they suddenly start cleaning right when it got to the important part? TCH, so after all that, you didn't hear anything either? Shoo, haven't you learned anything about intelligence analysis? Listen carefully. This crying has a distinct rhythm, 2 short sobs followed by a long one, with intermittent sniffles. If you ask me. 534, noticing the others were now distracted, tugged nervously at the hem of her uniform and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had to stay calm. If they discovered she was wearing a maid outfit underneath her uniform, she might not make it out alive today. Meanwhile, Sulie, sitting in a separate room, had no idea that his every move was being scrutinized. He took slow drags from his cigarette, then pulled out his terminal to check on the schedule for the Huanyu Arena tournament. There was only a week left until the competition began. Time was tight. The biggest issue now was Yu herself. He didn't have enough time to properly sync with her. Despite their shared goals, the lack of experience working together left him feeling uncertain. The biggest question now is whether, after Hyu's mental breakdown, it can persist through the competition or manage to last a few rounds. The tournament, organized by Aka Industries, primarily aims to select players from its various affiliated clubs to bolster provincial or national teams. Backed by a major corporation, this privately run event, while not entirely official, is essentially on par with a provincial-level competition. Even so, it openly invites participants from other clubs. Sancheng Heavy Industries has participated multiple times, but has consistently returned empty-handed. With limited spots available, the pressure on their players is palpable. Naturally, AKA's players tend to band together, prioritizing the elimination of outsiders. This means that to win, one must first face Aka Industries' relentless onslaught and coordinated attacks. The competition features 3 modes: duel, mecha brawl, and team battle. The duel, from which the tournament derives its name, involves 2 mechas battling in a designated area until one is heavily damaged or surrenders, with weaponry limited to melee combat, but otherwise unrestricted. Mecha brawl and team battle, however, are starkly different from traditional formats. Typically, players face a single opponent, but on AKA's battlefield, pilots are accustomed to teaming up against a common enemy, often resulting in brutal gang-ups during the brawl. In team battle, one side consists of well-coordinated teams, while the other is composed of randomly assembled players, making the match inherently unbalanced. As a result, the duel is considered the fairest among the 3 modes. These competition modes rotate annually, and based on past patterns, this year should feature the duel. Sulie's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. If it truly was the duel, his concerns would ease. Although the duel is constrained by spatial limitations, highest balanced attributes would handle it well. Moreover, with designated breaks between rounds, Sulie estimated that Yu could last at least 3 matches. For the remaining rounds, Hongyin could step in to fill the gap, and if necessary, even Dian could participate in a couple of matches. The competition venue wasn't located in Nan City, but rather at the junction between 2 cities. Aka Industries had purchased a large plot of land to construct an expansive training ground, a fact that was undoubtedly good news for Sulie. Knock, knock, knock. The warehouse door was pounded heavily, abruptly silencing the cries of the three mech girls. Dian grabbed the two sobbing girls, pulling them towards the corner where Sulie was, seeking cover. Sulie glanced at the tear-streaked trio, then stepped out of the corner to open the warehouse door. Standing at the entrance were 3 rows of armed mech girls, perfectly aligned. In front of them stood a handsome, white-haired young man with a sunny demeanor. He casually ran his hand through his hair, a faint smirk playing on his lips, his expression tinged with a playful arrogance. After giving Sulie a quick once-over, he spoke in a lazy tone. So you're Sulie? The guy who's supposed to fight alongside me? Sulie tilted his head slightly, his silver sequined outfit sparkling in the sunlight, almost blinding him. He squinted up at the blazing sun, then turned to look at the young man beside him, who was wrapped up like the packaging of an ice cream cone. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was choosing Sanching Heavy Industries really the right decision? Just then, a gynoid with long, light purple hair approached Sulie and gently extended her slender hand. She wore a moon-white cheongsam, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Sulie took her hand and gave it a light shake. She smiled faintly and spoke. Please don't mind the fool from my side. Good day, Mr. Su. I am Urong 37, an S-class gynoid from Sanching Heavy Industries and a member of the Microstar Club. We came unannounced today to deliver something to you. She gestured behind her, and a man in a black suit quickly stepped forward. From his pocket, he retrieved an invitation card and handed it to Sulie with both hands. Taking the card, Sulie noticed that the name field was blank. It was an invitation to the Universal Arena Tournament. I know this might not be the most appropriate thing to say upon our first meeting, Urong 37 said, bowing slightly in apology. But if it doesn't trouble you, I'd like to arrange a sparring match with you soon. As comrades who will be fighting side by side, understanding each other's strengths is essential for making the best tactical adjustments on the battlefield. Since you've decided to participate in the tournament, I trust your goal is to go as far as possible. A pang of bitterness welled up in Sulie's chest. He wished he could drag the 3 gynoids back in his house outside and show them what a true gynoid looked like: beautiful, graceful, and soft-spoken, nothing like the rebellious trio indoors. One was originally a cool and mature type, but had turned into a clingy little girl. The other 2, whom he had only met for the second time today, were a crybaby and an over-the-top, self-absorbed oddball. Thinking of the eccentric one, Sulie couldn't help but glance at the sequined man standing behind Urong. He might just get along with the old Heiyu better than anyone else. The arrival of Sanching Heavy Industries was no secret to Sulie, and the mech girls inside the room naturally heard everything clearly. Watching the 2 head to the training ground ahead of them, Lightning poked her head out from a partition and said urgently, Master, I think they're up to no good, trying to gauge your strength. Why not just say it outright? Why go around in circles like that? Doesn't it exhaust her to talk that way just to get ahead? Sulie felt a pang of disappointment and glanced at Lightning. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately kept his thoughts to himself. Forget had chosen these mech girls himself. If their compatibility could trigger resonance, it just proved he wasn't anything extraordinary either. Enough. If you know they're testing our strength, then hurry and get ready. Don't keep them waiting, Sulie said, turning to Lightning. So, who are you planning to use? Let Heiyu take the lead. She'll be the main force in the upcoming competition anyway. Consider this a warm-up, Lightning replied. From the direction of the partition, Heiyu had already stepped forward on her own. She wore a maid outfit, her long black hair flowing freely, and a pair of soft, adorable animal ear accessories rested atop her head. Standing before Sulie, she exuded confidence and poise. Hong Ying followed closely behind, casting a glance at Heiyu with a mix of hesitation and concern, like a mother reluctant to see her child set off on a journey. Sulie looked at Heiyu. Her eyes were slightly red, but her overall state seemed fine. Are you up for this? He asked with concern. Heiyu nodded gently and replied softly, I can do it. At the training ground, Li Tianling slumped against the railing like a pile of useless mush, eagerly awaiting Sulie's arrival. Meanwhile, Urong sat on a bench in the audience area, meticulously reviewing recent competition footage of Lightning on her terminal. She frowned slightly and muttered under her breath. How many times have I watched this? Is it really that impressive? It is, she couldn't help but admire inwardly. His movements are incredibly smooth, with not a single error in command transmission. Flawless command transmission? That's not exactly a big deal, Li Tianling thought, a hint of jealousy creeping in. His posture straightened up noticeably. Isn't that a fundamental skill for every S-class pilot? And anyway, I'm just a new pilot, how good could I possibly be? Sure, I dominated the city-level competition, but back in the day, I could have done the same. Urong shot him a doting look. All right, my master is the best. Sure, his technical skills might not compare to yours, but don't underestimate this opponent. The execution of his movements surpasses imagination. Now imagine, she continued, if you could pilot me to pull off those high-difficulty maneuvers, my master. you would undoubtedly become the brightest star on the battlefield. Li Tianlang leaned in closer, resting his head on Yu Rong's shoulder, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair as she gently stroked his white locks. On the screen before them, Sulie piloted lightning through the narrow mountain passes, his movements seamless and precise. Hiss! Li Tianlang drew in a sharp breath, squinting his eyes in amazement. That sequence of maneuvers, I really can't replicate that. Is that even something a human can pull off? He realized, deep down, that it might be his lack of expertise in cornering techniques. You know, cornering has never been my strongest suit, he admitted. Yu Rong nodded in agreement. Exactly. My master specializes in arena battles. Otherwise, cornering would be no challenge for you either. Li Tianling beamed with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower after receiving Yu Rong's approval. In his heart, he thought that learning cornering techniques was a trivial matter compared to his devotion to his beloved Rongrong. As the top member of the Microstar Club, the reigning champion of provincial tracks, and the rising star of a new era, he brimmed with confidence, convinced that this challenge would be a piece of cake. Master, won't you get too tired? Yu Rong asked with concern. Tired? Not a chance. Li Tianlang replied nonchalantly. Don't worry. Soon, I'll show that kid what true dominance looks like. With that, he immediately prepared to practice cornering, confidently declaring that he could master the continuous hairpin turns in the video within a month without a scratch. Feeling reassured, Yu Rong gently ruffled his white hair, her tone filled with exaggerated delight. Wow, master, you're truly amazing. I need to think carefully, what kind of reward should I prepare if you actually pull it off? She extended her long, graceful legs and asked with a playful glint in her eyes. Master, how about I wear white to reward you when the time comes? Li Tianlong's eyes lit up instantly. You mean glossy white? Or matte black? Either is fine. I'm good with both. His enthusiasm surged in an instant. However, just then, he noticed Sulie entering the training ground, leading a fox-eared made by her hand. In that moment, neither glossy white nor matte black held any appeal. His attention was entirely captured by the scene before him. This was undoubtedly a rival for life. In his line of sight, Heiyu wore small leather shoes, paired with black and white over-thinny stockings that pierced straight into Li Tianlong's heart like two sharp arrows. Her fluffy foxtail seemed to slap him across the face, a stinging reminder of how he had once considered such things the ultimate reward. Yet, for Heiyu, this ensemble was merely casual attire, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Noticing the change in his expression, Yu Rong's brows furrowed slightly. All the mental conditioning she had worked on for him earlier was now obliterated by Sulie and his mech companion's sudden appearance. A formidable opponent, she thought to herself. Is that Flash? Li Tianlang felt a twinge of jealousy. Heiyu, with her sleek black hair and cold, noble gaze, exuded an air of untouchable elegance. Her commanding presence made him feel as insignificant as dust, standing before a radiant monarch. He couldn't help but feel an urge to charge forward and bow at her feet. Meanwhile, as Sulie's new mech companion, Heiyu followed him cautiously, staying close behind. Yu Rong immediately sensed the surge of battle intent in Li Tianlang and mused to herself. If I'm not mistaken, she must be Heiyu, Sulie's newly acquired mech partner. Humph, to think he'd abandon a resonance-capable mech to face me. Does he believe using its class mech will give him better endurance? How laughable. Yu Rong, deploy. Let him witness what it means to be the king of the arena. Yu Rong stepped to the edge of the field and activated her mech. Sulie narrowed his eyes, watching the towering white mech before him, as its attributes automatically flashed through his Minda powerful class mech with a standard combat-focused design, boasting exceptional defense and stability. Li Tianlang strode confidently toward Yu Rong, placing one hand on his forehead while pointing dramatically at Sulie with the other. In a provocative tone, he declared, "Come on, show me if you're worthy of earning my recognition." As soon as the words left his mouth, he climbed onto Yu Rong's outstretched hand with ease, standing at the center of the palm and striking a self-assured pose. Sulie said nothing, but instinctively glanced back at Heiyu. Once upon a time, she had also extended her hand to make him her knight. A faint, unhealthy flush crossed Heiyu's pale face as she thought to herself, who does this guy think he is? Daring to show off in front of her, what a joke. From head to toe, he screams cheap street style. And to think he has the audacity to seek acknowledgement as her chosen knight? He must have a death wish. Master, pardon my intrusion, she whispered as she stepped behind Sulie, gently wrapping her slender arms around him. Heiyu, deploy. In a dazzling burst of light, a black mech materialized, its right hand gripping a sword while kneeling on one knee. To Sulie's astonishment, he suddenly found himself inside Heiyu's cockpit, helmet already secured, with the control stick and keyboard automatically adjusting to the optimal positions. Dressed in a form-fitting black suit, Heiyu was crouched forward, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Li Tianlang, still standing on Yu Rong's hand, was frozen in place, utterly stunned. He could only gape as Heiyu deployed in an instant, seamlessly enveloping Sulie into the cockpit. His eyes were filled with disbelief and envy. In his 2.5 years as a pilot, he had never witnessed anything like this. A mech that could embrace its pilot during deployment and directly integrate him into the cockpit? It was beyond anything he had imagined. Watching Sulie operate the mech, Li Tianlang was awestruck, feeling as though his soul had been elevated. Yurong, I want you to learn this. Just imagine how cool I'll look when I make an entrance like that. The mere thought of such a spectacular debut sent shivers of excitement through his body. Compared to this, his meticulously practiced poses felt utterly insignificant. He could already picture himself as the star of every competition, stealing the spotlight with this jaw-dropping ability. Yurong, however, remained silent. She merely curled her fingers slightly, gripping her master tightly before tossing him into her chest cavity as if discarding trash. The cockpit sealed shut, and 2 silver beams of light suddenly ignited across her white visor. The white mech, Yurong, lived up to its name. Its entire body was pristine white, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. In one hand, it held a small, round shield with a central protrusion designed to catch and lock an opponent's blade. In the other hand, it gripped a single-handed sword that gleamed with an icy light. Though the blade was blunt and unsharpened, it radiated an intimidating aura. Yurong's elegance starkly contrasted with Hei's menacing and aggressive appearance. Its sleek, sculpted lines resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, perfectly complementing its refined demeanor. Heiyu, on the other hand, was a striking embodiment of raw power. Its shoulder plates resembled unsheathed swords, sharp and imposing. The entire mech was jet black, with golden light glinting off its blade. Its dramatic black visor shifted with the mech's movements, leaving behind trails of golden afterimages. Occasionally, flashes of gold would shimmer across its armor, making it stand out even more. A feature Sulie found somewhat off-putting. Though not one to fuss over details, he knew that such an eye-catching design would make Heiyu an easy target on both the battlefield and competition arena. Sulie didn't care for flair. He only wanted to survive longer. Li Tianlang, however, thought differently. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the black mech before him, as if seeing the realization of his dreams. Yurong, feeling the warmth behind her, turned her head and immediately shot him a look of disdain before kicking him away. What an idiot! Drooling in her presence. The audacity of not just staring, but actually drooling infuriated her. Once she returned to the hotel, she vowed to change into something else. If he liked staring so much, she'd make sure to tie him to a chair and let him stare to his heart's content. Master, focus. As the 2 mech saluted, the sparring session officially began. Li Tianlang instantly dropped his goofy expression and swiftly input a series of commands. Contrary to Sulie's expectations, the sunny and cheerful Li Tianlang didn't immediately go on the offensive. Yurong retreated instead, stepping back and raising her round shield in front of her while holding her large sword aloft. She positioned herself behind the shield, exposing only her eyes to survey the battlefield. Heiyu, by contrast, carried itself with a calm confidence. It rapidly increased its speed, not rushing into an attack but instead darting nimbly within the confined space, testing its movement. Sulie's fingers danced over the controls, rapidly inputting commands while feeling the mech's responses. He began making deliberate adjustments. What were they doing? Li Tianlang narrowed his eyes slightly. Though he pretended not to care, Sulie's elusive and unpredictable maneuvers while piloting the Lightning-class mech had already caught his attention. If Sulie could handle an A-class mech with such finesse, how much more could he accomplish in its class? As the ace of Microstar, was Sulie truly just an average pilot? Underestimating an opponent was a cardinal sin in competition. They were studying each other's combat styles, and Sulie was even using this sparring session to fine-tune his mech. Yurong's eyes widened slightly. In the span of a single minute, Heiyu, which had been moving sluggishly, abruptly halted mid-motion with an eerie stillness. Then, with a sudden burst of power, it changed direction and charged toward them. Dust and sand erupted from the training ground, enveloping the air in a haze. The massive sword concealed behind Hei's frame swung into action as the mech spun rapidly. With a swift change in grip, the blade arced upward from an unexpected angle, slashing toward its target with a ferocious upward strike. Li Tianlang maneuvered Yurong's shield downward, creating a deafening metallic screech as the massive sword collided with the shield. Dust filled the air, and the sheer force of the impact caused visible ripples to emanate from the shield. Sulie quickly noticed the massive sword concealed behind the shield adjusting its angle at lightning speed, aiming directly at Heiyu's face. Inside the cockpit, Heiyu's body trembled even more violently. Faced with this sudden strike, Sulie merely hovered his hand over the keyboard, waiting silently. He observed Heiyu's every reaction carefully, ensuring she hadn't reached the threshold of fear before swiftly inputting commands to maneuver the mech into a sidestep. 2 commands, executed in just 0.67 seconds. The abrupt movement caused Yurong's attack to miss. The gust generated by the sword's swing kicked up dust, briefly clearing the view and revealing the two mechs in sharp detail. Initially, it seemed Yu had frozen in place, unable to react, but now it was evident her speed was far from slow. The black mech's right hand, still gripping the sword, maintained pressure on the shield, while its body used the sidestep to slip directly into Yu Rong's weapon blind spot. Her left hand darted forward, grabbing the hilt of Yu Rong's massive sword. Using the resistance for leverage, she accelerated, driving her knee heavily into Yu Rong's shield. Yu Rong staggered, and in that instant, the weapon was wrested from her grip. Li Tianlang immediately maneuvered her to stabilize, holding the shield firmly as he accelerated forward, charging heavily at the black figure. The range of a shield bash was 20 meters. As long as Yu remained within a straight 20-meter radius, even retreating quickly wouldn't prevent the shield from landing a hit. However, Yu seemed to anticipate this move. With a nimble sidestep, she easily evaded. Her massive sword spun deftly in her hand as she leaped forward, closing the distance with Yu Rong mid-shield bash, and slashed down with crossed swords. Li Tianlong's heart tightened. He canceled the shield bash, turned back with the shield raised, and blocked the strike just as the massive sword was about to land. He didn't choose to endure the full force of the attack. Instead, he used the momentum to lower his center of gravity, swiftly rolling to evade the frontal assault. He then raised the shield again and launched a second shield bash. Sulie's eyes gleamed with interest. Glass pilot paired with Glass mech was indeed extraordinary. Li Tianlong's performance was unlike any pilot Sulie had encountered before. His actions weren't textbook or methodical, but appeared chaotic and unconventional, as though he hadn't undergone standard training. Yet, it was precisely this unpredictability that made his evasion techniques so refreshing. Using force to evade seemed simple, but required exceptional skill and precise control, both of which Li Tianlang clearly possessed. For the first time in a long while, Sulie felt a spark of intrigue. A match like this was far from boring. He began to anticipate the upcoming Huanyu tournament. It seemed that the bounty offered by Sansheng Heavy Industries wouldn't be so easily claimed. The official members of the provincial teams were indeed formidable. Even while dodging, Li Tianlang could harness inertia and positioning to launch counterattacks, relying solely on the remaining shield. His composure under pressure was far beyond that of the average person. Was it really possible to dodge like that? Li Tianlang was caught off guard by the second shield strike that was dodged. He quickly turned around and hurled his shield forward. With a loud clang, the shield was struck by a sword, producing a sharp metallic sound like a gong. It flew back and was firmly caught by Yu Rong, who raised it again to guard her face. At this moment, Li Tianlang thought to himself, this isn't just a matter of underestimating the opponent. Even if he gave it his all, he still felt overwhelmed. Could this really be a new pilot? Even if his master were 20 years younger, he wouldn't stand a chance against this person. Yu Rong, does your foot hurt? Looks like we've hit a brick wall. Li Tianlang asked urgently. Do you even need to say that? You're the champion of the Irenicant, you show some backbone? Losing your weapon in the first exchange? I bet you're not planning to get back in bed anytime soon. Yu Rong retorted with dissatisfaction. Of all times, you choose now to be discouraging? Shouldn't you be promoting the idea of loving support? She shot back as she hastily blocked another strike. The sheer force of the impact forced her to tilt the shield to deflect it. However, the protrusion on the shield designed for trapping an opponent's weapon now became its biggest hindrance. If you have time to talk, then use your strength. Yu Rong roared angrily. She braced herself, ignited her thrusters, and forcefully deflected the heavy sword of Yu, causing its posture to tilt for the first time. A glimmer of hope flashed in Li Tianlong's eyes. He quickly hit the brakes, bringing his mech to an abrupt halt. Lowering its center of gravity, he adjusted his direction and launched another shield strike at the now tilted Yu. Sulie, with a faint smile on his lips, flicked the control lever, instantly straightening Yu's posture and spinning it to the other side. The heavy sword swept through the air and landed a light but deliberate strike on the back of the white mech. Yu Rong's face immediately flushed red. She thought angrily, that strike wasn't powerful, but it was utterly humiliating. He hit my butt. Are you just going to let that slide? She shouted furiously. Don't worry. He hits you, he'll hit her back. Li Tianlang growled through gritted teeth, maneuvering his mech to turn and prepare for a counterattack. Yu Rong, meanwhile, could only watch helplessly from the side. A group of mech girls gathered around the edge of the stands, their eyes fixed intently on the competition unfolding in the arena. Hong Ying bit her lower lip gently, her gaze filled with worry for Yu. She was concerned that Yu might not withstand the intense demands of this match and fail to meet Sulie's expectations. At the same time, she feared Yu might get injured. After all, since becoming a mech girl, Yu had never truly faced off against anyone. If not for the psychological breakdown and lingering shadows caused by her previous encounter with Sulie, perhaps things would have been different. However, for now, the situation seemed to be progressing smoothly. Sitting to the side, Shandian crossed her arms over her chest, her brows slightly furrowed. For the first time, she could directly sense the strength of the other mech girls. Hong Ying keenly noticed Shandian's unease, and her heart tightened. Hong Ying herself had never experienced Sulie's piloting firsthand, so she wasn't entirely sure of his limits. But she knew this was his first time facing an S-class pilot operating an S-class Mech Girl. A doubles combination was not to be underestimated. What's more, this was his first time piloting Heiyu. Hong Ying glanced anxiously at Shandian and silently worried. What's wrong? Did something happen to Sulie? Shandian's eyes remained locked on the arena as her fists clenched tightly. She thought to herself, this is a big problem. Alarmed, Hong Ying immediately stood up from the stands, grabbed Shandian by the shoulders, and asked urgently, tell me, what's the problem? Shandian looked up at her briefly, then pointed toward Yuemian in the arena with frustration. That Mech Girl, something's off about her. Following Shandian's finger, Hong Ying saw Yuemian retreating quickly, maintaining a defensive posture as she faced off against Heiyu. Hong Ying observed carefully but couldn't discern what was wrong with Yuemian. Meanwhile, Shandian's frown only deepened. Was it possible that her own lack of experience prevented her from noticing? But she was an S-class Mech Girl, after all, while Shandian was a seasoned veteran in the Mech Girl world, with far more extensive knowledge. Be specific, what's wrong with her? Hong Ying pressed anxiously. Shandian, however, replied impatiently. Are you dense? Have you ever seen Sulie smack someone's backside with a sword before? That Mech Girl is definitely a trickster. Hong Ying silently gave herself a slap and sat back down on the stands, muttering to herself. Overthinking gets all, because I'm overthinking. Her mind was in turmoil. Was her long-held understanding of things no longer reliable? Turning to look back, she was startled to find that the armed Mech Girls behind her were also frowning, their expressions serious as they stared intently at Yuemian. Their gazes carried a mix of suspicion, curiosity, and a chilling hint of hostility. Hong Ying was instantly plunged into deep self-doubt. Was her so-called common sense still valid? Why did she feel so out of place, even while sitting amongst them? In the cockpit, Sulie's brow was also furrowed. Haiyu's trembling was too rapid, to the point of quaking. But there was no apparent danger. Why was she reacting this way? Could it be that the continuous operation had already pushed her to her limit? If so, this level of endurance wouldn't last through even a single match. If she couldn't handle the competition, then Hong Ying and Shandian would have to step in. But Sulie was uncertain whether Sancheng Heavy Industries would even recognize Hong Ying as a qualified Mech Girl. If the results of the match led to a drastically reduced payout, then all of this would be for nothing. Caught off guard, he clung to a shred of hope and looked at Heiyu in front of him, lowering his voice for fear of startling her. What's going on with you? Didn't you go to the restroom before the match? Sulie's words made Heiyu stop, trembling immediately. She turned to him in disbelief, confused as to why he would ask such a question. Who did? She stammered. Sulie pressed on. Then why are you shaking? Haiyu's face flushed red, and she fell silent. Could she admit that her trembling was caused by his overwhelming presence and actions? She suppressed the surge of emotions within her, striving to calm herself down. Though it was difficult to endure, it was better than being misunderstood again. But wait, was he actually worried about her just now? This man, who seemed like a demon king in her eyes, was capable of showing concern for her? A faint blush spread across her pale face, becoming even more noticeable against the contrast of her dark hair. Unaware of the demon king image he had in Haiyu's mind, Sulie shifted his gaze away from her and back to Yurong. Her mecha's paintwork now bore battle scars, and her performance as a pilot had earned Sulie's admiration. Meanwhile, Li Tianling's forehead was glistening with sweat as he stared intently at Heiyu. His eyes were fixated on her twin blades, which spun continuously in her hands. The massive black mecha, with its golden glowing blades, made even Yurong's white, silver-edged weapon look less imposing. Simply by standing there and moving her twin blades, Heiyu exuded an aura of dominance and command. Li Tianling felt like he was losing his mind. If only he could pilot a mecha like Haiyu's, had undoubtedly become the center of attention in every match. His gaze remained locked on Heiyu, calculating the speed of her blade swings and the distance between them as he prepared for another charge. He hadn't forgotten his promise to Yurong. Though he didn't want to harm the king figure in his heart, a mischievous thought crept in. Touching the king's pride, even metaphorically, might be worth it. The white mecha launched another assault, employing techniques learned from the lightning team's matches. The entire machine suddenly moved with remarkable agility. Shameless. Shesh is using our techniques. Someone from the lightning team shouted from the stands, and a group of armed mecha pilots around them nodded in agreement. That Yurong is no good. She stole the techniques Coach Su worked so hard to develop. After this match, we should lock her up for 2 days. She won't come out until she writes a 5,000 word apology and recites it with sincerity. The two mechas collided once again, and the spinning twin blades suddenly changed direction. Loud, continuous clashing sounds echoed through the arena. Yurong dodged swiftly, using her shield to deflect the massive blades while lowering her center of gravity. This forced Heiyu to lean forward with every attack. Yurong was waiting for a mistake, one that could arise from those repeated forward movements. Li Tianling's keen perception, confidence, and courage came into play. As sword and shield clashed again, The moonwhite mecha's right hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Haiya's left-hand blade. It was clear he intended to mimic Haiya's earlier maneuver and reclaim the sword for himself. Under Heiyu's relentless assault, Yurong had no chance to counterattack. With a sharp stomp, Heiyu's foot struck Yurong's left knee joint, forcing the massive mecha to kneel with a resounding crash. Seizing the momentum, Heiyu swung the newly seized sword, its cold blade pressing menacingly against Yurong's neck. Simultaneously, another sword, controlled by Sulie, blocked Yurong's hand, which had been attempting to grab at her lower body. Both sides fought with all their strength, but Sulie was just one step faster. Yurong stared at her halted hand, the elegance and composure on her face vanishing, replaced by a mix of anger and humiliation. She fumed inwardly, thinking, this shameless person, losing and still trying to take advantage. What kind of master taught her that? Heiyu glanced at the blocked massive hand, a sweet feeling rising in her heart. It became clear to her that the Demon King already regarded her as his possession, unwilling to let anyone else lay even a finger on her. Her heart trembled, and she blurted out, "Thank you, master." Sulie froze, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. That risky stomp had been a gamble had Yurong managed to grab her left leg. The shift in balance could have led to a devastating face-to-face shield bash from the more stable and defensive Yurong. In that scenario, the outcome might have been entirely different. Well, want to try again? The massive white mecha shook its head slowly, as if spitting out trash, tossing its pilot to the ground unceremoniously. The pilot landed on his backside with a thud. Only then did the mecha retract itself and stand by its pilot's side. Li Tianlang rubbed his sore backside, got up without complaint, and tilted his head to take a closer look at Heiyu. But before he could get a good look, Heiyu retracted her form, revealing Sulie standing in front of him. Heiyu gently hugged Sulie from behind, carefully resting her head against Sulie's back and nuzzling softly. Li Tianlong's face instantly transformed into one of shock, his gaze now tinged with admiration. To think such a cool mecha girl would willingly submit so affectionately, Hai had clearly underestimated this person before. This was no ordinary pilot. This was a king in his eyes. A king whose mecha was not only impressive, but whose piloting skills were even more extraordinary. The matter of who fell on their backside was irrelevant now. Li Tianlang hurried forward, his face lighting up as though meeting a kindred spirit. He grabbed Sulie's hand enthusiastically, and with his other hand, he gave Sulie's backside a firm slap. "Let me reintroduce myself, I'm Li Tianlang. It's an honor to fight alongside you. By the way, the king's man has a nice, firm butt." Yurong, too embarrassed to face anyone, turned her head away. Sulie froze, thinking to himself, I've lived 2 lifetimes over these decades, and this is the first time a man's touched my butt. You want to die? Behind Sulie, Hei's eyes blazed with a hysterical fury. In an instant, she stepped forward, appearing before Li Tianlang. She grabbed his hand, twisted it sharply, and forced him to his knees with overwhelming strength. Before he could lift his head, one of her small hands pressed down on the top of it, pinning him in place. At that moment, a plume of dust surged from the spectator stands, and a red figure crossed 300 meters in just 4 seconds, appearing by Sulie's side. The figure swiftly intervened, shielding Sulie from Yurong. Lightning-like red eyes glinted dangerously, narrowing ever so slightly, silently warning Yurong that any sudden move would earn her a new eye courtesy of the figure's sword. Above, a dozen blue and white mechas hovered in the air, their dark gun barrels seemingly poised to press directly against Li Tianlang's head. Immobilized and thoroughly bewildered, Li Tianlang could only stare blankly as question marks filled his mind. Sorry, actually, I'm from a minority ethnic group. For my people, this is just a way of greeting when meeting someone for the first time, like a feeling of regret for not meeting earlier. I really didn't mean to take advantage of you. I swear on my honor. Yurong watched her pilot stammer through his explanation, a slightly awkward yet graceful smile on her face. However, in her mind, she was already tearing this fool to shreds. It was the first time she discovered her pilot might actually be interested in men. Clearly, he hadn't been working hard enough lately. Really? Lightning cast a sidelong glance at Li Tianlang, walking over to him in a leisurely manner, staring at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Which ethnic group are you from? Let's hear it. Li Tianlang gulped and blurted out instinctively. The Ku Cha Cha Side Owl tribe. Huh, master, I've never heard of that tribe before. It really must be rare. Sulie, Heiyu, and the other armed mecha girls stood nearby, while Yurong could no longer hold it together. She turned around and covered her face. She didn't know whether to feel ashamed of her master's shamelessness or to be grateful for Lightning's naivety. Fortunately, the tension finally eased, and both sides were able to sit down and talk. In the warehouse, the armed mecha girls placed 2 sofas over 2 meters apart before standing behind Sulie. Li Tianlang and Yurong sat opposite them. Yurong's lavender head hung low, completely losing the will to speak. On the other hand, Li Tianlang seemed full of enthusiasm, as sitting across from him, aside from Sulie, were a variety of beautiful mecha girls pleasant to look at and truly captivating. Senior, please allow me to address you as senior. You are simply a beacon of light on my path forward. I am utterly in awe of your exceptional skills. May I ask if you take apprentices? Sulie never expected such a statement as the opening line. Take apprentices? He had never considered such a thing in either of his lifetimes. In his previous world, all his skills were self-taught and honed through relentless practice. The only formal training he had was from the military's guide on mecha combat essentials. But that was something everyone had access to, so there was no need for him to teach it. Most people gained experience through brutal battles, and those lacking skill often perished on the battlefield. Competitive mecha piloting simply didn't exist. Sulie looked at the wide-eyed Li Tianlang in front of him and said with a hint of amusement, "What do you want to learn?" Li Tianlong's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected Sulie to exude such confidence. What did he want to learn? This implied that Sulie had even more untapped skills. He didn't believe Sulie was bluffing. Even though he hadn't used his full strength, a loss was still a loss. Besides, when he exited his mecha, his forehead was already sweating, while Sulie appeared completely calm, not a trace of sweat, not even a flush from exertion. Li Tianlang was acutely aware of the vast gap in skill between them. The thought made his heart tremble. How old was Sulie? 20. A 20-year-old Sklas Palatno, a potential super Sklas pilot. He could achieve resonance and possessed extraordinary piloting skills. Li Tianlang wasn't naive. As an Sklas pilot himself, he had a discerning eye. He was already considered a genius by many, but he was certain that being a genius was merely the threshold for standing before someone like Sulie. As long as he has the opportunity, he will trample over all those so-called geniuses and forge ahead. Could it be that, like himself, he has a former prodigy of a retired mecha pilot as his mentor? But he had never heard of any highly skilled retired mecha pilot in Nanjing. If such a person existed, they would surely be aligned with the Aka Industries faction. If he doesn't have such a mentor, then his talent is far beyond just being remarkable. Li Tianling glanced at He Yu standing behind the sofa and lowered his gaze. A human-mecha hybrid. Their first encounter hadn't yielded the expected results. His own abilities were insufficient, unable even to force Sulie to reveal more of his hidden cards, so the strengths and weaknesses of the hybrid remained a mystery. Yet, this didn't matter. 6 days later, there would be plenty of people to handle things for him. With this thought, he raised his eyes and flashed a charming smile. It depends on what the master is willing to teach. I'm not picky. Whatever the master teaches, I'll learn. After all, teaching should suit the student's aptitude, right? Sulie responded with a bright smile, indicating that he was open to teaching, but only if Li Tianlang revealed his cards first. After all, he wanted to see what he was working with. Sulie was well aware that Li Tianlang had his own plans. Otherwise, someone he'd just met wouldn't so easily test his strength. Sansheng Heavy Industries didn't place much importance on the Huanyu Arena tournament, having failed too many times before. Now, their participation was merely to create trouble for Aka Industries and give them a hard time. As an official contestant, Sulie had no obligation to spar with Li Tianlang. If they met in the arena, each would simply do their best. And yet, Li Tianlang had deliberately tested him, playing the fool. This was the real issue. What exactly did he want to test? Or rather, what did Sansheng Heavy Industries want to uncover? Sulie keenly noticed the look in Li Tianlang's eyes and instantly understood something. What they truly wanted to learn about was He Yu. It seemed that no corporation could resist the allure of the secrets of Mecha Island. It also appeared that his master was quite satisfied with this disciple. Very well, then actions speak louder than words. 6 days from now, at the Huanyu Arena tournament, the master would have ample opportunity to see for himself. When the time came, this disciple would lead the charge and carve a path forward. He pulled a hard drive from his pocket, placed it on the coffee table, and slid it over. This contains information on the seed players from all the major clubs under Aka Industries. While the master is undoubtedly powerful, it never hurts to take a look. Li Tianlang smiled faintly, accepting the gesture. I'll take a look, he replied. We won't disturb you any further. Master, please leave your contact information, and on the day of the tournament, I'll personally send a car to pick you up. Sulie gave him his contact details. Li Tianlang then took Yuron by the hand, stood up, and bowed to Sulie before walking out of the warehouse. Just before stepping out, he turned back, bowed again, and said earnestly, Master, I left in a hurry today. I'll make up for the formal apprenticeship ceremony later. With that, the two exited the warehouse and boarded the black sedan waiting outside. Sulie narrowed his eyes, staring at the hard drive on the table as he sank into deep thought. In just one day, he had gained numerous armed mechas, 2 Sklas hybrids, and even a discounted disciple. Compared to his past 20 years, today's experiences were unparalleled. Master, did you really accept him as a disciple? You need to think this through. This disciple already tried to take advantage of you without learning a thing's practically betrayed you before even starting. Lightning's eyes widened in disbelief. Sulie felt both amused and exasperated, unsure if Lightning was truly naive or simply wise in a peculiar way. He raised a hand to tousle Lightning's fiery red hair and asked softly, So, Cuckoo Cha-Cha Side Owl Tribe. You've really never heard of them? Lightning paused for a moment, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. I, I really haven't heard of them. Didn't they say it's a minority group? There are over 560 ethnic groups in the Federation. Yellow, black, white, brown. How could I possibly know them all? Why? Have you heard of them, Master? Because I haven't. Sulie shrugged and shifted his gaze toward Hong Ying and Heiyu. By all logic, a free gift like these mechanical girls shouldn't be turned down. Yet, he knew in his heart that some things could be done, while others must not go against his conscience. Whether it was Heiyu, seeking revenge, or Hong Ying, fiercely protective of Heiyu, staying by his side was not the best choice for them. After a moment of silence, he gestured for the two mechanical girls to come closer. Let's start with a standard contract. A core contract would be too restrictive for you. Hong Ying's face lit up with delight upon hearing this, while Heiyu frowned, her expression revealing a clear sense of disappointment. Without further explanation, Sulie quickly found a standard contract template online, printed it, and filled in his name. Hong Ying took the contract, skimming through it, and couldn't help but exclaim, 6 months? You're only contracting us for 6 months. Heiyu was equally taken aback, grabbing the contract from the table. As expected, her contract also stated a validity period of only 6 months. Her face grew anxious, her eyes filled with confusion. Why? 6 months is too short. Heiyu thought to herself that if the contract could be for an even shorter period, Sulie would undoubtedly choose the shortest option available. She couldn't understand it. Despite once threatening him, she was now offering everything to make amends: her dignity, her sense of self, everything she could let go of. Why was he still unwilling to form a core contract with her? Was it because her performance wasn't good enough? No, you've done well. But 6 months is plenty of time for us to accomplish many things. Watching Heiyu clutch the contract tightly, Sulie handed her a pen. Sign it. The competition isn't far off, and we still have a lot to prepare for. Hong Ying glanced at Sulie, then promptly signed her name and factory code on the contract. Heiyu bit her lip, realizing she had no choice in the matter. Her eyes reddened, but she, too, signed her name on the contract. Under Lightning's puzzled gaze, Sulie clapped his hands and stood up from the sofa. All right, since the contracts are signed, it's time to start preparing for the competition. First, head over to the rack and open up. We'll need to make some minor adjustments to the Aka Industries markings on you. In the breeding chamber on the mechanical island, 5 golden cores rotated slowly. Under the watchful eyes of 2 elders and 2 caretakers, the cores flickered intermittently, as if communicating silently with one another. A figure dressed in a loose t-shirt, with light blue hair, hugged a pillow and silently stepped barefoot onto a hoverboard, gliding into the breeding room. Is this code 3347? The 4 people inside the room were startled by the movement and turned to look. Upon recognizing the newcomer, 2 of the caretakers immediately bowed and greeted respectfully. Governor. The light blue-haired individual gave a slight nod in response. Her sleepy eyes opened slightly as she gazed at the 5 mechanical cores behind the glass wall. Her expression gradually sharpened as she focused, shaking her head slightly to wake herself up. Who are the elements they've awakened? 03 quickly moved to the computer, pulling up scenes from various competitions. The governor scratched her light blue hair, her eyes fixed intently on the figures battling the insectoids on the screen, a glimmer of interest flashing in her gaze. Her toes curled slightly, gripping the hoverboard beneath her. Is this the mishap mentioned in Yihua's report? She asked. Yes, someone responded. The investigation is clear: some corporations secretly manipulated things, likely aiming to curry favor and elevate their standing in the council. One elder let out a disdainful snort, his voice dripping with scorn. If humanity could channel its schemes into the right efforts, the battlefield wouldn't be this brutal. Another elder retorted dismissively. Regardless, this mishap has brought us some good news, hasn't it? The governor continued to watch the battle on the screen, then swiped her finger to pull up detailed information on Sulie. She flipped through the pages, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Who would have thought that a city-level competition in a small town could deliver such a surprise? And yet, it seems this promising young individual has encountered some trouble. Hearing this, the 2 elders frowned simultaneously and turned to the governor, speaking in unison. What trouble? The governor narrowed her eyes slightly, spreading her hands as she replied calmly. It seems the human council has abandoned him. 2 elders leaned on their canes, tilting their heads slightly as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Someone had been cast aside by the human council? One elder struck the ground heavily with his cane, his aged face wrinkling further as he questioned. Are you telling me that the warrior capable of resonating with a class mechs, wielding an unsharpened weapon to command mechs and fight the insectoids in bloody battles, has been abandoned? Are the members of the human council blind? The other elder responded with a cold laugh. Blind? Far from it. Every pair of eyes is fixated on their own position. If anyone so much as stirs, they'll find a way to push them out. She turned to the governor, pondering for a moment before speaking slowly. Have we secured his safety? Someone like this must be protected. The governor nodded in agreement. Of course, he must be protected. Otherwise, who will the 5 mechs of Unit 3347 be assigned to in the future? A squad of armed mechs has already been dispatched to make contact with him, and I've personally authorized secondary weapon permissions. A single squad should suffice, one elder remarked. He's just starting out. Assigning too many people might draw unwanted attention from the council. The second elder interjected, unwanted attention? I'd wager he's already caught their eye. This guy is never content caught between 2 corporations, hopping around like a flea. She frowned. Is he in danger? The governor shook his head. Not now. But who can say about the future? He has a habit of doing things that provoke envy, which makes me think the squad might not be enough to protect him. Perhaps we should find an excuse to send him to the forward base. At least there, he'd be safer from prying schemes. The forward base? One elder hesitated. It's not the most dangerous place, but it's still part of the front lines. Isn't that a bit reckless? The governor glanced at the 2 elders, then sent over the data from his terminal. The elders reviewed the squad's daily reports, their brows furrowing deeply. For the first time, they found the forward base despite frequent small-scale insectoid attacks seemed relatively safe. He turned down an offer from Aka Industries, clearly because they weren't sincere, but then immediately accepted one from Sanching Heavy Industries, using AKA's mechs to compete for Sanching. Trying to carve out a path for himself like this is reckless, especially since he plans to pilot the Black Feather AKA's CEO's former daughter. Isn't this just asking for trouble? The 2 elders exchanged worried glances, setting down the terminal. Though Aka Industries and Sanching Heavy Industries were merely ordinary members of the council, to an average person like Sulie, their status was as untouchable as towering peaks. Yet here he was, climbing recklessly halfway up the mountain. If he pushed them to their limits, he might not even be able to keep his place on the battlefield. The elders unanimously agreed it was best to send him to the forward base as soon as possible. The governor shrugged with a faint, ambiguous smile, hugging a soft pillow as a wave of dizziness overtook him. Prolonged sleep deprivation left her unsteady on her feet, so she simply sat down on the hoverboard, resting her chin on the pillow she held in her arms. Her light blue hair cascaded down like strands of pale silk. She consoled herself, silently there was still a competition to carry on. On the Hanhai side, they had uncovered some clues. Some people had been up to no good, leaving behind messes they couldn't even clean up themselves. If our little friend could perform a bit better, perhaps more would come to light. After all, this is a matter for humans to handle. Chasing out the metaphorical dogs is a task best left to humans. It just feels more appropriate that way. Off you go. Once you've seen enough, move along quickly. At our age, we can't afford to waste energy fretting over these things. You handle it as you see fit. Oh, are you hinting at something? Fine. I'll mark this down for you 2 girls for now. The governor wrinkled her nose, turned around, and flopped down onto the hoverboard, hugging her pillow. She had barely set the destination before she fell fast asleep. Her long legs dangled off either side of the hoverboard, supported by the device, as she disappeared through the doorway of the breeding room. The 2 elders exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. Girls, it had been a long time since they'd heard that term. Oh well, considering she looked young but was actually older than their grandmothers, who could argue? At the investigation team headquarters office building, Hanhai sat in her chair as usual, resting her chest on the desk and lightly swinging her legs. She held a tablet, watching intently as 2 men met on the screen. A faint smile curved her lips. One of the men was a technical expert from a subsidiary of Aka Industries, while the other was an IT enthusiast active on small online forums. Their meeting place turned out to be an hourly room in a love motel. Men, honestly, of all places to meet, they chose this one. If you just talked on a street corner, I wouldn't have caught you so easily. TSK. She swiped away the video and pulled up a densely packed relationship chart. After a moment of thought, she crossed out a few names. The flow of funds was clear, the meeting video was in hand, and the motel owner, knowing which way the wind blew, had handed over the high-definition original footage the moment a gun was pointed at him. Bang! Yahua kicked open the heavy door, stomped back to his chair, and sat down with a string of curses. Those bastards. I can't take it anymore. Hanhai, my dear sister, tell me, do we have to keep stalling when we clearly have the evidence in hand? Are you holding a personal grudge? Sure, I'm partly to blame for breaking your rib, but does that mean I have to get scolded in video meetings every single day? Hanhai shot Yahua an annoyed glare, subtly pulled her legs back under the desk, and swiped to turn off the tablet. What's your rush? It's not like they've only just started trying to catch us slipping. When have they ever succeeded? Just be patient. The problems within Aka Industries run much deeper than you think. We're looking for a lot more than what we have now. The evidence we currently hold is enough to keep us from being targeted, but isn't our ultimate goal to clear our names? Should we just quietly endure false accusations? The manpower and resources wasted to prove our innocence aren't they valuable too? When will you finally grow up? Yihua was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why the first sentence was accusatory while the next seemed so casual. Still adhering to her principle of answering any question asked, she nodded and replied, "It doesn't itch. I wash it often." Han Hai twitched the corner of her mouth. thinking to herself that it was no wonder Yihua's mind always seemed filled with the sound of water. She suspected that if she got close enough, she might actually hear splashing in Yihua's head, as if Yihua had washed her brain away along with her hair. It's not that I don't want to present evidence, but there are other matters under investigation, Han Hai said curtly. In the meantime, just keep taking the daily scolding as usual. It's part of your duty as the captain. Upon hearing this, Yihua cursed under her breath and slammed the desk heavily. Easy for you to say. You haven't seen their smug faces. They act like they're absolutely certain we have no evidence and are pressuring us relentlessly. The council has already tried 3 times to bypass us and speak directly to the governor. We can't keep stalling like this. Han Hai glanced at Yihua. Despite her loud complaints, she still had her legs casually propped up on the desk, a clear indication that the situation was under control and there was no real urgency. I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? Yihua asked impatiently. I hear you. I hear you. Han Hai replied coldly. If you have nothing important to say, then get out and stop interrupting my train of thought. If you want fewer scoldings, then keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I'll head to Mechanical Island first thing tomorrow. She issued her ultimatum. Yihua rolled her eyes, muttered under her breath, but refrained from speaking further. The room fell silent, save for the rhythmic sound of Han Hai typing on the keyboard. As she peeled back layer after layer of the intricate web, a glimmer of excitement grew in Han Hai's eyes. The 16th mistress of the Aka Corporation's boss had given birth to a daughter yesterday, and the funds in her son's anonymous account had been moving frequently, with multiple one-sided transactions to another anonymous account. Han Hai typed swiftly and discovered that the second account belonged to none other than the boss's 5th mistress. She remembered this woman. She had given birth to a son just last year. The more Han Hai uncovered, the more intrigued she became, her mind automatically conjuring a palace intrigue drama. Although these scattered bits of information were of no immediate use, she was confident that digging deeper would eventually yield something valuable. She retrieved a copy of a document, enlarged it, and spread it across the desk. It appeared to be a design blueprint for some kind of device, marked with the word scrapped in bold. Han Hai narrowed her eyes at the lower right corner, where the faint but still legible name, Wang Minglan, was written. Han Hai had seen this before in Wang Minglan's memories when she became a member of Black Feather. It was a terminated research project that aimed to extract simplified Zerg consciousness to create biomechanical mechs. Narrowing her eyes further, Han Hai realized that Aka Corporation's actions, including causing spatial rifts, were not merely about disrupting the current order. What they sought might be far more ambitious. In the warehouse, Sulie was busy fine-tuning Heyu while answering the incessantly ringing phone beside him. He placed it to his ear, and on the other end, Li Tianlong's voice sounded anxious. We're in trouble, Master. Aka suddenly made a last-minute change. This year's competition has been switched to Mech Battle Royale to align with new trends. Sulie froze mid-action, his hands stopping in place. Mech Battle Royale? Why would they suddenly change the competition format? Confused, he asked back. I have no idea. The announcement for the tournament was already posted, and the competition starts the day after tomorrow. Now they're suddenly saying there's a last-minute adjustment? Are they messing with us? Are we being targeted? He instinctively felt something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. His participation details hadn't been leaked, and the invitation letter Li Tianlang gave him was still quietly sitting in his desk drawer, waiting to be filled out and submitted on the last day. Although Aka Industries' sudden change in competition format didn't affect him much, there was an undeniable sense of something strange going on. Did Aka Industries send out any additional invitations? Sulie asked. Li Tianlang hesitated for a moment, a trace of surprise flashing across his face. Master, how did you know? They sent out over 20. Almost all the well-known clubs received invitations, but these later ones weren't sent to clubs. They were addressed specifically to famous pilots. Sulie set down the tool in his hand, his brows furrowing. Now that's unusual. It seems like they're trying to flex their muscles on all fronts. Do you have any intel on this? Or maybe a way to get a list of Aka Industries' internal participants? Nope. Li Tianlang shook his head. We usually get that kind of info, but this year, I couldn't find anything. At first, I thought they might have drafted people from the provincial team, but after reaching out to a bunch of contacts, I found nothing. And honestly, relying on the Tricity Heavy Industries Intelligence Network for this is a dead end fear, barely paying attention to this competition in the first place. Then there's no helping it. A battle royale it is. We'll just have to hope for a good starting position. At least that way, we might avoid being targeted right out of the gate, Sulie sighed. So, we're just relying on luck. Li Tianlang asked, exasperated. Luck isn't your only option. If you're strong enough to crush the competition, you won't need it, Sulie replied. Li Tianlang rolled his eyes. If I had that kind of strength, I wouldn't even need to make this call. Sulie casually hung up the phone and tossed it aside. He closed the final piece of external armor on Heyu. A mech battle royale meant only one mech could be deployed. Over the past 3 days, he had run 4 practice sessions with Heyu. Oddly enough, perhaps because he had once damaged her, she seemed unusually obedient during their sessions. While she still had a tendency to tremble, Completing the tournament shouldn't be an issue as long as a bathroom break was taken beforehand. Lightning, you'll sit in the stands with Hongying to watch this time. Be good and don't wander off. Sulie instructed. Lightning was curled up on the sofa, clutching a bag of snacks. She nodded obediently at his words. Sulie rarely gave her tasks, so she had no reason to push back. He couldn't shake the feeling that this competition would be far from ordinary. A book lay open on the armrest of the sofa, and she was engrossed in reading it, occasionally sharing the plot with Hongying, who sat beside her. Let me tell you, the main character is such a scoundrel. He actually slept with his own android girl, then abandoned her, and even pushed her biological parents off a cliff, making it look like an accident. Hongying, sitting on the sofa with her legs pulled up, her small feet wrapped in white cotton socks and her smooth legs pressed together, looked up in shock, her face full of confusion. Wait, the android girl has biological parents? Aren't they supposed to come from test tubes? Master, I wouldn't mind if you slept with me, but don't you dare abandon me. Sulie's hand trembled, almost dropping the massive wrench he was holding, which nearly smashed his foot. Lightning pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. If you keep buying these trashy books, I'm cutting off your lubricant supply. Her tone was filled with discontent. But didn't you say yesterday that the one I was reading was pretty good? The one explaining different poses. You even said you'd find me a video for it. Hongying's eyes widened instantly, staring at Sulie without blinking. She couldn't believe that Sulie was actually using books, those sacred tools of knowledge to systematically teach certain things, and even planned to use videos as supplementary material. Explain yourself. That was the Yoga 36 Poses book you bought yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Hongying suddenly realized that in the few days she'd been here, her thoughts had become less pure. It seemed like she could now associate anything with something else. Philosophers often said that vivid imagination could advance one's thinking. She wasn't sure if she had truly progressed, but her mind now seemed to be painted with a shade of unfamiliar color. What a shame. If it were a battle royale instead, I might have been able to sneak into a match. Lightning pouted, wriggling on the sofa in mock frustration. The book, do you think I know your heart? A scumbag's quick guide slipped off her lap and fell to the floor. She leaned down, her fiery red hair cascading over her face as her chin rested on the armrest. Squinting her eyes, she reached blindly under the sofa, groping for the fallen novel. Sulie couldn't help but admire Lightning's relaxed demeanor. The longer they spent time together, the more laid-back she seemed to become. During competitions, she was all intensity, but afterward, it was like she entered a zen-like state, lazy yet clingy. Honestly, Sulie sometimes couldn't tell if she was more like a big cat or a docile golden retriever. One thing was certain, she definitely wasn't human. Hongying, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. The news clearly left her anxious. She fidgeted in her seat, her legs shifting positions constantly, her expression torn as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Sulie pretended not to notice. Meanwhile, Heiyu had finished her maintenance and adjustments and slid into the sofa, her face slightly flushed. Though she hadn't signed a core contract, after the initial disappointment, she gradually came to terms with everything. 6 months was neither too long nor too short, and she refused to believe that Sulie wouldn't renew their contract after that time. Squeezing herself between Hongying and Lightning, she reached out and gently ruffled Lightning's red hair. Lightning let out a soft hum of contentment, tilting her head back with a pleased expression. Sulie raised an eyebrow as he observed Lightning, who was now fully relaxed. She had picked up her book again and was lying on her stomach over the armrest, a thin, transparent tube hanging from her cherry-red lips. Part of the tube was hidden in the sofa, blending in so well with its surroundings that Sulie wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't shifted his angle and caught the faint glint of the tube. Curious, he walked over and discovered that the tube stretched for over 10 meters, dragging across the floor and connecting to a large iron drum of lubricant. Lightning, are you sneaking lubricant again? Sulie exclaimed, shaking the newly purchased drum of lubricant. It had arrived just yesterday, and already a third of it was gone. His heart ached at the sight. He had used part of the 100,000 prize money from match 038 to buy only 2 drums of lubricant, intending to save the remaining 20,000 for emergencies. But in this world, plans never seem to keep up with changes. It's not just me. Heiyu and Hongying had some too. Lightning hastily confessed before Sulie could mete out any punishment. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He answered it, and Li Tianlong's urgent voice came through the speaker. Master, Arc Industries has made another change. They've rescheduled the competition. It's now set for tomorrow. I'm on my way to your place. We need to talk in person. Hearing this, Sulie's expression darkened, a growing sense of unease settling in his chest. The competition is tomorrow. You and Hongying stay at home. The black sedan screeched to a halt, leaving several dark skid marks on the ground. Before the car had fully stopped, a figure flung open the door and tumbled out. Li Tianlang, after 3 days of absence, looked visibly worn, his eyes swollen, dark circles prominent. Today, instead of his usual flashy sequined outfit, he wore a leopard print t-shirt, giving off an air of flamboyance. Yu Rong, on the other hand, looked much more refreshed. Dressed in her signature moon-white qipao, she sat in the car and gave Sulie a reserved nod. Li Tianlang scrambled towards Sulie, clutching at his pant leg and shouting dramatically, "Master, master, everything's gone sideways." Sulie sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. He grabbed Li Tianlang by the collar and dragged him into the warehouse. Taking in Li Tianlang's disheveled appearance, Sulie instantly understood the situation. This kid had clearly overindulged in wine and women. "You were fine when you left. How did you end up like this in just 3 days? Are you even planning to compete anymore?" Glancing over his shoulder, Li Tianlang noticed 3 gynoids squeezed onto the sofa, their eyes fixed intently on him. His face flushed, and he lowered his head, muttering, "That's exactly the problem. Aka Industries is playing dirty. They suddenly changed the schedule without warning. I wasn't expecting the competition to come so soon. I only came out to get some supplements, but they're leaving me no room to breathe. Look at you, all pathetic and spineless. You let one gynoid knock you down. What am I supposed to say to you? Is this all you're capable of?" Sulie retorted sharply. Li Tianlong's eyes lit up at those words. "Master, I know what I need to learn now. You've got to teach me that special skill of yours. Don't worry, I won't pass it on to anyone." "What special skill?" Sulie asked, raising an eyebrow. Li Tianlang gave him a knowing look, casting a furtive glance at the 3 gynoids. Sulie's expression hardened as he picked up a wrench, ready to knock some sense into him. "Spit it out. What have you found out?" Li Tianlang shrugged, tilting his head. "I've got nothing. I used every channel I could, but there's no information at all." "Master, aren't you overreacting a bit? It's just a change in the competition format and schedule. Hasn't this happened before?" "Never. Anything out of the ordinary always has a reason. If you take my advice, you'd sit this one out," Sulie said sternly. "Sit it out? There's no competition I can't handle. Don't let these dark circles fool you. Even if I were down a kidney, I'd still compete. Aka Industries? They're nothing but amateurs. I've taken them down every year without fail," Li Tianlang declared confidently. "You have a grudge against Aka?" Sulie asked. "No grudge. But I have a better relationship with money," Li Tianlang replied smugly. Sulie gave him a long, appraising look before pulling him up from the ground and patting his shoulder. For the first time, Sulie felt a sense of camaraderie. It seemed they shared a mutual appreciation for wealth. Li Tianlang noticed the change in Sulie's expression, though he couldn't quite figure out why. Still, it didn't stop him from flashing a bright smile. "Master, the competition's tomorrow. Are you sure you want to teach me a trick or two? What about my apprentice gift? It's in the car. They'll get it for you right now." Suddenly rejuvenated, Li Tianlang sprinted to the car, pulled out 8 boxes, then decided to put one back. Carrying the remaining 7 boxes, he jogged back and placed them in front of Sulie. From the very first meeting with Sulie, Li Tianlang had made up his mind to gift more supplements. He understood clearly that there were always differences between people. Having someone like Euron by his side was already more than enough for him. If you don't have what it takes, don't take on challenges beyond your ability. How many people in the world could be like Sulie, surrounded by a group of mech girls? While his health was still decent now, taking care of the body was always better sooner than later. The sheer variety of supplements almost blinded Sulie. Li Tianlang smiled and said, "Master, don't be so formal with your disciple. You're in good health now because you're young, but it's always better to start taking care early." Sulie silently pushed the items back, his impression of Li Tianlang plummeting. He thought to himself, this guy is so blatant about giving gifts. Not to mention he had no interest in his own mech girls. Even if he did, how could these things be given in front of them? He glanced at the items and thought, deer antler pills? Not bad. Lots of men in books seem to take these. "Master, your disciple isn't bad at all. Let me keep these for you." Lightning's eyes lit up as she quickly ran over, grabbing 7 packs of supplements and disappearing into another room. Hong Ying's eyes widened in shock, while Heiyu's face flushed red with embarrassment. At that moment, Sulie wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He thought, this is just like mud falling on your pants whether it is or isn't. It sure looks like it. And when did Lightning, this mech girl, become so perceptive? "Well done, mistress." Lightning's face turned slightly red, finding the term amusing. She casually sat back on the sofa, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, and said warmly to Li Tianlang, "I have high hopes for you. Treat this place like your own home. No need to be polite." Li Tianlang smiled and nodded but didn't actually sit down. Time was running out, and he had initially planned to discuss a strategy with Sulie. 2 people working together would surely be better than fighting alone. But after meeting Sulie, he realized he had oversimplified things. Without a long period of collaboration, unfamiliar teamwork in a competition like this was less effective than going solo. Rushing to strategize last minute wasn't always meaningful. "Master, shall we head out? I've booked a room near the arena. Tomorrow morning, we can go straight to the venue to draw lots. It's less than a 5-minute drive from there." Sulie nodded, called for Heiyu, and was eager to leave this socially awkward situation as quickly as possible. He didn't care which hotel it was, as long as it got him out of here now. Watching the two leave in the car, Lightning's smile slowly froze. As Sulie disappeared from view, she felt an unfamiliar emptiness in her heart for the first time. Beside her, Hongying pressed her lips together, sharing the sentiment. Why do you think he wants us to stay at home? We're grown adults. Does he think we'll get lost? Besides, how can he feel at ease leaving with just Heyu? Hongying nodded in agreement, her expression serious. Lightning's smile returned as she said, do you think if we secretly follow them, Sulie will get mad? He likes you so much. He probably wouldn't, right? What did you just say? You said Master likes me. Hongying froze, caught off guard. Weren't they discussing sneaking out? Was this really the focus right now? Then I'd better stay home and behave. I can't do anything that would upset him, or he might stop liking me. Suddenly, Hongying wanted to slap herself. She turned to look at Lightning, only to see her already hugging a pillow and heading into another room. There was no need to follow her in to know that by now, Lightning was probably rolling around on Sulie's bed like an overexcited golden retriever. At the junction of the two cities in the eastern suburbs, the rolling mountains stretched endlessly, with a light morning mist gently draping over the peaks. After confirming that Lightning and Red Tassel were staying obediently at home, he and Black Feather finally stood at the edge of the arena. Suspended high above the signboard was a massive black and gold logo, with a series of club names listed below. Upon entering the entrance, they were greeted by a massive photo wall, adorned with the names and pictures of all the provincial and national teams that had emerged from this place. Li Tianlang glanced at it, curling his lips as he thought to himself, quite the display of formalism. With a slight bend of his knees, he bowed exaggeratedly toward the wall, muttering blessings under his breath for their future endeavors. Seeing this, Sulie quickly distanced herself from him, worried that the staff might notice and give them a hard time before the competition even began. In the registration hall, he handed over his invitation letter, and after verification, drew his competition number 37. The order wasn't particularly favorable, but it wasn't terrible either. The competition was set to begin promptly at 8 a.m., and most of the participants had already arrived. Sulie scanned the arena, observing the competitors and their mecha partners. Her gaze swept across the room. Apart from a few familiar faces often seen in city-level competitions, there weren't any particularly recognizable individuals. Even a few of the seeded players mentioned in Li Tianlong's provided information were nowhere to be found. Master, what a coincidence. I'm number 36, which means it'll start 20 seconds before you. Want me to wait for you at the gate so we can team up and take down number 38 first? Li Tianlang leaned over, trying to strike up a conversation with Sulie through the barricade. Lowering her voice, Sulie replied, I don't see any of the seeded players you mentioned. Li Tianlang paused, turning to scan the surroundings before pointing to several empty spots behind the barricade. They're probably supposed to be there. Aka competitions always need a few big names to hold the fort. Hail definitely show up. Look, spots 6, 7, 52 in the middle, and 68 toward the back. Ugh, Aka is still so shameless. Out of 100 participants, they've entered 15 of their own. Anyway, be extremely cautious. I have a feeling something fishy might happen in this competition, Li Tianlang continued. Master, provincial-level competitions are different from city-level ones. They generally encourage teamwork. Since we haven't practiced together, I didn't bring it up earlier. When you're on the field, be very careful. Among solo players, teamwork is rare, but when Aka makes a move, it's always as a 5-member squad. Even if they can't gather a full team of 5, as soon as 2 of them join forces, they'll start targeting solo players. Let's stick together and try to eliminate 1 or 2 of them before they can regroup. Sulie nodded, her gaze shifting to Black Feather. Today, she seemed particularly cautious about being recognized, covering herself from head to toe. Sulie raised an eyebrow, tugging at the scarf covering her own face, leaving only her eyes exposed. When filling out the invitation form, she hadn't even used her real name, opting for a fake 1-inch soaring banners. This is the first battle. Stay focused, and don't let unnecessary emotions affect you. Understand? Black Feather nodded, though her eyes betrayed a swirl of complex emotions. All participants, prepare to enter the arena. The competition will officially begin in 5 minutes. As one mecha after another started their preparations, a tense atmosphere began to permeate the arena. Sulie leaned lazily against the railing, his eyes briefly scanning the nearby number 38 Mech Girl before silently closing them to rest. Number 38 was an A-class combat model, designed with a sturdy turtle-like shell, featuring heavy silver shields on both its front and back, and circular shields attached to each arm. While this made her seem nearly impenetrable, it also clearly diminished Sulie's interest in targeting her. Fighting such a turtle shell would be too time-consuming and exhausting. He turned his gaze to Li Tianlang, and quickly realized that number 34 was part of the Aka group. Sulie raised his eyebrows at Li Tianlang, and the two exchanged knowing smiles before locking their sights on an unfortunate opponent. As the whistle blew, the mech shot into the arena like arrows. Sulie waited until his name was called before activating Heyu. Without lingering in the preparation area, they transformed into a streak of black light and sped into the arena. Outside the arena, a staff member frowned and turned to a colleague. That black mech, just know it looks familiar, doesn't it? The colleague replied, familiar? It should be. That's Heyu. Another staff member exclaimed in surprise, Heyu? Isn't that the young lady's mech? The colleague sneered, young lady? That's ancient history. She was handed over to that guy named Sulie. Quick, make the call and report this. Upon hearing this, the staff member quickly dialed their superior. Who did you say? Heyu. On the other end of the line, the sound of a glass shattering could be heard. Wang Hengze, the eldest son of Aka Industries, clenched his teeth, glaring at the live feed on the screen. On the display, the black mech swept through with hurricane-like speed, slicing off another mech's arm with a single strike, sparking a cascade of blinding electric flashes. The heavy industrial logo on Heiyu's chest practically burned into his eyes. This relentless specter. He had spared her from being scrapped, and yet she dared to turn against her master? Inside the room, Wang Hengze panted with rage, smashing everything within reach. Disheveled, he turned around only to see his family's mech being pinned down by Heiyu, forced to kneel at the arena entrance. His mouth fell open in shock, and for a moment, he forgot to breathe. This wasn't just rebellion, it was outright defiance. Wang Hengze immediately grabbed the intercom and connected to the team's private channel. Listen up, everyone. Winning or losing the match doesn't matter. There's only one spot left for the provincial team, and I have only one demand. Whoever can bring me Hey Yes Head will get that spot. I guarantee it's regardless of your final rank. If you bring me Hey Yes Head, you're in the provincial team. As soon as the words left his mouth, the pilots inside the cockpits of 14 mechs lit up with wild excitement, their faces brimming with anticipation. Compared to fighting their familiar teammates, they clearly saw the former young lady turn mech as an easy target. On the battlefield, the black and white mechs moved like an unstoppable duo, forcefully pinning number 34 at the arena's entrance. One by one, the mechas entered the arena in an orderly fashion. Their speed increased in the passageway, only to be forced into abrupt halts. At the entrance, two mechas blocked the doorway, causing everyone nearby to instinctively assess their own skills. Particularly striking was the sight of an Aka mecha with a severed arm kneeling on the ground, a sword pressed against its neck. The crowd glanced at the logos on the two mechas and tacitly turned to walk away, signaling their lack of hostility as they left. Those familiar with the two corporations understood the deep-seated animosity between them. Although they were tempted to stay and watch the drama unfold, they were well aware that the fact they hadn't been attacked immediately was already a courtesy. If they didn't appreciate this gesture, they risked becoming the laughingstock of others. Seeing the crowd retreat tactfully, the two pilots refrained from further action. Li Tianlang had no interest in picking on weaker opponents, and Sulie stayed his hand since fighting other mechas wouldn't earn him any money. It wasn't until a completely yellow mecha appeared that their attention sharpened. Its golden logo wasn't particularly eye-catching, but both of them, being professionals, immediately recognized its presence. Li Tianlang, always calculating, seized the moment of hesitation as the opponent entered the arena and struck with a direct upward slash aimed at the lower half of the mecha. However, even in the chaos, the opponent's heavy hammer collided forcefully with his giant sword, the sheer power sending the weapon flying out of Li Tianlang's grip. Damn it, master, number 52 is no joke. This one's tough. Li Tianlang muttered over team comms while switching to a shield and charging at the Ithton mecha, now slightly off balance. Without waiting for Sulie's support, he employed every tactic at his disposal to keep the opponent occupied. Zhang Tianhai smashed through Li Tianlang's low slash with his hammer, a fierce expression on his face. He knew his opponent all too well. Despite Li Tianlang's sunny and charming exterior, he was cunning and ruthless. Zhang Tianhai couldn't help but wonder if there was any underhanded trick in the world that Li Tianlang wouldn't stoop to using. Li Tianlang, you're such a shameless bastard. Why don't you fight me fair and square? Sure. Isn't this fair and square already? Did I ambush you? Li Tianling shot back as their banter continued, their hands never ceasing their intense operations. The mechas moved with wide, forceful motions, clashing violently and frequently. Yurong spun around and retrieved the sword that Zhang Tianhai had knocked away earlier, then lunged again, aiming for the Ithton mecha's right knee joint. The massive hammer handle came crashing down, deflecting the sword's attack. The Ithton mecha raised a knee, striking Yurong's shield and sending sparks flying. Meanwhile, in the warehouse of the Mecha Academy, 7 or 8 mech girls huddled together, intently watching the live broadcast with tense expressions. The heated match, paired with the commentator's fervent narration, became even more thrilling. It's Cao Dao. He even asked us for autographs once. Lightning, as always, had a knack for focusing on the unusual details. At the same time, Cao Dao, upon spotting the black mecha on screen, immediately realized he had found the highlight of the entire match. The white Yurong frequently made appearances in the Huanyu arena, but it alone wasn't enough to sustain the excitement of the match given the long-standing feud between the two corporations. The black Heiyu, however, was a different story. Though few were aware of her identity, those in the know understood her significance. After all, Only 3 mech girls created from human memories still existed in the world today. As an Aka mech girl, why was she bearing the logo of Sanqing? And who was her pilot? Tao Tao flipped quickly through his notes, only to find the words Saichi Pia Piao scrawled in handwriting that struck him as oddly familiar, furrowing his brow in puzzlement. The players from our Microstar Club are brimming with competitive energy. They first defeated player 34, and now, while the arena remains open, they've chosen to block the entrance. Shouldn't they be picking their positions in advance? This brings to mind an old Crimson friend. Such decisive and clean eliminations truly embody the essence of competitive gaming. Tao Tao no longer dwelled on the handwriting issue. Instead, he recalled the electrifying figure from the last match he commented on, unable to hold back his admiration for her. He felt he could never forget that streak of red brilliance. Perhaps her appearance was the reason this competition felt more captivating than ever. Reflecting on this, he regretted chasing after the players entering earlier. If he had stayed at the entrance, he might have witnessed an incredible showdown. However, it didn't seem too late now. According to his knowledge, there were at least 2 more Aka players to encounter. It seems our competitors can hardly wait to deliver a more intense match. So let's wait and see. The match hasn't officially started, yet a mecha has already been eliminated. It seems player 34 had incredibly bad luck, getting caught directly by 2 mechas from 3 cities' heavy industries. Meanwhile, player 52 is also locked in a fierce battle. Our serious ace, Li Tianlang, known by everyone, is undoubtedly the star of Microstar Club. On the other hand, Zhang Tianhai, the ace of Club 37, is also a familiar name. The two have always been rivals, and now that they've crossed paths, the tension is palpable. Whoa, that was a close call. If Zhang Tianhai hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been in serious trouble. He cursed inwardly had just received orders to take out Blackfeather, only to get blocked at the entrance. Li Tianlang, standing in his way, was like an unshakable shadow. Despite Blackfeather being so close, Zhang could only watch helplessly, his frustration bubbling to the surface. Give it up, Zhang. Do you think I'd let you through? Do you think I have no pride? Li Tianlang's voice dripped with sarcasm. I'm a provincial-level player. How could I let a city-level player like you pass so easily? You're the bottom of the barrel in your provincial team. What are you bragging about? If you've got the guts, stop rolling on the ground and fight standing up. The tension between the two intensified, with their words as sharp as their movements. Suddenly, Li Tianlang shouted, "Master, help me out. I can't hold him off much longer." His yell made Zhang Tianhai instinctively glance toward Blackfeather. The menacing black mecha took a sudden step forward, causing his heart to skip a beat as he immediately heightened his guard. However, it only moved briefly before coming to a complete halt. Distracted for just a moment, Zhang was caught off guard. Li Tianlang seized the opportunity, delivering a shield bash that sent the earth-toned mecha crashing into the arena wall. A thunderous sound echoed as clouds of dust rose from the impact. Amid the flying debris, the earth-colored mecha gripped the edges of its shield tightly, struggling to hold its ground, its body deeply embedded in the high wall. The crumbling rocks tumbled down, coating her already dusty yellow mech with a layer of stone powder. You shameless cheat. Li Tianlang ignored his taunts, even tightening his grip on the shield in his hand. Zhang Tianhai quickly pressed the communicator in his hand, informing his teammates of the situation at the entrance without delay. The 10 mechs that had already entered the arena stopped in their tracks and turned around, racing toward the entry point. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. The number of participants was already high, and now they were even coordinating across teams. The Arca Industrial Club truly had no shame. Watch your mouth. This is Arca's home turf. If you like it, watch. If not, get lost. Did you think a provincial competition was the same as a city-level one? Coordinated dispatching is basic protocol. And what about the 3 cities? Blocking the entrance from the start hat's the real, shameless act. You looking for a fight? Come on, bring it on. You can't beat me. I'm your grandpa. Get him. What's with that black mech? Everyone else has started retreating to defend, and it's just standing there like an idiot. Hurry up and deal with the enemy in front of you, and get out of there. Shouts of anger and doubt erupted from the audience. As the staff outside announced, contestants number 67 and number 68 enter the arena. Sulie finally moved in an instant. With a swift slash of her giant sword, the head of the kneeling mech separated from its body and tumbled to the ground. The black giant began to pick up speed, racing toward the entrance. One moment she was stationary, and the next she had advanced 20 meters forward. This sliding-like movement caught the attention of every spectator. This movement style looks familiar. Lightning. The pilot of that mech is Lightning's pilot. Gasps and exclamations rippled through the stands. In the recently concluded city-level competition, she left a deep impression on the crowd. Though the competition ended prematurely, the championship undoubtedly belonged to Lightning. She deserved it. Whether it was her efficient takedown of opponents or her unrelenting dominance across the arena, she earned her place at the top of the podium. More impressively, when an unexpected crisis occurred, She even managed to defeat the Zerg species everyone despised. While others retreated, she charged forward against the tide. That resolve alone earned her the respect of most spectators, and on top of that, she emerged victorious. At least in that moment, she was a hero, the hero of the entire South City. Seriously? If it's really that pilot, why isn't she piloting lightning? How long has it been? And she's already switched mechs. I wanted to see the red lightning. Chill. There's got to be some backstory here. Look at the logo on that mech's chest, 3 cities, heavy industries. But this is Arca's territory in South City. Hiss. Has Arca lost its mind? Letting such a talented pilot go to 3 cities, heavy industries. Who knows? But I do know a little about that black mech. Venmo me 50, and he'll tell you all about it. The twin sword spun in her hands as Heiyu's speed surged instantly. With a swift turn, the long sword in her right hand flew forward, slicing past the armor of the mecha ahead and piercing straight toward the enemy, hiding behind Unit 68. Unit 68, already informed of the ambush through the channel, had been crouching behind Unit 67, planning a counterattack. However, Sulie left him no chance. A sharp screech echoed through the corridor as Unit 67, still reeling, darted out and raised a massive sword to strike at the onrushing Heiyu. His heart tightened as the massive blade whizzed past his cockpit, just missing it. A slight miscalculation, and he would have bid farewell to this world. Tao Tao's voice cracked with excitement. This kind of match, with its sudden bursts of tension, was utterly gripping. As long as Sulie was in the game, there was never a dull moment. Heiyu didn't dodge. The enemy pilot had miscalculated, and the heavy sword struck the ground, its tip landing 2 meters from her feet. She advanced swiftly. The massive black hand of her mecha grabbed Unit 67's head and, with the momentum, slammed it violently into the ground. Unit 67's mecha, almost like a living being, bounced off the ground, its head shoved deep into the solid surface by Heiyu's strike. The arena erupted instantly, and the crowd cheered wildly. But then, Unit 68 charged out of the corridor, its enormous sword raised high, targeting the stationary Heiyu. She was only 50 meters from the Entrancia, mere breath's distance for top-tier club pilots. Yet, in such a fleeting moment, much could be done. Sulie swiftly pulled the control lever, her left hand inputting commands at lightning speed, her movements so rapid they left afterimages. The black mecha didn't rise, but instead cradled the massive sword in its arms, rolling to evade Unit 68's slash. Positioning itself beneath the enemy, it suddenly thrust upward, driving the sharp blade into Unit 68's chin. Tao Tao gasped audibly. Heiyu had used her body to shield the sword's edge, closing in on the enemy for a lethal strike. Such close-quarters combat was truly breathtaking. Once again, cheers filled the arena as thousands of spectators waved their drink bottles and pounded the stands in rhythmic unison. She's at it again. She's at it again. The audience's excitement reached a fever pitch. Heiyu's execution was sharp and decisive, as if her sole purpose was to take her enemy's head. The thrill of it all challenged everyone's expectations. Close combat between mechas was not uncommon, but no one had ever seen it done at such proximity. Zhang Tianhai watched intently, his long-awaited reinforcements failing to last even a single round against the opponent. The uncanny close combat techniques left him utterly shaken. Mecha operation guidelines explicitly state that mechas should maintain a 3-meter safety distance from each other. Yet Heiyu had broken this rule, expertly slipping into the enemy's blind spot to execute a decapitation strike. Such precise maneuvers seemed almost unreal, like a blindfolded excavator operator performing flawless operations. To the untrained eye, it was a spectacle. To the experts, it was utterly jaw-dropping. Zhang Tianhai's eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets in disbelief. Call this an interception? Trying to intercept Heiyu? If you don't come at her all at once, it's not an interception, it's just asking for trouble. The sound of smashing and banging echoed once again in the club's meeting room. Can you even do this? Can you? Wang Hengze roared, his voice filled with fury. A tiny black feather rolled on the ground. And we lost one already. Are you controlling the mechs with your feet? His eyes were glued to the screen in front of him, his mind swirling with confusion. Why was she still so powerful? Despite not competing for 3 years after becoming a mech girl, she had grown even stronger than before. She just stood there, as radiant as ever. Wasn't she supposed to have been mentally broken just recently, leaking fluid everywhere? Could it all have been a lie? The mere thought of being deceived enraged Wang Hengze. He wished she would just disappear completely. What was all this talk about quitting the competition, about terminating research? She never should have existed in the first place. Why was this woman better than him at everything? His hysterical screams filled the room, a manifestation of his helpless fury. Kill her. I want you to kill her. The competition hadn't even fully started yet. They were only 3/5 through the entry process, and his team had already lost 2 members, with another barely holding on. As the whistle blew, signaling the full entry of all 100 participants, the signal jamming devices activated, cutting off Wang Hengze's voice. On Aka's mech communication channel, only the voices of his teammates remained. Tao Tao glanced at the shattered mech pieces near the entrance and the swarm of medical personnel surrounding them, drawing in a sharp breath. The spectacle of this competition was thrilling yet terrifying. The older he got, the more intense the experience felt. During the last lightning match, 2 old men had passed out. Who knew how many would collapse this time? And those were just the ones in the stands. How many more were clutching heart medication in front of their TVs at home? The earth-toned mech pinned against the wall continued to struggle. Zhang Tianhai was on the brink of despair. Li Tianlang had him completely trapped, wedged into the wall with no leverage to break free. Black Feather approached, sword in hand, its tip dragging along the ground, carving deep grooves as it moved closer, step by ominous step. The oppressive figure felt as though it was crushing his very soul. The massive gap in strength was like an unbridgeable chasm. Even without any restrictions, Zhang Tianhai stood no chance. Now, with one opponent restraining him and another advancing with a menacing gaze, sword in hand, how could he possibly fight back? Surrender? That was out of the question. Fight? How? One opponent had him immobilized, while the other, a relentless foe, was closing in with clear intentions. How could he even begin to fight back? Sanqing Heavy Industries had completely mastered the art of this competition. Zhang Tianhai couldn't understand why his own company had suddenly changed the competition format. In this chaotic battle royale mode, he couldn't even see a glimmer of hope for his team's victory. 50,000, 100,000, and now this. Sulie's eyes lit up. In just 10 minutes, 150,000 was in the bag. That slippery lightning guy wouldn't have to worry about food for a long time now. This time, they might even afford to choose different flavors. Pineapple, perhaps? Li Tianlang trembled with excitement, his entire body quivering. While watching Sulie's match videos, Li Tianlang once believed that Sulie's techniques, though challenging, could be achieved with enough practice. However, over time, his perspective shifted. His earlier attempts made him question whether Sulie had been holding back his true strength for the upcoming competition. Li Tianlang felt that his own movements paled in comparison to Sulie's effortless fluidity. He was even stunned by Sulie's seemingly simple maneuvers, leaving him with tingling nerves and trembling legs. He thought to himself, this isn't just a king among men, he's a tyrant on the battlefield. Meanwhile, in Black Feather's cockpit, Sulie's precise control made Black Feather's face flush with heat. The barrage of commands overwhelmed her mind, leaving her dazed, and Sulie showed no signs of slowing down. One instruction followed another in rapid succession, shattering her confidence. She began to doubt whether she could even last until the end of the match. How had Lightning managed to endure such relentless commands before? In the Mech Academy's storage area, Lightning stared at the black figure in the arena, her body trembling involuntarily. The nearby mech girls turned their attention to her, noticing her flushed cheeks and the faint steam rising from her head. She couldn't help but immerse herself in the image of Sulie controlling Black Feather. The sensation was so profound that her thoughts momentarily went blank. She reassured herself, if I don't think about it, it doesn't mean I lack intelligence, I'll just let instinct take over. Su instructor is truly incredible. Lightning thought to herself. Is there really anyone in this world who can rival him as a pilot? Could he become one of those legendary mech warriors? She couldn't help but marvel at how Sulie had already garnered a massive fan following. The electrifying atmosphere made her feel as though she could rush to the arena and still be on time. However, Su instructor had explicitly ordered her to remain in the hangar and not go anywhere, leaving her with a profound sense of regret. Can you move over a bit? Your chest is blocking my view. One of the mech girls grumbled as they adjusted their positions. They crowded around the edge of the sofa, eyes glued to the screen as the black mech used its heavy sword to pierce through the dull yellow mech on the wall. Their excitement was palpable, their reactions almost exaggerated. On the battlefield, Black Feather withdrew its long sword as a distant figure approached rapidly across the arena. Sulie gave Li Tianling a pat before turning and sprinting off with his sword in hand. Without hesitation, Li Tianling followed closely behind, pushing his thrusters to the limit. The black and white mech streaked across the arena like twin beams of light, leading 8 pursuing mechs deeper into the competition grounds. In less than 3 minutes, the 2 mechs suddenly split at a fork in the path, dashing in opposite directions. The 8 pursuing mechs ignored the white mech, Yurong, and continued their chase after Black Feather. Amid the audience's jeers and curses, Tao Tao couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Sulie. He understood why Aka Industries was so fixated on Sulie was because of Black Feather. Although he didn't fully grasp the underlying reasons, he could sense the tension and intensity of this match. However, on the battlefield, the appearance of Hey Yu had already unveiled many issues. What's more, the logo of Sansheng was boldly displayed on her chest. Tao Tao couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Though with his limited understanding of the situation, his thoughts were bound to go astray. Since Sulie had the courage to counterattack AKA, he must have been mentally prepared for AKA's retaliation. Besides, with his skills, it was still uncertain who would emerge victorious. At this moment, the performance of the Sklass mechas was being demonstrated to perfection. Among the pursuing team, only 3 mechas managed to keep up with Heiyu's pace. The other 5 gradually lagged behind as the chase continued. Sulie couldn't comprehend why his opponents allowed such a gap to widen. Out of the 8, he would definitely have turned and fled, but now, only 3 mechas remained in pursuit. Even though they were all class, there might still be an opportunity to exploit the time gap and counterattack. The black mecha darted past a cliff and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Sulie came to an abrupt halt, plunged his sword into the cliff to dissipate most of the impact, and pivoted the massive mecha with a quick burst from its thrusters. Sword in hand, he didn't hesitate for a moment, swinging it directly toward the other side of the cliff. The leading white mecha in pursuit had no time to react. It was as if Sulie had eyes on the back of his head as strike hit the white mecha dead center. Sparks erupted as its legs were severed and its external armor shattered, jamming into the steel fibers and wreaking havoc. The white mecha lost all mobility and collapsed forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as it skidded across the ground. The other 2 mechas instinctively initiated emergency braking, but in doing so, they missed the chance to capture Sulie. Too fast. The moment Sulie saw the terrain, he had already devised a strategy, and as soon as he made the decision, he executed it flawlessly. While it was a simple maneuver to block their line of sight, the effect was remarkable. After landing a successful strike, Sulie even delivered a final blow, stomping on the head of the white mecha, completely destroying it. This ambush was truly unexpected. Once again, our contestant Sulie has taken down an opponent. Is he trying to recreate his undefeated glory from the first match? Cao Tao realized that whenever he commentated on Sulie, he inevitably stammered. But so what? Even if he stammered for the rest of his life, he wouldn't mind. Such incredible adaptability in the heat of battle. The distance between the 2 sides was now just over 200 meters. For rapidly maneuvering mechas, that was a mere 3 seconds or so. Yet, in that brief span, Sulie had already gone from formulating a strategy to executing it, and finishing off his opponent before making a clean retreat. He had even accounted for his opponent's reactions. "Master, I'm in position," came the eerie voice of Li Tianlang over the team channel. A faint smirk appeared on Su Li's lips as he led the remaining 2 class mechas toward Li Tianlang's location. "Can we go any faster? Accelerate. We can't let him block our line of sight again. At least one of us must maintain visual contact." Up ahead was a narrow pass with steep cliffs on either side, unsuitable for high-speed turns. "Let him go. Once he's through the pass, it's open plains. Heiyu's acceleration tops out at 90, while ours is only 80. We can catch up." The 2 class mechas exchanged a glance and followed closely, taking a sharp turn. From Su Li's peripheral vision, he noticed the 2 mechas maintaining a steady speed. While their cornering techniques were similar to Heiyu's, any keen observer could see that their maneuvers were noticeably less fluid than Heiyu's seamless precision. No matter the scenario, comparisons are inevitable. Among the crowd of AKA spectators, many couldn't help but frown. What they once considered smooth and flawless movements now seemed clunky and unrefined in comparison. As expected, Heiyu shot through the narrow pass without stopping. The 2 mechas immediately accelerated in pursuit. The endless plains ahead seemed like the perfect setting to hunt down Heiyu. As they approached the pass, the roar of their mechas echoed between the cliffs. Suddenly, they heard an eerie voice from beyond the pass. "Haha, let's see if you can dodge this." The 2 pilots' hearts leapt into their throats in an instant. Even if they had opened the cockpit and stuck their legs out to brake, it would have been too late, not to mention their legs weren't nearly long enough. In their view, a pale silver mecha was clutching a thick tree trunk, swinging it fiercely toward the narrow pass. Li Tianlang let out a sinister, cackling laugh as the massive tree trunk slammed heavily into the lower halves of 2 class mechas. The intense impact caused the dense ironwood trunk to splinter with a deafening crack. It slipped from the mecha's grip, sending wood chips flying everywhere. The 2 mechas were thrown backward, carving deep trenches into the ground that stretched for dozens of meters. The violent collision left the pilots momentarily dizzy and disoriented. Before they could react, a black and gold figure was already looming over them. What good was the combination of Ins-class pilot and Ins-class mecha AI? Caught off guard, they still had no meaningful chance to retaliate. With a powerful leap, Black Feather landed squarely on their sharply angled heads. Crunch! Sparks flew, accompanied by a plume of black smoke rising into the air. "How does that feel? Are you okay?" Sulie asked uncertainly from inside the cockpit, glancing at Black Feather. The latter lowered her head slightly and murmured, "It hurts my feet a little." "Well then, next time I'll use a sword." Sulie replied. "You're so kind, master." Black Feather whispered. Sulie, busy scanning their surroundings, didn't notice the tears streaming down Black Feather's face. Whether as a human or as a mecha AI, what she had always yearned for most was recognition from others. Yet this simple wish had never been fulfilled, even at the cost of her life. During her time at Aka Industries, everything she did was taken for granted. She fought to stand out in competitions, only to be confined at home. She devoted herself to research, only to have her work stolen by others. Even in death, She was used as a tool for others to exploit. Her life, already incomplete, shattered further into pieces. She had no one to trust, and even the hope of living had been stripped away from her time and time again. If it hadn't been for Hong Ying, she would have woken up every day wondering how to end her life. She never believed in promises because everyone who had ever made her one had broken it. But Sulie had said he would help her dominate the competition and humiliate Aka Industries. When he piloted her and achieved their first kill together, she couldn't stop trembling. Watching that mecha with the golden logo kneel before her, she felt as though the meaning of her existence had been redefined. Then came the second kill, and the third. He had delivered on his promise. She could even imagine her worthless brother flying into a rage at the sight of this, and her cold-hearted father's veins bulging in fury. The daughter they had ignored even in death, even as a Mecha AI, even as someone they deemed useless would shine so brightly it would blind them. But why? Why wouldn't the one person who had kept his promise to her agree to form a core bond with her? Outside the cockpit, Li Tianlang was laughing heartily, his joy uncontainable. He had never felt so vindicated in his life. From the beginning of the match, the appearance of 4 class mechas and 2 class mechas didn't feel like a chaotic battle of machines. It was more like a massacre. The sheer thrill of it was exhilarating, as if the enemies were being treated with exceptional care, ensuring they weren't overworked. It was almost as if overtime efforts were made just to send them home. Such a thoughtful service. Master, are we still waiting? There are still 5 more coming, right? Sulie shot him a glare and snapped. Wait for what? They've got a team channel. They got the news ages ago. You're not going to catch them waiting here. So what do we do now? He asked. What else? Turn around and chase them down. Meat delivered right to your mouth. How can you just let it go? You might be rich, but I'm broke. Remember, you can only assist from the side. The kills are mine. 50 grand each if you dare to steal one. They'll clean house. Li Tianlang suddenly felt that this master-disciple relationship was a bit shallow. 50 grand? Could his burning loyalty really be worth less than 50 grand? Master, how about this? You let me have 2, and I'll give you 60 grand for one. Deal? Hey, you paused mid-turn, then turned back to pat Yurong's shoulder. Good disciple. Lightning was righty or not so bad. Of course. If my Shermu had poor judgment, how could she have spotted my master in a sea of people at first glance? Sulie scratched his nose awkwardly at the comment and didn't respond. It wasn't exactly a topic he wanted to touch. It was too easy to stir up conflict. Meanwhile, Tao Tao stood speechless on the hovering platform. The entire conversation between the two hadn't gone through the team channel, but was instead broadcast live via drone to countless viewers. Was such blatant price haggling really okay? You've already embarrassed AKA by beating them up at the start, and now you're openly discussing it? Does Aka have no dignity? He glanced at the blue and white mechas patrolling the sky and let out a sigh of relief. With the inspection team here, it shouldn't be too big of an issue, right? In the stands of the arena, Aka Industries' fanbase had descended into chaos. What the hell? All useless. Getting outsmarted again and again. Do they not have brains? Were AKA's pilots raised on garbage? What? Did they eat it and pack it to go to? It's not their fault. Who could have predicted there'd be an ambush right past the choke point? Someone retorted indignantly. Not predicted? How could you not predict that? I really don't get it. Is everyone so fixated on hey you while completely ignoring Yurong? It's like they're handing her opportunities for sneak attacks on a silver platter. Another chimed in. Exactly. It's unbearable to watch. Not a single one of them is using their brain. A whole team being toyed with by just 2 people from 3 cities. Damn it, I want a refund. Refund? Come on. If AKA can't handle it, isn't Sulie and Heiyu still there? Oh, right. Wasn't Heiyu originally one of AKA's mecha pilots? What happened? Did they backstab her, and now she's pissed off? What was Sulie doing? He's turning back? No way, he wasn't just talking big. He's really planning to take on 5 all by himself? Shoo. Basic moves, nothing special. He's at it again. He's at it again. What had initially seemed like Lightning's quirk was now confirmed. Turns out the so-called king of scraps was none other than Sulie himself. Heiyu turned around and began picking up random items from the ground. In no time, her slender waist was draped with all kinds of weapons. As she moved, the weapons clinked and clattered against each other. A master, isn't carrying this much stuff a bit cumbersome? Sulie shot Yurong a sharp glare, muttering to himself. A burden? Let me teach you something, disciple. The acid of the insectoids is extremely corrosive to weapons. If one day you find yourself on the battlefield, you'll understand you must learn to utilize every resource available to you. He cast a sidelong glance at the wrecked mech on the ground, tilting his head slightly, as if regretting the waste. If they were truly on the battlefield, he would have used the debris to create some improvised fireworks. Li Tianlang seemed to grasp part of the lesson. He bent down and picked up a massive shield, slinging it onto his back. The weight of it instantly gave him a greater sense of security. His eyes lit up as he tore a circular shield from the arm of another mech, holding it against his chest to test its fit. Meanwhile, Heiyu showed no signs of stopping, charging straight toward the narrow pass, retracing their path. Judging by their respective speeds, the enemy wasn't far behind. Even if they had been alerted, it was doubtful they could react appropriately in time. Most likely, they would either cluster together or set up an ambush. However, there weren't many suitable spots for an ambush nearby. Heiyu's objective was clear: sweep through each potential point, one by one. At this moment, only 9 contestants from AKA remained on the field. Cao Tao was utterly stunned. He knew Sulie was at it again. Just like the last match, once Sulie started killing, there was no stopping him. Perhaps he had never intended to hold back in the first place. The chaotic battle mode of this mech brawl had drawn him completely into a frenzy of destruction. Remembering Sulie's heroic feats against the insectoids, Cao Tao couldn't help but howl in excitement again. So what if I get proven wrong? This is exhilarating. Our very own Sulie, the masterful pilot, had once again entered his patrol mode. To all the AKA contestants out there, I have just one piece of advice: stay mobile at all costs. Trust me, this comes from a professional commentator with your best interests at heart. It's not that I doubt your abilities, but certain individuals out here have clearly gone berserk. Li Tianlang, now fully equipped thanks to you, Rome, realized Yu had disappeared from his view. Panicking, he rushed into the narrow pass like a lost tadpole searching for its father. Meanwhile, in the club's meeting room, Wang Hengze's eyes were bloodshot as he clutched the intercom tightly. In a sudden fit of rage, he hurled it at the screen. The intercom shattered into pieces, but the screen remained unscathed, almost mockingly continuing to broadcast the match. He watched in helpless fury as his mechs were dismantled one after another, as though they were nothing but fodder. His face twisted with rage. For the first time, he regretted buying such a high-quality TV. Changing the match format had been his decision. He had hoped that AKA could use this opportunity to recruit talent while showcasing their strength. Instead, everything had fallen apart. Sulie and Yu were like wrecking balls, completely upending his carefully laid plans. A pilot abandoned by AKA, a piece of trash cast aside, had used this single match to redefine their value, stepping all over AKA, the corporate giant, in the process. Not only had AKA failed to shine, but they had also become the laughingstock of the arena. Despite pooling most of their resources, they had failed to take down Yu. Instead, she had broken through their encirclement and was once again basking in glory on the battlefield. Watching her dominate the arena was more painful for Wang Hengze than death itself. The shrill ring of a phone jolted him from his thoughts. He answered and pressed the phone to his ear. A cold, emotionless voice came through the line. Initiate the plan. Spare no expense. I don't ever want to see that black mesher the kid piloting it in any future battlefield. Master, come to MicroStar. I've saved a prime spot for you. Let's form a team together and call it Relentless Slayers. Trust me, after a few matches, we'll definitely secure a place on the provincial team. Maybe with just a year or two of training, we can aim for the national stage. The national team? What's the benefit of that? Maybe there's a bigger prize pool. Li Tianlang pounded his thigh in excitement. The thought of following Sulie into battle and dominating the arena filled him with uncontrollable enthusiasm. With such a skilled master backing him, the future seemed like smooth sailing. Sulie glanced at Li Tianlang and teased. So, you're in charge of the relentless part? The fragile ship of camaraderie capsized almost instantly. Li Tianlang's grand ambitions were choked back by that single remark. Knowing better, he shut his mouth and focused on maneuvering through Blackfeather's blind spots, keeping an eye on their surroundings. Despite spending several days together, Li Tianlang's understanding of Sulie remained superficial. He couldn't figure out what went on in the mind of this 20-year-old pilot. Sulie seemed indifferent to competitions. Despite his exceptional talent and combat skills, he showed little enthusiasm for participating in matches. His reasons for competing were often trivial, either to buy lubricant for his mecha companion or to vent frustration for himself and his mech. It seemed like his entire life revolved around his mecha companion, with competitions being merely incidental. As a pilot capable of resonance, he displayed no interest in upgrading his mech. No, perhaps he did care after all. He was quite fixated on money. But even then, it didn't seem like an obsession. Li Tianlang instinctively thought that the balance provided by modular upgrades for mechs could be equally compensated by Sulie's jaw-dropping piloting skills. His gaze swept over Blackfeather, speeding ahead. The image of her swift and clean kills flashed through his mind again. Was this level of precision purely Sulie's skill, or was it the result of a synergy between pilot and mech, where 1 + 1 equaled more than 2? He scratched his scalp, feeling a tingle of confusion. Suddenly, Blackfeather came to an abrupt halt. Li Tianlang quickly maneuvered Rome into a spin, positioning himself behind Blackfeather to cover their rear. The two of them were instantly engulfed in a whirlwind of dust. The air was thick with tiny pebbles, their incessant clattering echoing across every surface of the mechs. Master, did you spot something? Li Tianlang asked. No, but that's exactly why we need to stay cautious. Sulie's mind remained preoccupied with the anomalies at Aka Industries. Unlike Li Tianlang, who had some background to rely on, Sulie had none. If he wasn't careful, he and Blackfeather might never make it out of the arena. Got it, Li Tianlang replied, shifting his focus entirely to keeping watch on their surroundings. 15 minutes had passed since the match began, and the number of remaining contestants had already dwindled to just over 60. Though the elimination rate seemed unusually high, it was somewhat justified, considering Sulie and Li Tianlang alone had taken down 6 mechs. Across the battlefield, the sound of relentless combat echoed from every advantageous position. On the way, Sulie witnessed at least 2 groups of independent mechas fiercely battling one another. He chose not to intervene and instead focused on searching the area. However, 5 minutes had passed, and they still hadn't found any trace of the AKA mechas. This made Sulie uneasy. His brows furrowed as he thought to himself, unless the AKA mechas had immediately fled in the opposite direction upon receiving the alert, it was impossible for them to vanish without a trace in just 5 minutes. Hey, Blackfeather, did you notice anything unusual? Sulie asked. Master, about 3 minutes ago, there seemed to be a signal wave that flashed briefly, Blackfeather responded. However, this clue didn't immediately spark any connections in Sulie's mind. As the dust in the air gradually settled, 2 mechas emerged from the haze. Something was off. There was no way AKA's 5A-class mechas could have escaped so quickly. At their speed, Sulie calculated, they should have caught up within 2 minutes. Could they have temporarily equipped speed modules to drastically enhance their velocity? Sulie speculated silently. But all 5 of them using speed modules at the same time? A single module might be feasible for a club to provide, but 5 modules? No organization would invest such immense resources and effort into equipping 5A-class mechas. Li Tianlang, overhearing this, froze in thought. As someone who owned modules himself, he understood how much a well-suited module could enhance a mecha's performance. Take the stability module on Yurong. For instance, it had directly increased her stability coefficient by nearly 10 points. For S-class mechas, even a single point improvement in attributes was critical, and the same applied to their pilots. Enhanced attributes in a mecha could significantly reduce the operational burden on its pilot. None of AKA's affiliated clubs could possibly provide 5 speed modules. Even if several clubs pooled their resources, they wouldn't allocate them to A-class mechas. It's a simple calculation. If they aim for better results in competitions, there are far more cost-effective strategies. By equipping these modules on S-class mechas, they'd have a much better chance of winning. Without modules, there's no speed. Without speed, they couldn't possibly have escaped. So where did they go? Suddenly, a string of elimination notifications appeared in the upper left corner of the cockpit screen. Almost simultaneously, a flood of messages announced that 11 participants had been eliminated. Both Sulie and Li Tianlang immediately noticed the abnormality. The frequency of these eliminations was unnaturally rapid, as if orchestrated in perfect synchronization. On the floating platform, Tao Tao also noticed this sudden anomaly. He quickly switched to the perspective of other drones and was stunned by what he saw. Of the 11 eliminations, more than half had been caused by Aka Industries contestants. Tao Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen in front of him. The Aka contestants seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Their style had shifted dramatically. They were now incredibly decisive and ruthless in their actions. Though their movements appeared somewhat unconventional, they were seamless and fluid, exuding a unique elegance. They transformed every available resource into a weapon of attack. Tao Tao had never seen such a combat style before. Even the performance of their mechas seemed to have been significantly enhanced in a short amount of time. Was it because of modules? No, it can't be. Cheap modules could never provide such comprehensive enhancements, and expensive ones couldn't possibly be equipped by everyone. If this was merely a show of strength, such a hollow display would never be something a giant like Aka Industries would stoop to. Could it be a breakthrough in technology? His thoughts began to scatter, and as the idea crossed his mind, Tao Tao couldn't suppress the trembling excitement coursing through him. If this was true, then today might truly mark a turning point. Modules are one of the greatest inventions in modern human history. Their emergence gave humanity a bargaining chip against the mechanical islands, beyond just relying on pilots. And now, everything unfolding before his eyes seemed to herald the possibility that humanity might have found new hope. Even if it was just an innovative modification to the existing modules, it would still be a groundbreaking achievement. The thought of witnessing history in the making made Tao Tao completely lose interest in Sulie's match. In the stands of the arena, AKA's fans erupted in cheers. They relished seeing AKA's pilots shake off their earlier slump and crush their opponents with ease. Meanwhile, in various clubs, those in the know were discreetly picking up their phones. The liaison team that Aka Industries had prepared in advance was already overwhelmed with calls. A cold, aloof man sat high in his chair, his face hidden in shadows as he observed the bustling figures below. His expression was unreadable. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. There were only 30 minutes left until the match concluded. Once it was over, Wang Hanpeng would become one of the most pivotal figures in modern human history. In the arena, a heavily damaged mech stumbled out from behind a massive rock wall. One of its arms was entirely missing, with sparks flying from the severed connection. Weaponless, its external armor was battered and broken in many places. Each time its thrusters fired, Half of them spewed thick black smoke. The mech staggered as it ran toward Hei Yu and Yurong, clearly no longer capable of combat. Trailing behind it was a white mech, moving leisurely. Every so often, it would strike with its sword, hurting the damaged mech like prey. The golden logo on its exterior gleamed so brightly that Li Tianlang squinted instinctively, itching to engage. A chill ran down his spine, and Sulie, thinking it was just his imagination, glanced at his armament to see the hairs standing on end. Master, leave this one to me. Yu Rong shot forward, her long sword swinging in a blur as she accelerated to her maximum speed. Watch out. Something's not right. Sulie's warning had barely left his lips when the white mech raised its sword high. Seemingly tired of toying with its prey, it plunged the blade downward with precision, pinning the incapacitated mech to the ground from behind. Both Sulie and Li Tianlang froze, stunned by the white mech's ruthless action. The long sword had pierced straight through the cockpit of the damaged mech. Whether it was the mech girl or the pilot inside, there was no chance of survival under such an attack. Damage to the mech would typically only affect the corresponding sensory functions of the mech girl and wouldn't harm the core. With post-battle repairs, the mech could usually be restored to its original state. But this was different. However, if the pilot within the cockpit of the mecha were to be cut down, their core would immediately disintegrate. A unique radiance spilled out from the cockpit, transforming into specks of crimson starlight that dissipated into the air. The shattered mecha became nothing more than a heap of scrap metal, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The white mecha drew its long sword, and its entire frame turned into a streak of light, lunging ferociously toward Yurong. Master, he's coming. Snap out of it. A piercing screech of metal echoed as the circular shield on the chest deformed in an instant. At the critical moment, the shield hanging on the chest saved his life. Li Tianling finally regained his composure, maneuvering the mecha to step back and position the shield in front of him, facing the white mecha heat-in with a forceful strike. Yurong's voice was sharp and anxious, devoid of its usual languid tone, her entire frame trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat dripped down Li Tianlong's back. Aka's mecha had actually killed someone. In mecha battles, injuries and fatalities were not uncommon, but most deaths were accidental, caused by split-second misjudgments or rushed moves. However, Aka's mecha had clearly been toying with and tormenting its opponent for a long time before deliberately delivering the killing blow. Such behavior was both despicable and terrifying. Sulie stared intently at the clash between the white mecha and Yurong, her gaze wild. Her long sword swung erratically, without any sense of order, but her attacks came at an astonishing pace. Interspersed with physical strikes, she quickly overwhelmed Li Tianlang. If not for the two shields strapped to his back, he would have been cut down on the spot. A bone-chilling cold swept over everyone present, human and mecha alike. Li Tianlang decisively activated the public broadcast mode and shouted at the white mecha. Are you insane? This is a match. You're not competentiary committing murder. The white mecha offered no response, its fist slamming heavily into Yurong's face. She staggered, only to have her arm seized by the white mecha. With a swing of its long sword, it severed one of her arms. Yurong used the momentum to roll away, but before she could retreat 10 meters, the white mecha caught up and delivered a slash to her right leg. There was no escape, no retreat. Li Tianlong's eyes turned bloodshot as he saw the massive sword being raised again. He maneuvered his mecha to suddenly sidestep, narrowly avoiding the thrust. Yurong, with her remaining arm, barely managed to raise her circular shield to block an attack, but even that last barrier was sent flying. Realizing the dire situation, Li Tianlang quickly stood up from the pilot's seat and threw himself over Yurong, shielding her beneath him. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the massive sword sweeping toward them. Just then, two long swords flew through the air, embedding themselves in the ground at a narrow angle, locking the massive sword in place and halting its advance. Sulie finally understood the source of her bone-deep dread. The white mecha before them was like an insect one without wings or legs yet utterly monstrous. He's almost too strong. Sulie knew in his heart that even if Li Tianlang had held back some of his strength, it was impossible for him to be defeated in such a short time. The performance of the white mecha suddenly became unpredictable. Under the system-enhanced vision, the values of the mecha in front of him fluctuated wildly, never settling into a stable state. Just the acceleration alone changed 8 times within a few seconds. Sulie had no time to think further as the two mechas collided in an instant. The two machines clashed at close range, their long swords striking each other more than 20 times in just 5 seconds. Li Tianlong's eyes glowed red as he watched the black-feathered mecha wielding dual swords. Its left hand parried the long sword's blows while the right hand deflected the physical strikes from the white mecha. Each time it blocked, a new wound appeared on the white mecha, with dazzling sparks bursting out like fireworks, momentarily blinding those who looked directly at it. Despite only wielding dual swords, Li Tianlang found all his attacks neutralized as if they were nothing. He looked up at the black figure, which stood like an impenetrable wall, firmly shielding him from harm. In that moment, He finally understood the source of Sulie's overwhelming strength. This was not the standard, template-based technique of mecha sword combat, but a lethal skill honed through life-and-death battles. Li Tianlang, clutching Yurong, collapsed into the cockpit like a pile of mud. The shadow of death loomed over him as he held Yurong's arm tightly, trembling uncontrollably. What use were titles like Club Ace, Rising Star, youngest member of the provincial team, or Rookie King of the arena? None of them could conceal the truth of his defeat. If Sulie had not intervened in time, his fate would have been identical to that of the fallen pilot. He was proud, at least deep down. He was. He was young, arrogant, with exceptional skills, access to top-tier mentors, and abundant resources. He had opportunities that ordinary pilots could only dream of, yet he still lost. Life is precious, and there's only one. Thinking back to how recklessly he had rushed in, Li Tianlang suddenly felt like a clown. As an S-class pilot, he had been defeated by an A-class opponent. He recognized the mecha in front of him. The pilot had been his defeated opponent many times before. Yet now, he had been beaten so thoroughly, with no chance to fight back. Just a few days ago during their match, this opponent wasn't nearly this strong, nor were they at the start of this competition. Watching the mecha in front of him, which seemed to have activated a berserk mode, he was filled with dread. What kind of module could allow both the mecha and its pilot to achieve such a massive leap in power in such a short time? He thought of the string of elimination notifications. If all of Aka's mechas had this capability, they would undoubtedly dominate the entire arena. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Master, relax, I'm here. Yurong gently patted Li Tianlang's cheek, her eyes slightly red. She had never imagined that in a moment of life and death, this seemingly small man in front of her would step forward and shield her with his own body. Her heart warmed, and despite the numbness in one arm and leg, she turned around and embraced Li Tianlang with deep emotion, gently stroking the back of his head, offering careful comfort. Meanwhile, Tao Tao stood frozen, staring in shock at the wreckage of the mecha before him. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Although he had witnessed the death of pilots before, the difference between an accident and deliberate murder was stark. A pilot and a mecha girl both now lifeless before his eyes. This scene abruptly silenced his once enthusiastic commentary. In the arena stands, many spectators had witnessed the scene. The entire venue seemed as if someone had pressed pause utter silence. The swift defeat of Yurong cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Fortunately, Heiyu stood firm under the pressure, holding his ground in the arena. That black figure instantly captured everyone's attention. The dazzling gleam of his sword, even in passive defense, became a source of hope for all. With a sharp movement, his longsword deflected the opponent's weapon. Heiyu seized a 0.37-second gap, released his sword, locked his opponent's arms with both hands, and forcefully slammed her to the ground with a backward throw. The ground shook as the white mecha landed on its back. Yet, it showed no signs of disorientation, twisting its limbs to push itself up and lunge at Heiyu. A massive foot suddenly stomped down on its body, pinning it hard to the ground. Two long swords pierced through the white mecha's shoulder sockets, burying themselves to the hilt and nailing it in place. Despite this, the white mecha continued to struggle, its limbs trembling, its legs twisting in ways no human could replicate, still attempting to attack Heiyu. The crowd remained silent, whether in the arena, the stands, or even within the various clubs. No one uttered a word. Technological innovation is a good thing, but when it surpasses the limits of human comprehension, it evokes fear. Was she still a mecha girl? And the pilot capable of controlling such intricate and inhuman movements, was that person still human? As they watched the grotesquely contorted body of the mecha, everyone viewing the match couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Heiyu spun the enormous sword in his hands, and just as everyone thought he would deliver the final blow, he instead severed the white mecha's legs with a single strike. Even without its legs, the mecha continued to twist and struggle. The massive sword was raised high again, cleaving off its head. Yet, even with only its upper half remaining, the mecha kept trembling. Its locked arms flailed wildly, striking the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. At that moment, it seemed to possess an endless vitality, its body acting independently of its pilot's control, fighting on its own. Are you alright? Sulie glanced at Yurong, who was beside her. After a long pause, Li Tianlang's voice came out hoarsely, drained of all energy. Thank you, Master, for saving my worthless life. The Yurong in his arms froze for a moment, sensing there was more to his words. Li Tianlang ignored the slender hand on his waist, staring blankly at the still twitching mecha outside. With a strained expression, he swallowed hard. Something like that. Still? In the end, he couldn't finish his sentence. Sulie turned his head, his gaze fixed on the struggling white mech before him. Controlling Heiyu, he raised the massive sword in his hand once again. Li Tianlang exclaimed in alarm. Master, stop. The giant sword pierced into the mech's cockpit, but not deeply. Sulie used it as a lever, prying open the thick hatch to reveal the scene inside. Drones hovered nearby, instantly live-streaming the interior footage. The pilot was pale, slumped in the seat, head drooping lifelessly, showing no signs of consciousness. However, the mech girl in front of him seemed frenzied, stretching out her hands and letting out menacing growls toward the retreating giant sword. Her eyes gleamed with ferocity and aggression, unlike ordinary mech girls who would lose consciousness the moment their mech's head was destroyed. Instead, she became increasingly violent, as if her primal instincts had been fully unleashed. Heiyu's body began to tremble as she watched the crazed mech girl outside, leaping and biting at the cockpit's steel plating. She shuddered involuntarily. Master, there's something wrong with her connection to the mech. The sensory link hasn't been severed. If it were, she wouldn't be able to control the mech. Sulie studied the mech girl on the screen and adjusted Heiyu's perspective to zoom in. It seems her sensory connection has been reset. Reset? Heiyu tilted her small head in confusion, looking at her pilot, unsure of his meaning. In other words, her sensory inputs are scrambled. What should control her arms has shifted to her legs. Is such an operation even possible? Even if the mech girl can adapt, what about the pilot? Sulie frowned deeply. Despite Heiyu's skepticism, he instinctively felt his theory wasn't baseless. Resetting sensory connections might not be impossible. After all, in this world, humans could become mech girls, so could insects. The realization sent a chill down Sulie's spine. He had already noticed the behavior of the mech before him resembled that of an insect. Even after sustaining fatal damage, it continued to rely on residual instinct to control its body and attack the enemy. His voice trembled unusually as he spoke. Do you think it's possible that AKA has developed a new technology, one capable of infiltrating a mech girl's consciousness, altering her behavioral patterns, and achieving control? Putting aside whether such a technology is feasible, achieving it would require a medium, something like a strong stream of consciousness or brainwaves. With human consciousness and brainwaves, unless they're from an ultra-class pilot, it would be absolutely impossible. Then what if the brainwaves came from an insect? Heiyu froze at his words, her body visibly stiffening. Sulie glanced at her, sensing from her reaction that she knew something. Inside the shattered cockpit, the deranged mech girl let out a guttural roar, furiously gnashing her teeth against the damaged cockpit frame. Sharp metal shards cut her lips, but she seemed utterly unaware. From her bloodied mouth, broken and stuttering words stumbled out. No. At any cost. Kill, kill, kill Heiyu. The black figure in front of her trembled slightly. She stared at the logo on the chest of the white mech, a wave of bitter irony surging through her heart. Her life felt like one colossal mockery, her shattered heart now completely crushed into pieces. The last fragile thread of hope dissolved into nothingness the moment the crazed mech girl spoke. Yes, she had long stood on the opposing side. But what was it she truly sought? Was this frenzied quest for revenge just a desperate attempt to make them notice her one last time? She had paid with her life for her naivety, yet even as a mech girl, she remained haunted by that same childish longing. Their recognition she no longer needed it. All emotions and memories should be discarded, left to rot in the trash heap. And yet, her heart still ached deeply. If everything was to be abandoned, what was the point of revenge? What meaning was there to her existence as a mech girl? Tears silently rolled down her face as she released the control stick, her body curling up slowly. It was as if by curling into herself, she could shield herself from all the pain this world could inflict. On the distant horizon, 5 figures suddenly appeared. The moment they spotted Heiyu, they charged straight toward her. Sulie leaned down, gently pressing against her back, and reached out to grasp her icy, delicate hands. Carefully, he guided her hands back onto the control stick. What are you thinking? Don't forget, you no longer belong to AKA. You're my mech girl now. If someone wants to kill you, they'll have to get my permission first. His words were like a jolt of adrenaline, surging into Heiyu's hollow heart, filling the emptiness within her. She clung to the warmth of his hands, losing herself in the comfort of his broad chest. Finally, she turned and pressed herself fully against him. The cold void in her heart began to thaw, and the scent of sunlight on his clothes brought her a sense of peace. His warm hands gently patted her back, and his soft voice comforted her. This mech girl wouldn't want her pilot torn to pieces, would she? Sulie cupped Heiyu's face in his hands, firmly redirecting her gaze forward. 5 Aka mechs were racing toward them, now less than 500 meters away. At the headquarters of the inspection brigade, even from downstairs, Yihua's excited voice could be heard. Really? Damn it. I can finally stop holding back. The office door was kicked open with a bang, and with one hand, she tucked Han Hai under her arm and dashed out at lightning speed. She moved so fast that Han Hai's sizable chest didn't even have time to react, instantly leaving 2 round dents on the door frame. Let me go! Let me go! Han Hai shouted in frustration, vowing silently that next time she reported to Yihua, she would maintain a safe distance of at least 3 meters. This brute had no sense of restraint. Holding back tears, she rubbed her chest and thought to herself, if not for the protective armor she had put on earlier for the mission, her precious assets might have been sacrificed right there. Yihua, however, ignored her protests, holding Han Hai tightly while issuing orders at the top of her lungs. The oversized protective armor spun in the air above the office door frame before finally coming to a stop. One phone call after another was made, and within a very short time, armed mechanical units from Nanjing and surrounding cities were assembled and set off in an impressive formation to their respective mission locations. Standing in front of the office building, Yihua looked at the 200 armed mechanical units ready for action, rubbing her hands together in excitement. Han Hai stood beside her, exasperated, and shot her a disdainful glance. Can you stop acting like a pesky fly? You're the chief commander. Chief commander, show some composure. I know. That's why I'm not flying to Nanjing myself. I'm staying here at headquarters to oversee the situation. I'm the chief commander, after all. Nanjing's issues are for Nanjing to handle. My job is to deal with the council. Oh, so tell me, how exactly do you plan to deal with them? Han Hai asked through gritted teeth, slapping her own forehead. Damn it, revoke their privileges and crush those bastards. My dear Yihua, without me, how would you survive? But we need justification. Justification. You should read more human literature, they have a saying. A wise man submits to circumstances. Don't worry, I know. I've been dying to throw that line back at those old fools for ages. I just can't stand it anymore. Han Hai was utterly bewildered, thinking to herself, what a wise man submits to circumstances. It's not the fear of playing music to a cow. It's the terror of hearing the cow play music. Deciding to ignore Yihua altogether, she straightened her uniform and turned to face the 200 armed mechanical units before her. She began. 2 matters to address. First, Arca Industries' research outcomes were used without authorization or proper testing by the mechanical island, leading to cognitive disturbances and functional impairments in participating units, with some exhibiting homicidal tendencies. Under safety regulations, we have the authority to intervene, seize relevant research facilities, and detain involved personnel, using force if necessary. Second, in furthering their research, Arca Industries illegally deployed high-frequency signal transmitters, leaking precise coordinates of human territories, which poses a severe threat to humanity's interests and safety. Under joint administration regulations, we demand that the responsible parties from Arca Industries be handed over to the Joint Military Tribunal for due legal judgment. Arrest operations have already commenced in Nanjing. Everyone here, remember our code of conduct. The personnel were divided into 3 teams, each responsible for deploying armed gynoids from their respective defense zones to apprehend every individual listed within the boundaries of Beihua City, leaving no one out. If met with resistance, they were authorized to revoke relevant permissions in accordance with the regulations. Yes, sir. 200 armed gynoids saluted in unison before taking off from their positions, flying toward their designated zones. In front of the building, 3 gynoids remained. Han Hai glanced at them briefly and said decisively, gather reinforcements. We're heading straight to the council hall. The sky over Beihua City was soon filled with armed gynoids in blue and white uniforms flying in formations, drawing the attention of passersby. Such a scene had not been witnessed in the heart of human territory for a long time. Groups of gynoids converged and dispersed in the air, a clear signal of an unfolding emergency. 50 gynoids flew in formation, breached the no-fly zone, and landed steadily in the vast square of the human council. The human pilot security team immediately formed a line, blocking the gynoids at the entrance. All gynoids, disengage and stand down. This is a restricted flight zone. You are in violation of Articles 18 and 30 of the Joint Airspace Management Act, one pilot stated coldly. To hell with that. Yehua, leading the group, strode forward and shoved the pilot several meters back. Behind her, Han Hai and the other 48 gynoids followed in perfect formation, heading straight for the council doors without looking back. Instantly, dozens of guns were trained on the gynoids attempting to force their way in. What are you trying to do? This is the human council. Do you intend to ignite a war between humanity and Mechanica Island? An enraged pilot demanded. You're really pushing it. Yehua retorted with defiance. Come on, shoot me. I'm standing right here. She hadn't forgotten the insults and contempt she faced here days ago. She remembered every bit of it. Yehua prided herself on holding grudges. Are you going to shoot or not? If not, then we're going in. Today, the council owes me an explanation. You accuse us of disrupting harmony while you're the ones welcoming bugs into your homes. I just want to ask that old man whose side is he really on? Our thousands of comrades are shedding blood on the frontlines. Was all that effort for nothing? If you wish to enter the council, you must make an appointment in advance or present a valid access permit. The pilot responded icily. Huh? Yehua laughed in disbelief. An appointment? An access permit? She grabbed the pilot by the collar, dragging him close to the dozens of guns pointed at her, and gestured to her face. You don't recognize me? My face is the access permit. Your entire family relies on me working tirelessly day and night to keep you safe at home, and you're telling me you don't recognize me? She tossed the pilot to the ground, then turned to her gynoid squad with a bold wave of her hand. With a powerful kick, she flung open the council doors. Lao Gao? Lao Gao? Get out here. I'm back. Didn't you have a lot to say last time? Well, guess what? I brought company today. Let's see if your sharp tongue is still as good as before. Yi Hua stood in the grand hall with a defiant attitude, raising her voice as if she wanted everyone to know she was brimming with confidence today. It was obvious she was here to stir up trouble. Come on, insult me. Let's see if you dare say another word today. She raised her chin high, her face full of provocation, as if declaring her dominance. Muttering what goes around comes around under her breath, she eagerly anticipated the outcome of the day. Han Hai, beside her, tugged at her sleeve helplessly, trying to calm her down, but Yi Hua only grew more audacious. Left with no choice, Han Hai jumped up and covered her mouth with her hand. Yi Hua shot Han Hai a fierce glare, thinking to herself, this annoying, big-chested woman. Can't she feel the heated gazes in the hall? Such an exhilarating face-off. And here she was pulling at her sleeve and covering her mouth, ruining the persona and momentum she had worked so hard to build. The satisfaction was halved instantly. Frustrated, she snapped, what are you doing? Can't you read the room? Don't you see him just getting started? Maybe you should look up and see for yourself. Han Hai mumbled something under her breath, finally catching Yi Hua's attention. Following her gaze, Yi Hua looked up to the second-floor balcony. There, leaning lazily against the railing, was a striking figure. A young woman with long, light blue hair cascading over her shoulders and a blackened military uniform that made her stand out even more. She exuded a mix of nonchalance and lethal authority. Her starry eyes gazed down at Yi Hua with interest, a subtle, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. Yi Hua's heart skipped a beat. She swallowed hard, craning her neck nervously, her confident smirk freezing into an awkward expression. Hastily rubbing her cheeks, she stammered, Governor. The blue-haired woman stretched lazily, her smile deepening as she teased. Well, I was wondering who was making such a racket. Turns out, it's none other than Captain Yi herself. You burst in here so loudly it's almost endearing. You know what that tells me? It tells me our dear Captain Yi feels right at home here, treating the council like her own backyard. Yes, you're absolutely right, Governor. I feel as comfortable here as I do at home. Yi Hua said with an awkward laugh, completely forgetting her earlier frustration when she was stopped at the entrance. Her face twitched slightly as she tried to maintain her composure. Behind her, Han Hai stifled a laugh, her lips curling into an uncontrollable grin. Come on up. It's rare for me to come down here personally, and since you're here, let's discuss the matter with the council together. After all, the issue stems from your defense zone. You should have plenty to say. The governor turned and headed toward the meeting room behind her. Yi Hua quickly trotted after her. When the doors opened, the spacious room was already packed. Hundreds of individuals in blackened uniforms stood in perfect formation along one side of the room, their imposing presence making it clear they were far from mere decoration. The governor walked slowly to the front and took the central seat, resting her military boots casually on the table. Yi Hua cautiously sat on a chair to her side, keeping her posture upright. Across from them, a dozen council members sat with dark expressions, visibly furious yet too intimidated to speak. Han Hai, along with over 40 mechanized troops, quietly positioned themselves near the special forces, gazing up in admiration at their blackened uniforms. She thought to herself, so impressive. These look way better than our blue and white ones. No matter how you style blue and white, it always looks plain, but black and red they exude power. Just standing there, they've already left the council members in shock. Compared to Yi Hua's earlier theatrics, the governor's silence exerted even greater pressure on the council members. Laid out on the table were stacks of written evidence, neatly arranged. Finally, the governor broke the silence, her voice calm, yet commanding. Let's hear it. I think my forces deserve an explanation from your council. A single mech was already a formidable opponent. Li Tianlang gazed at the 5 massive machines speeding toward them in the distance, a bitter taste rising in his heart. The joy of being rescued was instantly overshadowed by the looming specter of death, and he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. 5 Aka mech show, could they possibly stand a chance against such enemies? They arrived even faster than the rescue team. Run. Why are you standing there in a daze? Don't you want to live? Tao Tao's platform hovered directly beside Yu Rong, throwing the rules of the competition to the wind. His slightly chubby face was drenched in sweat, his expression filled with urgency as he urged, hurry up and disengage. You too, get on my platform. Sulie, take control of Black Feather Move. Now, they're here to kill you. The 5 approaching mechs were already dangerously close. A massive greatsword whistled through the air toward them. It was an enemy's opening strike, hurling a longsword their way. Black Feather retaliated with her own blade, deflecting the incoming weapon, but time was running out. I'll hold them off. You go first, she declared. Standing tall, the edges of her jet-black mech gleamed with golden light under the sun. A blood-red spear was unfastened from her back and gripped firmly in her hands. She turned to glance at Yu Rong and Li Tianlang, who had already disengaged, and casually unfastened the weapons strapped to her body. The massive armaments crashed to the ground, sinking into the earth. She picked up a round shield and slung it onto her back without a second thought. Pay attention, my cheap apprentice. Today, your master is going to give you a lessons how you what it truly means to be called a pilot. The hovering platform wobbled as it ascended. Li Tianlang sat on it, holding Yurong tightly, his nerves stretched to the breaking point as he watched the scene below. Black Feather lowered her center of gravity, stomping down hard with her front foot. The ground around her erupted with a visible shockwave. Her massive figure transformed into a streak of black light, shooting straight toward the 5 mechs. The red spear spun in her hands, and the moment she engaged, she lunged forward with a thrust. The spear pierced straight through the abdomen of one mech. The sheer force of the impact was enough to penetrate the mech entirely, even though the weapon wasn't sharpened. She sidestepped the incoming strikes of 4 heavy swords, lowering her stance and spinning. Sparks erupted from the round shield on her back as 2 swords scraped across it, but not a single scratch reached her. The black figure moved like a ghost, suddenly reappearing behind the mech she had already impaled. Gripping the spearhead, she activated her thrusters, which roared with searing flames. As the spear was pulled halfway out, she gripped the shaft tightly with both hands and, with a fierce motion, hoisted the mech into the air. The weight of the mech began to bend the steel alloy spear, but the moment was fleeting. With a powerful swing, she hurled the enemy out of the combat zone. The black mech became a blur, instantly closing in on the airborne mech. Before it could fall, she was already beneath it. The spear spun, and its tip split into 3 prongs. The screech of metal tearing through metal barely had time to echo before the mech was disassembled midair. This Tao Tao stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him, slapping himself hard across the face. The limit? He had never seen Sulie's limit. He had thought her mastery over lightning was already unparalleled, but now he realized Black Feather was just as extraordinary. Is this the performance of the mech itself, enhancing the pilot's abilities? Or is it that no matter which mech he pilots, he can always exhibit such mastery? His lips trembled slightly, unsure of what to say. The massive mech crashed heavily to the ground, its legs and head destroyed, leaving it to writhe grotesquely on the floor. Heiyu spun nimbly, gripping the end of her spear in one hand, and charged once more at the remaining 4 mechs. Inside the cockpit, beads of sweat appeared on Sulie's forehead for the first time. He stared intently at the enemy ahead, his fingers flying across the keyboard, issuing a flurry of commands without pause. At this moment, Heiyu's head began to emit wisps of white steam. She had never experienced her core operating at such a rapid pace, and her body temperature was rising sharply. The tight-fitting suit that once felt snug now seemed like a restraint. She twisted uncomfortably, trying to ease the strange sensations within her. Biting down hard on her lower lip, she suppressed the urge to cry out. The 20-meter-long spear slammed heavily into the center of the 4 mechs. Gripping it tightly with both hands, she flicked the spearhead, creating an afterimage. With a swift sidestep, the sharp tip of the spear pierced into a mech's throat. In a seamless motion, she withdrew and retreated 2 steps, seizing the opportunity as her opponents regrouped. With a reverse grip, she snatched a spare weapon from an enemy's waist and plunged it into her adversary's core. Hey, you hold on. Let's show Akka what we're made of. Just these worthless scraps think they can kill us? They have no idea how powerful we really are. Hey, you could no longer bear the overwhelming commands. As soon as she opened her mouth, a soft gasp escaped her lips. Master, slow down. Slow down. Not a chance. Sulie yanked the control lever, causing the mech to shift abruptly. A long sword narrowly missed her, and in the corner of her vision, a mech dropped its weapon and lunged at her. Her spear twirled, deftly hooking the discarded weapon. With a flick of her wrist, the spear sent the giant sword spinning directly back toward its original owner. There's no slowing down. Don't you see how many there are? Hold on, I'll speed up even more. Just give me 30 more seconds. Don't you want to win? I brought you to this arena not so you could wallow in doubt. I want to win. Her voice trembled slightly, but her tear-filled eyes burned with determination. How could she not want to win? Just 30 seconds. She had endured so much over the years she could endure this final half-minute. If lightning could do it, so could she. Clad in her form-fitting suit, she strained to hold herself together. Sulie increased his speed once again, issuing 7 commands in just 2 seconds. Heiyu gritted her teeth, trembling as she clung to the control lever, her blurred eyes fixed on the scene outside the cockpit. Li Tianlang watched as Heiyu darted and weaved among the 4 mechs with remarkable agility. The massive 20-meter machine, under Sulie's control, moved like a nimble warrior. Combined with her flawless, sweeping spear techniques, not a single mech could get within 10 meters of her. The stands were utterly silent. No cheers, no applause, just stunned silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, silently watching the match unfold before them. The shock brought by this competition was simply overwhelming. Whether it was Sulie's astonishing piloting skills or the chaos caused by Akka Industries with their cutting-edge technology that once dominated the battlefield, neither could stand against the true king of the arena. For the other competitors, who could have raced fiercely, it felt like crashing into an unbreakable wall. She stood there, spear in hand, declaring to all, "No passage allowed." The black mech trembled slightly as the spear tip disarmed another mech, severing its arm. Their attacks became disorganized and ineffective as soon as they lost their effective range. As long as they were kept at a distance, their abilities were rendered useless. As long as the rhythm wasn't disrupted, they were nothing more than instinct-driven failures. Half a minute was all it took. If it wasn't for the intent to spare their lives, this match would have ended long ago. The blue and white mecha girls hovering in the air exchanged glances and quickly retracted their weapons. That was close. They almost fired a shot. Thankfully, their instructor was too skilled to give them any chance to intervene. Sulie, using both hands and feet, maneuvered the black feather to knock the last red mech's head clean off with a single strike. Only then did he retract the spear and stand tall. The battlefield was littered with scars of combat, and amidst the wreckage stood the black figure, emanating a sharp, indomitable aura. Sulie's hands left the controls for a moment, trembling slightly as he flexed his fingers to relax them. The intense, short burst of effort demanded some recovery. On the floating platform, the three observers stared at the fallen, shattered mech scattered across the ground, swallowing nervously. The golden logo on the chest armor no longer seemed so glaring. Was it over just like that? Li Tianling gaped, his mouth opening and closing silently. Yu Rong glanced at the black feather on the field, then side-eyed her own pilot, her lips involuntarily curling downward. She suddenly wondered if her sensors were malfunctioning when she left the factory. Fortunately, she had saved up a decent stash over the years. If worst came to worst, she could consider returning to the factory for an upgrade. Switching pilots, however, was out of the question after all. Pilots willing to risk their lives for her were rare. Besides, this was only the beginning of her journey. She would take her time cultivating him. Sooner or later, he would become exactly what she wanted. Inside the cockpit, gazing at the destroyed Occam mech scattered across the ground, the black feather let out a hoarse cry and turned to tightly embrace Sulie. She had finally done it, even if just a little, and she felt a genuine sense of joy in her heart. Ouch, ouch, ouch. For a moment, Sulie felt like his internal organs were about to be crushed by black feather's embrace. The memory of her grenade attack flashed in his mind, making him suck in a cold breath. This treacherous mech girl still had it out for him. For the first time, he felt that the mecha girl's programming had significant flaws. At the very least, it never accounted for the limits of human physical endurance. First lightning, and now black feather. His frail body simply couldn't handle their antics. He shot black feather an annoyed glare, firmly pried her off, and pressed her back against the control panel. Grasping the control stick himself, he stepped hard on the thruster pedal. Where are you going? To make money. Sulie waved at the floating platform and was just about to turn the mech around when 7 blackened mechs suddenly appeared on the horizon, speeding toward him. The armed mecha girls, equipped with flight modules, rapidly decelerated and hovered before descending directly above Sulie. One of them disengaged her flight mode instantly and landed steadily on the ground. Her blackened uniform was crisp and sharp, her chest prominently outlined. Her slightly plump thighs were wrapped tightly in stockings, paired with military boots and a short skirt, giving her a striking appearance. Her chestnut hair was adorned with a blackened beret, featuring an emblem Sulie had never seen before. The match is over. From now on, the entire arena is under military control. Are you Sulie? Her amber eyes locked onto the cockpit, her voice carrying a cold indifference. Sulie's brows furrowed slightly. He suddenly realized that ever since obtaining his license, none of his matches had ever ended smoothly. Is this the attitude of Mechanical Island? Gao Mingrue, the speaker, remained silent, his expression unreadable. Beside him, however, Zhang Guoyang was seething with anger, pointing at the blackened mechanical girl in front of him, his rage palpable. The Governor General's lips curled into a faint, cold smile as she let out a derisive snort, her gaze landing sharply on Zhang Guoyang. Humans are always like this, she remarked icily. When they demand an attitude, they only care about facts. But when the facts are laid bare, they complain about the attitude. With a casual wave of her hand whether to dismiss an annoying fly or issue a silent command was unclear, the blackened mechanical girls lining one side of the meeting room stepped forward in unison. Their movements were precise, synchronized, and their weapons pointed directly ahead. Under the cold, dark muzzles, Zhang Guoyang immediately froze, his defiance extinguished. Is my Mechanical Island's attitude not clear enough? She asked coldly, her gaze sweeping over Zhang Guoyang, as if questioning his eyesight. On the other side of the conference table, the human council members collectively drew in sharp breaths, struggling to maintain their composure and mask their growing fear. Zhang Guoyang's expression darkened. Though he doubted the mechanical girls would fire in the council chamber, he lacked the courage to stand. Instead, he let out a dismissive snort, picked up a document from the table, and skimmed through it before placing it back down. In a calculated tone, he began, "The alliance between humanity and Mechanical Island has lasted for years, Governor General. Frankly speaking, pilots and mechanical girls are inherently interdependent. What has happened has happened. What we need now is not to dwell on it, but to move forward. Rest assured, the materials you submitted will be thoroughly reviewed by the council, though it may take some time. A mechanical girl with pale blue hair tilted her head slightly, remaining silent. Across the room, Han Hai's eyes glimmered with a subtle realization. He quietly approached Yi Hua, nudging the leg of her chair with his foot. Yi Hua turned to him, her wide, innocent eyes full of confusion. Han Hai sighed and shot her an exasperated look, silently signaling that the Governor General needed a spokesperson. Yi Hua's eyes lit up in understanding. Without warning, she slammed her hand onto the conference table. The wooden surface cracked under the force, leaving a gaping hole. Every human council member flinched involuntarily, their gazes snapping toward the mechanical girl who had just lost her composure. Are you kidding me? Reviewing what? Evidence, not materials. Yi Hua's voice was sharp and biting as she jabbed a finger in Zhang Guoyang's direction. Do you even know what evidence means? When there's no evidence, you demand it. Now that you have it, you want to review it? Are you out of your mind? What kind of logic is that? Do you wipe your mouth instead of your ass after using the bathroom? Ridiculous. Uncivilized. Zhang Guoyang, who had never been so publicly humiliated let alone by a mechanical girl, trembled with outrage. His finger shook as he pointed back at Yi Hua, his face red with anger. Uncivilized? You have the nerve to talk about civility? Uncivilized? I didn't even lay a hand on you. How would you know if I was uncivilized? Yi Hua retorted, her eyes gleaming with disdain. Han Hai silently facepalmed and gave her a swift kick to the shin. Yi Hua stumbled slightly, catching a glimpse of the pale blue-haired girl beside her. Realizing she had gone too far again, she rolled her eyes and muttered internally, whatever. Might as well vent while I have the chance. Well, say something already. Things have already happened, and you want to act like they haven't? Is that what your human council is about? Pretending nothing happened? Zhang, is your brain in your backside or what? The swarm of Zerg brought by AKA took us 3 whole days of searching in Fang's Han to completely exterminate. And you claim to know nothing about it? Back then, you were loudly accusing our defense system of having flaws. Weren't you involved? Yehua's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed on Zhang Guoyang. She suddenly broke a piece of wood off the desk and pointed it at him across the table, as if ready to fling it at him at any moment. Zhang Guoyang opened his mouth to explain, but stopped when he saw the piece of wood aimed directly at him. He swallowed nervously. Yehua cast him a scornful glance before speaking. Did you even watch the competition? The things AKA developed severely polluted the mental state of the mech girls. One of them killed someone. All I want to know now is undermining the unity between humanity and Mechanical Island? Is it Mechanical Island? Is it us? She kicked the table in front of her, shattering it into pieces, and advanced step by step toward Zhang Guoyang. Raising her leg, she planted her foot on the remains of the table and jabbed the piece of wood at his nose repeatedly. Well, old dang, I'm asking you, who's sabotaging our unity? That's enough. Yehua, watch your position. You're merely the chief of the North Hua City Inspection Team. You have no authority to interrogate an active council member. Gao Mingrue, seated at the head of the room, finally spoke. His face was lined with deep wrinkles, and his withered fingers, resting on the table, appeared unusually long and bony, a testament to the passage of time. He raised his head to look at the young woman with light blue hair standing before him. A faint, silent smile tugged at his lips as he mused inwardly that time seemed to have left no trace on her. Chief Inspector, we will provide you with an explanation for this matter. The alliance between humanity and Mechanical Island is unbreakable. I have a small suggestion. Whatever the topic of discussion, it should always revolve around this core principle. We all understand that the continuation of our species is the highest priority. And in my opinion, none of this is truly significant. You have 9 mech girls, and there are discrepancies in their consciousness. But our pilots have also paid with their lives. According to the principles of Mechanical Island, mech girls are not supposed to harm humans recklessly. Even if she had a mental breakdown and killed a pilot, that remains an undeniable fact. Why can't we all take a step back? Yehua frowned and turned her gaze toward the governor, only to find her still silent. What do you mean, 9 mech girls? The one whose core disintegrated on the spot, did he consume it? Gao Gao, you're really good at twisting the narrative. Why don't you mention why our mech girl killed your pilot? If it weren't for AKA's dirty tricks, would she have done it? Take a step back? Fine. Explain how exactly do we step back? Gao Mingrue looked at Yehua and gave her a gentle smile. Yehua, you're always so hot-tempered. Grab a chair, sit down, and let's talk calmly. The governor is still here. At the very least, you should show her basic respect. Upon hearing this, Yehua slowly withdrew her foot from the table, stood upright, and strode resolutely toward Gao Mingrue, towering over him. Humans could be so exasperating at times, with their words laced with provocation and veiled sarcasm. What she despised most was precisely this kind of behavior. Anger burned within her as she glared at Gao Mingrue and demanded, "What exactly do you want us to give up?" Leaning back in his chair, Gao Mingrue chuckled softly, his tone carrying a faint trace of mockery. Humans and the mechanized maidens share a common fate. In the face of the Zerg, we are all lambs to the slaughter. Captain Yehua, It seems you've never realized that this situation calls for mutual concessions, not unilateral sacrifices from Mechanic Island. So I ask you, what do you want us to give up? This issue is neither trivial nor insurmountable, but at its core, it is a matter of security, he continued. AKA industry's research activities deep within human territory must cease immediately. Meanwhile, we are willing to forego pursuing accountability for the actions of the rogue mechanized maiden. Isn't that a significant concession? Are you suggesting that Mechanic Island must tolerate this, while Aka Industries continues its research on the front lines? Yihua retorted. Gao Mingrui clasped his hands together, a faint smile playing on his lips, and gave a slight nod. The improvement in the combat capabilities of the mechanized maidens is undeniable. Although the current technology may be immature, leading to instances of loss of control, once perfected, their combat power could triple. This would significantly reduce the pressure on our front lines. From a pragmatic standpoint, this development is mutually beneficial. Ignoring the fury in Yihua's eyes, Gao Mingrui turned to the young girl resting her chin in her hand nearby, and continued. The survival of our species is paramount. Sometimes, necessary sacrifices are inevitable. The governor, more than anyone, understands the situation at the front lines. How much longer can our defenses hold? 30 years? 20? Or just 10? Time is running out for us. Life's path is unpredictable, and not every road leads to a destination. But we all know that when faced with desperation, even if the road ahead is uncertain, we must take the risk. So, are you asking the mechanized maidens to walk this path? Yihua's eyes widened in disbelief at the audacity of the man before her. Was he seriously proposing that Aka Industries continue its research on the front lines? What exactly were they studying? How to turn mechanized maidens into unthinking killing machines. Just as she was about to explode in rage, a hand suddenly grabbed her arm. She turned to see the governor, who had quietly approached her from behind. With one hand on Yihua's arm, and the other lightly tapping her high military boots with a riding crop, the governor's pale blue eyes flicked to Gao Mingrui. In a calm tone, she said, "Are you finished? Then perhaps it's my turn to say something." Gao Mingrui gestured for her to proceed. The governor turned, her gaze sweeping over the assembly of council members. A smile lingered on her delicate, fair face as she spoke. Since the speaker has finished his remarks, allow me to share my thoughts. I do not agree with his proposal. Now, let me explain my perspective. She abruptly raised her hand. In the conference room, hundreds of figures raised their weapons high, and every council member could feel the threat of dozens of gun barrels aimed at them. First, all individuals suspected of leaking humanity's core coordinates, once verified, will be executed by firing squad. Second, all research related to Aka Industries is to be immediately terminated, with all research data destroyed on-site, and the researchers themselves executed on the spot. Especially Counselor Wang Hanpeng and his implicated family members, every single one of them must be eliminated. That's my opinion. Now let's vote. Who's in favor, and who's against? She took one step after another toward the conference room door, then suddenly turned around, her radiant smile lighting up the faces of the council members. Oh, by the way, Xiao Gao said something very true. Humanity and we are a shared community of destiny. I trust you'll understand. After all, the continuation of a species is what truly matters. The room fell silent. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, but not a single person dared to speak. Gao Mingrui's face was pale as he stared unblinkingly at the girl standing at the doorway, utterly shocked by her actions. She swung her riding crop, slapping it against her boots, as if recalling something. She lifted her gaze to the people in the room. Ah, I almost forgot to tell you this isn't a discussion. It's a notice. At this point, ID estimate that Counselor Wang Hanpeng's head has already burst open. Her once bright and cheerful face turned icy cold in an instant, and a chilling aura swept through the entire room. It seems our mechanical island hasn't flexed its power in far too long. You've probably forgotten. Let me remind you, we do not depend on you. Mechanical Island has never feared war, which is why we've stationed a massive force on the front lines. But that doesn't mean we're blind to what's happening inland. Humans, understand your position. If you reject my proposal, I won't hesitate to order a full withdrawal of our troops from the battlefield. She locked eyes with Gao Mingrui, who was seated at the head of the table, despite the considerable distance between them. Xiao Gao, you've truly disappointed me. All I wanted was an explanation, but you forced me to take it myself. Fine, I've come, and I've taken it. But you don't even think about crying. 038 placed 2 heavy bags of money on the coffee table in the warehouse. The weighty bags hit the surface with a muffled thud, and a few bundles of cash mischievously tumbled out onto the floor. Lightning quickly picked up the fallen money, thinking to herself that this wasn't just cash, it was her future sustenance. Excitedly, she said, and look at this trophy. When I went over today, I overheard Tao Dao talking to the committee about setting up some kind of unstoppable award for you. As soon as I heard that, I wanted to go over and praise him. Just the name of that award sounds so prestigious. Sulie smiled faintly, but his expression wasn't as joyful as she had imagined. He held a wrench in his hand, repeatedly placing it into the toolbox and taking it out again, organizing it over and over. This warehouse had been his sanctuary for years, a place where he could find every tool with his eyes closed. Seeing his demeanor, 038 asked with concern, "What's wrong? Was it something I said? Are you upset because I teased you?" Sulie shook his head, still smiling as he replied, "Sis, how about I boot you up again?" 038's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head to the side, shyly stammering, "Thighs doesn't seem like a good idea. Besides, I'm still on duty right now. Your command transmission speed is so intense that every time you reboot me, it takes me ages to recover." She nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, her long legs crossed, looking a bit uneasy. "What do you mean by that? You're speaking in half sentences. What's really going on?" Sulie scratched his head, his tone tinged with uncertainty. He continued, "I don't know. I just have this feeling like I might have to say goodbye to this place soon. Maybe it's just time." "Goodbye? Where are you going?" 038 asked in surprise, her eyes following Sulie's gaze toward the warehouse door. Standing at the entrance was a mech girl in a black and red uniform, her posture as straight and unmoving as a spear. "I feel like you'll most likely be heading to the battlefield. The arrangements on Mechanical Island seem to be the best option right now," Sulie said firmly. 038's eyes widened as she reached out to touch his forehead, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? You're still so young, just a student who hasn't even graduated yet. How can you go to the battlefield? Even if there are no more competitions for you to participate in, you could focus on your studies instead. What else can you do? Just stay safe. As for studying, do you really think I can learn anything more at the academy?" 038 fell silent, realizing that perhaps Sulie was right. While others graduated and went to the battlefield to achieve glory, he might have to flee to escape disaster before even finishing school. Maybe being called a jinx wasn't an insult after all, but merely a statement of fact. The collapse of Arca Industries was sudden, and Wang Hongpeng had certainly made his mark on modern history for better or worse. He had succeeded. On the surface, Arca's downfall appeared to liberate Sulie, freeing him from restrictions and worries. But the reality was far more complex. From the Human Council to Mechanical Island, and the various factions that had splintered from the Wang family, every single force was beyond Sulie's ability to contend with at this point. At the end of the day, he was just a student who had participated in 2 competitions. Nothing more. Due to the influence of the Human Council and unspoken rules, even though Tricity Heavy Industries held Sulie in high regard, they would never extend him any preferential treatment or resources. On the land governed by the Human Council, he was utterly insignificant. Once a troublemaker who stirred up storms, Sulie had caused incidents on 2 separate occasions that reached the council's attention. Although he wasn't privy to the decisions made by those in power, it was clear that, in the eyes of some, he was nothing more than a disruptive presentia troublemaker, a nuisance. While he could leverage the name of Tricity Heavy Industries to conduct his affairs, he would never receive the resources he needed, rendering his presence nearly meaningless. Life seemed to offer many choices, but in reality, there was often only one path to take. Sulie understood this better than anyone. He had long realized that his path would never be found here. "When are you planning to leave?" Sulie pursed his lips slightly. 038 glanced out the window and instantly understood his intentions. "All right, do you have any plans for the afternoon?" "I plan to pay my respects to my parents, and then visit some teachers and classmates I'm close to. I want to say goodbye to the people who matter to me." Although Sulie didn't have many friends, there were still a few people worth meeting one last time, like old Zhang, who had always looked out for him, and Zhang Chongping. Even though Jian Dun often called him a freak, he still wanted to say a few parting words to her. After all, she had given him the chance to experience the feeling of external armor. 038 suddenly felt a wave of sadness, and the atmosphere grew heavy. It was the first time she had looked at a man in a different light, but the fleeting connection followed by an imminent farewell left her feeling hollow inside. "How about, if you're free now, can you turn me on?" She didn't know why she blurted out those words, but after saying them, she slumped onto the sofa and spent the afternoon resting. Perhaps because the farewell was approaching, Sulie seemed especially earnest in front of her. He even taught her some of the techniques he used in competitions, holding nothing back, regardless of whether she could fully grasp them. It left 038's mind overheated to the point that she had to submerge her head in cooling fluid. The entire afternoon, Sulie wandered around, no longer accompanied by the familiar blonde white mecha girls, but instead by a group of blackened ones, who boosted his presence on campus. The armed blackened mecha girls drew all eyes, their thigh-high stockings and plump legs captivating everyone's attention. Lightning wore a revealing outfit and stayed close to Sulie, asking along the way, "Master, how did your mom pass away?" She seemed completely oblivious to human taboos, asking the blunt question that forced others to frown and think carefully before answering. "Maybe it was because I was piloting a mecha in her womb." Sulie joked half seriously. Hearing this, Lightning clapped her hands as if she had an epiphany. "I knew it. Either you didn't drink enough of that soup, or you started training in the womb. That settles it, I win." Black Feather insisted you were reincarnated as a knight just for her. I laughed right in her face. If you were reincarnated for her, why would you come and contract with me instead? Don't you agree? Absolutely, Sulie replied, lifting his head to take one last look at the massive phoenix tree in the center of the academy. He reached out and touched its weathered bark. The text on the far end, blurred and indistinct, remained unreadable. Sulie turned his head and gently patted Lightning's head, apologetically saying, I'm sorry, Lightning. I might not be able to race alongside you anymore. Lightning turned her head in shock, her red hair whipping through the air, her face full of confusion. Why? She asked. The veins on Sulie's forehead twitched slightly as a wave of bitterness swept over him. He had spent the entire afternoon saying goodbye to people, yet Lightning seemed oblivious to it all. The melancholy of parting was suddenly swept away. At that moment, Sulie just wanted to grab Lightning's ear and check if something was stuffed inside. Because I'm heading to the battlefield. To fight bugs, right? He muttered to himself, frowning. The bugs have such a foul smell. Can I get some lubricant with a green plum flavor instead? Last time I fought bugs, I barely ate for 2 days. And what about those 3 boxes of braised pork trotters that mysteriously disappeared from the warehouse? Can braised pork trotters even count as a proper meal? Buy them. We've got money now, so buy whatever you want. Lightning scrunched her little nose and lowered her voice, adding, but honestly, Master, we're not exactly rich. Back when it was just me, I only drank 1 barrel a day. But now that you've got more mech girls, they're drinking all the lubricant. The money you earn from 2 competitions might not even last 2 months. A stray lock of hair always stood up on her head whenever she lied. Sulie pressed it down for her and, in a similarly low voice, reassured her, don't worry. On the battlefield, there are military rewards. Lightning's eyes lit up instantly, and she eagerly hooked her arm around Sulie's. Behind them, the blackened mech girls exchanged glances, a rare flicker of emotion in their eyes. They had never seen anyone so eager to head to the battlefield. However, they knew this enthusiasm might vanish the moment Sulie was faced with the harsh reality of war. On board the interstellar armed transport ship, Sulie glanced at the cabin full of blue and white mech girls, his eyebrows twitching. If he had known they'd all follow him, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to bid each of them farewell. In the cabin, the mech girls avoided his gaze, their eyes darting about nervously. 038 awkwardly grinned and raised a hand to greet him. Hey, kid, want me to explain this to you? Thinking back to how determined Sulie had been to personally say goodbye to each of them, she couldn't help but feel unworthy of being on this ship. No need, sis. I get it, last-minute deployment, right? Sulie smiled faintly, feeling a sense of relief. Having familiar faces around made him feel much more at ease. Still, he felt he owed his sister an apology for dragging them into the battlefield alongside him. 038 quickly waved her hand dismissively. No need to apologize. Fighting the Zerg is the destiny of all mech girls. Honestly, being in human territory, we armed mech girls are always restrained. It's nothing like the freedom of the battlefield. To tell you the truth, I only got this chance to come to the front lines because I'm tagging along with you. She thoughtfully motioned for Sulie to sit beside her. She tried twice to fasten his seatbelt for him, but, restrained by her own safety belt, couldn't manage to stand up. Smiling awkwardly, 038 unbuckled her belt, stood up, and leaned over to secure his seatbelt. Sulie watched helplessly as the buttons on her uniform finally gave in to the strain, one of them popping off and hitting him squarely in the face with a sharp sting. Blushing furiously, 038 grabbed the safety belt with one hand while tugging at her shirt with the other, hastily fastening Sulie's belt. Only after she was done did she sit back down, her cheeks still burning red. Sulie sat on the bench, trying hard to control his emotions, but his eyes seemed to be involuntarily locked, as if by some unseen force. Both of their cheeks were flushed. This button keeps coming loose. You know, I'm always so busy, I never have time to fix it. I'm really sorry, he said. It's fine. I've noticed it's been loose for a while, but I didn't feel comfortable mentioning it, Sulie replied. Realizing she might have said something inappropriate, her face turned redder. After a brief silence, she waved her hand nonchalantly, as if to downplay the moment. Oh well, it's no big deal. Since it's already been brought up, what's the harm in looking? Don't you think? Sulie opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He could only go along with her and reply, yeah, I guess so. Lightning shot 038 a cold glance, her mood souring as she squeezed past her and sat on Sulie's other side. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and frustration welled up inside her. She had always been wary of the mechanical girls outside, but she hadn't anticipated the collapse of their defenses from within. Her gaze fixated on 038's chest, and she let out a cold snort before wrapping her arms tightly around Sulie's arm. She felt a pang of regret. How could she have let her guard down, all for a few meals at the inspection team's cafeteria? She had, quite literally, invited trouble in. Black Feather walked in behind them, frowning when she saw that every seat around Sulie was already occupied. The nearest empty spot was 4 seats away. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike her. Her expression softened, and she strode directly towards Sulie. Without hesitation, she pried his legs apart and carefully sat down on his lap. Lightning froze in disbelief, and the last one to board the transport ship, Red Tassel, stopped in her tracks by the door. She stared, dumbfounded, at the cluster of different mechanical girls all crowded together. A sense of isolation crept over her once again. Why? The ship was so spacious, yet everyone had to cram themselves into one spot. Where could she sit that wouldn't make her seem so out of place? The vast expanse of the starry sky, no matter when one looks up, always appears dazzling and profound, as if harboring an infinite, irresistible magic. While humanity often fears the unknown, the yearning for the stars seems deeply ingrained in their very being. A sleek black spaceship streaked across the cosmos, its streamlined hull gleaming coldly under the starlight. This armed transport vessel, after 2 warp jumps, finally neared its destination for Sulie's assignment to Mechanical Island on the desolate planet of Linsue. None of the personnel aboard, including Sulie, knew the true purpose of this mission. Due to confidentiality protocols, they were not even allowed to carry any communication devices. Positioned on the edge of the front line, this location held no significant military value and was far from being a strategic hub. It resembled a forgotten fortress, barren and largely uninhabited. From afar, the dusty yellow planet's uneven surface appeared like a massive insect hive. All the androids pressed their faces against the windows, studying the planet where they were about to be stationed. If all went as planned, they would remain here for at least 3 years. As the massive planet loomed closer, the spaceship began to tremble slightly, indicating that it had entered the planet's gravitational pull. The ship's hull gradually adjusted its angle and speed, using the planet's gravity to approach the dusty yellow surface. Half an hour later, the spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere, hurtling toward its predetermined coordinates. As the ground came into clearer view, everyone could discern the planet's terrain. Indeed, the predominant hue was dusty yellow, with towering mountains and deep valleys crisscrossing the landscape, forming an endless expanse of ochre. Amid the brown mountain ridges, only sparse patches of dark green provided a faint contrast, while even the distant lakes seemed to shimmer with a pale yellow tint. "Master, this place looks kind of ugly." One of the androids voiced her opinion as everyone stared intently through the portholes at the scenery outside. Suddenly, the ship was rocked by violent tremors. Explosions echoed from outside the vessel, and the cabin was instantly filled with the piercing sound of alarms. Sulie barely had time to clutch the armrest of his seat in panic. The fireproof alloy doors swiftly sealed shut, isolating the cockpit from the passenger cabin. Under attack. Under attack. Cockpit damaged. Hull integrity breached. Propulsion module compromised. Currently in an uncontrolled descent. External engines destroyed. Initiating backup engine protocols. Backup engines non-functional. Hull depressurization imminent. At current velocity, disintegration will occur in 3 minutes. Passengers, prepare for emergency landing. Passengers, prepare for emergency landing. The red warning lights in the cabin flashed incessantly, while a mechanical voice repeatedly broadcast the ship's critical status. The vessel shook violently, throwing everyone off balance. Sulie struggled to stand, but couldn't even rise from his seat. Clinging to the armrest with one hand, he fumbled to unbuckle his safety harness with the other, failing repeatedly. Among the passengers, only the blackened androids reacted swiftly. One of them rushed over to Sulie, quickly unfastened his harness, and hoisted him onto her shoulder. At the cabin door, several similar figures had already gathered, bracing themselves against the violently swaying ship and stabilizing their positions with mutual support. 2 mecha girls stood on either side of the hatch, their hands tightly gripping the emergency valve. They exchanged a glance before working in unison to turn the valve all the way. The massive hatch opened with a deafening roar, and a ferocious gale instantly howled through, engulfing everyone inside. Sulie felt as though he was caught in the suction of a colossal vacuum cleaner, and in the blink of an eye, he was flung out of the cabin. The icy wind bit into his face, offering no warmth at all. He couldn't even keep his eyes open as the violent wind lashed against his skin, distorting his features. At that moment, he felt his body heat up abruptly, as though turning into a furnace. Even with his protective suit on, the extreme altitude of over 20,000 meters was unbearable. The low air pressure made his blood feel as if it were boiling. A blackened mech swiftly unfolded, enclosing Sulie within its cockpit. The sudden change in pressure flushed his face red, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he struggled to regulate his breathing, desperately trying to maintain composure. His foggy mind gradually cleared, and his heart pounded violently in his chest. Without a moment to focus on himself, he instinctively scanned his surroundings. The mecha girls had already deployed, with the lightning-fast crimson figure just 50 meters away from him. She appeared to be struggling to adapt to her newly installed flight modules, her form wobbling unsteadily in the air. Just as Sulie was about to let out a breath of relief, another surge of blood rose in his throat, and he began coughing violently. "Master, Are you alright? Came Lightning's urgent voice over the communication channel. I am fine. How's everyone else? Sulie managed to say before his vision blacked out momentarily. It took a few moments before his sight gradually returned. Black Feather and Red Tassel were both present. But before he could finish speaking, a thunderous explosion cut off Lightning's inquiry. The mechs maneuvering through the air were blown apart like leaves in the wind by the shockwave of the blast. The armed transport ship disintegrated violently, scattering debris in all directions. A thick metal plate scraped past Sulie's field of vision, narrowly missing him and the mecha girls by a hair's breadth. Before Sulie could grasp the control stick, the blackened mecha girl had already taken over, piloting the mech to evade the incoming debris. In his view, massive wreckage fell rapidly toward the distant ground, accompanied by blinding flames and billowing smoke. The enormous ship collided violently with the earth, triggering another surge of flames. A visible shockwave rippled outward, kicking up a cloud of dust that spread rapidly. Everyone stared at the distant inferno with lingering fear, instinctively swallowing hard. If not for the quick reflexes of the blackened mecha girl, none of them would have survived unscathed. Is everyone accounted for? Sulie asked anxiously, only to be met with the blackened mecha girl's calm and detached voice. Second Lieutenant Su. According to the wartime armed mecha management regulations, I am authorized to take command in the event that the human officer is deemed incapacitated. A chill ran through him as he replied, I'm aware of the regulations, but are you certain I've lost combat capability? The blackened mecha girl turned her head, her gaze landing on Sulie's abdomen. Why don't you take a look down first, she suggested. Sulie lowered his head and noticed that the protective suit around his abdomen had somehow been torn. Blood was streaming out incessantly, pooling into a small puddle on the pilot's seat. In the urgency of the moment, he didn't feel the pain, but after the mech girl reminded him, he couldn't help but grimace. At this point, they were 1,200 kilometers away from the base in a straight line, passing through 3 Zerg settlements on the way. Based on his current rate of blood loss, he would fall into hemorrhagic shock in 10 minutes and face death in 15. Time was critical. She stopped speaking, raised her eyes to Sulie, and saw his tense expression as he pressed his fingers against the wound to assess its severity. She couldn't help but gasp softly before quickly deciding to take over his command authority. So what do you plan to do? The blackened mech girl, rarely showing any emotion, paused for a moment before saying, I intend to search the wreckage of the spaceship for any usable medical supplies to perform basic treatment on the commander. The chances are slim, but it's a gamble we have to take. Sulie's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile. He thought to himself that the mech girl didn't need to add the phrase the chances are slim. After the explosion, he was gravely injured, but the more pressing issue was his life hanging by a thread. The overwhelming stench of blood and the cockpit smell, all too familiar from battlefields, rushed to his senses. Now, the only thing missing was the sight of Zerg corpses, but he wasn't worried. The explosion of the spaceship would undoubtedly draw every Zerg in the vicinity. As his face grew paler from blood loss, he gritted his teeth through the pain, quickly removed his protective suit, tore his t-shirt into strips, folded them, and pressed them against the wound. He then wrapped his waist with the protective suit, biting down hard to stop the bleeding. After this quick treatment, the rate of blood loss slowed down, and he silently congratulated himself. I've bought us at least 10 more minutes. The blackened mech girl stared at Sulie's bare upper body, her gaze lingering on his abdomen for a long time. It was the first time she had seen a man so calm in the face of such a severe injury. That kind of wound would have made even her feel alarmed. Yet Sulie had simply treated it and told her he was fine. No need to go out of your way to find medical supplies. Check on the other pilots first. Even if the chances are slim, we can't just ignore them. If I, a human, can survive, then surely the mech pilots have a chance as long as we act quickly. The blackened mech girl opened her mouth to say something, but Sulie was already gripping the control stick and stepping hard on the thruster pedal. Spread out in a straight line, 200 meters apart. We don't have much time to find our lost comrades within 5 minutes. If they're alive, we'll save them. If they're dead, we'll recover their bodies. He glanced at the mech girl, who seemed hesitant to speak, tilted his head, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Inwardly, he thought, want command authority? Wait until I pass out. The blackened mech girl froze, staring at the blood slowly sliding down the cockpit wall. The veins on her head bulged. This guy actually spat in my mech body. On the ground, amidst violent tremors, massive Zerg creatures emerged from beneath the surface. Their long tentacles flailed in the air, and several of them let out piercing screeches. An endless swarm of Zerg surged forward like a tidal wave, rushing toward the direction of the spaceship's crash site. Thanks to the surface environment of Cold Brew Star, the search operation progressed exceptionally smoothly. The completely deformed transport ship had undergone a secondary disintegration explosion, scattering fragmented wreckage all along the path. The damaged hull spewed thick smoke, eliminating any chance of another explosion. Within just 3 minutes, the mech girls had forcibly dismantled the warped cockpit and dragged out 2 severely injured mech girls. Their condition was dire though they had fully deployed. Their bodies were completely wrecked from the violent impact and explosions. Curled up in the cockpit, they bled from every orifice and were unable to retract their deployed state. Sulie watched as their tattered forms were forcibly pulled out, their mech units the only things supporting them dissipating into stardust in an instant. The massive cockpit emitted a metallic groan, crumpling into a twisted heap. A medical kit was also found. Though the emergency medical supplies were limited, the quick coagulating agent inside could help stop Sulie's bleeding. Clutching his abdomen, Sulie climbed out of the cockpit of the blackened mech girl and jumped directly into Lightning's waiting hands. Taking the medical kit from her, he refused their assistance and quickly entered Lightning's cockpit. As the hatch sealed shut, he trembled while retrieving a disinfectant spray from the kit. Undoing the bandages around his waist, he used his fingers to pry open the wound on his abdomen and evenly sprayed the disinfectant. A searing pain shot from his abdomen straight to his skull, causing his entire body to convulse. Blood gushed more profusely from the wound with each struggle. Lightning's hand holding the medication trembled slightly as she watched Sulie's face contort in agony, her heart sinking. With urgency in her voice, she pleaded, "Master, you can't keep doing this. The more you struggle, the more blood you'll lose. Slow down, please." Finally, she seized the opportunity to press him against the pilot's seat and injected the medication directly into his abdomen. Slowly, the bleeding subsided, and Sulie's trembling eased. He grabbed a piece of protective fabric that served as a makeshift bandage, wiped the sweat off his face haphazardly, and wrapped it back around his waist. "Report, Lieutenant. We've sent out a distress signal," a Metro reported. The base responded, confirming they would rendezvous at coordinates 45,268.21455. The cause of the ship's explosion had been identified, a directional gravitational self-destruct device. Specific devices had been installed beneath each engine and the cockpit, designed to trigger an explosion once gravitational forces exceeded a certain threshold. Sulie's bloodshot eyes narrowed, and a cold smile curled his lips. The ship's defense system hadn't even had time to activate, which spoke volumes. They wanted him dead, he knew that much. But now, stranded on Cold Brew Star without even a ship, there was no way he could retaliate. Staring at the wrecked armed transport ship, Sulie couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He had hoped to use the armed vessel to indulge in the thrill of hunting ground-based Zerg, but the Human Council and those Arcanob bastards hadn't even given him that chance. They wanted him dead? Tubata wasn't that easy to kill. As long as he was alive, he'd be a thorn in their side. Let's see how much it irritates them. "Lieutenant, we've spotted Zerg ahead 30, Fortino, countless numbers." Sulie sat in the cockpit, urgently commanding the crew. "Get the injured into the cockpit. Everyone, take off immediately." He knew the swarm approaching was a species of small isopods, each about half a meter long. Their numbers were overwhelming, and they were rapidly converging on the crash site of the spaceship. As the ship ascended to 600 meters, Sulie moved his arm slightly, relieved that his wound hadn't worsened. "Lightning, stay down. The bugs are coming," he warned urgently. Lightning's voice carried a hint of unease. "And Master, can you still pilot me?" Sulie exasperatedly patted her back and replied, "If I don't, will you fly yourself straight into the bug hive?" Lightning muttered under her breath, but obediently stayed still. The spaceship accelerated, and Sulie's heart tightened involuntarily. His view was filled with a tide of insects, densely packed, and surging forward like a dark, ominous flood. The isopods scurried frantically across the ground. Though their attack power wasn't high, their sharp mandibles could pierce steel. On the barren wasteland, scavengers had already begun feasting on the wreckage of the spaceship. Groups of 7 or 8 isopods gathered, indulging in their banquet. A massive arthropod stomped down, instantly crushing them into a grotesque mess of green fluid that splattered everywhere, nauseating to behold. However, the isopods reproduced rapidly, and swarms of them continued to flood in. Even wearing mechas offered little protection against their razor-sharp jaws. Fortunately, they couldn't fly. Just then, the blackened mech girl's alarm blared. 14 longhorn beetles detected. 6 of them raised their massive abdomens and sprayed jets of acid into the air. The acid rained down on the swarm below, causing the bugs to wither as their exoskeletons corroded, exposing the bones within. "All units, form a combat formation. Don't engage unnecessarily, lure the longhorns into higher altitude for combat. Conserve your ammunition." Sulie's orders were clear, and the team quickly increased their flight speed. Meanwhile, Sulie, piloting Lightning, suddenly dove downward. With her flight module equipped, Lightning moved even faster, descending to just 30 meters above the ground in the blink of an eye. "Acid incoming again!" Lightning screamed. Sulie swiftly pulled the control stick, executing a graceful arc to evade the attack while maintaining their momentum. With a heavy thud, his knees slammed onto the head of one longhorn beetle, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound as bright red blood sprayed out. Controlling Lightning, Sulie grabbed one of the beetle's long antennae with one hand while gripping a massive sword with the other. With a powerful downward slash, he struck the beetle's neck. As the force subsided, the beetle's severed head dangled in his grasp, its piercing screeches echoing through the air. Sulie glanced briefly before swinging the long whisk in his hand, hurling the decapitated head of a sky bull 300 meters away toward another one. The head, like a cannonball, smashed violently into the other sky bull, causing it to stagger. On the battlefield, the buzzing of wings suddenly intensified. Sulie grinned, commanding lightning to spiral upward as he taunted. Come on, you big oafs. Grandpa's waiting for you in the sky. Though the two species couldn't understand each other's languages, the sky bulls instinctively perceived the crudeness of his words. Several black figures with mottled patterns followed closely, flying toward the sky. Hey, watched Sulie's actions intently, her back drenched in sweat. She had only ever seen the insectoids on television before, but now they were right in front of her. Whether it was the swarming pillbugs or the soaring sky bulls, every one of them made her involuntarily grimace. She had been afraid of such creatures since childhood, shivering at the mere sight of them. Yet Sulie, commanding lightning, charged straight into the insect swarm. Her heart leaped to her throat as her eyes stayed glued to his figure, fearing for his safety. Heiyu remained seated in the cockpit of the Hong-Ing mech, silently grateful for being pulled inside. The thought of stepping on the bugs or slashing them with a blade made her shudder. The fear felt deeply ingrained, as if etched into her very genes. These insects were nothing like the small ones she had encountered before. They were monstrous, several times larger than her even in her unfolded form. The black-red mechs quickly paired up, forming teams of two to face the incoming sky bulls. Meanwhile, the blue-white mechs grouped into tactical squads of three, swiftly engaging in fierce combat with the insectoids. It was Sulie's first time witnessing the full strength of mechs with their weapon restrictions lifted. 038 had been right-armed mechs were heavily restrained under normal circumstances. Normally shy and reserved, 535, who could barely speak in Sulie's presence, now wielded a massive heavy cannon, smashing it into a sky bull's head with precision while efficiently conserving ammunition, flawlessly executing Sulie's commands. The blue-white mechs, long repressed, seemed to prefer close-quarters combat. They cheered as they wielded their weapons, fully utilizing the techniques Sulie had taught them. They fearlessly clashed their weapons against the insectoid armor, ignoring any attacks on their backs as they pressed forward. In one corner, 534 and 536 stood on either side of a sky bull, holding it down with chains to restrict its movements. Meanwhile, 537 launched a surprise attack, thrusting a giant spear into the sky bull's rear. The creature convulsed violently, breaking the chains as it let out a heart-wrenching roar that made Sulie tense up. Fortunately, the black-red mechs employed a different strategy. One provided long-range fire support, while the other waited for opportunities to strike in melee, executing textbook-perfect combat maneuvers with seamless coordination. On average, they eliminated an opponent every 90 seconds. They refrained from using high-damage weapons, as the honor of being part of the elite guards from Mechanized Island was their pride. Despite forming smaller, simpler combat groups, their firepower was no less formidable than the blue-white squads. Even more astonishing was their synchronization. All groups began and ended their battles almost simultaneously, down to the second. This demonstrated their exceptional combat strength and unparalleled precision in executing missions. However, just as they were brimming with confidence and turned to assess the situation, they were met with the sight of a group of blue-white mechs, their frames stained with green blood, hovering in the air and staring at them with wide eyes. As the battle concluded, the blue-white mechs erupted into enthusiastic applause, unreservedly celebrating their victory. Below, the pillbugs swarmed over the fallen sky bulls, feasting on their corpses. Above, 16 blood-soaked mechs clapped their alloyed hands loudly, the sound echoing like a slap across the faces of the black-red mechs. A scarlet mech stood at the forefront, pointing at the black-red mechs and declaring, "Look at that now, that is military discipline. What have you all been learning from me every day?" Her gaze locked on a 535 as she spoke coldly. "Don't think bowing your head will make you invisible to me. Tonight, I want you to sleep hugging that heavy cannon of yours. Clearly, you lack the basic respect it deserves." The black-red mechs looked at each other in confusion, question marks practically hovering over their heads. They had no idea when the blue-white mechs had finished their fight. All eyes shifted to their captain, 032, who glared at the bloodstains on the cockpit wall with a twitching vein on her forehead. After dropping a significant number of incendiary bombs and leaving behind a field of corpses, the group ignored the dense swarm of insects on the ground and moved toward the designated coordinates without delay. These creatures, known as wood lice, have extremely short life cycles and will consume almost anything, even resorting to cannibalism when food is scarce. Unless there is a large-scale insect swarm, they pose little threat to the base. Now, with an abundance of corpses to feed on, They had lost interest in the mechas hovering above. The moment Sulie saw these insects, he immediately understood why the surface of Lingshue's star was a barren yellow. As long as there was something edible, these tiny creatures would swarm over it and devour it completely. As the vanguard of the Zerg forces, their mission was to be deployed onto target planets, establish Zerg footholds, and disrupt the local ecosystem. Once their numbers reached a critical mass, the entire planet would end up like Lingshue's star, scarred, lifeless, and desolate. On the battlefield, the Zerg not only served as the advanced troops, but also relied on their incredible reproductive ability to sustain themselves and their kind as a stable food source. The sight of Zerg cannibalizing each other was far from pleasant. As the squad advanced, Lightning occasionally turned her head to glance at Sulie's waist. Although the recent skirmish had been brief, his movements were far from gentle, and fresh blood was already seeping from the wound on his side. Master, you should rest for a while. Let me take over the controls. I've been practicing these past few days. Trust me, I can handle it, she said. Sulie nodded, handing over the controls to her. He adjusted himself into a more comfortable position and leaned back in the pilot's seat. His gaze shifted forward, watching as Lightning hunched over slightly, her eyes focused ahead, piloting the mecha with great concentration as they moved forward with the rest of the team. Her long crimson hair, tied simply to one side while she attended to his wound, fell over her shoulder, revealing her slender, pale neck. Sulie quickly looked away, thinking to himself, what an excellent mecha girl. She's perfect in every way that fits my aesthetic. But then another thought struck him. When did her personality start to change? When they first met, she had been a composed, mature woman through and through. Yet after only a couple of missions, she had turned into a clingy and overly cutesy damsel. What happened to her brain? And then there was Hey Yu, who used to constantly talk about being a queen's knight, but had recently gone quiet. Well, not exactly quiet, she just hadn't been saying those things in front of him anymore. Hong Ying, however, remained the same as ever, standing out like an outsider among the group. As her pilot, wasn't it his responsibility to help her integrate into the team? Sulie felt his head spinning. The issues with the council and the mechanical island were too distant and beyond his control. But the problems with his own mecha girls were right in front of him. The question was, how could he solve them? He had been single for 2 lifetimes and had never even had a girlfriend. Wouldn't suddenly trying to delve into the intricacies of female psychology make him seem a bit strange? He began to let his thoughts wander, wondering if he should pick up a few books on contemporary life from Lightning's bookshelf to study. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled Li Tianlong's mech girl, you roam. What were those words the Cheongsam girl had said? He thought Li Tianlang was almost completely taken in by her. Sulie pondered for a moment before placing his hand on Lightning's slender waist, gently stroking it. Lightning was so obedient, even capable of piloting a mech on her own. Impressive. Tell me what reward you want, and your master will grant it, he said. Lightning shivered violently, her mech stopping abruptly as she whipped her head around to stare at Sulie. Her eyes were filled with confusion, first shock, then worry, and finally, a surge of anger that blazed across her face in an instant. The aura of the aloof and commanding woman returned in full force. She fixed Sulie with an icy glare, and before he could react, her hand shot out, gripping his neck and slamming him back into the pilot's seat. Her cold voice, tinged with anger and grief, hissed in his ear, "Who are you? When did you get into my master's mind? Let me guess, you're a parasite?" No, a parasite couldn't possibly touch my waist. Spit it out. Are you some kind of traveler who invaded my master's mind while he was weak? Sulie's eyes welled up with tears. He swore to himself that he'd delete her entire bookshelf the moment he got back. A truth seeker, huh? Too bad, you're 20 years late. Do you have any idea what I've been through these past 2 decades? He desperately clawed at the steel grip around his neck, but Lightning seemed oblivious. She appeared to have made up her mind, suddenly wrapping her arms around Sulie's head and shaking him violently. She muttered under her breath, "Get out, you damn traveler. Get out." Sulie felt as though his head had been shoved into a high-speed washing machine. If this kept up, forget his injured waist, wasn't even sure his head would stay attached to his neck. On top of that, his brain was in danger of being shaken to pieces. For the first time, he understood the phrase, "You reap what you sow." Let go, he croaked. In his panic, his foot hit an unknown pedal, causing the entire mech to spin. Both of them tumbled out of the pilot's seat, landing in a heap. Instinctively, Lightning shielded Sulie, pulling him into her arms. His head finally freed, he struggled to crawl toward the controls. The intense dizziness made him miss the joystick twice. The mech continued to spin uncontrollably, and the frantic voices of other mech girls filled the communication channel. He bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting his mind into focus. At last, he managed to grab hold of the pilot's chair and pull himself upright, barely regaining control of the mech before it hit the ground. Without the assistance of a mech girl, the joystick felt as if it had been welded in place, almost impossible to move. Sulie summoned every ounce of his strength, his muscles trembling violently. His wounds, unable to bear the strain, reopened, and blood began to flow freely. What are you waiting for? Do you really want me to die here? He shouted. Hearing the familiar tone, Lightning's tears of relief welled up. She obediently slipped back into the pilot's seat and grabbed the controls. Master, you scare me to death. Are you okay? Are your injuries serious? Luckily, there was still medicine. Otherwise, if you wanted to see me again, it might have had to wait until the next life. A faint blush appeared on Lightning's face. Thinking about what she had just done, she buried her face in shame against her chest. I am sorry, Master. I just didn't expect you to touch my waist. Though they had already shared moments of intimacy, touching her waist wasn't that progressing a bit too fast? And your soft, teasing voice, Master, I don't really like it. When did I ever sleep with you? Why don't I remember? She stammered. It was the day you changed my oil. I had too much lubricant that day, and while I was asleep, Master, Sulie slumped lifelessly in the pilot's seat, expressionless as he prepared the medication. If sharing a bed counted as sleeping together, then his experience over 2 lifetimes would be truly extensive. Forget women hadn't even spared men. There are countless paths, but safety always comes first, he thought to himself, regretting his decision to take someone else's risky detour. Lieutenant, you just abruptly left the formation. Was there an emergency? Sulie calmly pressed the communication button and replied, It's nothing. I was just teaching Lightning a new maneuver to evade the Zerg's long-range attacks. Hearing this, 032 was momentarily stunned. No wonder the governor held him in such high regard. This man not only had extraordinary willpower, but also a relentless drive to innovate. Although he had a somewhat unhygienic habit of spitting into others' mechs, even when gravely injured, he never forgot to test his theories during rapid Marquesa, truly commendable trait. Observing the maneuver, it was fluid throughout, clearly not something mastered overnight. The mech swayed dramatically from side to side, making its movements unpredictable. This greatly increased the difficulty for enemies to aim and acted as a deceptive tactic. If this evasive technique could be mastered, it would undoubtedly become a life-saving tool in battle. Thinking of this, she eagerly asked, Lieutenant Sue, what's this move called? Sulie rolled his eyes and replied irritably, Falling Leaf Drift. The name he casually fabricated imprinted itself firmly into 032's core like a steel seal. The squad continued to advance cautiously, carefully navigating past 2 large Zerg nests. As they approached the 3rd Zerg settlement, they encountered a rescue team engaged in battle with a small group of Zerg. 15 class mecha girls, led by a single class, had formed a tactical squad, and there were 3 such squads in total. The massive mechs roared with their unique mechanical hum, brandishing heavy swords as they fought fiercely against the Zerg. The closer they got to the edges of the base, the more diverse the types of bugs became. Among their adversaries were not only small cockroach-like creatures, but also several large, agile spiders with colorful, segmented legs. These spiders moved with remarkable dexterity, constantly seizing opportunities for sneak attacks. Their webs, once hitting a mech, would instantly drag it back. In a large-scale battlefield, such sudden assaults were extremely difficult to guard against. If one were pulled away, the defensive line would immediately develop a gap, leaving it vulnerable to other Zerg. Being dragged away by these spiders was even more terrifying. They would spray anesthetic gas into the cockpit, rendering both the pilot and the mech girl defenseless. After breaking into the cockpit, they would devour the pilot and mech girl, leaving nothing behind, not even the mech itself. The mech girls below were clearly seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Their attack and defense formations were highly organized, with each member performing her role flawlessly. Even when faced with the spider's ambushes, they handled the situation with practiced ease. Each squad's leader wielded a flamethrower, and with their superior mobility, they became the lifeline for all the warriors on the field. These leaders were always the first to detect the spider's webs, intercepting them with their weapons. The resilient silk disintegrated instantly when exposed to flames. Even if someone was momentarily ensnared, a quick sweep of the flamethrower would free them from the web's grasp. Watching the battle unfold below, Sulie gestured to the mech behind him. The blackened mech girl took the lead, diving into the fray with a swift descent. The blaze of thrusters, the flashes of gunfire, the deafening roars, and the screeches of the insectoids intertwined into the eternal symphony of the battlefield. When battling the swarm, the greatest taboo was engaging in a prolonged fight. On the front lines, regardless of the planet, the swarm always vastly outnumbered humans and mech girls. The so-called outpost bases were essentially nails driven into swarm-occupied planets by the Alliance. Around Coldbrew Star, except for specific and constantly shifting zones where jumps could be made, the rest of the area was filled with spatial disruptors. This costly endeavor had been extended across the entire front line, and even to the star systems in the rear. The vast network of spatial disruptors completely blocked the swarm from traversing spatial rifts and penetrating deep into human territory. To break through the defensive line, the swarm had no choice but to either launch relentless assaults or painstakingly devour one planet at a time. The swarm was not driven by a love for conquest. They were like locusts, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. These outpost bases, of which the Alliance had many, were tasked with maintaining the current stalemate. A massive blade pierced into the maw of an insectoid, but before it could twist, the mech's arm was bitten through by the creature's sharp mandibles. The enormous insect was indiscriminate, swallowing the blade along with the arm. It was injured internally by the blade, spilling green blood all over the battlefield. Compared to the superiors class and a class mechs, these class mech girls were far less adept in agility and stability. Sulie observed that none of their attributes surpassed the minimum threshold, except for their captain, who managed to exceed 65 in one particular metric. During her time at the academy, Sulie hadn't encountered many class mech girls. In the human heartlands, lower class mech girls had a faint presence, often appearing briefly before being contracted by pilots and sent to the front lines. The contract cost for class mech girls was low. If not for meeting lightning, Sulie would likely have contracted a class mech girl upon graduation and headed to the battlefield. No one wanted them in competitions, where opponents were mainly class and a class mech girls, with even some sclass appearing. But never class, as no club was willing to pay high costs for charity and become the laughingstock of their peers. Thus, their fate seemed sealed from the moment they were manufactured. Despite being dismissed by the human elite, they built an iron wall for humanity. As the main combat force on the battlefield, they didn't even have flight modules, adhering to the template of the previous generation of standard mechs, limited to ground combat on planets. If a pilot performed well and accumulated enough military merit, they could be equipped with flight modules to participate in fleet operations. However, the potential of class mech girls was limited, and only a handful could accompany their pilots throughout their careers. People seemed more inclined to exchange military merits for more powerful mech girls. The stalemate on the battlefield began to shift dramatically as the Guardian Squad joined the fray. The Guardian Squad from Mechanical Island was an exceptionally powerful unit. The mech girls on the battlefield, upon seeing their blackened uniforms, seemed to ignite a flame of faith within themselves. 16 figures moved swiftly, dividing the battlefield into 8 smaller sections. The severed Zerg swarms, unable to regroup, were soon wiped out. A crimson mech slowly descended to the ground. Lightning stared at the scene before her, her body trembling slightly. Damaged mechs were scattered everywhere, their surfaces marred with bite marks from the Zerg. With the deployment of the mech girls' recovery mechanisms, even detached parts could be reclaimed. The scattered remains before them led to a single conclusion. The mech girls' cores had been destroyed. Many of the mechs bore the marks of time and battle. While Lightning didn't fully understand the situation, Sulie was acutely aware. Being near the base was the only reason these remnants were preserved. Had this been at the crash site of a ship, everything would have been obliterated in no time. These remnants stood as the final testament to the existence of the mech girls. A mech missing an arm slid towards Sulie, raised its one remaining hand in a salute, and firmly declared, "Second Lieutenant, the Cold Brew Star Outpost's mobile unit welcomes you to Cold Brew Star." Sulie returned the salute, his gaze moving past the battered mech toward a narrow pass nestled between 2 towering cliffs, where faint lights flickered in the distance. "Bring the whole team back," he ordered. The mech saluted again and began issuing commands over a private channel. Sulie's team fell into silence, watching the broken mech girls swiftly clear the battlefield. For the first time, Lightning and the others witnessed the reality of the front lines. There was no exhilarating glory, only the shattered remains of comrades and desolation as far as the eye could see. A mech girl, sparks flying from her damaged frame, staggered toward Hong Ying. She clumsily saluted, bent down, and grabbed a pill bug-like creature from beside her. With practiced precision, she finished it off, tied it up with ropes, and hung it on the tow hook on her back. To Hong Ying's surprise, nearly every mech girl bore some degree of modification, something strictly forbidden in human territories, but seemingly commonplace on the battlefield. They worked without hesitation, dissecting Zerg corpses, sorting through the remains, and packing them up. Of the 48-member recovery team, only 40 mechs returned intact, while the remaining 8, though not fatally damaged, faced extensive repairs. The recovery team's captain was the one-armed class mech. She eagerly followed Lightning, her voice brimming with excitement as she chatted away to Sulie about the current state of the outpost. The recent battle seemed to have left no mark on her spirits. Lightning glanced at the sparking severed arm at her side, a pang of pity welling up in her chest. "Sir, my name is Tsong Ling, am currently the acting commander of the outpost. Your arrival is a tremendous help to us." She clutched her severed arm in her functional hand, pointing to the pass ahead with a hint of pride. "That's our outpost. The entire base is concealed within the pass, with automated cannons lining both sides of the mountains. There's no need to worry about safety. I've been stationed here for 5 years and have weathered 3 Zerg tides. Not a single one of those damn bugs has ever breached our firepower. With your arrival, our firepower is even stronger now. I'm confident that under your leadership, we'll complete our mission with excellence." Song Ling tilted her head, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she sized up the orderly blackened and blue and white mechs marching in formation. It was her first time seeing so many high-grade mech girls. Apart from the two class units leading the group, every other mech was a class. The uniform paintwork alone told her that these were two fully organized squads. Such formidable forces arriving on Cold Brew Stera desolate. Insignificant place set her imagination running wild. Could it be that the governor was finally about to sound the call for a counteroffensive? The cliffside loomed closer, its towering rocks seemingly locked in a standoff with the lightning streaking across the sky. Against such imposing heights, the flashes of light appeared insignificant. This unique environment had become the only safe haven for the mech girls. The group followed them through the narrow pass, finally encountering the first hint of greenery since landing on the planet. Sulie had assumed this place wouldn't be very large, but the sight before him left him awestruck. Lush, towering trees rooted deeply in the soil, their varied and unfamiliar leaves adding to the surreal atmosphere. Outside was barren and desolate, yet within the pass lay a small forest. Hidden among the trees was a base built with steel structures, its presence betrayed only by the towering signal tower piercing the sky, its tip flickering faintly with light. The contrast between this sanctuary and the wasteland outside was striking and unexpectedly delightful. Many mech girls disengaged their external components, watching as a team hauling heavy equipment departed down another path. Sulie followed Song Ling, who had also disengaged her outer gear, along a stone-paved trail that led deeper into the forest. On either side of the path, flower beds were filled not with vibrant blooms, but with clusters of tenacious wild grass. Despite the favorable conditions of the flower beds, the grass stubbornly pushed through the cracks in the stones, as if defying its fate. Before long, the group arrived at a secluded haven resembling a small town. Built around the signal tower, the town featured neatly arranged buildings bustling with activity as mech girls moved about. Sulie froze in place, momentarily doubting his senses. As he followed Song Ling through the town's gates and caught sight of a coffee shop sign, the surreal feeling only deepened. Song Ling noticed his expression and couldn't help but stifle a laugh, as if teasingly saying, "You must thought this place would look completely different, didn't you, Commander?" This place hadn't always had these facilities. Life at the base was once monotonous, so the sisters had found ways to occupy themselves. The concept for this town originated from the previous commander, and it had taken 3 years of effort to bring it to life. Sulie gazed at the storefronts lining the streets in astonishment, unable to believe that such a warm and lively place could exist amidst the harsh realities of war. It was no wonder the mech girls seemed so spirited. This town undoubtedly played a significant role. He couldn't help but feel a desire to meet the commander who had envisioned this. Such a person, who could dream up and realize a sanctuary for their comrades, must have deeply valued the bonds of camaraderie. Sulie could almost imagine the dream that commander had woven for the mech girls, a place where they could return from the hell outside and find solace, a place where they could sleep peacefully. Lightning's eyes sparkled with newfound vitality, her red pupils darting between the shops, eager to explore but hesitant in this unfamiliar place. The blackened mech girls also showed signs of surprise. Though they had visited many outposts before, they had never encountered a place like Cold Brew Star. The blue and white mech girls were filled with curiosity, chattering excitedly the moment they stepped into the town, their attention captured by everything around them. Meanwhile, their arrival had not gone unnoticed. The mech girls living in the town occasionally approached, offering polite greetings as they passed. Sulie returned each salute one by one, his gaze sweeping over the various mecha girls as he began to form an impression of the outpost base's strength. Guided by Song Ling, the group finally entered the signal tower. The commander's quarters were located at the very top of the tower. "Sir, this is your quarters. Are you satisfied? If not, we can make the necessary adjustments," Song Ling said with a smile. Sulie looked at the spacious room before him and nodded slightly. "No need to trouble yourselves. This is quite good. However, I do have a question." He turned to meet Song Ling's eyes directly and continued. "This place is better than I expected, but as we walked here, I didn't see a single pilot. Where are they all?" Song Ling's smile faltered slightly, and her expression dimmed as she lowered her head. In a somber tone, she replied, "The last pilot, who was also the previous commander, died in battle a year ago. In the entire Cold Brew Star outpost base, aside from you, there isn't a single pilot left." Sulie's heart sank as he realized that apart from the 3 squads sent to receive him, there should have been at least 7 more squads based on the standard configuration of the outpost. Yet, there were no pilots. "I'm sorry," he said, taking a step back and bowing respectfully to Song Ling. "I didn't mean to reopen old wounds. I sincerely apologize for my insensitivity. It's all right. Really, it's fine." Song Ling quickly waved her hands and forced a small smile. "Sir, you must be tired from your journey. Please rest soon. The sisters have been preparing a welcome ceremony for your arrival today. Please make sure to attend later." After saying this, she glanced at the other mecha girls who had accompanied Sulie. "If any of you need anything, you can contact me directly through the communication channel. The entire first floor is unoccupied, so feel free to choose any room. Basic supplies are stored in the room at the far end on the right. It's the supply warehouse." With that, Song Ling saluted Sulie one last time and turned to leave for the elevator. 032 watched her departure silently, then tugged on Sulie's arm, leading him into the quarters. She took out a specialized device and meticulously scanned every corner of the room before saluting Sulie and handing him a communication terminal. Sulie accepted the terminal with a puzzled expression, glancing at 032 a couple of times. Under her watchful gaze, he pressed the power button. The uniquely designed terminal displayed only one contact, Governor Eve. Just as Sulie was unsure of 032's intentions, the terminal suddenly lit up. He quickly pressed the answer button, and a blurry image flickered across the screen before revealing a drowsy face. Long, slightly disheveled light blue hair framed her features, and an oversized t-shirt barely concealed her curvaceous figure. Sulie averted his gaze immediately, lowering his eyes. After all, the highest-ranking officer of the mechanical island was not someone a mere soldier like him should be staring at. Well, nice to meet you for the first time, kiddo. Are you satisfied with the outpost base I assigned to you? She stretched lazily and, upon noticing Sulie's silence, tapped the side of her terminal and turned to someone off-screen. What's going on? Is this thing broken? Why can't I hear the other side? Hearing this, Sulie's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hurriedly responded, I'm satisfied. I'm very satisfied with the outpost base. Eve turned her attention back to Sulie, resting her chin on her hand as she studied him for a moment before speaking softly. I've already heard about the explosion, but I have no intention of asking the Human Council for an explanation on your behalf. Sulie remained silent, waiting for the governor to continue. Let's cut to the chase. 3 things. First, stay alive. If you want to settle scores with the Human Council, you'll have to do it yourself. Second, my people are now under your command. Their tasks are your priority, and you must cooperate fully. Third, continue the experiments related to AKA, but with a change in direction. They'll send the updated experimental data directly to HeyU, and the necessary equipment will be delivered via voidpoint transmission. I know you probably have questions, but I don't plan to answer them. Just hold the line at Cold Brew Starret will be your starting point. After a brief pause, her tone shifted to something more lighthearted. Oh, and one more thing, if you manage to survive and return, consider this your invitation. You'll become the first human in history to set foot on Mechanical Island. After ending the terminal communication, Sulie handed the terminal back to 032, but the latter shook his head, signaling that Sulie could keep it. Beneath the base on Cold Brew Star, a secret facility of Mechanical Island was hidden, and the relevant equipment would be delivered tonight. 032 carefully chose his words, trying not to sound like a voyeur. Our mission is to record all your combat footage and make a video, he explained. Sulie scratched his head in confusion. Is there a reason for this? 032 pondered for a moment before answering. In human society, various mecha competitions are popular. These events are jointly promoted by Mechanical Island and the Human Council. Humans use these competitions to select better pilots to serve as the backbone of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Mechanical Island uses the competition footage to create mech girls. Sulie seemed to have a sudden realization. So, you need my combat footage to create mech girls? 032 nodded seriously. To be precise, we hope to produce high-quality mech girls. The situation at the front lines is dire. Due to the varying skill levels of current pilots, Mechanical Island hasn't produced an S-class mech girl in a long time. If we can't generate enough advanced mech girls in the next 3 years, the defensive line will shrink further within a decade. Sulie pointed to himself uncertainly. Me? I can help create high-quality mech girls. He suddenly felt the weight of responsibility and thought to himself, does this mean the mech girls created from these videos would, in a way, consider him their father? 032 seemed oblivious to his inner thoughts and simply nodded firmly. All teams accompanying Super's pilots have the same mission. Even though you're not a Super's pilot yet, you're already on the battlefield. As long as you accumulate enough military merits, you can strengthen your body through special serums. Once your body reaches a certain level, theoretically, you can step into the ranks of Super's pilots. At that point, with your enhanced life level, you'll live longer and have more opportunities to explore the potential of Super's level. Sulie raised an eyebrow and asked, what kind of pilot qualifies as Super's level? 032 glanced at him with mild surprise, but patiently explained. It's hard to define. Every Super's pilot is a treasure of humanity. They operate across various battlefields, often serving as high-ranking commanders, safeguarding key areas. What I can say is that every Super's pilot has unique skills that can be applied to mech girls, providing them with powerful support. With the influence of these skills, mech girls can unleash significantly greater combat potential. You mean, it's kind of like resonance? Sulie asked. 032 shook his head. No, the two are vastly different. Resonance only indicates a high compatibility between a pilot and a mech girl, but it has nothing to do with skills. A Super's pilot can always resonate with their mech girl, but not every pilot capable of resonance is a Super's. Sulie nodded thoughtfully. Just as he was about to ask about the third mission, a knock at the door interrupted him. He opened the door, and a flash of fiery red darted inside. The figure scanned the room with a suspicious look at the two of them. Master, can I sleep in the room next to yours? As Lightning pushed the door open and entered, Sulie responded without hesitation. Sure. The whole floor is empty, isn't it? You can sleep wherever you want. Lightning stepped into the room, took a look around, and nodded in satisfaction. This place was far better than the cluttered storage room at her previous school. Gone were the chaotic shelves and oil barrels, replaced by a spacious desk and elegant bookshelves. A large map hung on the wall, marking the Zerg gathering points around the base. The furniture in the room was cohesive in style and complete in functionality. In one corner, there was even an old-fashioned phonograph, with a neat stack of vintage records in the cabinet nearby. Curious, she leaned in to take a closer look. Kuroha followed Lightning inside, exchanging a glance with Sulie. Her face was pale, clearly reflecting the governor's orders weighing on her mind. The downfall of Arca brought her a sense of satisfaction, but it wasn't the redemption she had imagined. Perhaps resuming her previous research was the only way to prove her worth. She wasn't as carefree as she pretended to be. What's with the weird looks on your faces? Are you hiding something from me? Lightning's gaze shifted among them and finally landed on 032. Startled, 032 couldn't figure out how this involved her, but clearly had no intention of overthinking it. She saluted Sulie and then exited the room, closing the door behind her. Seeing Lightning's demeanor, Sulie couldn't help but rub her forehead. Whenever she wore that expression, it usually meant trouble was brewing. Sure enough, after staring at Sulie for a moment, Lightning decisively walked to the adjacent room, grabbed her bedding, and spread it out on Sulie's large bed. Her cowlick stood upright as she wore an unconcerned expression. First time on the battlefield today, huh? You must have been scared. Don't worry, I can reluctantly share a bed with you. After all, I'm your mecha girl. Comforting you is part of my job. Kuroha froze in surprise. She admitted that she had been lost in her thoughts, giving Lightning the opportunity to act, but wasn't she the one who should be saying those words? She couldn't understand how Lightning, who was usually so straightforward, had suddenly stolen her lines. Watching Lightning blush and pretend to act nonchalant as she returned to the bedroom, Kuroha turned to Sulie and gently supported his arm. Master, your injuries haven't been properly treated yet. Let me take you to the medical room. You've lost so much blood, you might need to stay there tonight. In your head, although, I don't know what happened between you and Lightning in the cockpit. The marks on it haven't faded yet. It could lead to organ shock or swelling. Sulie was stunned. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his face, only to find his skin smooth, with no marks like Kuroha had mentioned. Before he could relax, Lightning burst out of the bedroom, carrying a blanket and pillow under one arm. She quickly grabbed his other arm, her grip firm and unrelenting, lifting half of his body off the ground. A sharp pain shot through his waist as his wound reopened, soaking his freshly donned military uniform with blood. The two mecha girls blushed at the sight and, without hesitation, supported him from either side as they rushed out. Just as they reached the door, they bumped into 038, who was entering with a medical mecha girl in tow. 038 glanced at the flushed faces of the two mecha girls and then at Sulie, who was wincing in pain. Her expression shifted to one of sudden understanding. She shot Sulie a disapproving look. Little brother, not to lecture you, but you're injured, how can you not show some restraint? Sulie looked utterly baffled as the medical mecha girl's eyes widened, her ears visibly perking up in astonishment. Sulie's injuries weren't too severe. His pale complexion was merely the result of significant blood loss. Although it wasn't life-threatening, the sudden loss of blood could have caused him to faint. Fortunately, he managed to push through. What the officer needed most right now was rest, and everyone was instructed not to disturb him. The sisters had even prepared a surprise for him, hoping he could rest well and not miss today's welcome party. The medical android tidied up, hooked Sulie to a blood bag, and left the room with her medical kit. Lightning stared intently at Heiyu, as if silently blaming her for being the cause of Sulie's bleeding. All right, enough with the staring. After everything you've been through, aren't you all tired? If you want to rest, just lie down on the bed like good girls. Lightning said, still brimming with excitement for the welcome party. Heiyu's cheeks flushed slightly at the remark, and she got up to head towards the inner room. Not to be outdone, Lightning, with her taller stature and longer legs, quickly claimed a spot near the center of the bed. This way, no matter which side Sulie chose to lie on, she would always be the closest. Watching the two women dash off, 038 gave Sulie a discreet thumbs up, her eyes narrowing into amused slits like a fox relishing the unfolding drama. Sulie rolled his eyes in resignation, taking off his blood-stained uniform before lying flat on the sofa. His mind was full of questions. Why had the governor assigned the mission to Heiyu? Clearly, she wasn't just some simple heiress. Recalling the anomalies during the competition, he instinctively felt that the so-called experiments were somehow connected to her. But how old could she have been at the time? A young adult, either competing on the field or conducting research in a lab. At 18, during both his lifetimes, he had been knee-deep in machine oil. A cool breeze drifted in through the open window. 038 adjusted her cloak and took a seat on a stool beside Sulie, dressed in black stockings. Her crossed legs formed a graceful curve, the smooth material glinting softly, while her blue skirt concealed the rest of her skin above. The room fell into a hushed stillness, the sunlight streaming through the window casting a tranquil glow. If not for the fact they were on a battlefield, this peaceful atmosphere could easily put anyone at ease. 038 stared blankly out the window, which offered a clear view of the pass. The sunlight glinted off the automated turrets, their warm shine evoking a sense of security. Something on your mind? She asked softly. No, just rest. I only wanted to stay by your side for a while, she replied, brushing a stray lock of hair aside without looking at Sulie. He was injured, and right now, rest was what he needed most. Lightning wasn't vigilant enough, and hey, you seemed preoccupied. In such an unpredictable place, someone had to stay by Sulie's side at all times. Besides, her instincts told her there was something hidden within this base. That Plas android named Song Ling was clearly lying. No matter what, she and 032 had to ensure that at least one of them remained alert and stayed close to Sulie. Perhaps due to his injuries, Sulie quickly fell into a deep sleep after closing his eyes. After waiting for a while with no signs of movement, the two androids emerged from the bedroom. Seeing Sulie already fast asleep, they both pouted in unison. 038 gestured for them to keep quiet, and the two silently approached the sofa and sat down gently. A refreshing breeze brushed across the faces of each Mech girl. Having just returned from the battlefield, the soothing wind quickly brought a wave of drowsiness. One by one, they slumped in front of Sulie, sprawled on the sofa, and drifted into slumber. When Sulie woke up, the sky was already dimming. He noticed the small hands of the medical Mech girl fumbling around his body, making him suspicious if she was doing it on purpose. Though the wound on his waist had closed and still ached slightly, he could now move with minimal discomfort. However, her small hands continued to wrap the bandage without stopping. If 038 hadn't spoken up to intervene, Sulie was almost certain she would have mummified him entirely. The welcome party was held in the first-floor hall. By the time Sulie went downstairs, everyone had already gathered. The hall was filled with tables, their long surfaces covered with a variety of dishes. At a single command, all the Mech girls stood up in unison and saluted him. Facing the crowd, Sulie smiled warmly and said, "It's the first time we're all meeting, so let's not be too formal. Eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves. I just want to say a few words before we start. I am starving after not eating all day." With that, he walked to his table, raised his glass to everyone in the room, and downed it in one gulp. He wished them all success and happiness before eagerly sitting down. All the Mech girls took their seats, their gazes collectively fixed on Sulie. At last, Sulie got a good look at the food on his plate. The fist-sized chunks of meat were dark and unappealing. He immediately recognized them as juvenile wood lice, likely no more than a week old. Glancing at the Mech girls watching him intently, he swallowed hard. Showing hesitation was not an option. If this was their way of testing him at the outpost base, it was a rather petty attempt. Unbothered by their stares, he casually picked up a wood louse, turned it over twice in his hand, and, aiming carefully, took a big bite. Under the horrified gazes of Lightning and Black Feather, his teeth sank precisely into the head of the wood louse. With a sharp tug, he ripped the head and spine clean out, producing a sound reminiscent of pulling a plunger from a toilet. Sulie spat the inedible head and spine onto a nearby empty plate, cradled the wood louse body in both hands, and eagerly sucked at the exposed opening with satisfaction. Black Feather clenched her tiny fists, staring fixedly at Sulie's expression of enjoyment, her face beginning to twitch. Red Tassel couldn't bear to watch either and turned her head to distract herself. But to her surprise, Sulie wasn't the only one eating. Many other Mech girls had already started devouring their meals, and compared to Sulie, their eating habits could only be described as wild. At this moment, there was hardly a trace of their usual mechanical composure. The battlefield, it seemed, truly forged people in unique ways. Even the outpost base's chef deserved credit. At least the sauce they prepared perfectly balanced the bitterness of the wood lice. Sulie sucked the juices clean, then used both hands to pry open the shell of the wood louse. Picking up a small spoon, he scraped out the white meat inside and shoveled it into his mouth bite after bite. His lips glistened with oil as he ate, and he raised his cup with enthusiasm to toast the many mecha girls around him. In the hall, aside from the mecha girls he had brought, the atmosphere among the others instantly turned lively. "The commander is so cool. These delicacies were specially prepared by the sisters, and we were all worried he might not like them. But the commander truly is a manha." Didn't even hesitate. "Commander, have you eaten this before?" Sulie smiled and shook his head, admitting that he had never tasted it in this life, but had often enjoyed it in his past life. After finishing one, he immediately reached for another. This type of food was a staple nutritional item for pilots in his past life, and after 20 years without it, he had been craving it desperately. Lightning stared at Sulie in stunned disbelief as he devoured the insects, her brows furrowed, an overwhelming sense of doubt creeping into her mind. Had she accidentally shaken him into insanity? Sulie turned to her and, with thoughtful care, placed one on her plate. "Try it." It's good stuff. On the battlefield, you'd never dream of eating something like this in human territory. Lightning lowered her head, staring at the dark, unappealing insect corpse on her plate, and swallowed hard. Black Feather, watching Sulie feast with gusto, glanced at the hesitant Lightning and began trembling all over. It wasn't until Sulie noticed her and kindly placed one on her plate as well that she tilted her head, covered her mouth, and hurriedly fled the hall. The other mecha girls also visibly paled. Even 032 found the insect banquet before her to be unbearable. On her plate stood a bamboo-like piece nearly a foot long, as if mocking her, silently beckoning her to take a bite. If she hadn't recognized it, she might have eaten it without hesitation, but this piece bore the marks of her own blade. The insects 032 had killed earlier today included a few colorful spiders and a longhorn beetle. As she recalled the creature's original form, a wave of nausea surged in her throat. Before long, Black Feather had already bolted out of the room, and 032 followed shortly after. Look at you all acting so surprised. I'm not kidding, it's absolutely delicious. Sulie picked up one of the spider legs, holding it up in front of the group of androids. He lightly tapped the bone wall with a small hammer, and with a crisp sound, the bone cracked open to reveal strips of white meat tinged with red. Using his chopsticks, he picked up a piece, dipped it into the sauce twice, and without hesitation, popped it into his mouth. His face lit up with pure bliss as he exclaimed, "This is amazing. The taste is just like lobster." The table before them was a feast of insects, with a variety of types and flavors. In his previous life, such a grand banquet might have cost a fortune, and even on the battlefield, gathering these delicacies required immense effort. "Come on, dig in. This is truly a treasure," he said excitedly, gesturing to the assortment of insect parts on the plates. "Do you even know how hard it is to gather these ingredients? You've all seen the colorful spiders, right? They've got 8 legs, but only 4 are edible. And considering how fierce they are, hunting them is no easy task." He encouraged them further. "Go ahead, eat. There's nothing to hold back." As he ate, Sulie began to explain to the androids beside him, detailing which age group of pill bugs tasted best, the tender cheek muscles of crickets, and the first joint of their thick hind legs. With every word, the androids' faces grew increasingly pale, and they shuffled away from him in discomfort. However, sitting nearby, Song Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You really are an expert, Commander. We also have tiger-striped fleas here. Their segmented legs are edible too, though they have a bit of a tangy taste. Around here, they're one of the best-selling snacks." She added, "After some special processing, they taste just like dried plums." Sulie swallowed the spider leg in his mouth and widened his eyes in surprise. Cold Brewstar has such a diverse range of species, even tiger-striped fleas. Thinking about the acidity, he quickly offered a solution. "That tanginess can be fixed easily. Just marinate them in a mixture of baking soda and water for a whole day and night. The meat becomes tender, sweet, and melts in your mouth. But you need to keep an eye on the temperature. If it gets too warm, the texture will turn tough. Ice water works best." "Really?" Song Ling bit into a pill bug's head without hesitation, then quickly got to her feet and ran out, saying, "I have to find our chef. She'll definitely want to discuss this with you when she hears how knowledgeable you are." Sulie considered stopping her, but glanced at the pill bug in one hand and the spider leg in the other, ultimately deciding against it. Among the group of androids, only 038 decided to mimic Sulie. She picked up a pill bug and brought it to her lips. Her bright red lips parted slightly as she pressed the bug's front end against them, gently squeezing it with her hands. Juices burst forth, filling the air with a rich aroma. Her eyes widened in surprise as she instinctively sipped twice, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face. The juice was slightly hot, and she opened her mouth, fanning it with her hand before carefully peeling the pill bug's back shell. Using a small spoon, she scraped out the white meat lining the inner shell. One bite of the meat revealed a texture that was unexpectedly smooth and springy, with a delightful, non-sticky consistency. Covering her mouth with one hand, she chewed furiously, thinking to herself how absurd it was to lose her composed demeanor over a single bite of food. "Well, how is it, sis? Pretty good, right? Here, try this one too," Sulie asked eagerly, his face brimming with anticipation. Sulie picked up a spoon and scooped out what appeared to be a transparent glass sphere, placing it on the plate in front of 038. Lowering her head, she squinted under the light to examine it closely, discovering that the sphere was a translucent green and filled with white, thread-like substances floating inside. She gave this food creation a name, Emerald Dream. Before Sulie could finish introducing it, 038 had already scooped it up with her spoon and popped it into her mouth. As expected, the texture was just as Sulie had imagined, slightly sweet. Emerald Dream is such a fitting name. From now on, whenever you go out to gather ingredients, make sure to take me with you. By the way, little brother, do you know what this thing is made of? Sulie grinned, delighted by 038's casual acceptance of such an unusual dish. Just for that, she decided to bring 038 along more often. "Of course I know. These are the eggs left behind inside a banded spider's body that it never laid. The moment the words left her mouth, the emerald dream that lightning had just swallowed came flying back out. It dawned on her, then besides the parts taken from insects, there was probably no other kind of food on this table. Lightning, you have to be open to trying new things. For mech dolls like us, these are essential energy sources. That single emerald dream you just spat out? A whole plate of those can be exchanged for a barrel of 1982 lubricant. Lightning stared at the green sphere she had just spat into her bowl in disbelief. Squeezing her eyes shut, she picked up the bowl and tipped the contents back into her mouth. Her expression, as though she were walking to the gallows, made Sulie burst into laughter. As expected, when it came to lightning, linking anything to lubricant made her much more accepting. One woodlouse could be exchanged for about a tank of lubricant. A spider leg? 3 tanks. As for tiger-striped fleas, they're much pricier. Just 2 hind legs could fetch a whole barrel. Lightning, still struggling, imitated Sulie and began picking out the food she had tasted, tentatively trying them. Thankfully, she soon overcame her initial discomfort and unconsciously started eating faster. Seeing this, the other mech dolls began trying the food as well, whether they were ready for it or not. They were soldiers, after all. If they didn't back down from facing insects in battle, why would they hesitate to eat some insect-based food? It became clear that most of their meals in the future would consist of these very ingredients. Adapting quickly and getting used to it was simply part of being a soldier. As the welcome banquet progressed, conversations among the group diminished significantly. The mech dolls stationed at the outpost base didn't seem to have frequent chances to enjoy such a wide variety of food. One by one, they focused intently on savoring the dishes before them, leaving little room for chatter. Sulie, too, continued eating, carefully observing the changes these ingredients brought to her body. In her past life as a pilot of giant mechas, she knew the bodies of insect-like creatures played a crucial role. Operating a mecha required a single-arm pulling force of at least 90 kilograms. In addition to regular training, consuming high-energy foods was equally vital. Back then, despite eating countless insects, she hadn't noticed anything unusual. Yet now, after consuming just a small amount, she could distinctly feel a strange energy coursing through her body, surging toward her brain. Attention, host. Absorbable energy detected. Please maintain the current rate of intake. In 3 minutes, the system will reach full capacity and automatically initiate an upgrade. After this upgrade, the exchange store will be unlocked. Host is encouraged to actively gather more energy. Sulie froze. Up until now, she had assumed her system's functions were limited to analyzing mech doll attributes and adjusting their configurations. But now, she realized how utterly wrong she had been. She had pondered the system's seemingly limited usefulness many times before. Yet now, it was clear its potential far exceeded her expectations. Sulie glanced at the more than 100 mech dolls seated in the hall, her mind racing with possibilities. Life at the outpost wasn't as tense as Sulie had imagined. The mechanical girls there seemed long accustomed to operating without a commander, efficiently managing their respective duties in an orderly manner. All tasks were meticulously arranged. Among the 10 squads within the base, 3 were assigned to patrol daily, eliminating wandering Zerg in the vicinity and dismembering their remains to bring back. 2 squads stayed behind to handle defense, while another worked on the daily calibration of the spatial disruptor to ensure its proper functioning. Of the 4 remaining squads, 1 served as an emergency response team, while the others collaborated with the logistics personnel to maintain the operations of the entire settlement, including repairs for damaged mechanical units. Sulie did not rush to assume command of the outpost, and there were 2 reasons for this. First, he was unfamiliar with the base's operational system, and taking over hastily might lead to unforeseen issues with disastrous consequences. Second, the tasks assigned by the governor required his direct supervision and involvement. The system update took an entire day and night. During this time, Sulie completed the reception of experimental equipment in the underground facilities of the outpost. Despite the fact that the facility had never been used since its construction, Sulie was surprised to find that everything inside was fully functional. Guided by the black-and-red mechanical girl, Sulie stepped into the elevator. After inputting a series of commands and undergoing retinal scanning, the elevator descended rapidly, covering a vertical distance of approximately 2 kilometers before coming to a gradual halt. The heavy mechanical gates and the intricate verification process created a palpable sense of pressure. Once activated, the entire laboratory would be off-limits to anyone except for Kuroha and Sulie. Sulie watched as Kuroha directed the black-and-red mechanical girl to place the equipment in their designated positions. He couldn't help but voice his concern. Will you be okay? I mean, staying here in this kind of environment. He glanced around the vast, empty underground laboratory. Though brightly lit, the expansive space felt lifeless, with only Kuroha and a collection of cold, unfeeling machines. While short-term isolation might be manageable, Sulie worried about the potential long-term effects on Kuroha's mental state. If you don't need Hongying, she can stay here with me. She could assist with the experiments as well. Although she doesn't have independent access clearance, as long as she's with either of us, the access issue can be resolved, Kuroha replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. A faint smile played on her lips, seemingly touched by Sulie's concern. Besides, additional researchers will be joining later, probably within 2 weeks. It won't be as unbearable as you might think. And I've brought along a few personal comforts, she added, gesturing toward a metal box in the corner, which she planned to move to her private resting area. Through Kuroha's explanations, Sulie learned more about her past. Taking over Akka's research was undoubtedly the logical choice for Mechanic Island. Akka, however, would not give up so easily. As a member of the council, her methods were bound to be far more sophisticated than they initially appeared. It was evident that some individuals within the Human Council had serious issues with how they handled matters. Perhaps certain members were already aware of what Akka had been up to. What they've revealed might not be the whole truth. Otherwise, we wouldn't have faced an assassination attempt. Upon hearing this, Heiyu nodded. The governor thought the same. Although the recent show of force had deterred many, their covert actions wouldn't stop. Which means, we don't have much time left. I need to dive into my research as soon as possible. Are you confident? Heiyu slowly shook her head, a faint, bitter smile appearing on her face. When it comes to research, there's no such thing as certainty. I can only say I've identified a few possible directions. What's next is to explore each of them one by one. You've worked hard, but there's no need to be overly anxious. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll do my best to help you, Sulie said, pausing for a moment as he keenly sensed some ill intent from certain individuals. He glanced down and saw Heiyu lightly licking her lips, a dangerous smile playing on her face. A chill ran down his spine. He quickly turned around, waving dismissively as he walked away. He'll head upstairs first. I've got a pile of work waiting for me. He'll bring Honging down later. Oh, and don't forget to eat properly. Watching Sulie retreat in haste, Heiyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Humming a little tune unique to herself, she picked up the metal case with one hand and skipped into the lounge. After setting an absurdly complex 32-character password, she closed the lounge door behind her. The room was empty, save for a simple table, chair, and bed. She made the bed, opened the case, and pulled out a life-sized plush doll of Sulie, placing it on the bed before throwing herself onto the blanket, rolling around in giddy delight. If Sulie were still present, he would have seen that the metal case was filled with random items of his that had mysteriously disappeared, like a wrench head used for 2 or 3 years, a broken screwdriver, and more. At the top of the pile was an old, worn t-shirt of his, neatly folded and sealed airtight in a plastic bag. Instantaneous delivery, perfectly intact. The governor's exact words were, to ensure the researcher's happiness, all reasonable requests should be met. Heiyu couldn't agree more. Outside the window, 038 silently observed Haiyu's every move, her lips curling into an involuntary smirk. Should she tell Heiyu that the one-way mirror in her lounge had been installed backward? Inside, Heiyu, now hugging the life-sized plush doll and rubbing her face against it, had no idea that her every action was being clearly watched by those outside. After finishing all his tasks, the system in Sulie's mind finally completed its upgrade with a soft chime. He eagerly activated the system interface and immediately navigated to the so-called system marketplace. The items listed there were both surprising and somewhat expected. There were permanent modules to enhance mecha attributes, specialized potions to improve physical capabilities, and a myriad of other items, so many that they numbered in the thousands. He scrolled through page after page, each item something he desperately needed but could never acquire on his own. Staring at the single-digit energy value in the upper right corner and then at the steep prices of each item, his mood turned complicated. As expected, the marketplace adhered to its usual principle of being utterly useless. So many items, and all he could do was look at them. Suddenly, a golden advertisement popped up on the system's interface. It was the first time Sulie had seen such a thing since acquiring the system. Intrigued, he focused on it, trying to read the text. Before he could make out the details, a sweet female voice sounded directly in his mind. Are you troubled by your lack of energy points? Don't worry. Not for 19,998, not even for 9,998 now, at a special price of just 998. That's right, 998 energy points delivered straight to you. And for first-time buyers, enjoy double the points as a bonus. This offer is one-time only, first come, first served. Oh, and with your first purchase, you'll receive a newbie gift pack worth 30,000 energy points. Opportunities like this wait for no one. Life is about taking chances. For just 998, you can get ahead of most people on this journey called life. Don't just dream it, do it. Spend less, live more. To recharge, simply click the recharge button below. Sulie silently closed the system marketplace. In this world, the only one who could ever get money out of his pocket was his mech girl. Not even the king of the heavens stood a chance. For Sulie, obtaining energy was not a difficult task. Based on the current circumstances, as long as he continued consuming insect-based ingredients, he could gain nearly 200 energy points daily. The prerequisite, however, was a sufficient supply of food every day. Thus, Sulie was keenly aware that passive defense was not an option. The system had already taught him a lesson through its performance, showing how powerful it could become after an upgrade. Before closing the recharge interface, the golden template was dazzling, but once it was shut, it turned into a dull, earthy yellow, instantly appearing mediocre. After upgrading, the system not only improved its functions, but also seemed to adopt a more arrogant attitude. It realized that the items in the store were not appealing enough to Sulie, so after 2 hours of contemplation, it silently pushed several products to him, such as high-density, scratch-resistant stockings with 9,120 threads. Are you still troubled by your mecha girl's clothes frequently getting damaged? Buy a pair, the system's promotional voice echoed. In deep black or pure white, there seemed to be an option for everyone. These stockings boasted durability, scratch resistance, and heat resistance, claiming to be unterrible by hand and impervious to knife cuts. As a seasoned pilot, Sulie certainly didn't want his mecha girl's flawless legs to suffer any damage. The system store prided itself on thoughtful service, and this high-quality, snug-fitting defensive gear was an essential choice for mecha girls venturing out to fight monsters or traveling at home. It even promised pilots a silky smooth experience. What are you waiting for? Recharge now for just 38,888. Not only will you get double energy returns, but you'll also receive a surprise gift pack, including a pair of stockings in various colors. The original price of 8,888 for the package left Sulie displeased. He couldn't understand how the system determined its product recommendations, viewing him with such a vulgar perspective. In the end, he silently chose to recharge. As a modern youth who embraced 5 virtues, 4 beauties, and 3 loves, Sulie certainly didn't top up because he was tempted by the stockings. It was simply that the system store's discounts were too enticing. Besides, spending money on his mecha girl was entirely reasonable. It was double the energy return, after all. With the completion of his first recharge, the system interface once again turned a dazzling golden color. Alongside the energy points returned, a series of gift packs instantly appeared in the system-provided backpack. It was at this moment that Sulie realized what he had been missing out on for the past 20 years. This system, which usually played dead, was capable of issuing tasks. Completing each task would yield corresponding energy point rewards. In the beginner's spin-the-wheel lottery, he could draw once for just 100 energy points. As he glanced at the long list of completed tasks in the task panel, he furrowed his brow. Sulie didn't know where the system originated from, only that it was insatiably money-hungry. Without recharging, it seemed impossible to fully experience the system's functionalities. The beginner's gift pack was extremely valuable, containing a complete set of upgrade modules to elevate in a rank mecha girl to rank, along with some energy bundles and various potions. A single module in the system store was priced at 80,000 energy points, which was why Sulie preferred spending 38,888 rather than just recharging for 998. He had planned to save up energy for a rapid upgrade, but to his surprise, the beginner's gift pack came with the upgrade modules included. There are 6 modules in a set, corresponding to the 6 basic attributes of mech girls. However, Lightning only needed one of these modules to achieve a qualitative leap. Although she never said it out loud, every time she saw Hei Yu and Hong Ying, a hint of envy would flash across her face. Often, if Sulie didn't take the initiative to pilot her, she would even prefer to give up the opportunity to Hei Yu. As his first mech girl, and one who could resonate deeply with him, such feelings were undeniably unfair. When Sulie first laid eyes on the module, he had already made up his mind no matter what, he would upgrade Lightning. He took her straight to the repair shop and chose a private warehouse where Lightning unfolded herself. Standing to the side, Sulie carefully examined her frame. Modules and mods were entirely different concepts. Mods were human-created external enhancement devices, widely implemented after being approved by Mechanical Island, and could significantly boost the attributes of mech girls. The higher the mod's level, the greater the performance improvement, and the fewer the side effects. They were sold in physical stores across the entire alliance for pilots to choose from. Despite their obvious benefits, their drawbacks were equally apparent. The attribute points they added were temporary, and once damaged or removed, the mech girl would revert to her base stats. Aka Industries was one of the manufacturers of mods under the Human Council. Sulie had once worked hard to save up for a braking mod for Lightning, but high-quality mods were simply too expensive, and he never found one that was suitable. Modules, however, were different. They were directly produced by Mechanical Island, functioning like an internal upgrade patch that could fill in the mech girl's shortcomings without side effects. The higher the module's level, the greater the enhancement, and modules of the same level could be stacked, though the improvement would diminish with each additional module. However, modules could only be obtained through military merit and were in extremely limited supply. Deep in human territory, Sulie had only ever heard of such modules and had never seen one until now. And now, he had 6 of them. Master, are we doing a test run? Lightning asked as she unfolded on the rack, her face flushing slightly when she saw Sulie staring at her. Although she had been through adjustments many times before, her heart always raced whenever Sulie looked at her like that. Sulie frowned slightly. Faced with the module, something he was encountering for the first time, he wasn't sure how much it could enhance lightning. The module in his hand was as small as a chip, and he pondered how to install it. Master? Lightning suddenly disengaged from her unfolded state and ran towards Sulie. Halfway there, her steps slowed instinctively, as she realized this likely wasn't what she hoped it would be. After all, they had yet to achieve any significant military merit, so obtaining such a module seemed impossible. Sulie raised the module in his hand, and his solemn expression softened instantly. Who cares? As long as there was enough energy, the module could be used on lightning. It wouldn't go to waste. Why did you come down? Perfect timing. I've never handled this kind of thing before. Do you know how to use it? Lightning widened her eyes and stared at the module in disbelief, her body trembling slightly. She slowly extended her hand to touch the module, but stopped halfway. Master, hey, you and Honging need this more than I do. With this, they could reach even greater heights. I am just an A-class mech girl. Each of these modules is incredibly rare and precious. You can't waste it on me. Sulie gently patted Lightning's head, took her hand, and placed the module into her palm. I told you, I won't abandon you. Take it, even need to grow as much as you can. He closed her hand around the module and patted her head again. We have a long journey ahead of us. This is only the beginning. With tears welling up in her eyes, Lightning clutched the module and threw herself into Sulie's arms. In that instant, Sulie couldn't help but gasp sharply. Watching Lightning unfold once more, Sulie immediately turned his back, reached into the system's shop inventory, and pulled out a low-grade enhancement serum. Tilting his head back, he gulped it down. The days of feeling sore all over from a casual hug by a mecha girl were something he could no longer endure. No matter which mecha girl it was, their strength was always hard to control when emotions ran high. He had no choice but to find ways to enhance his own physical condition. Fortunately, with the supply of Zerg ingredients and the system's assistance, his physique would soon improve significantly. The slightly bitter taste spread across his tongue as he swallowed. Turning back around, he grabbed a nearby module and walked slowly toward Lightning. Her vibrant external armor, no matter how many times he saw it, always reminded him of the thrill he felt the first time he saw her on the battlefield. He reached out, running his fingers along the armor, and located the slot near the actuator that Lightning had mentioned. With excitement, he picked up the chip and carefully aligned it before pressing it into place. Instinctively, he stepped back 2 paces and looked up at Lightning. Suddenly, a faint red glow emanated from Lightning's external armor, and her stats began to fluctuate the moment the module was installed. Sulie watched as her control stats skyrocketed from 15 to 61 before gradually stabilizing. Her mobility, which had been limited by her previous control level, also increased by 15 points, reaching an impressive 85. Lightning's original red mech paint began to shift as a soft golden glow spread from the edges of her armor, giving her a gilded appearance. Her crimson eyes flashed with a streak of gold, making her presence even more commanding and awe-inspiring. Sulie stared in amazement at Lightning's transformation, utterly stunned. A mere grade upgrade chip had completely revitalized her. No wonder modules were always in such high demand, yet so rarely available. On the system interface, Lightning's designation had already changed to a golden strength. The massive mech unlocked its restraints as Lightning, her red eyes gleaming, stepped out carefully. The sudden surge in control was slightly disorienting, and her habitual full-force movements now appeared a bit clumsy. Even so, her excitement was overwhelming. Seeing Sulie smiling at her, she wanted nothing more than to rush forward and throw herself into his arms. Let's go? With the new module installed, we have to test it out, Sulie said with a grin. Lightning nodded, her glowing eyes still red, and began walking outside slowly. 10 minutes later, a striking red figure shot out of the narrow pass like a streak of lightning. 16 blackened mechs followed closely behind, charging forward. The group of 17 mechs had barely exited the pass when they caught the attention of the Zerg. Dozens of pillbug-like creatures crawled out from their burrows, their antennae waving in the air as they detected the mech's presence. With their characteristic rustling sound, they moved to intercept the mech's path. Everyone except 032 split into groups of 3 and spread out to locate targets. Regroup at the designated point in 30 minutes, Sulie commanded. Ignoring the group of blackened mecha girls, he focused on his controls, pulling the joystick and swiftly inputting commands on the keyboard. The Crimson Mech, now upgraded to address its earlier shortcomings, had become capable of executing more precise maneuvers with shorter commands. As it sped forward, it unsheathed a long spear, the tip vibrating slightly before lunging toward the swarm of woodlice. 032 had noticed something different about Lightning from the very beginning. Initially, she thought the change in paint job was just a way for Lightning to lift its spirits. However, when she stepped out of her own mech, she realized that Lightning truly wasn't the same as before. Its movement style had undergone a dramatic shift. Previously, its thrusters were always active, no matter the situation. Now, half of them weren't even ignited. Could Lightning even stop in time with this new approach? The crimson mech surged forward at full speed, showing no signs of braking, and plunged directly into the swarm of wood lice. The spear danced in its hands, the tip striking repeatedly. The combination of immense force and the weapon's sharpened edge rendered the wood lice's thick shells useless, piercing through them like fragile leather. In less than 20 seconds, lightning had carved through the swarm, made a tight turn at a sharp angle in the distance, and charged back into the fray. 032 was stunned. A sharp angle turn? She knew Sulie was skilled enough to maneuver lightning into such a move, but only with the thrusters engaged. She stared at the mech's thrusters, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Those dark exhaust ports showed no trace of flames. What was going on? She never imagined that Sulie might have unlocked a modular upgrade. Hovering low to the ground, 032 faithfully recorded everything, watching as Sulie once again tore through the swarm and turned back around. The woodlice weren't particularly powerful attackers. As long as one avoided being surrounded and bitten, there was no real danger. But that didn't mean Sulie could afford to treat this like a game. Yet, that's exactly what he was doing playing. After 3 charges, the swarm was nearly wiped out, leaving only one woodlouse behind. 032 momentarily set aside her curiosity about lightning's changes, overwhelmed by Sulie's astonishing performance. The scene was a vivid replay of the provincial championship, though this time, the opponents were much smaller. And the smaller the target, the more technical skill was required to execute such moves. One lone woodlouse was skewered high into the air by the spear and flung away. The crimson lightning accelerated to catch up beneath it, its spear tip moving so swiftly it left afterimages. The woodlouse seemed to be riding a chaotic roller coaster, repeatedly struck by the red tempest, unable to escape the relentless onslaught. 032 watched lightning dragging the woodlouse away, quickly urging her mech to follow. She trailed behind for 3 minutes, and in that short span, lightning had already covered 9 kilometers, all while battering the woodlouse. "Hey, little guy, Grandpa's in a good mood today, let me send you home," Sulie taunted. The woodlouse finally fell to the ground, its wild ride coming to an end. It could no longer muster the strength to squeal or hiss. Its massive body was now completely stripped of its back shell, leaving only pale flesh crisscrossed with blue veins. 032 stood in silence. She had always known Sulie's piloting skills were exceptional, earning the governor's recognition. But she had never imagined his abilities could reach this level. She could also lift a woodlouse into the air with a mech, but dragging it along for 9 kilometers while systematically stripping its shell? That was beyond her imagination, let alone achieving it all without breaking stride. This wasn't humanly possible. Narrowing her eyes, she began to question her perception for the first time. Could even the elite, ultra-class pilots pull off such a feat? 032 didn't know. She stood there, dumbfounded, completely forgetting her own mission. Meanwhile, the woodlouse, lying on the ground, finally regained some awareness. The pain of having its shell entirely removed made it open its mouth to curse. Sulie, without a word, drove his spear into its mouth, silencing it instantly. Then, at a leisurely pace, he approached a nearby burrow, carefully placing the pale, shellless creature at the center of a massive web and dragging it to the burrow's entrance. "Come on out, little one's mommy brought you something delicious," Sulie called out, his voice dripping with mischief. 032 snapped out of her daze, just in time to hear Sulie's teasing tone. Outside the cave, it wasn't just his mother waiting, there were also ravenous wolves and a heavy dose of anesthetic spray. The baby creatures inside the cave had only caught a whiff of the sweet scent. What could they possibly have done wrong? Squatting outside, Sulie held a large canister of spray, evenly dispersing it over the pill bugs trapped in the net. In one hand, he gripped a long spear, occasionally lifting oversized pill bugs and stabbing them midair. Some bugs simply lacked self-awareness. They had no idea how tough and aged their flesh had become. Under the numb gaze of 032, Sulie swept all the juvenile pill bugs from the cave into the giant net. To ensure none escaped, he even thrust the spear deep into the cave, stirring to confirm there were no survivors before stomping down and collapsing their shelter entirely. It was an act of utter ruthlessness. The merciless officer discarded the large pill bug carcasses carelessly to the side, tightened the giant net, slung it over his back, and cheerfully set off in search of his next target. The sunsets on Cold Brew Star were stunning, a sentiment that even the pill bug larvae trapped in the giant net seemed to share. Sulie thought so too. Lightning, however, disagreed. For the first time, her opinion diverged from her master's, but that was because she hadn't even looked up. Head bowed, cheeks flushed, she had assumed that after reaching class, she could handle the intensity of Sulie's commands. Clearly, she had overestimated herself and underestimated her master's relentless nature. Something that could have been resolved with one strike, he insisted on stabbing over 300 times in just 3 minutes. He wasn't human, he hadn't considered her feelings at all. Lightning fixated on the half-eaten giant white bug, suddenly feeling a strange sense of camaraderie with it. At least in the face of Sulie, they shared a mutual lack of agency. As she stared at it, Tears of sympathy involuntarily dripped from the corner of her mouth. Quickly sucking them back in, she glanced nervously at Sulie. Seeing that he hadn't noticed, she let out a sigh of relief. Some things simply couldn't be allowed to escalate once they started. There was no stopping them. At the thought of feasting on pill bugs again tonight, her stomach let out an involuntary growl. It was Tuesday by human reckoning, and on this serene evening with a beautiful sunset and a gentle breeze, 30 insect nests near the base had been utterly annihilated. Fate is unpredictable, and the insects had never imagined that such a concept could apply to them. Building their nests close to the base, they were well aware of the risks. On Cold Brew Star, no matter how hard life got, they had always managed to cling to survival until today. The cold-blooded butcher had wiped them out entirely, teaching them a brutal lesson. A wise being does not stand under a crumbling wall. Unfortunately, the lesson came too late. By now, they were either dead or on the brink of death. Sulie and his team, however, were also on the move. Unlike the insects, they were on their way home. 17 mechas trudged forward, each dragging enormous alloy nets behind them. These nets, layered and massive, were brimming with the insects' unwilling offerings. Each bundle was twice the size of the mechas themselves. The sheer weight of the nets carved 17 deep trenches into the ground as they pressed onward. The mechanical girls from the outpost who came to assist were utterly stunned, their gazes fixed on the massive net before them, their excitement so intense that their legs trembled. The last time their team had gone out, it had taken them 3 full days to gather enough ingredients for just one meal. But now, in merely 2 hours, they had witnessed a true miracle, such an abundant haul of food that it would probably last them a whole week. The strength of the A-class mechanical girl squad was truly astonishing, especially with the inclusion of an S-class mech girl. Even more awe-inspiring was that the captain of the guard squad was also in S-class. Truly remarkable. And the commander had gone out as well. What mech could he have been piloting? Was it the Crimson Red one? Could it be that the commander has a fondness for red? Rumor has it that the red mech was the first mechanical girl. He formed a contract with a powerhouse who had once shown brilliantly with the commander in city-level competitions. I even looked up the competition videos. Let's watch them together. I haven't seen them myself yet. The mechanical girls were chatting excitedly in the team channel as they eagerly took the massive net from the guard squad. Their enthusiasm was palpable, and every mech girl who passed by Lightning couldn't help but steal a glance, making Lightning feel a little flustered. "Master, why do they keep staring at me?" Lightning asked. "Because you look especially dashing today," came the reply. Sulie's hunting achievement had left everyone at the outpost utterly amazed. Many mechanical girls abandoned their tasks and rushed to the warehouse to witness the spectacle. Sulie stepped out of the cockpit, standing beside the enormous alloy net. Though he appeared small in comparison, no mechanical girl could overlook his presence. Song Ling followed the chef mech girls out, her eyes sparkling as she took in the mountain of ingredients. "Commander, did you hunt all of this?" she asked in awe. Sulie chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Not just Mech Guard Squad contributed too. I'm new here and don't have much to give as a gift, so I figured I'd share nature's bounty with everyone for a feast." Song Ling stared at the towering pile of bugs and swallowed hard. If we ration this carefully, it could feed the entire base for a month. A month? The meat of the insectoids was a rare delicacy for both pilots and mechanical girls. For pilots, it enhanced their physical strength, and for mech girls, it improved their attributes. Though the effects were gradual, over time, it might even lead to breakthroughs in their levels. Sulie patted Song Ling's shoulder and addressed all the mech girls present with a serious tone. "I've said it before. Assign 2 teams to help the chefs process the ingredients, and we'll eat to our heart's content. As long as I'm here, we'll have insect meat at every meal. Eat as much as you can, and whatever's left will be turned into emergency rations. Just don't waste anything. After every mission, I want you all to eat until you're completely full before heading to rest." The mech girls erupted into cheers. They understood the significance of insect meat in enhancing their abilities. Hunting these creatures wasn't just a matter of sustenance, it involved danger and sacrifice. Song Ling's face flushed with excitement, but she tugged at Sulie's sleeve and whispered, "Commander, you really don't have to go this far. The sisters are already more than satisfied with an occasional treat." Sulie frowned slightly and lowered his voice. "Why? Are there not enough insectoids on Cold Brew Star?" Song Ling froze for a moment before replying. "Not enough? How could there not be enough bugs?" Seeing her reaction, Sulie relaxed a little. "Don't worry then. If there are plenty of bugs, we won't set any limits. Eat as much as you want, there's no shortage here." Inside the giant net, the insect larvae silently wept. The insects of Cold Brew Star likely never imagined that one day they would contribute their entire existence and even their livesto the evolution of humanity and mechanical beings. Their grotesque forms had already evolved to push the limits of human fear. Yet, they underestimated humanity's insatiable curiosity and daring spirit of exploration. At least in Sulie's previous life, every day saw pilots foaming at the mouth after biting into the unknown parts of these bugs. On the front lines, they clutched dismembered insect limbs, referring to the ordeal as trials of the brave. Sulie himself wasn't particularly brave, but he benefited from the hard-earned wisdom of those who came before him, who had risked their lives testing these creatures. Steamed isopods, for example, were known to seal in their juices perfectly. One bite was enough to send shivers through one's very soul. Before dinner was fully served, he had already tasted 3. However, compared to Shandian, he was far behind. Beside her, a pile of isopod shells had grown nearly as tall as her head. Hey you, on the other hand, looked utterly drained. Her lifeless eyes and dark circles betrayed her exhaustion, as though the experiments had hollowed her out. She hadn't wanted to come out at all, but Hong Ying had dragged her along, taking the opportunity to replace one of the glass panels in her resting room. By the time they returned, everything would be ready. Hey you, who once detested insects, didn't even notice what she was eating. Hong Ying peeled the isopod shells and spooned the meat into Hey Yes' mouth. Initially, she had been careful, but once she saw Hey Yes' vacant stare and indifference, she started shoveling both meat and broth into her mouth without hesitation. Sulie didn't interrupt her meal. Though he didn't understand the experiments, he knew this wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. It was a long road ahead, and she had much to endure. 038, with half a spider leg in her mouth, gave a gentle suck and deftly drew the meat out. Watching her increasingly skilled movements and the healthy flush on her face, Sulie felt the isopod in his own hand seemed even more appetizing. Brother, can I go with you tomorrow? She asked. I've been stuck at the base all day. Tomorrow, I'd like to switch shifts with 032. The others want to get some fresh air too. Besides, with hunting, we can't just sit around eating for free. Sure, if you want to come, then come. Sulie replied cheerfully. Today we went east, so tomorrow we can explore west. Judging by the insect's habits, another hunt in the east probably won't be fruitful for at least a week. After tomorrow's trip west, we can head south the day after. The northern area is blocked by mountain walls, so we'd have to expand the hunting range the day after that. 032 quietly chewed on her meat. At this point, she no longer cared what she was eating. Sulie said it was beneficial, so she ate. If everyone else was eating, why shouldn't she? Besides, just listen to what he was saying: today east, tomorrow west, the day after south. And hunting, no less. If someone had told her before that she'd be hunting insectoids, she would have rolled her eyes and refused to engage with such madness. But now, she felt like she was the crazy one. Just hearing the word hunting made her so excited she could barely keep still. Until now, she still couldn't understand how the atmosphere had shifted so drastically. It had been a battlefield ablaze with intensity, but arriving here, everything felt completely different. In just 2 days, things had taken on an odd tone. By the way, let me see the video you took today. Upon hearing this, 032 quickly handed over the terminal. Sulie freed one hand to wipe the paper surface before taking the terminal from 032. A group of mech girls gathered around, craning their necks to watch the video together. As soon as the video started, everyone's brows furrowed. Captain, your technique needs work. It's all after images, one mech girl commented. Really? 032 leaned in for a closer look, studying it for a moment before taking the terminal back. I was following at a constant speed the whole time. Why is this happening? She unwillingly fast-forwarded a few times, but the result remained the same. Great. I already sent it back to Mechanical Island without even checking it. No worries. I'll try again tomorrow, 038 said lightly, brushing back a strand of hair and covering her mouth as she stifled a burp. She reached for another spider leg from the plate. The mech girls returned to their seats. Sulie turned slightly and noticed 038's slightly rounded abdomen. From his angle, all the blue and white mech girls had small, rounded bellies, resembling expectant mothers 2 months into pregnancy. He nodded subtly. This was how it should be. It showed they didn't see him as an outsider and had taken his words to heart. By the looks of it, everyone at the table tonight would probably end up holding onto the walls to leave. After dinner, Sulie braced himself against the wall, making his way slowly to the repair facility. She had caused quite a scene today, and judging by the time, it was about due for her regular maintenance. The logistics department was still brightly lit, with many mech girls who had been damaged in recent days taking advantage of the downtime to queue up for repairs. The hangar racks were almost fully occupied, yet there was still a line of mech girls waiting outside. They gathered in small groups, chatting softly about base affairs. Upon seeing Sulie, they immediately stood up to greet him. Sir, taking a post-dinner stroll? One of the mech girls asked. Sulie pointed to Lightning and replied with a smile. Something like that. Ate too much, so I'm tuning a mech girl to work off the food. Sir, you know how to maintain mech girls. The nearby mech girls perked up, turning their heads toward him. Feeling a bit shy, Sulie replied. Not much, just a little. He led Lightning to an empty rack amidst the curious gazes. Lightning proudly walked to the rack and unfolded herself. As her crimson mech body was revealed, the hangar erupted in gasps. Many mech girls' eyes filled with envy, and their gazes carried a mix of emotions. If Sulie could truly provide them with a steady supply of insect-based food, perhaps one day they could significantly improve themselves. However, They vaguely remembered that when Lightning first arrived at the forward base, she was in a class mech girl. Their eyes locked onto Lightning's identification code, and they noticed that the A at the end now had an S added to it. Those who saw it clearly instinctively widened their eyes. In just 2 days, she had upgraded. Sulie paid no attention to the mech girl's astonishment. He skillfully operated the mechanical arms, beginning Lightning's routine maintenance. Multitasking, he operated the mechanical arms with one hand while the other reached into the toolbox to grab a wrench. He paused for a moment, staring at the tool in his hand with mild surprise. The grooves were filled with grease, but the handle was clean and polished, clearly a frequently used tool. It was the right size and weight, seemingly ordinary, yet Sulie frowned slightly. He glanced around. The hangar was filled with mech girls, nothing unusual. On the rack beside him, a mech girl was assisting her teammate with maintenance. Without drawing attention, Sulie held the wrench and began tightening specific components on Lightning. If it had been anyone else, they might not have noticed anything unusual. However, after years of working in hangars, Sulie could tell the specifics of a wrench just by its weight alone. This was not a tool meant for mech girls. Their wrenches were supposed to be 3 times heavier. Furthermore, the handle still retained residual warmth. Whoever had been using it was likely hiding nearby, watching him intently. Lightning's carefree nature could sometimes be a blessing. At least she didn't notice Sulie's unusual behavior and continued to blush as she accepted his adjustments. If it had been Hey You or 038, they would have been much more alert, which might have raised suspicion. After replacing the gear oil, Sulie lightly patted Lightning's armor. She immediately disengaged her transformation. Her face flushed and quickly ran up to Sulie, hooking her arm around his. Under the envious gazes of the other mecha girls, the two of them walked out of the hangar together, heading toward the nearby grove. The winding stone path was dotted with moss, which glowed faintly under the night sky, creating an enchanting scene. Tiny blue star-like lights extended to the path's end, captivating anyone who laid eyes on them. Lightning clung to Sulie's arm as they strolled along the path, the gentle breeze brushing against their faces. Her heart brimmed with contentment. She had often dreamed of leisurely walking with her pilot after dinner, and now that dream had finally come true. The scattered blue glimmers along the path only added a touch of magic to her fantasy. Master, can we stay together forever? Lightning stopped and turned to face Sulie, her gaze soft and full of emotion. She bit her lip lightly, as if summoning her courage, and then leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. Whether it was from shyness or her fiery passion, her face was burning hot, and Sulie could feel the heat as soon as she made contact. Her soft lips left a faint pop on his cheek, leaving him stunned. Just as he was about to say something, Lightning bolted away at lightning speed. She was wearing a skirt, and as it fluttered in the breeze, her long legs moved gracefully yet swiftly. It seemed she had gathered her courage for a moment, only to retreat just as quickly. Her acceleration was impressive. She disappeared from sight in mere seconds. Sulie watched her retreating figure, torn between amusement and frustration. Left alone, he continued down the path toward the communications tower. The outpost base was far from quiet at night, with clanking sounds from the logistics department as they worked on mecha adjustments. But Sulie was used to it. In fact, he found the sounds oddly comforting. As he emerged from the grove, he noticed small groups of mecha girls gathered around the shops, passing the time. When they spotted him, they instinctively saluted, and Sulie returned the gesture one by one. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that their gazes held something unusual. Whatever the reason, his initial desire to linger around faded, and he headed straight for the elevator toward the communications tower. As the elevator doors opened, he unexpectedly ran into 038, who had been looking for him. "My dear brother, you scared me half to death," she exclaimed, her tone both scolding and relieved. Lightning came rushing back like a gust of wind. "I was just about to look for you. This place is unfamiliar and potentially dangerous. From now on, no matter where you go, you must have one of us with you at all times. And as for Lightning, leaving you behind like that, I'll have a word with her later. Your safety is absolutely non-negotiable," she muttered under her breath and moved to stand beside Sulie. As soon as she looked up, her expression changed drastically. A wave of resentment surged through her, sending a chill down Sulie's spine. He turned his head, startled, and saw 038 narrowing her eyes, a faint trace of menace flickering in them. "Brother, who hit you and caused that swelling on your face?" Sulie froze, instinctively touching his left cheek, confused. Wasn't it the right side? 038 couldn't hold back any longer. Fury bubbled within her as she thought her brother had been beaten so badly that he couldn't even tell which side of his face hurt. Her expression darkened immediately. Sulie reached up to touch his right cheek and finally realized that half of his face was stiff. 038 grabbed his hand and pinned him against the elevator wall, squinting as she examined his swollen cheek. Her anger only intensified. "Spill it. Who did this to you? This is a disaster on your face. Tell me, which mecha girl dared to use a plunger on your face?" Sulie's mind went blank, and his face flushed red. It wasn't a plunger, though. That was from a brief kiss, a lightning-fast peck that caught him completely off guard. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time someone had kissed him. It was just a fleeting touch, but the suction was unusually strong. He had been too shocked to process it at the time, and now, thinking back, half his face felt numb. But how could he possibly explain this to 038? Seeing her murderous expression, Sulie quickly improvised. Sis, I've discovered something unusual about the forward base. What's unusual? 038's face turned serious in an instant. She scolded herself internally, feeling like a failure. How could she, responsible for security enforcement, have overlooked something? And now Sulie had not only noticed it, but also been attacked. She felt deeply ashamed. Sulie carefully chose his words and tried to sound nonchalant. I think there's someone else hiding in this base. Someone operating in the shadows. We've been so focused on the lab these past couple of days that we haven't had the energy to investigate. But now that the lab is fully operational, it's time to root out whoever's been hiding here. 038's heart clenched as she looked at Sulie's forced casual demeanor. Her brother had been beaten up, yet was still trying to find excuses to cover for her. He truly was a good brother. For his sake, she wouldn't complain even if she were reprimanded or pushed to her limits. Seeing Sulie's gaze drift, 038 instinctively followed his line of sight toward her chest. She sighed softly and leaned forward slightly. Well, if he was already looking, then so be it. Sulie hadn't meant to look, but as she moved closer, the buttons she had hastily resewn were not very secure, revealing that her handiwork wasn't as reliable as she thought. A faint, pleasant fragrance reached him, and his face turned even redder. He realized his luck with women today was oddly excessive, and this might not even be the peak. Just like stepping foot into the forward base, everything was only beginning. The elevator chimed softly, and the door slid open. What are you two doing? 032's voice cut through the moment as she walked in, her eyes narrowing at the sight of 038 pinning Sulie against the elevator wall. Her hand instinctively went to her holster. If Sulie signaled for help, she was ready to take down the enemy in one strike. How careless of her. She had never expected the enemy to be so close. 038 jumped like a startled rabbit, spinning around hastily, her hands waving in denial. You've got it all wrong. I was just checking what happened to my brother's face. When I came down earlier, his face was already swollen. I swear on Mechanical Island, I had nothing to do with it. Their earlier posture was as compromising as it could get. If 032 scrutinized the situation any further, 038 knew she'd have no way to explain herself. In her rush to turn around, she unintentionally pressed her chest against Sulie's face. The sudden impact felt like a lead ball hitting him, jerking his head sideways. His neck made an audible cracking sound, and within seconds, the left side of his face went completely numb. Sulie quietly stepped out of the elevator, shooting a glare at 032. This kind of luck with women? Maybe he didn't actually need it after all. It was doing more harm than good, especially to his face. If the force had been any stronger, it might have cost him his life. The next day, after consuming 2 vials of the strengthening serum, Sulie's face had fully recovered. As usual, he led his team out on a hunting expedition and did not immediately assign anyone to monitor the potential human presence. The communications tower was now under the watch of the guards, replacing the inspection team. Using the excuse of needing assistance, Sulie requisitioned 2 squads of mecha girls from the outpost base and guided them to the agreed-upon hunting location. Since the capabilities of class mecha girls were relatively limited, Sulie had no intention of involving them in the hunt. Instead, he instructed them to stop 400 meters away and wait for his signal. The Zerg were highly territorial and generally disliked wandering unless they were out searching for food. To the east, there was a large number of pill bugs and a few colorful spiders, while to the west, the map marked an area heavily populated with stink bugs. Songling did not join the team, but stayed by Lightning's side. Her mecha had been fully repaired, with the broken arm reattached, though the paint job remained incomplete, giving it a battle-damaged appearance. Sir, the edible resources to the west are limited, mostly stink bugs. These creatures are of little use to us. We might as well head south, Songling suggested. Sulie stood still, gazing at the desolate western wasteland. The area was littered with shattered mecha parts, and the limited visibility made the situation appear far worse than in the east. He remained silent, fully aware that the stink bugs, or shield bugs, could eject highly corrosive acid mist from their glands, accompanied by an intense stench. When startled, they could release large amounts of toxic gas, causing anything from temporary unconsciousness to severe damage to the respiratory system. The scattered remains of mechas, riddled with visible rust and holes, told Sulie all he needed to know. The base's mecha girls had paid a heavy price for each clearing operation. When was the last area cleanup conducted? Sulie asked. 1 month ago, Songling replied after a brief pause. And what were the losses? Songling's voice trembled as she lowered her head. We lost 2 squads. Currently, the base had just received reinforcements, 2 squads totaling 32 individuals from another base. A standard base typically had only 10 squads stationed. Such a high casualty rate was staggering. Hearing this, even though it was not directly related to Sulie, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Sulie turned to glance at 038, who nodded slightly and revealed the grenade launcher mounted on her back. Rows of red solid incendiary grenades were strapped to her, each nearly half the size of Sulie himself. Songling had already noticed the launcher on the blue and white mecha girl's back, but she said nothing. She knew her opinions might not carry much weight with the new commander. She also doubted that grenades, with their relatively limited power, would be effective against stink bugs, fast-moving, airborne insects. Across countless outposts and battlefields, these heavy casualties were a constant reality. They had tried various high-powered weapons, yet none seemed to work well against the stink bugs. Their wings always aid them in agile evasion. When faced with a small number of enemies, they swarm out in full force. When the enemy is numerous, they release toxic gas and vanish completely from sight. Like patient hunters, they wait silently for their prey to flounder helplessly in the acidic mist before launching a sudden attack, devouring everything in their path. The only effective way to eliminate them without sustaining injuries is through long-range sniper rifles. However, in the outpost base, each squad only has one such weapon. Even if all squads combine their firepower, they can only take down 10 of them at a mere drop in the ocean compared to their vast population. Through countless sacrifices, the battle strategy devised by the machine girls was to strike with lethal precision the moment the bugs revealed themselves. But just how many machine girls could achieve such a feat? Team, follow my command. Prepare solid incendiary rounds. Target, due west, elevation 08. 2 rapid shots fire. The distinct sound of grenade launchers echoed as a series of projectiles trailed faint smoke, soaring across the barren wasteland 800 meters away. Before they even hit the ground, Sulie issued another order. Elevation 09, 2 rapid shots fire. Elevation 18, 2 rapid shots fire. Elevation 22 fire. Reload ammunition and repeat the sequence in intervals of 12 seconds after 1 minute. As he relayed each command, the projectiles blossomed into fiery explosions upon impact. The moment the incendiary rounds struck the ground, intense flames erupted, engulfing everything nearby. The tremendous shockwaves disturbed the insects hidden underground. The bugs barely had time to surface before spewing acidic mist in response. The chain explosions triggered their instincts, releasing pale green gas laced with a foul odor from their burrows. The flames ignited the gas instantly, sending fire streaking back into the tunnels, burning all the way to the source of the mist. The fiery barriers created by the solid incendiary rounds trapped the bugs, leaving them no escape. The more panicked they became, the less control they had over their instincts, ultimately leading to their demise. Trapped alongside their eggs, they were burned alive in their cramped, yet ventilated nests. After the solid incendiary rounds blanketed a 5-kilometer radius, only a few bugs managed to crawl out of their burrows by sheer luck. They quickly flapped their wings, taking to the air. Sulie, with practiced precision, operated the lightning rifle, taking a standing position and aiming his sniper rifle at the airborne bugs. He pulled the trigger, the sound of the sniper rifle intertwining with the echo of grenade launchers, resonating across the battlefield. Song Ling's eyes widened as she watched the bugs struggle to crawl out of the fiery pits, only to collapse after a few steps, their bodies consumed by the relentless flames. She understood the profound despair they must have felt clawing their way out of the inferno, only to face an endless sea of fire awaiting them. She raised her gaze, locking eyes with Sulie, her heart heavy with unspoken words. Yesterday, he had led the team to raid and slaughter the old woodlice, sparing only their young for sustenance. Today, he had trapped the bugs in their home, burning them alive. For some reason, as she watched the insects screeching in various tones, Song Ling absurdly felt a twinge of pity for them. Sulie, however, paid no mind to her unusual expression. He even turned around to explain. The best way to deal with these creatures that produce combustible gases is to give them an outlet. Whether it's emotions or foul odors, keeping it bottled up is never good for the body. Sulie gazed at the endless sea of flames and issued another command. Advance the line by 3 kilometers. With this eastern wind, let's clear 20 kilometers today. For a moment, Song Ling didn't know whether to feel excited or overwhelmed. This unbelievable scene was happening right before her eyes. The insect horde, those stinking shield bugs. They had deployed 5 teams, but only 3 had made it back. Yet now, these formidable, nearly unbeatable enemies were being burned alive in their own lair. Previously, they could only clear small sections each day. A 10-kilometer defensive zone would take about 20 days to clean up. But now, they had just emerged from the pass, and in less than 20 minutes, they had already cleared 5 kilometers. Yes, Sulie's method wasn't particularly complex, but why had no one ever thought of it before? He had pushed the use of incendiary bombs to their absolute limit, and his understanding of the insects seemed even deeper than hers. For a fleeting moment, she even wanted to crack open Sulie's head to see how his brain worked. She numbly followed behind Lightning, feeling a pang of regret for the sisters who had fallen on the western defensive line. If they had held out just a little longer, they could have had a share in this overwhelming victory, this complete eradication. Move faster. We don't have much time. The tremors on the surface will attract a large swarm of insects, Sulie continued directing. Song Ling, get your people. Aside from usable food supplies, bring back any shield bugs over 3 meters long. Tell the cooks to dry them out completely, not a drop of moisture left. Then grind them into powder and seal it for storage. Song Ling froze for a moment, pointing at the shield bugs engulfed in flames ahead. Sir, these things are edible? Without looking back, Sulie replied nonchalantly. Of course they are. He didn't mention that they could warm the body and boost vitality, instead calmly spouting nonsense. The more you eat, the better your acceleration and stability will be. Song Ling led her team through the fire-stricken battlefield, searching for any insects that could be brought back. The Mech girls busied themselves packing up various insects while casting incredulous glances at the blue and white Mech girls operating under a barrage of firepower. Ahead of them, a striking red figure stood out, impossible to ignore. Massive steel cables connected the insect carcasses, which were hauled on hooks trailing behind the mech. Struggling forward toward the outpost, their faces flushed red with effort, the Mech girls pushed their thrusters to full power, but could only advance at a snail's pace. The first group to return to the base had to rally more teams, forming long lines like tireless ants, carrying prey far larger than themselves, and shuttling back and forth between the nest and the battlefield. Unlike the hurried and grim tasks of the past, there was a distinct vigor in their movements this time. The Mech girls at the base were also bustling with activity. Due to limited space, they resorted to using large equipment to affix steel cables to the cliffs at the narrow pass, suspending the stink bugs one by one. Gazing at the insects dangling like grotesque ornaments on the cliff walls, all the Mech girls were left at a loss for words. The bugs were densely packed, covering the mountain walls in a chaotic array of colors, as if dressing the cliffs in a patchwork quilt. Sulie scanned his system interface and noted with satisfaction how visibly his physical strength had improved thanks to the use of enhancement fluids and insect-based materials. At this rate, his body would soon recover the strength of his previous life and could even surpass it in the near future. The system's gift pack still contained a substantial amount of enhancement fluids specifically for pilots. As the extermination mission progressed, the series of tasks issued by the system promised to bring him a lucrative influx of energy points. Browsing the store filled with dazzling items, for the first time, Sulie experienced the mindset of a wealthy spender. Though he couldn't yet purchase freely, he clenched his teeth after a few more days of effort. He could afford an upgrade module for lightning. Over the past 2 days, he had frequently checked the store, hoping for a recharge promotion. Yet, the system seemed to have lost its obsession with money, offering no such events. Lightning had just been upgraded to Scrade and still required fine-tuning, while the remaining 5 upgrade modules in Sulie's possession were temporarily unused. He raised an eyebrow, realizing that the high attack, high agility, yet fragile warrior red spear, which he had initially favored, had not been utilized even once. His gaze swept across the narrow pass, observing more and more Mech girls voluntarily joining the effort to transport the spoils. Silently calculating, he shifted his focus. Once the front line extended far enough, he was confident he could draw most of the Mech girls out of the base. It wouldn't take long. By tomorrow or the day after, it could be achieved. Once they left, the blue and white Mech girls like 038 could seize the opportunity to thoroughly turn the entire outpost inside out. By the time the Mech girls returned, everything would likely be settled. The front line advanced rapidly, halting at the 20-kilometer boundary, where the blue and white Mech girls unleashed their remaining incendiary bombs in a final barrage. A continuous wall of fire rose up, with numerous mecha girls bustling behind it, some digging pits, others dragging debris. Sulie's single remark about improving stability and acceleration had completely ignited their enthusiasm. Normally indifferent to the shield bugs, they suddenly felt like they had missed out on billions. If time weren't an issue, they might have dug straight through the tunnels without stopping. Sulie approached one of the bug tunnels and leaned in to take a look. A massive bug head was stuck inside, its mandibles still twitching wildly. With a jolt of electricity, a lance in his hand pierced through it cleanly, pulling it out and tossing it onto the ground. The bug's rear end was still smoldering, wisps of smoke curling upward. Master, that bug startled me. Flash, one of the mecha girls, exclaimed. Sulie didn't respond, giving her a couple of reassuring pats on the back before peering deeper into the tunnel. He vaguely remembered that these shield bug tunnels often hid some treasures. Sure enough, as he leaned further inside, he spotted a peculiar black fungus clinging to the tunnel wall. Reaching in, he grabbed the fungus, along with a handful of soil, and pulled it out. The scorched tunnel radiated residual heat, but Flash paid no mind. Her eyes widened as she stared at the human head-sized black mushroom in Sulie's hand. Under the sunlight, the mushroom's smooth, round surface glimmered faintly with golden specks, making it look exceptionally striking. Sulie raised the fungus high above his head, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone digging pits, listen up. This is a treasure. If you find one, make sure to store it in a separate bag. A wave of admiration rippled through the mecha girls, and their digging became even more vigorous. After 2 days of high-quality meals, they had become completely devoted to Sulie. If he said it was good, there was no room for doubt. Master, what does this enhance? Flash twisted her waist slightly, turning her head to look at Sulie with a faint blush on her cheeks. She bit her lip lightly, her expression tinged with shyness. Seeing her face, Sulie felt a rush of heat, particularly at the sight of her vivid red lips, which reminded him of a light kiss from the previous night. It enhances attack speed, he replied. Flash's eyes lit up as she carefully shook the dirt off the mushroom, treating it like a prized possession before securing it to her waist. Then, she turned around, picked up her lance, and resumed digging with renewed fervor. Her contagious energy quickly spread to all the other mecha girls on the scene. Meanwhile, the mecha girls on duty at the mountain pass watched in bewilderment as their comrades below worked tirelessly. At first, they thought the others were digging trenches to reinforce the base's defenses. But soon, they realized they were wrong. Instead of trenches, the scattered positions resembled individual combat shelters. Tears welled up in their eyes. Even while out exterminating bugs, these girls were training for real combat scenarios. This new commander they thought must be a devil. As team after team returned, the bases surrounding mountain walls were gradually adorned with shield bugs. The bugs were hung neatly on the outer walls, basking peacefully in the sunlight, completely motionless. In the central square, all the mecha girls gathered, standing in formation and saluting the figure of Sulie on the platform. Sulie returned the salute and then stood at attention. Orders. Effective immediately, all routine tasks are suspended. Except for the essential teams maintaining spatial nodes. All personnel will be reassigned for unified operations. Over the next week, we will clear a 20-kilometer radius to the east, west, and south of the base and establish a second line of defense around the base. For this mission, the 2 squads at my side will rotate as the main force, while other squads will assist, following Ling's coordination for transporting spoils and providing armed security along the way. Detailed task instructions will be compiled in a plan that Ling will oversee. For now, all teams are dismissed to process today's spoils. Oh, and about the mushrooms, if you're unsure how to prepare them, have Kaylang consult me later. He saluted the assembled mecha girls before stepping off the platform. The girls returned the salute before hurrying off to organize into groups and process the food. They couldn't ask for a better life. 2 days of this, or even a lifetime, would be more than enough for them. Flash, carrying 2 large bags filled with mushrooms, followed closely behind Sulie, her eyes sparkling like stars. Clad in a sharp black-and-red military uniform, Sulie looked flawless from every angle. Following him, Flash resembled a red-haired girl returning from grocery shopping, except her shopping bags were comically oversized, with one bag towering over her by a considerable margin. Master, how do we eat this? Lightning, true to her nature, couldn't resist asking. Sulie's room was packed with machine girls, resembling more of a communal dining area for 2 small squads than a commander's office. Even the chef, Kaylang, had joined in, carefully observing Sulie's cooking process. The massive mushroom had already been thoroughly cleaned. Sulie instructed Lightning to remove the stem, then placed the mushroom cap face down on the electric stove. The glowing coils roasted the mushroom until it smelled irresistibly fragrant, soon filling with a savory, sweet broth. Sulie deftly added slices of various meats into the mushroom, treating it like a pot, and began enjoying a hot pot-style meal. The rich, umami mushroom broth offered a unique flavor. Even the seasoned chef Kaylang had never seen such a method. She scooped a bit of the broth with a small spoon and tasted it. Her eyes lit up instantly. Commander, can this only be used as a pot? The broth inside is so delicious. Sulie shook his head and explained. The mushroom itself is edible too. Once the ingredients and broth are finished, you can cut it up with a knife. Its slightly dry texture is somewhat like bread. Since it contains moisture, as long as you control the heat, it won't burn. Kaylang's eyes sparkled even more. Of course, if you don't have time to eat it, you can dry it for storage. Next time, as long as it's intact, just add some water, though the flavor won't be as good as now, Sulie added. But the nutritional value will be about the same. Master, does this really boost attack speed? Lightning chimed in, her question making 038 perk up with curiosity. Kaylang rubbed her hands together, her astonishment evident. She had never thought there could be someone on the front lines who knew more about food than she did. While his cooking skills might not be exceptional, his knowledge was impressive. Commander, you really know a lot. Are there any other good foods around here that we might have overlooked? Sulie shook his head. That, I really can't say. If you go out on missions, try bringing back some unusual items. If I recognize them, we'll have more food options. If I don't, we can figure it out together. All right, that works. I'll tell Tsang Ling as soon as I get back, she said cheerfully, dashing out with her white cowlick bouncing. Once she was gone, 038 moved closer to Sulie, instinctively picking up her bowl and chopsticks. With one swift motion, she scooped all the meat from the pot into her bowl. Ignoring Lightning's annoyed glare, she spoke softly. The resource usage here doesn't match the records. If they've been hunting Zergs, the resource consumption shouldn't be so consistent. Every month, the expenditures are fixed, never changing. Especially the basic supplies they're always completely used up. Sulie added more meat to the pot with his chopsticks, letting it cook briefly before placing it into Lightning's bowl. Her face lit up with a smile, her earlier irritation forgotten. They've been reselling the supplies. It's pretty common on the front lines. Machine girls don't need much in terms of basic resources, especially after hunting Zergs. Everyday essentials like food can be reduced by at least half. Once they've saved up enough, they can contact someone to sell the surplus. Is that reasonable? Sulie looked up at 038 in mild surprise, as if he hadn't expected her to question it. There's nothing unreasonable about it. On the front line, all irrationalities seem perfectly reasonable. Supplies for the front line are divided into two categories: daily uniforms and combat materials provided by the Human Council, while weapons and equipment are supplied by the Mechanical Island. However, the mecha girls are not merely war machines. They have their own thoughts. As long as weapons aren't resold, everything else is permissible. I thought you'd understand the moment you saw the store. The goods there have never been military supplies. Not even the brand of lubricant Lightning wants to drink. Such items, even if ordered online, must be transported through specialized channels. Moreover, if a mecha girl wants to advance, relying solely on military merits would take years of killing bugs at an outpost base. 038 nodded and placed a piece of meat into her mouth, chewing slowly. Meanwhile, 032 widened her eyes and exclaimed, "And you're just letting them sell things? Trading supplies is a serious crime." As a member of the guards, she was active on the battlefield but clearly clueless about the happenings at the outpost base. Sulie glanced at her and said calmly, "What's so surprising about that? A group of mecha girls whose pilots have all perished. Does it matter whether it's a serious crime? They're stationed on an insect-infested planet, living every day with their lives on the line. All they want is to eat and dress a little better before they die. I don't see anything wrong with that. They stay here, year after year, as long as they don't resell weapons or equipment. They're fulfilling their duties as soldiers. In their spare time, they just want to live a semblance of a normal life, even if it's an illusion. They haven't disrupted military operations or neglected their duties, so there's no need to nitpick over trivial matters." Then what are they hiding in secret? Is it just these things? 032 asked. No, they're hiding someone. Or maybe even more people. This person could be a pilot, but not necessarily. Although there are only faint clues, it's worth investigating. What if it stirs up conflict? Is this matter important? If it's not, can we suppress it for now, like the issue with supplies? There are many pressing matters at hand, especially the experimental project. That's the top priority. 038's words immediately made her tense up. No way. This must be investigated. They're practically rubbing it in our faces. How can we not look into it? 032 looked puzzled, not understanding the outburst. 038 glanced at Sulie, tightening her grip on her chopsticks. It's just about checking the base. He's the highest-ranking officer here. What could be wrong with that? If someone went out and got their face beaten up, of course it's worth looking into. Let her find out who bruised her precious little brother's face. She'll make them parade around with a toilet plunger on their head. Don't worry. Tomorrow, he'll turn this base upside down. If there's even a toad, he'll flush it out. Sulie gave 038 a wry smile and silently placed another piece of freshly boiled meat into the pot. He felt a bit melancholic, wondering why, with more than one pot available, a group of mecha girls insisted on crowding together and drooling over the same one. Quietly, he set up 2 more electric stoves, feeling the air around him finally start to flow. At that moment, 038, with chopsticks in her mouth, gave Sulie a deep look and nodded. Don't worry. I've already applied to headquarters for level 1 armed authorization. Even if they revolt, I'm more than capable of suppressing them by force. Sulie nearly choked on his food upon hearing this. That's really unnecessary. The main reason is that the experimental personnel are about to arrive, so it's crucial to figure out who's hiding before they get here. All right, got it. Be careful when you go out tomorrow, Sulie reminded her. Oh, by the way, sis, where's the video you recorded today? 032 needs it for her check-in. 038 froze for a second, and the piece of meat in her chopsticks fell into her bowl, splashing tiny droplets of oil that stained her white chest. I forgot about that. A great day should start with opening the daily gift pack. Still groggy, Sulie tapped his finger on the screen, but today's gift pack felt unusually soft. The sky over Cold Brew Star was already bright, yet the clock still showed 6 o'clock. Perhaps his posture was wrong, as no matter how he tried, he couldn't open the daily pack. He rolled over and extended his finger to tap again. The pack on this side was just as soft. Today's gift pack seemed particularly peculiar. Each tap made it tremble slightly, as if it were shivering. Sulie's eyes suddenly widened, and he was instantly awake. Life has its fair share of awkward moments, like being caught groping someone or being seen doing something embarrassing. He seemed to be experiencing both at the same time. For a brief moment, he considered pretending to still be asleep, but he couldn't risk it, especially since Lightning's eyes were wide open, staring at him. Master, you're awake? Lightning's voice interrupted his thoughts. Sulie awkwardly withdrew his hand, the lingering sensation on his fingertips making him instinctively raise his voice. Why are you here? Lightning paused for a second, then replied with a touch of irritation. If Blackfeather can be here, why can't I? A small, snow-white hand rested on Sulie's waist, making him shudder. He realized this was the other daily gift pack. Waking up to find a mech girl in his bed was something Sulie had grown accustomed to. Back at the warehouse, there weren't enough beds, so Lightning often ended up sharing his. However, waking up to find two mech girls in bed with him was undeniably unsettling. Turning to his right, he saw Blackfeather's twin ponytails hanging by her sides as her intense gaze bore into him, causing him to gulp involuntarily. When did you get here? And when did you both pick up such bad habits? I'm pretty sure I locked the door before going to bed. He sat up, his eyes landing on the broken lock on the door. The lock core had fallen out, clearly another one of Lightning's antics. Lightning shot a sharp look at Blackfeather, her expression full of suspicion. This sneaky cat, she climbed into bed with you as soon as she came in last night. Didn't you say your experiments were super important? Why are you sneaking out of the lab in the middle of the night? Blackfeather replied softly. They are important, but not as important as Master. Lightning felt a chill run down her spine at Blackfeather's calm demeanor. That small mouth of hers didn't seem capable of such disarming words, yet here she was, leaving Lightning at a loss for how to respond. After all, she too believed that Sulie was more important than anything else. But aren't those kinds of things supposed to stay in your heart? Lightning sat up, wondering if lying down had dulled her thinking. Yet even after sitting upright, her mind remained blank. This is my master. How strange you're talking as if he's not mine. Two was first to form a contract. I came later, but surpassed you. You what's wrong with me? Sulie, unable to bear the escalating tension, reached out and flicked Blackfeather lightly on the forehead. Blackfeather covered her forehead, puffing out her cheeks in displeasure. She was wearing a silky, off-white nightgown that accentuated her slender waist, while the low-cut design highlighted her nearly perfect curves. As she sat up, her figure was fully revealed, leaving little to the imagination. The mech girl, even after just waking up, had hair that remained perfectly straight and flawless. As soon as Sulie opened his eyes, he was greeted by her near-perfect appearance. In comparison, Lightning's red hair was a bit messy, and the oversized round-neck t-shirt she wore gave the impression that she wasn't fully awake yet. The stark contrast instantly elevated Yu's image, making it seem as though she had already claimed victory in every regard. Sulie thought to himself that if Lightning wanted to surpass Yu, the mechanical island might need to introduce a new module to enhance her intelligence. He sighed helplessly, pulling Lightning to sit down on a chair. Reaching into a nearby drawer, he took out the comb she had left behind and began gently brushing her hair. Lightning closed her eyes in enjoyment, letting go of any comparisons with Yu. She stretched out her legs, her pale toes lightly swaying under the chair. Sulie moved with great care, ensuring his actions were gentle and considerate. Yu puffed out her cheeks as she watched this scene, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. She quickly untied her own hair, tousled it into a mess, and obediently sat on the bed, patiently waiting for Sulie to finish grooming Lightning. Meanwhile, in the underground lab beneath the communications tower, Hong Ying lay sprawled on the ground, drained and full of confusion. Yu had only gone out to get dinner, yet she hadn't returned. The lab was eerily empty, filled only with the endless echoes of her growling stomach. At the same time, Zhang Qiayong sat curled up in a corner of the hangar, devouring a plate of cold rice. His work uniform was stained with oil, as were his hands, but he didn't seem to care. While eating, he kept his eyes fixed on the mech girl data displayed on the terminal. Although he was in his 40s, he looked more like a man in his 60s. His short hair was streaked with gray, and the wrinkles on his forehead were so deep they seemed capable of tripping a fly. When he spotted some critical data, he wiped his greasy hands on his clothes and marked the important points before continuing to browse. He was so engrossed in his work that he forgot all about his food. Without thinking, he grabbed a handful of butter and shoved it into his mouth. The rich taste hit him immediately, overwhelming his senses. Panicked, he bent over and tried to spit it out, only to find that a large amount of butter had stuck to the roof of his mouth, making it impossible to expel. He resorted to using his fingers to scrape it out when something bumped into his foot. Looking down, he saw a canister emitting thick white smoke rolling toward him. The sharp, acrid smell brought tears to his eyes instantly. His body reacted instinctively as he swallowed a mouthful of butter, only to realize with horror that the canister contained high-concentration tear gas. Realizing he had been exposed, he quickly covered his nose and mouth, but it did little to help. Though the hangar was spacious, the gas spread rapidly. Relying on memory, he tried to move toward the exit, but after only a few steps, the butt of a rifle struck him hard, knocking him to the ground. Two mech girls showed no mercy as they tied him up tightly and dragged him out of the hangar. His heavy breaths, mixed with painful coughing, made it feel as though his lungs might burst. Fortunately, he wasn't killed by the tear gas. Unfortunately, his days of hiding had come to an abrupt end as he was caught red-handed. A bucket of neutralizing liquid was dumped over his face, alleviating the stinging, swollen sensation in his eyes. Forced to kneel on the ground, he managed to catch a blurry glimpse of black military boots in front of him. A strong hand grabbed his short hair, lifting his head. 038 stared at the old man before her brows furrowed in disdain. So this was the decrepit fool who dared to attack Sulie? Narrowing her eyes coldly, she leaned in and demanded, "Spill it. Don't make me work for it. Where are your accomplices? The young one, where is he?" When Sulie returned to the outpost base, the first thing he noticed was the man tied up tightly at the checkpoint. The man's eyes were swollen, his work uniform was filthy, and his head hung low, with a large toilet plunger stuck to his face. Under the setting sun, the seemingly endless rows of mechas stretched into the horizon. Although Zhang Qiang was usually indifferent to his surroundings, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw the impressive spoils they had brought back. Perhaps his miserable life was long overdue to end. If the new commander could lead the mecha girls to a better future, then his existence as a failure would no longer matter. He had no idea which faction the new officer belonged to. But regardless, there was a high chance they would simply kill him for the sake of maintaining order at the base. After all, he was a nameless nobody, and his life or death meant nothing to anyone. He had thought he had grown numb to everything. But reality always had a way of teaching harsh lessons, even to someone who longed for death. The pain in his knees was real and impossible to ignore. His legs were swollen from kneeling for too long, and the combination of dehydration and the scorching sun left his mind increasingly blurred. He watched as a crimson mecha stopped beside him. The cockpit opened, and a young man in a military uniform jumped out. Perhaps it was the prolonged kneeling or his hazy consciousness, but Zhang Qiang vaguely saw a vision of his former commander standing atop the red mecha, beckoning to him. Sulie leapt down from lightning and quickly walked over to Zhang Qiang's side. 038 approached, scanning the mecha girls behind him before speaking. "I've conducted a preliminary interrogation, but this guy is stubborn as a mule. He insists he's the only one left in the entire base. Also, he claims he didn't use the toilet plunger to hit your face. For someone this unyielding, shouldn't we consider using harsher methods?" Sulie glanced at the toilet plunger stuck to the man's face and thought to himself that this was already more brutal than most punishments. Who could endure something like this on their face? He instinctively felt a pang of pity for the man. He had underestimated 038's methods. He had thought she might show some restraint, but instead, while there were no outwardly extreme punishments, the way she tied the ropes was something most people could not endure. Her professional knots restricted blood flow to the limbs over time, potentially leading to amputation. And as if that wasn't enough, the toilet plunger seemed to have become an obsession for 038, something she couldn't let go of. A group of mecha girls noticed the commotion at the checkpoint and began to gather, but a dozen blue and white mecha girls immediately raised their ship-grade particle cannons in unison. The uniquely designed barrels were fully charged, ready to unleash massive particle beams capable of obliterating everything in their path. Even the mecha girls at the outpost base, including Sulie, were stunned. For a brief moment, Sulie wondered if 038 might secretly be the illegitimate daughter of the inspection team leader. She wasn't wrong. After the level 1 weapon restrictions were lifted, she indeed had the power to dominate the entire scene. Even class mecha girls, who had lower functionality on the battlefield, didn't have the authority to wield such high-grade weaponry. Song Ling deactivated her expanded weaponry as she ran, shedding her armor piece by piece. Agent 537 stepped in front of her, blocking her path. His cold gaze locked onto her, and the icy barrel of his gun pressed against her forehead. According to the Armament Management Act and the wartime military regulations, harboring personnel not affiliated with this base can be considered treason, he said in a frigid tone. Despite the threat, there was no fear in Song Ling's eyes, only desperate urgency. She glanced anxiously in Sulie's direction, her voice trembling and on the verge of tears. "Commander, he's harmless. I swear he's harmless." Her hands shook as she reached into her pocket and pulled out a medallic Silver Eagle medal. "He's a recipient of the Silver Eagle medal. He's a hero of the people. You can't just kill him." Sulie froze at her words. While he might not have been familiar with every type of medal, the Silver Eagle medal was one he knew well. His family owned one too. The Silver Eagle medal was awarded only to exceptional human pilots who had shown extraordinary performance on the front lines. Yet, in the history of the Alliance, this medal had never been given to a living person. Ignoring Song Ling, Sulie lowered his gaze to closely examine the elderly man before him. There was something familiar about the man's facial features. Suddenly, Sulie reached out and removed the plunger stuck to the man's head, but the act only made the man's abstract features appear even more blurred. However, a distinctive mark on the man's right cheek caught Sulie's attention: 3 tear-shaped birthmarks arranged in a small triangle near the corner of his eye. A wave of recognition washed over Sulie, and he widened his eyes in shock. "Zhang Shu, you aren't you supposed to be dead?" Hearing someone call him Shu, the old man's gaze finally focused. He blinked, and his eyes landed on the young officer before him. Xiao Xiao Lizi, he murmured. Sulie hurriedly untied the restraints binding Zhang Qiaoyang and supported him to his feet. Agent 038, caught off guard, stared in disbelief. The man they'd spent so long planning to capture turned out to be Sulie's uncle. Did this mean her hard-earned credit for the operation was slipping away? The rest of the blue and white mecha girls exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes eventually settling on their team leader. Zhang Qiaoyang, having been kneeling for too long, failed to stand up after 2 attempts. In the end, he simply slumped back onto the ground, waiting for feeling to return to his legs. The narrow pass was already crowded with mecha girls, their tense and hostile atmosphere beginning to dissipate. Everyone stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do next. Sulie turned to glance at the group and waved a hand dismissively. All right, get back to work. Stop staring and start prepping the ingredients. Assemble a small team and flip the stink bugs off the cliffside. The mecha girls exchanged looks before choosing to follow his orders. Song Ling knelt beside Zhang Qiaoyang, massaging his legs with both hands. Her eyes were red, her face tinged with reproach. I told you to stay hidden. Why did you come out? She scolded. Zhang Qiaoyang gave a bitter smile. I couldn't just sit by and watch you all exhaust yourselves. I wanted to help, even if just a little. Besides, if I hadn't come out, I would have missed the chance to see my dear nephew. He glanced at Sulie, his expression a mix of weariness and affection. Song Ling's gaze shifted to Sulie, her emotions in turmoil. On one hand, she felt deep concern for the old man she had been protecting. On the other, she was faced with her direct superior. For a fleeting moment earlier, she had even been willing to risk everything. Who would have thought that the man she'd been hiding for days turned out to be her commanding officer's uncle? Sulie plopped down beside Zhang Qiaoyang, without a care for the grime covering the older man's clothes. He stared at his uncle, who had seemingly returned from the dead, and called for lightning to bring over a water flask. Handing it to Zhang Qiaoyang, he watched as the man drained its contents in one go before letting out a long sigh of relief. You little rascal, Zhang Qiaoyang said, his voice a mix of exasperation and affection. What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to still be in school? If I remember correctly, you had 2 years left before graduation. Sulie opened his mouth, surprised that after all these years, Zhang Shu's first question was about him. It's a long story, Sulie replied. A lot has happened, and it's hard to explain. But what about you, Zhang Shu? What's your situation? Weren't you part of the 16th Army's mobile unit? How did you end up here on Cold Brew Star? Zhang Qiaoyang remained seated on the ground, his gaze drifting to the fading hues of the sunset. After a long silence, he finally spoke. It's a long story too, he said wearily, pointing upward. But before he could say more, his head tilted to the side, and he fell unconscious. In the command room, Zhang Qiaoyang, who had been unconscious for several hours, slowly opened his eyes. He stared at Sulie, confirming he wasn't dreaming, and finally let out a long sigh. You're so reckless. No matter the situation, going to the front lines is an utterly foolish decision. Your father and I fought on the front lines so you kids could study in peace. Sulie put down the pen in his hand, closed the densely packed training plans, and set them aside. Mimicking Zhang Qiaoyang's gesture, he pointed upwards. Zhang Qiaoyang helplessly pointed toward the ceiling, his face a mixture of exasperation and amusement. You troublemaker. I always knew you could cause trouble, but I didn't think you could cause this much. Even if you offended the school leaders, they wouldn't have the authority to make you drop out early. The school doesn't have that kind of power. Don't tell me you've offended someone higher up in the city. Think carefully. As he looked at the old man before him, an image of a tough, buzz-cut soldier appeared in his mind. Yet time had passed, and the man's hair no longer carried the same vigor. Though still short, it drooped down, covering his eyebrows. His hair, now gray and disheveled, framed a face weathered with wrinkles. His hands were covered with fine scars, stained with grease, making them appear particularly grimy, and his work uniform was similarly filthy, far removed from the iron-blooded soldier he once was. Only the sincerity in his eyes remained unchanged. Spit it out. Who exactly did you offend? Zhang Qiaoyang pressed. Sulie shrugged. Honestly, no one in particular. I just embarrassed Aka Industries, and while pulling out the weeds, I accidentally uprooted the whole garden. Aka Industries is gone now, and some people couldn't sit still. If I hadn't run, the two of us might have already met our end. Damn. Zhang Qiaoyang sucked in a sharp breath, clutching his hair with both hands, his eyes wide. Aka Industries? You, a broke student, managed to provoke such a giant? And from the sound of it, not only did you provoke them, but you actually won? The thought of those people who can't sit still just imagining it gives me chills. Was it a single council member? A group of them? Or the entire council? Kid, you've really outdone yourself this time. What about you? Don't just talk about me. Chongping is still studying at the academy. Since you're alive, why haven't you gone to see him all these years? Zhang Qiaoyang glanced at Sulie, giving a bitter smile. I'm not going back. To the world, I'm already dead. Over the years, I've thought it through. Instead of going back and becoming a thorn in people's sides, I'd rather grow old and die here at this outpost, sparing the kids from any further trouble. Sulie opened his mouth to speak, but said nothing in the end. He could see that Zhang Qiuyang's vigor had long faded. The spirit and confidence of his younger days were gone, leaving behind only a hollow shell. Though alive, he seemed as good as dead. There was no point in asking who was responsible, knowing wouldn't change anything. For now, Sulie's wings weren't strong enough. When the day came for him to reclaim justice, he'd ensure those people got what they deserved. At that moment, a knock came at the command room door. Songling pushed it open and stepped inside. Seeing Zhang Qiuyang awake, she visibly relaxed. She feigned indifference as she walked over to the table, taking the proposal Sulie handed her, her gaze casually drifting toward Zhang Qiuyang. Sulie glanced at Songling and noticed her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes flickering. Seeing her expression, Sulie suddenly realized something. He turned to look at Zhang Qiuyang, who was still shaking his head and sighing, puzzled. Could there really be something about him that was so appealing? Sulie shot a look at Songling, signaling for her to follow him outside. In the hallway, Songling couldn't wait to recount her experiences over the years. She mentioned that while she was out on a mission to clear hostile forces, she was drawn by the glow of a void transmission, holding in her hand the silver eagle medal. The silver eagle medal typically came in pairs, one carefully packaged and delivered to the family, and the other transmitted through the void to the pilot. This positioning technology was only used for transmitting small objects like medals. The silver medal symbolized the end of the lives of both the pilot and their mech partner, as well as the pinnacle of their glory and honor. When I found him, his mech partner was holding him tightly, shielding him from a fatal blow, but he was still bleeding heavily, Songling recalled. I thought I'd try my luck and bring him back to the base, and to my surprise, he survived. After that, he stayed at the base for a full 10 years. Sulie's suspicions were confirmed. That Annie Hua, who always liked to hug him and buy him candies, had ultimately not made it through. From Zhang Qiuyang's despondency, Sulie detected deeper issues. Over those 10 years, hadn't any other commanders noticed his presence? Songling looked up and gave a faint, bitter smile. Sir, during those 10 years on Cold Extract Star, there was only one commander. She was ostracized and had no choice but to come here. She didn't even last 3 years before she sacrificed herself. No commander has ever been like you. Equipped with 2 standard squads, and in a level squad led by its class mech. A vanguard trusted by both the Human Council and Mech Island, like you might not understand how hard it is for lower-level commanders. That's why I had him hide, because I was afraid you'd just kill him outright. Sulie gave Songling a deep look, his expression complicated. A vanguard trusted by the Human Council and Mech Island? Me? Songling, have you ever considered that maybe I'm also one of the ostracized? Songling raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking she must have misheard. Who gets ostracized and still gets a second lieutenant rank with 2 standard squads as protection? I've been here for 10 years, so I know there's a secret facility under the comms tower, but it's always been sealed. The moment you arrived, it was activated. Isn't that enough to show the organization's trust in you? Songling chuckled helplessly, thinking Sulie must be joking. Well, Commander, if there's nothing else, I'll head down now. Sulie nodded, watching her retreating figure as questions swirled in his mind. A class mech with 10 years of accumulated military merit should have been enough to promote her to a class, yet she chose to stay here. He turned to look at the command room, marveling at the old man's peculiar charm. The door was wide open, and Zhang Qiuyang stuck his head out, teasing, "What are you snooping around about me for, kid? Don't think being a commander gives you the right to act cocky. You've got a long way to go. Are you talking about my piloting skills, or my knack for causing trouble?" Sulie retorted, his eyes gleaming with a hint of provocation. "Oh, you little punk. Boasting about your piloting skills in front of me, huh? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself?" Zhang Qiuyang replied with a laugh, his eyes glinting with a youthful spark. Looking at Zhang Qiuyang, Sulie suddenly felt that, in some ways, the old man still had a youthful spirit, especially when it came to teaching him a lesson. "How about we have a little duel?" "A duel? Sure thing. Don't think being a commander makes you all that. Don't forget, I was a major when I died, and I was in charge of taming brats like you." Zhang Qiuyang shot back, without hesitation. Sulie squinted, a sly smile tugging at his lips. "All right then. Don't say I'm bullying an old man. He'll wait for you outside the pass." The evening breeze gently swept through, stirring up wisps of dust. Zhang Qiuyang maneuvered his mecha near the mountain pass, as if searching for the youthful version of himself. Sulie stood boldly at the pass, his eyes fixed on the agile movements of Songling, Zhang Qiuyang's mecha, as it weaved skillfully across the clearing, its moves decisive and battle-hardened, embodying the techniques of a seasoned soldier. "Brother Yang, be careful, the commander is incredibly skilled." Songling's cautious voice echoed within the cockpit. She could sense Zhang Qiuyang's urgency. After a decade of silence and stagnation, seeing Sulie again had reignited a spark of determination within him. He wanted to guide and teach the younger man, hoping to sustain that newfound drive. But after witnessing Sulie's unrestrained hunting methods during today's live-fire mission, she realized that what Sulie called hunting was a ruthless form of combat she had only seen Zhang Qiuyang perform before. Yet Zhang Qiuyang was no longer in his prime. His reflexes had dulled with age. Skilled? How skilled could he be? He's just a student, and one who was sent out early at that, Zhang Chuyang thought to himself. At most, how many years could Sulie have been piloting mechas? Even his contract with his mecha companions had only lasted a few months. But Sulie's mecha companions, 3 of them were all Sklas. Zhang Chuyang smirked, momentarily pausing his movements. 3 Sklas mecha companions? Are Sklas mechas that common these days? Or is his father's pension that generous? I even used my military merits to help pay off part of their mortgage. Where did he get the money to afford Sklas mechas? Songling chuckled wryly. Oh, they're valuable, exceptionally valuable. But yes, he really does have 3 Sklas mechas. There's Yu and Hongying, whom you haven't met, but you've definitely seen lightning before. It's the bright red one. Zhang Qiaoyang furrowed his brow, recalling the details. The attributes of an Sklas mecha far surpassed those of a Class 1. No wonder Sulie was so confident about an unknown duel. However, he had clearly underestimated the experience of a veteran. Skill often compensates for a mecha's limitations, allowing for extraordinary performances. No matter, Zhang Qiaoyang said, a smirk forming on his face. After all, I'm his uncle. Songling, give me your best. Later opportunities to teach my nephew a lesson like this don't come often. Let's make it count. Songling rolled her eyes, choosing not to argue further. Make it count. Who's going to teach whom a lesson is still up in the air, she thought. As news spread that a duel was taking place beyond the pass, the mecha companions, having finished their work, rushed out to watch. They were familiar with both combatants. One was the seasoned veteran who regularly maintained them in the hangar, and the other was their new commander. They had all witnessed their skills in action, and debates over who would emerge victorious quickly rippled through the crowd. Do you think the commander can win? I heard the old veteran in the hangar is his uncle. He probably won't stand a chance. The commander is strong, but he's still so young. Meanwhile, Zhang Gong may be older, but he was once a major officer, earned that rank by surviving countless battles. His combat experience is unparalleled. But then again, he's not as spry as he used to be. Plus, the commander has Sklas mechas, while the highest ranked mecha in the base is Songling, and she's just class. The level of the mechs doesn't matter. It's the skill that counts. If the level doesn't matter, then why are you secretly accumulating military merits? How ridiculous. With an exceptional pilot, the level naturally becomes less important. But since I haven't encountered a good pilot, the level remains an issue. So, who will win in the end? Isn't it obvious? Only the one capable of winning will win. Song Ling's gaze swept across the narrow pass. Sulie stood beside Lightning, appearing calm and composed. Lightning, on the other hand, was relaxed, her eyes half closed as she occasionally yawned. After a long day of work, all she wanted was to eat quickly, take a bath, and then curl up in Sulie's bed for a good night's sleep. All right, I'm ready, Sulie said to the young man beside him. Don't say your uncle's bullying you. I just want you to understand that there's always someone better, and there are always greater heights to reach. This is a battlefield, not the school where you could act recklessly without consequence. Arrogance is fine, but it must be backed by sufficient strength. Sulie nodded in agreement with his own words, his eyes scanning the group of mechs before him. Finally, his finger pointed to a busta mech girl. Let's go. It's you. If you don't mind, may I pilot you for a match? The mech girl who was singled out swallowed nervously, stuffing the sunflower seeds in her hand back into her pocket and nodding fervently. She never thought that spectating could lead to being involved herself, but she welcomed the opportunity with open arms. No, I don't mind. If you need me, sir, I'm ready anytime. Zhang Qiaoyang watched as Sulie passed over in Class mech and instead chose a Class 1, barely holding back his laughter. How typical of youthful arrogancito, give up a powerful trump card just to prove a point. But that's fine. On this battlefield, Zhang Qiaoyang could still teach the young man a valuable lesson about the heavy price of overconfidence. The narrow pass was already crowded with onlookers. Zhang Qiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. While losing face in front of the base's mechs might undermine his authority as a commander, it was far better than letting Sulie's unchecked arrogance lead to a fatal mistake on the battlefield. Inside the cockpit, Sulie quickly brought up the mech's interface, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he input a series of commands. The class mech barely had time to react before the instructions were completed and updated. In an instant, she wasn't even sure what she was supposed to do. Under Sulie's control, it took just 3 seconds for her thoughts to feel like a jumbled mess. Sulie frowned slightly. Perhaps he had grown too accustomed to piloting Lightning and Black Feather. The response speed of this class mech left him feeling a bit frustrated. With such delays and sluggishness, he had to wait 0.8 seconds between each command to give the mech's core enough time to process. Still, with these attributes, dealing with the experienced Zhang Qiaoyang shouldn't be too much of a challenge. Are you ready? He'll count down 3, 2, 1, start. Sulie stood motionless, not even flinching. Zhang Qiaoyang, piloting Song Ling, charged toward him with confidence. He was certain Sulie wouldn't have time to react. Just one strike. With his experience, that's all it would take. The heavy sword was raised at a sharp, precise angle, thrusting directly towards Sulie's head. The clash of blades rang out, the sound of metal reverberating in the air. Sulie reached out and grabbed the shield on Song Ling's back, pulling it forward sharply. He thrust his right foot forward, instantly disrupting Song Ling's balance. The massive mech tilted and lunged forward. Zhang Chuyang, a battle-hardened veteran, quickly adjusted Song Ling's posture midair with a dexterity akin to that of a human, completing a smooth roll. He detached the shield and hurled it straight at Sulie, then rolled and twisted his mech's body to follow up with an attack right behind the shield. Sulie maneuvered his mech to catch the shield, adjusted its angle, and countered with a shield bash. A mere 2 seconds later, the two mechs collided heavily, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Song Ling's forward momentum slowed slightly, but the difference in mech grades became apparent. Despite initiating the shield bash, the class mech piloted by Sulie was still overpowered by the class Song Ling. Sulie's mech was pushed back, unable to stand its ground against the shield. Even with all its strength, the class mech couldn't displace the opponent's shield. At that moment, a heavy sword silently slipped past the shield, aiming directly for Song Ling's neck. Just as it was about to strike, a steel hand clamped down on the blade. Zhang Qiang cursed inwardly, realizing how close he had come to being outmaneuvered. Despite his frustration, a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. On the battlefield, all tactics were fair game no matter how underhanded as long as they eliminated the enemy. The class mech didn't linger. Activating its thrusters in reverse, it leaned back as if toppled by Song Ling. The sudden retreat threw Song Ling off balance, causing its frame to tilt forward. Seizing the opportunity, Sulie's mech delivered a powerful kick to Song Ling's abdomen, propelling itself into the air. Flipping upright, Sulie's mech raised its sword and executed a triple thrust toward the sky. Before Zhang Qiang could react, Song Ling's arms and legs were already damaged. Realizing his controls were compromised due to the damaged mechanisms, Zhang Qiang abandoned any attempts to recover. The mech crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Sulie piloted his mech forward, flipping Song Ling onto its back. He placed the massive sword against its neck, signaling the end of the match. Opening the cockpit hatch, he jumped onto the mech's hand. Zhang Qiang, looking a bit disheveled, climbed out of his cockpit, his face slightly flushed. Sulie couldn't help but tease. So, uncle, do I have the right to be cocky on the battlefield now? Zhang Qiang was at a loss for words. He had intended to teach the young man a lesson, but to his surprise, he had been outdone. He thought to himself, is this still the same little pair I used to know? How many years of training has he even had? If him considered a genius mech pilot, then what does that make him? Gritting his teeth, Zhang Qiang resolved inwardly. Geniuses are often the ones who burn out too soon. Today, he'll swallow my pride and make sure he learns this lesson. It's not just about bravery and combat skills. Maintaining and repairing your mech is equally crucial for any pilot. Without maintenance crews on the battlefield, what would we just wait to die? How about a mech repair competition next? He suggested, looking at Sulie with a determined expression. Sulie, observing the older man's refusal to admit defeat, felt a wave of gratitude. He realized how much Zhang Qiang cared for him. No wonder he always chose challenges that played to Sulie's strengths. The authority of a commander is not something that can be established overnight. Yet, there was an elderly man who, in a short period, exerted all his effort to elevate his influence to an extraordinary level. Under Zhang Qiang's astonished gaze, Sulie set down the wrench in his hand, smiling and nodding at him. In merely 10 minutes, Song Ling's mech had regained mobility in one leg. Such damage, if repaired by Zhang Qiang, would have taken at least half an hour. Although Sulie's work was only a quick emergency fix and couldn't withstand intense combat, on the battlefield, this level of repair was enough to restore the mech's mobility. Zhang Qiang was both shocked and gratified, struggling to believe its students these days had become this formidable. He couldn't help but wonder, was Sulie exceptionally gifted, or had the academy's students in general reached such a high standard? As a veteran, he began to question whether he still had any value. He cast a deep, contemplative glance at Sulie, silently cursing himself as he abandoned the idea of stepping in personally. If Sulie could continue his studies at the academy, Zhang Qiang couldn't even imagine the heights this prodigy might achieve. Damn the council, he muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with frustration, as if lamenting the injustice Sulie had faced. But what could he, a veteran stripped of his status, possibly do for Sulie? He had thought he could pass on all his skills, but now it seemed his knowledge might not even be enough for someone like Sulie. Doubts filled his mind. Was the academy's curriculum already this comprehensive? What else could he teach Sulie? Looking at Sulie, Zhang Qiang's eyes were full of regret. The frontline base was far from an ideal place. While it was remote enough to avoid most troubles, it also meant a lack of opportunities to earn significant military merits for promotion. To accumulate enough merit from killing low-tier insectoids to acquire a single upgrade module for its class mech would take at least 15 years. And how many 15 years does one have in a lifetime? He glanced at Lightning with a hint of envy. The starting point for people truly varied. Back in his day, owning a class mech had already made him ecstatic, while Sulie started within a class and even had 2 additional class mechs. Zhang Xiaoyang had no idea how Sulie managed to obtain the module that upgraded lightning directly to class, but he understood that it must have come at a great cost. What are your plans next? Zhang Xiaoyang asked. I'm planning to increase my visibility, Sulie replied. Are you insane? Zhang Xiaoyang rubbed his ears, his eyes widening in disbelief. You're supposed to be lying low right now? Increase visibility? How exactly? Sulie waved the terminal in his hand and said firmly, by live streaming. Zhang Xiaoyang exasperatedly ran a hand over Sulie's forehead, then smacked the back of his head, his anger flaring. You really have no fear of death, do you? You said the human council kicked you out. Your ship exploded on the way here, and a bunch of people are waiting for a chance to kill you. And you still want to make yourself a target? Hunching over, he pointed a finger at Sulie's forehead, his urgency evident. What am I supposed to say to you? How about this stay put? Keep your head down for 2 years. I'll talk to the mechs here and see if we can spare some military merits for you. At the very least, we need to get you out of this outpost base. Worst case scenario, you should at least aim to become a field officer in the mobile unit. Sulie quietly watched Zhang Xiaoyang, fully aware that he had undoubtedly considered quickly accumulating military merits, but such methods were strictly prohibited. Neither the Human Council nor the Mechanical Island allowed such actions. His sole purpose for coming to Lungsue Star was to ensure, at all costs, the successful completion of Heiyu's experiment. To the Mechanical Island, Heiyu's experiment might be of utmost importance. Therefore, until the experiment yielded results, he had no choice but to remain on Lungsue Star. During this time, his personal safety would undoubtedly remain under the constant watch of the Mechanical Island. Zhang Qianyang remained silent, clearly no longer a naive rookie. He had no rebuttal to Sulie's words. After all, he himself was in a similar situation. By merely listening to Zhang Qianyang's story, Sulie could infer that Zhang's experiences mirrored his own in a past life, becoming an obstacle to others' pursuit of glory. Military merits couldn't be accumulated excessively. Most mech pilots, once they had earned a certain amount, would either use it to enhance their mecha or convert it into resources through various means to support their families. While the paths people chose weren't always correct, they were rarely completely wrong. But can't we just coexist peacefully? Sulie countered. They've already killed you once. As long as you keep a low profile, they won't pay attention to you anymore. I can't spend my whole life keeping a low profile, can I? I can't gamble my youth on the hope that all my enemies will be dead by the time I stand out, he retorted angrily. Why should they have the right to kill me just because they want to? I don't have a powerful background, and now I've been exiled to Lungsue Star. I have nothing left to lose. I don't believe they would deploy a fleet to bomb the entire planet just to get rid of me. Sulie chuckled. Not only will I stand out, but I'll stand out in a big way. I'll let them see that the person they wanted dead is still alive and thriving. I'm too far away for them to reach me, but I can still irritate them online. But how can you be sure they won't retaliate recklessly? Zhang Qianyang questioned. I can guarantee they desperately want to retaliate recklessly, but I'm equally certain they won't be able to locate me. Why? Didn't you read your deployment orders? Sulie raised an eyebrow. Deployment orders? My dear nephew, I'm just a student expelled from military school. Where would I get deployment orders? Zhang Qianyang gave Sulie a puzzled look, which only deepened as Sulie winked at him. You all just assumed that the commander of this outpost must be me. But hasn't anyone noticed? I'm not actually the direct commander of this outpost. My real role is merely a logistics officer accompanying the guards. Then, who's the real commander? Zhang Qianyang asked curiously. Sulie pointed to 032, who had just walked in with drinks. She looked visibly startled, unsure why Sulie had suddenly singled her out. Nonetheless, she placed the drinks in front of them and then stood behind Sulie. It was then that Zhang Qianyang finally realized the extent of his nephew's influence, drawing in a sharp breath. He understood that even high-ranking officers rarely had the kind of security detail that Sulie did. A fully equipped squad led by 2 class mech girls seemed like a privilege reserved for super class pilots. Sulie, tell me honestly, what's your current pilot rank? Zhang Qianyang asked. Sulie's eyes lit up as he pulled out his pilot certification from his pocket and respectfully laid it open in front of Zhang Qianyang. Just as Zhang Qianyang took a sip of tea, his eyes landed on the large C displayed on the certificate. He immediately spat out the tea, coughing violently and nearly choking in shock. The headquarters of the inspection brigade. Yi Hua, sporting enormous dark circles under her eyes, slumped lifelessly over her desk. A mountain of documents piled up beside her, nearly taking over half the desk. She thought to herself, I can't go on like this. Why can't we just take all these files and toss them out? What exactly are we even screening day in and day out? At another desk, Han Hai's eyes were half closed, barely able to stay open, but her hands were still flying across the keyboard, inputting every piece of information that seemed remotely useful. She let out a sigh, fully aware that the screening was necessary. If they acted recklessly, how would they be any different from the Human Council? She continued. If you ask me, we should just pull the defensive line back and stop playing games with this bunch of losers. Yi Hua's heart tightened at those words, and she retorted, it's not that simple. There are so many sisters on the frontline show, can we just retreat like that? It's not just the mechs out there. There are countless human pilots too. Don't their lives matter? Han Hai rolled her eyes, unwilling to argue further. Feeling helpless, she let the topic drop. Once I finish inputting this, I'll help you go through some of your stuff, Han Hai said. Hearing this, Yihua immediately perked up. She lunged at Han Hai, planting a few excited kisses on her cheek, and said with a grin, "Good sister. Just for supporting your big sis's work like this, from now on, we're family. As long as I have a bite to eat, you'll get the best of it. Whether it's dry or soupy, we'll share everything, even the lampposts. One for each of us." Han Hai's temple throbbed slightly, and she snapped, "Get lost. Who's sharing lampposts with you?" Yihua pouted, muttering under her breath, but eventually let go. As she walked away, she thought to herself, weird. Can't even take a compliment these days. Is her exhaust pipe clogged or something? She mumbled as she left, oblivious to the murderous glare Han Hai was shooting her way. Han Hai rubbed her temples and shook her head, forcing herself to stay awake. After double-checking the information, she clicked save. She pulled a terminal from her drawer and began cross-referencing items on her checklist. Her glasses-covered eyes were hazy, on the verge of closing, but the thought of the stack of documents on Yihua's desk spurred her to stay awake. Is she my sister? She might as well be my kid, Han Hai thought to herself. The old saying about raising children to support you in old age felt painfully relevant. She knocked her head against the desk twice before slowly making her way to Yihua's desk. The sound of her military boots echoed through the quiet office, and instinctively, she looked up. A glimpse of pale blue hair snapped her to attention, and she immediately saluted. "No need to be so formal," Eve said casually, pulling up a chair and sitting down, her slim riding crop in hand as always. "Have they been sent over?" Han Hai asked. Eve nodded. "They've already set off. They'll circulate through various battlefields and eventually board in a zone we control entirely. They've already departed for the designated destination." "Good. Let's hope our little friends appreciate the gift," Han Hai replied. Eve then asked, "By the way, have you figured out what caused the explosion of those dozens of armed transport ships last time?" "Once we've identified the relevant individuals during the information gathering and screening phase, we will immediately proceed with their capture and execute them on the spot. However, exercise caution, we must act differently from them. By the way, make sure to leave a few of the leaders alive so that our young friend can have a taste of the action. Speaking of that young friend, it surprises me that he's preparing to put on a big show in such a remote place. He always seems to anticipate my thoughts and has already started making preparations." Han Hai remained silent, while Eve crossed her legs and spoke slowly. "Do you think the issue of armed mecha girls being unable to form contracts should be reconsidered?" Her question startled Han Hai. If mecha girls equipped with armed protocols could be contracted by humans, chaos would surely ensue. In such a scenario, who would a core-contracted mecha girl obey? "Governor, is this really the right move? Can I go to the battlefield? I want to test that boy's skills." Yihua suddenly interjected, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She couldn't stand staying on the capital planet for another day, feeling overwhelmed by the constant busyness. She thought it would be better to head to the front lines and take on some bugs. Eve tilted her head, observing Yihua's enthusiastic expression, and replied coldly, "You? Forget it. You lack the brains. Even if a contract is necessary, he would most likely need a smarter mecha girl. I mean, aside from Heiyu, it seems none of those around him are particularly bright." Instinctively, Yihua glanced at Han Hai, but the next moment, she collapsed to the ground at Eve's feet, wailing, "No, absolutely not. Without her, how will I survive?" Eve looked down at the sobbing Yihua, her forehead veins twitching in frustration. She couldn't help but reflect on how someone like this ended up as the chief of the inspection team. Ultimately, it was Han Hai's indulgence of her over the years that led to this. "Han Hai, what do you think?" Han Hai replied with a wry smile. "If it's the governor's arrangement, I have no objections. However, he already has too many mecha girls from Mechanical Island around him. Aside from one called Lightning, even you may not be entirely trustworthy. I'm just worried it might backfire." Eve rested her chin in her hand, contemplating for a moment before nodding slowly. "You're right. Let's leave it at that for now. Focus on your current tasks. In the coming days, our young friend is bound to surprise us even more. You'll be busy again when the time comes." Hearing this, Yihua frowned, temporarily forgetting her earlier intention to find Sulie. She thought to herself, why is it always him? What is he planning now? How can one kid cause so much trouble? From the insect invasion to Arca's downfall, everything seems to involve him. People are willing to sacrifice hundreds of lives just to eliminate him, yet he keeps stirring things up. Eve glanced at the naive Yihua and, in a rare moment, offered an explanation. "Because he wants to survive." Yihua, still puzzled, asked, "Why can't he just stay peacefully at the frontline base? What's the point of all this chaos?" The moment she finished speaking, Han Hai smacked his forehead in frustration, thinking, hopeless. She's absolutely hopeless. Eve's forehead veins twitched again, but she didn't bother explaining further. She simply turned and walked away. Hanhai escorted the governor to the top floor, watching as she boarded the armed transport ship heading toward Mechanical Island. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he felt that the governor's appearances had become unusually frequent lately. Sulie, a mere mecha pilot, even with his potential to become a super-class, was unremarkable. There were plenty of people like him in the entire alliance. Even the current super-class pilots weren't worth such attention from the governor. What crucial intelligence could she have overlooked? Yi Hua sidled up to him, watching the transport ship fade into the distance, and whispered, "Why does he keep bouncing back?" Hanhai replied helplessly, "Because the goodwill of Mechanical Island doesn't come for free." The forward outpost was bustling with activity. The construction of the second line of defense was in full swing, and a large amount of decommissioned military equipment was being mobilized from the warehouses. At a point 15 kilometers outside the base, numerous small-caliber automatic cannons were being set up. At the 10-kilometer mark, to counter the impending insect swarm, a batch of decommissioned flamethrowers was also installed. Sulie couldn't understand why such effective weapons were retired so quickly. Flamethrowers capable of projecting a 300-meter-long stream of fire were undoubtedly the ideal tools against swarming isopods. When the insect swarm arrived, just 2 squads of machine operators could control 32 flamethrowers, retreating back to the base after exhausting the high-concentration liquid fuel in time. However, Sulie had a different perspective. He believed that a sufficient strategic buffer zone had to be established in front of the choke point. Only by gradually eroding the insect numbers could the base behind the choke point be truly secured. He even went as far as traveling northward with lightning, climbing to the highest point of the mountain range to ensure that the insects couldn't launch a surprise attack by crossing the mountains. Only then did he abandon the idea of establishing a strategic buffer zone to the north. The base was surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only a single southern exit. Without an effective buffer zone, if the insects breached the choke point defenses, the forward base would be obliterated in an instant. Once the insects gained a foothold on any planet, it became nearly impossible to eradicate them entirely. On planets serving as the main battlegrounds, relentless battles resembling meat grinders unfolded on a daily basis. The insects faced by pilots and machine operators on those planets were far more formidable than the ones Sulie encountered. The insects evolved continuously, and the more prolonged and intense the conflict, the faster their evolution. However, in densely populated insect zones like Cold Brew Star, their evolution seemed to stagnate. Perhaps due to a lack of fresh genetic material, their evolutionary progress slowed to a crawl. In fact, many insects even exhibited signs of genetic regression over successive generations. Some biologists suggested that if humanity ceased warring with the insects, they might lose their ability to threaten humans entirely within 400 years. Sulie agreed with this theory, but it hinged on the insects granting humanity those 400 years. Without the ability to genetically surpass or suppress the insects, humanity would struggle to hold out for even 10 years, let alone 4 centuries. A heavily armed transport ship from an unknown planet slowly broke through the atmosphere, heading toward its designated coordinates. Sulie, accompanied by 2 squads of machine operators, observed the transport ship from a distance. After completing the command handoff, the transport ship didn't even land. It simply dropped a rectangular cargo container. The container, equipped with a massive parachute and several thrusters, descended with blue flames jetting out, kicking up a cloud of dust as it landed. The drop site wasn't far from the base. A blue and white machine operator stepped forward, cut away the parachute, and folded it neatly before joining 15 others to grab the container's handles. Under the cover of the escort team, they quickly headed toward the base. At the outpost, Heiyu was already waiting in front of the communications tower. As the container was placed at the main entrance, she immediately took out her terminal to verify the hibernation pod codes. Inside the container, more than 30 hibernation pods were neatly arranged. If everything goes as expected, this group of researchers will not have another chance to return to the surface until they achieve substantial results. One by one, the hibernation pods were carried into the elevator and, under Heiyu's guidance, placed into designated rooms. After all the codes were verified, Sulie was surprised to find that 5 hibernation pods remained at the main entrance. He walked over to inspect them, and a peculiar expression flashed across his face. At first, he thought there had been some kind of mistake, but that didn't seem to be the case. As he examined the individuals inside each pod, his expression grew even more unusual. What kind of unexpected situation was this? Clearly, 038 also noticed something was off. The AI moved closer to take a look, and its expression became subtly odd as well. At that moment, Sulie's mobile terminal chimed with a notification. It was a message from Governor Shiwa. "Hey, little one, do you like the gift I sent you?" Sulie glanced at the 5 hibernation pods and thought to himself how remarkably considerate this governor, whom he had never met, seemed to be. Following his signal, 038 pressed the wake-up button on the pods. After 3 minutes of quiet waiting, the pod doors began to open one by one. Tao Tao, gasping for air, pushed open the door and took a deep breath. It seemed the designer of the hibernation pods hadn't accounted for users with larger builds. The cramped space had left this burly man struggling for breath. His slightly chubby face was covered in sweat as he glanced around, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Known as a famous talker in the arena, Touthouse eyes lit up the moment he spotted Sulie. He waved enthusiastically, shouting, "Hey, brother, I'm here to join you." Sulie stepped forward and embraced him warmly. The governor had truly delivered a pillow to the drowsy. Just as Sulie started considering the idea of live streaming, the governor had sent Tautau his way. Judging by the transport ship's arrival time, Showa must have begun preparations at least a week ago. What a perfect alignment of plans. By now, the other 4 individuals in the hibernation pods had also begun to emerge. Li Tianlang smiled weakly, calling out, Master." He had bought a lot of supplements to bring aboard the ship, but hadn't kept any for himself. Standing behind him was Yu Rong, dressed in a simple white gown, still radiant and captivating. She gave a slight bow, her smile enchanting. The last one to emerge was Zhang Chongping, who remained seated in his pod with a dazed expression, as though not fully awake yet. His AI companion, Jian Dun, also appeared sluggish and not particularly sharp. Off to the side, Zhang Zhouyan's body began trembling uncontrollably as he stared at the figure in the Poda face, both familiar and unfamiliar. His eyes suddenly reddened. The old man grew nervous, wiping his hands on his clothes, but the grease-stained fabric only made his hands dirtier. For the first time in 10 years, he felt ashamed of his disheveled appearance, a feeling that filled him with self-loathing. "A little pair, I'll go clean up first." Sulie grabbed his hand and pulled him in front of Zhang Chongping. Zhang Chongping's wandering gaze gradually became clear, instantly focusing. He spoke slowly. "Skinny monkey, let me introduce you to someone. This is your deceased father." After 10 years apart, both were stunned. One didn't know what to say, while the other couldn't find the words to speak. They stared at each other in silence. Finally, Zhang Chongping tentatively reached out his hand, wanting to confirm if the old man before him was truly alive. Sulie watched the awkward father and son duo, silently reflecting that sometimes, even between close blood relations, certain things are harder to understand. For them to reconcile, it would likely take more than just time and space. Fortunately, those were the 2 things they had in abundance right now. Sulie turned around, putting an arm around Li Tianlang and Tao Dao, gently pushing them toward the communications tower, leaving the outside space for the father and son who hadn't seen each other in a decade. As they stepped into the elevator, Sulie glanced back and faintly heard the sound of sobbing coming from outside. Li Tianlang and Tao Dao followed Sulie into the commander's office. Through the window, they could see the vast wilderness beyond the pass. The boundless expanse stirred a sense of longing in their hearts. Yuerong stood beside Li Tianlang, gazing out as well. Her eyes fell on the dense clusters of shield bugs on the mountain walls. 2 squads of mech girls were climbing up and down, manually flipping and sundering the bugs to ensure they soaked up the sunlight. Li Tianling asked, "Sh Shifu, are you in charge of this base?" Sulie nodded. "You could say that." Hearing this, Li Tianlang gave him a thumbs up. "That's badass. Say no more, just make sure you've got my back from now on." Sulie couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He thought to himself, this guy never takes anything seriously, always acting like a fool. But if you really treat him as a fool, then you're the real idiot. The outpost came alive once again with the arrival of the newcomers. The long dining tables were set up in the hall, and apart from the mech girls on duty, the rest of them crowded into the space, filling every seat. All eyes wandered over the faces of the new arrivals, and even the usually shameless Li Tianlang couldn't help but blush slightly. Being stared at by a few mech girls was one thing, but being scrutinized by nearly 200 of them in such a confined space was an entirely different experience. Seated at the table, Li Tianlang appeared a bit stiff, his gaze shifting to the plates of food before him in an attempt to distract himself. However, the sight of the palm-sized, dark lumps of meat did little to stir his appetite. Instead, he found himself oddly intrigued by the upright, segmented objects on the table. After Sulie gave a brief introduction of everyone, he took his seat again and invited everyone to start eating. Tao Tao, seated to Sulie's left, watched him begin his meal and followed his lead, trying to handle the food on the table. He immediately recognized that all the dishes before him were made from insects. Over the years, he had traveled far and wide and considered himself well-versed in unusual cuisines. Still, the insects he had encountered before were never this large. "Brother Tao, I've dragged you into this mess, making you come all the way to this godforsaken place," Sulie said with a hint of guilt. "But don't worry, I might not be able to promise much, but I can guarantee you'll be able to do what you love in peace." "Come on, there's no need for all that between us," Tao Tao replied nonchalantly. "What happened to me has nothing to do with you." So I stood up and said a few words for justice. Got targeted for it. What can you do? They don't want me commentating for competitions? Fine, I won't do it. But now that I'm here, you'd better not think of sending me away. Honestly, I came this time with the intention of giving those guys a headache. Just tell me what the plan is. Even if we can't take them down, we'll at least make them so mad they'll end up with a few ulcers. "Brother Tao, Is everything settled back home? Sulie asked. Tao Tao took a sip of the pillbug soup, smacked his lips in satisfaction, and said indifferently, home? My parents passed away a long time ago. I don't have a home anymore. My wife left me for someone else after my career took a hit. And the son I raised for years? Turns out he wasn't even mine. The early loss of his parents, the collapse of his family, and his wife's betrayal had left him utterly dejected. Sulie glanced at the bald man sitting across from him. Tao Tao seemed unfazed as he focused on the food on his plate, but his trembling hands betrayed his true feelings. Clearly, he wasn't as indifferent as he claimed. Anyone in his shoes would find it hard to let go. Then let's go big, Sulie said firmly. We'll start with live streaming. Once we build enough popularity, even if they want to make a move, they'll have to resort to underhanded tactics. Tao Tao's demeanor changed instantly at the mention of work. Putting down his food, he began speaking enthusiastically. Hey, race, what I'm thinking. Most people don't know much about the battlefield, so we should focus our live streams on that. Considering the circumstances, we can also mix in some daily live streams. Do we need to create some kind of showmanship? No, we don't. Your piloting skills are the best show we could offer. And if that's not enough, well, throw in that kid Li Tianling. Nothing highlights skill like a good comparison. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sudden sound of someone vomiting. The hall fell silent in an instant, and all the mech girls turned their gazes toward the source of the retching sound. They had been waiting for this moment for so long, and now that it was here, the excitement of the commander's arrival seemed to have been disrupted by this unexpected noise, leaving them with a strange sense of satisfaction. Li Tianlang had been holding it in for a while, but he could no longer suppress it. A master, mistress, this thing, he gagged. Lightning raised the woodlouse in her hand and shot Li Tianlang a disdainful look. Sulie's disciple really was pathetic. It was no wonder his piloting skills were so poor. If he couldn't even stomach eating a bug, what use was he? Yuerong gave it a try and found it surprisingly good. The master says eating these ingredients regularly can enhance a mech girl's attributes. Watch me, I'll have to do it like this. She demonstrated for the two of them, biting down on the woodless's head and pulling out its spine. Yuerong's face turned pale. She was clearly struggling to handle Lightning's enthusiasm. However, with all the mech girls watching her, she had no choice but to open her mouth and mimic Lightning's actions, biting down on the woodless's head. Pop! The sound was faint, but Yuerong swore she would never forget it for the rest of her life. As the head and spine were pulled free, it felt as if she had just unplugged a drain with her teeth. A faintly sweet scent lingered at her nose, bringing a bit of color back to her pale face. Following Lightning's example, she brought the opening to her lips, gently squeezed with both hands, and let the warm liquid flow into her mouth. It was slightly fishy but bearable. Tastes good, right? The master lets me eat these every day. I can eat over 20 of them by myself. Try the others too. Everything here will enhance your attributes. Did you see the shield bugs hanging on the mountain wall outside? The whole wall is covered with them now. The master says that although there's not much edible meat on them, drying and grinding them into powder can boost attack speed. Lightning's mysterious tone made Yuerong's ears twitch involuntarily. Li Tianlang wiped his mouth and forced himself to look up at Lightning. Mistress, are you serious? Lightning replied matter-of-factly. Of course. When has your master ever been wrong? I remember when I asked him, he said something about it being warming and restorative. Yes, that's it. Li Tianling quietly sat back down, his thoughts racing. He had been wrong. How could he have doubted his master? This table full of dishes wasn't some kind of hazing ritual, it was the purest expression of his master's love for his disciples. He had to eat. No matter what, he couldn't let even a single bite go to waste. As he ate, tears streamed down his face, and the nausea he felt was gradually replaced by the thought of warming and restorative. Sulie's gaze shifted to Zhang Chongping, who was sitting awkwardly with Zhang Qiuyang. Faced with Zhang Qiuyang's restrained enthusiasm, Zhang Chongping seemed unsure whether to eat or not. On the other hand, the pink-haired stronghold was tearing through the bugs one after another, chewing with such intensity that it seemed like she was biting Sulie himself. Li Tianlang shuddered at the sight, adjusted his posture, and took a reluctant bite of the woodlouse meat. They'll finish calibrating the equipment tonight. You know that mech girl from Mechanical Island, Hanhai, right? She provided us with a lot of professional-grade equipment. Starting tomorrow, we'll officially begin. Using Mechanical Island's dedicated line, we won't have to worry about the coordinates being leaked. Tao Tao furrowed his brows in thought before continuing. Early on, it's best to rotate between mechs, since you've used different mechs in your last 2 matches. Let's focus on locking in fans for Lightning and Blackfeather first. With Mechanical Island promoting us, we'll gain massive exposure in no time. Hearing this, Sulie nodded and raised his glass toward Tao Tao. The two exchanged a knowing smile as their glasses clinked together. Early the next morning, the team assigned to the clearing mission surged out of the pass. Without the familiar hovering platform, Tao Tao stood in the external frame of 032, his legs trembling uncontrollably. No matter how advanced the suspension system was, it could never rival the stability of a floating platform. But the problem was, while he might survive getting onto the platform, encountering flying insectoids would likely mean he wouldn't make it back down alive. A dozen drones hovered in the air, recording the team's every move in real time. Cao Dao's years of commentary and streaming had earned him a massive fan base. Even in the morning hours, as soon as he started his live stream, a flood of viewers poured into the chat room. The screen was instantly filled with a barrage of question marks. What's going on? Is the streamer back? Where's this place? Oh my god, what is that? Am I seeing things? Is this really somewhere on the home planet? An endless expanse of barren wilderness stretched out, evoking a sense of longing. The sight of a dozen mechas speeding across the terrain immediately captured everyone's attention. The blue and white mechas, identical in design, followed a striking red one in a single-file formation, charging into the seemingly infinite wasteland. That red one looks so familiar. And those blue and white mechas, aren't they from the home planet's inspection team? Obviously. That's lightning. Did you see the 537 code on the blue and white mechas? I remember seeing that during Lightning's competitions. Wait, wasn't Cao Cao on hiatus? Turns out he was chasing after Lightning? What's his deal? And why isn't Lightning's pilot competing with it anymore? Where even are they? The desolate expanse, devoid of vegetation and plagued by severe desertification, was clearly not on the home planet. Some viewers in the chat seemed to know a thing or two. Watching the steadily growing excitement in the live chat, Cao Cao cleared his throat. Dear friends, hello, it's your old friend Cao Cao here. Let's skip the small talk today in bringing you the ultimate immersive experience. I won't lie, my legs are shaking right now. As for some of the more targeted questions, for certain reasons, I can't disclose our exact location. But rest assured, we are indeed on an actual battlefield. Up ahead is our old friend Lightning, leading our squad on a routine clearing mission. What's a clearing mission? Killing bugs? Wait, seriously? They're going that hard? You, of all people, actually dared to step onto a battlefield? Hurry, switch the camera, I don't want to see your shiny bald head. A flash of indignation crossed Cao Cao's face. He clearly hadn't anticipated that insectoids would prove more captivating to the audience than he was. Quickly adjusting his equipment, he split the screen and shifted the main view to the battlefield. On the screen, his legs shook visibly as he stood in the frame, trembling despite being strapped down with numerous securing measures. Suddenly, Sulie's voice came through the private channel with a command, 032, ascend to a safe altitude and maintain vigilance. Ensure Teage's safety at all costs in the event of any unusual circumstances. We're about to engage the enemy. Abruptly, 032 shot upward in a rapid ascent, carrying Cao Cao high into the sky. Amid a piercing scream, Cao Cao wished he could curl himself into a ball within the frame. He had lived for 40 years and had never dared to ride a roller coaster. Now his face was pale, his hands covering his mouth, his entire body trembling, and his legs completely weak. Streamer, are you for real? Where are you right now? What was that sudden, rapid ascent? There's no way a hover platform moves that fast. The drone's camera zoomed out, and the blackened 032 mecha filled the frame. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with comments like, whoa, and this is insane. It seemed the streamer was not faking it after all. Is he really sitting on a mecha? I'm reporting Cao Cao for illegal modifications. Are you serious? That's called detachable external armor. Wait, are you saying Cao Cao is the external armor? I don't believe this is a real battlefield. Everyone knows battlefields are swarming with Zergs. It doesn't look like this. If he's really on a battlefield, my wife will live stream herself eating dirt. Get lost with your family scams. Cao Cao forced himself to suppress his fear and piloted 2 drones past the mecha formation, flying towards the distance. The livestream chat fell silent for a moment. On the screen, scattered Zergs could be seen wandering on the ground. As the roaring of the mechas drew closer, the Zergs raised their appendages in unison, waving them toward the sound. Oh no, look at how many there are. Run, Cao Cao, run. This is bad. He really ran into Zergs. Look at the drone's perspective, these bugs are huge. 17 mechas plus the aerial camera, only 18 in total. Are they crazy? The chat exploded despite only a handful of Zergs being visible. Cao Cao was satisfied with the reaction. How could people living in a peaceful world truly comprehend the brutality of a battlefield? Just a dozen Zergs were already beyond their perception. He remembered the chaos caused during Sulie's first match with just a few Zergs. Compared to that, the current audience was handling it relatively well. With the appearance of the Zergs and the frenzy in the chat, viewers began pouring into the live stream in waves. If not for his high-end terminal, the barrage of comments would have completely crashed the stream. 30,000 viewers online simultaneously. This was a record Cao Cao had never reached in all his years of streaming. And this was just the beginning. He had underestimated the loyalty of Lightning's fans and the public's curiosity about the battlefield. Now within 10 kilometers of the Zerg nest. Enemy count confirmed, 18. 10 small types, 8 medium types, no airborne types detected, 032 reported quickly. Upon hearing this, Sulie grabbed the grenade launcher from his back, adjusted the sights, and fired toward a spot 3 kilometers ahead. The grenade arced through the air and exploded on the open ground, immediately drawing the Zerg's attention. From the seemingly endless wasteland, a dense swarm of Zergs emerged from their nests. Their black exoskeletons gleamed under the sunlight, their long antennae twitching as they locked onto the mechas and began moving toward them at high speed. He's insane. This guy's lost it. Doesn't he know combat is about stealth? There's no need to use grenades to kill, just a few bugs. And if you're going to use them, at least aim properly. What kind of amateur move was that? We're doomed. This pilot is a complete idiot. A total liability. Tao Tao didn't even have time to glance at the chat. Curled up inside his cockpit, he only dared to peek through the gaps. Outside, in just a couple of minutes, the ground was swarming with countless Zergs of all sizes. The sheer number was overwhelming, making it impossible to count or even see clearly. The drones, equipped with obstacle avoidance systems, weaved through the insect horde, and even a single pass made the viewers' hearts race. The live stream chat was in an uproar, with viewers furiously blaming Sulie for drawing the Zerg's attention. In their minds, this small squad was doomed to be devoured. Many instinctively covered their eyes as the Zergs charged forward. What they had only seen in movies was now unfolding in a visceral, immersive livestream, leaving everyone terrified. Lightning tossed the grenade launcher to 038 and pulled out a long spear from her back. With a quick step backward, she charged straight at the approaching Zergs. On the ground, a black tide of insects surged forward, but the crimson figure of Lightning was like a blade, cutting through the wave. Every Zerg in her way was pulverized into pieces. The livestream was filled with relentless criticism. Those who only knew how to point fingers and complain online erupted once again as they watched Sulie charge solo into the swarm of Zerg. They condemned him for disregarding formation, abandoning his teammates, and compromising the integrity of the defensive line. They even mocked his decision to use cold weapons in battle, calling it ridiculous. If the front lines were filled with fools like him, there would be no point in fighting this war. Ignoring advanced weaponry in favor of cold weapons, did the Alliance run out of funding for military supplies? Fine, no problem. I'll smoke a few less packs to help out. What an idiot, it's like he's actively trying to die sooner and miss his chance at reincarnation. Tao Tao glanced at the barrage of comments flashing across the screen. Despite his composure and ability to manage his expressions, even he found it hard to tolerate. Thankfully, there were still some level-headed viewers in the chat, many of whom were veterans or active-duty soldiers. They quickly stepped in to provide clarification, and Tao Tao noticed one particularly insightful comment. If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. While Sulie's actions may seem reckless, cold weapons are indeed the standard on the battlefield. Long-distance troops must conserve ammunition as much as possible since they can't carry much. If they run out of ammo without resupply, it could spell disaster. Movies are movies, real life is different. For soldiers, accomplishing the mission is the top priority. Proper ammo management ensures they can not only complete their task, but also have enough ammunition to lead their team back safely. However, these rational voices were soon drowned out by the overwhelming tide of negativity. The chat became a unified stream of insults, calling Sulie useless and demanding he take responsibility for the team's downfall. Tao Tao chose not to explain or intervene. Instead, he focused on piloting the drones, capturing every moment of the battlefield as accurately as possible. This was only the first trial broadcast, and he wasn't sure how it would be received. Yet, judging from the current situation, Sulie's controversial actions had already gone viral. Tao Tao could easily imagine countless people already editing clips of Sulie in real time, rushing to capitalize on the attention. The headlines practically wrote themselves: Endurance on the battlefield, a pilot and his 18 mecha companions, a story you won't believe. Tao Tao could come up with another 17 or 18 similar titles without breaking a sweat. Hang in there, brother. You've got to hold it together. Tao Tao leaned out from his station and saw the crimson figure tearing through the battlefield like an unstoppable force. Every Zerg in its path was either trampled or impaled on a long spear and hoisted high into the air. The blue and white mechas scattered in all directions, each pair drawing away a wave of Zerg and engaging in coordinated skirmishes. None of them showed any intention of following Sulie into the heart of the swarm. Tao Tao left a few drones to monitor the broader battlefield and directed the rest to focus on Sulie. The crimson figure was on a rampage again. Inside the cockpit, Lightning's face glowed with excitement. Her cheeks flushed red. Steam, as usual, wafted from her head, but now that she had been upgraded to glass, her endurance seemed significantly improved. Previously overwhelmed, she now had the capacity to issue demands. Faster, master. Even faster. We're almost there. Sulie's hands moved without pause as he opened the comms channel to call Tao Tao. Tao, can your drones capture my movements right now? Tao Tao quickly scanned his screens and gave a confident reply. No problem. The equipment is top-notch, and there's barely any frame loss. Leave it to me, just focus on yourself and Lightning. Lightning tilted her head slightly, deftly dodging the insect's attack. In one swift motion, she thrust her spear backward, driving it into the creature's abdomen. With a flick of the spear, she hurled the insect towards her teammates. instantly clearing a 7 to 8 meter radius on the ground. Sulie flexed her fingers, then slammed her foot on the accelerator. The crimson mech roared with a deafening thunder as its thrusters erupted, sending nearby small isopods flying through the air. Lightning let out an exhilarated shriek, fully embracing the chaos. The red mech streaked across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the swarm of Zerg as though the path ahead was entirely unobstructed. Tao Tao's eyes were fixed on the red figure darting through the sea of black. His excitement boiled over as he shouted into the livestream equipment. She's here. Our red lightning. She never lets us down. She's broken through again. Formation? What formation? Our lightning doesn't need that nonsense. Tao Tao knew exactly what Sulie was doing, firing grenades to lure out even more Zerg. 18 bugs were nowhere near enough for her. She wanted 180, even 1800. Anything less was an insult to her. The sound of Tao Tao's hoarse shouting echoed through the live stream. Every time he streamed one of Lightning's matches, his voice would crack, and now it had happened again. That familiar crack in his voice snapped the audience back to attention. Shocked but thrilled, they returned to their keyboards, flooding the chat with 6,666. 666. Seeing the barrage of compliments, Tao Tao shivered with excitement. The feeling of vindication it always came down to Sulie. No matter the outside criticism or ridicule, she could effortlessly take control of the situation with just one move. Inside the cockpit, Lightning's breathing grew heavier and more rapid. Her arms gripped the control sticks tightly, her legs clamped down firmly, trembling slightly. Sulie's commands pounded through her brain, forcing her to swallow the bold words she had just dared to speak, leaving her gasping for air. Master, slower please. Lightning ventured hesitantly. She knew it was futile. Her plea might even provoke an even fiercer response, but she needed to distract herself, or she might break down at any moment. Shut up and conserve your processing power. Sulie barked, yanking the control stick to execute a sharp U-turn at a narrow angle, charging back into the swarm of bugs. Hold on. There aren't many bugs today, just 3 more passes, and we're done. Lightning's body quivered at those words. She vaguely sensed that Sulie had grown stronger lately, likely from eating too much bug meat. Her grip on the controls was noticeably firmer than before. Meanwhile, Lightning's own strength was waning, though the relentless barrage of commands still left her dizzy and disoriented. A firm hand smacked her back hard. Sulie, dissatisfied, commanded, "Focus. Push your processing power to the limit." Lightning bit her lip lightly, shaking her head to clear it, trying her best to stay alert. The livestream chat shifted from spamming 666 to "This is insane." The barrage of messages made it clear just how outrageous Sulie's maneuvers were. The earlier voices of doubt vanished instantly, and the viewer count soared to 100,000 in mere moments, climbing at an astonishing rate. 150,000. 200,000. In just 3 minutes, Tao Tao's gift revenue had surpassed his monthly total. The people on Mechanical Island hadn't lied to him. Really was just one opportunity, one person away from reaching the peak of his life. Tao Tao's eyes reddened as he gripped his terminal tightly, staring at the crimson figure on the battlefield. He knew he had made the right gamble. The world of adults was never easy, but with the right opportunity, everything could change. Behind the red lightning, the void left by the Zerg had yet to be filled, but she was already charging forward again. The crimson figure tore through the black tide, the roar of her thrusters announcing to all Zerg that the path she walked was forbidden to them. The terrifying swarm of insects seemed utterly powerless in the presence of the crimson figure. Both those skilled in piloting mechas and those who weren't fell silent at this moment. Flash maintained her usual bold stylino. Today, her performance on the battlefield was even more unrestrained. The spectators were filled with adrenaline, wishing they could leap through the screen and fight alongside her. Her mecha had already taken on a third of the insect swarm on the battlefield. After eliminating her own enemies, she charged into the ranks of the blue and white mecha girls, cutting down the foes pursuing them one by one. That agile figure made everyone realize that Flash wasn't born for the arena. She was destined to dominate the battlefield. The live stream chat exploded with constant messages, leaving Tao Tao numb from the barrage. The Crimson Mecha hadn't even activated resonance, yet she still achieved an unstoppable feat. The audience went wild. If facing the insect swarm filled them with dread, then that vivid red figure was their only source of hope, striking straight to their hearts and pulling them back from the brink. The atmosphere in the live stream was electric, so much so that it didn't even need Tao Tao's commentary to liven it. Upit was already on fire. "Oh no, I'm doomed. I was just watching a live stream, screamed too loud, and now my mom's here. Someone, please tell her I'm really just watching a battlefield stream. Quick, keep streaming, I want to see how you get beaten up." On the screen, Flash's trembling figure, seemingly boneless, was picked up by 038 and stuffed into its cockpit. The live stream abruptly cut off, and those still in the chat immediately flooded the screen with messages. Many who had just joined were greeted by a wall of frantic comments. "That's it. So short? You call this a live stream? I didn't even get ready yet. Hey, You upstairs, put your pants back on. The last mom who came in hasn't even left. Intense, so intense. I need to stock up on some heart meds after this. Same here. That was terrifying. I might have nightmares tonight. Where do you live? I could come over and hold you while you sleep. Ironclad straight guy, 24, pure and handsome. Is 24 your size? Flash was out of commission. Red Tassel, who had rushed over with the main force, stood blushing beside Sulie, her mouth opening and closing a few times, but unable to utter the word master. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of belonging to this group. It seemed that as long as Sulie spoke and stepped into her cockpit, everything would fall into place. However, Sulie walked straight past her, raising a hand toward the sky. The figure of 032 descended slowly, revealing Tao Tao strapped to its back. His face was pale, yet he was gesturing wildly, clearly exhilarated from his first live stream. Bro, you've gone viral. This time, you're really famous. The live stream hit a peak of over 300,000 viewers. But just then, the acrid stench of blood and corrosive fumes made him gag instinctively. Sulie handed him a handkerchief and pulled him to stand upwind, allowing him to recover. Let's open 2 more live stream accounts. Tao Tao stammered. We'll all go live together. Open one for Flash, one for Blackfeather, and you can start one yourself. Everyone streaming together will have an even better effect. Tao Tao, let's take it slow for now. Sulie took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She could sense Heiyu's excitement, but it didn't affect her focus. The laboratory's live broadcast was halted as the follow-up troops slowly advanced. 2 of the elite mechanized guards saluted Sulie before proceeding toward the swarm under the cover of other mechs to begin collecting experimental data. Hong Ying cast a resentful glance at Tao Tao, inwardly lamenting that her chance to integrate into the team had been snatched by a bald-headed newcomer. With the live stream stopped, they could rely on drones to record the return journey, edit the footage later, and even host a live broadcast during dinner to piece together the day's timeline. Surely a recipe for drawing massive online traffic. Tao Tao was so excited he could barely contain himself, his face flushing with exhilaration. The mere thought of his edited videos going viral online sent shivers down his spine. By the way, bro, how often do we get missions like this? I mean, we could do this every day if needed, he asked expectantly. The battlefront will keep expanding, and your safety will drastically decrease. Besides, if every mission ends up being the same, won't it reduce user engagement? Tao Tao patted his chest confidently. Don't worry about that. Even if the routine stays the same every day, there's a lot that goes into editing the footage and utilizing drone perspectives. Leave it all to me. As for safety, you don't need to worry. If I'm stepping onto the battlefield, I've already made my peace with it. After exchanging a few more words, 032 placed Tao Tao back into the frame on its back and took off. The main forces were impressively efficient at clearing the battlefield. Driven by a waste-not principle, the mechanized units packed up everything salvageable. Even the insect nests weren't spared. Anything remotely sizable was thoroughly searched, as if they wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground. Hong Ying deploy. Stray insectoids wandering nearby were swiftly eliminated by vigilant mechanized units. The air was thick with the stench of insectoid blood and acrid acidic fumes, and the scene of scattered limbs was almost too gruesome to bear. Hong Ying kept her head low, her face slightly flushed, feeling a strange emotion stirring within her. She had never imagined needing a pilot before. Her thoughts were interrupted by Sulie's voice calling out, Hong Ying? Hong Ying. When there was no response, Sulie turned around, only to find the tall woman following closely behind him, barely half a meter away. He instinctively stepped back in surprise, puzzled as to how she moved so silently. Something seemed off about Hong Ying today. She was wearing a long-made outfit that trailed to her ankles, her head bowed, mumbling something under her breath. Hong Ying, Sulie called again. She quickly raised her head, stammering, 2M here. Sulie frowned, puzzled. Deploy. She nodded nervously and stepped forward, pulling him into an embrace. The overwhelming masculine scent made her cheeks flush even deeper. At that moment, another black and gold mechanized unit appeared on the battlefield, drawing the attention of many mechs. Most of them were seeing Hong Ying's deployment for the first time, marveling at the arrival of another class mech. It seemed that anyone by their commander's side was at least in a class. Inside the cockpit, Sulie pushed Hong Ying away, gasping for breath. He couldn't understand. Hong Ying always seemed the most proper and serious, so why was she suddenly acting so affectionate? Blushing, Hong Ying turned away and leaned against her pilot's seat, her long dress constraining her movements, making her appear particularly endearing. Sulie glanced at her briefly before averting his gaze and putting on his helmet. His vision synchronized with the mech systems, and multiple screens came online. The mech roared to life, and without waiting for the main forces to regroup, he launched into swift, agile maneuvers. Hong Ying's handling was distinct. If Lightning was a relentless general and Heiyu a queen observing the battlefield from above, then Hong Ying was an exceptionally nimble warrior. Their stats couldn't fully capture their compatibility. Perhaps it was due to Hong Ying's unique personality, But after a few simple commands, Sulie's hand movements accelerated sharply as he quickly grasped Hong Ying's role and capabilities. The black armored beetle had just turned around when Hong Ying's figure struck like lightning. The long sword in her hand moved with incredible precision, its blade dancing fluidly. In the brief moment when the beetle froze and let out a shrill cry, a flash of cold light pierced through the air. The sword's tip had already driven into the creature's forehead. A nearby drone captured the scene with precision, transmitting the footage back to Tao Tao's terminal in real time. Tao Tao stared in stunned silence at Suli's execution, utterly amazed. He never imagined a mecha could be controlled with such finesse. It felt less like a lifeless machine and more like a living, breathing extension of its pilot. Even among humans, such skill was exceedingly rare, like something out of a cinematic martial arts epic. But how could this be possible? Was it sheer coincidence? Sulie sheathed her sword and, as if discovering a treasure trove, began pulling weapon after weapon from Hong Ying's arsenal. Her armory was remarkably diverse. Besides the long sword and spear, there were even twin daggers and a long-handled axe. Sulie took the twin daggers from her back and gave them a slight flick. They began spinning rapidly. The black mecha surged forward in a short-range charge, and the twin daggers plunged into the beetle's mandibles. In mere seconds, the daggers struck dozens of times in rapid succession, shredding the mandibles to pieces. Acid meant to be sprayed from the beetle's mouth instead dripped out through the shattered remains, burning its own wounds. The black figure retreated, and with a shrug, the long-handled axe slid out of its sheath. Sulie caught it with ease, spun nimbly in place, and brought the blade down in a deadly arc, ending the beetle's life once and for all. Excellent. Truly excellent. Hong Ying, your responsiveness is incredible. Sulie exclaimed with exhilaration. The seamless control and nearly zero delay response were so thrilling that she gave Hong Ying a playful tap on the back. Hong Ying flinched violently, her entire body stiffening in the pilot's seat. Could it be that her master was one of those eccentric Seterites? Feeling the odd sensation on her back, coupled with the momentary weakness she experienced after disengaging the lightning strike mode, Hong Ying's face turned crimson. Why was she finding excuses for him instinctively? If such a peculiar race existed, it seemed it would only consist of the two of them. What was she supposed to do? Could she really step out like this after her very first piloting session? Wasn't this all happening a little too fast? In her memory, Sulie wasn't the type to act impulsively, but his suggestive actions and words, combined with her physical reaction to the disengagement, inevitably led her mind astray. Who knew what went on inside the cockpit? She had read some of He Yu's private novels, where queens and knights shared untold stories in the confines of their cockpits. Recalling her frequent flexibility training, her cheeks burned even deeper. How could Sulie possibly know her responsiveness was so exceptional? He hadn't tested it himself. Hong Ying's body trembled slightly with tension, her focus involuntarily drawn to her back. If that mischievous hand were to strike again, should she pretend not to notice, or should she pretend not to notice? The thought made her squirm uneasily, subtly raising her posture. Unaware of her peculiar behavior, Sulie merely felt pleased with his judgment. From the moment he laid eyes on her, his instincts about her potential had been spot on. His gaze roamed over the desolate plain, but his search yielded nothing. He was forced to deviate from his planned route and approach a massive insect nest, taking a significant risk by venturing there alone. The nest was vast, with an intricate network of underground tunnels. Although he had no intention of delving deep into it, even alarming a single insect could trigger a swarm. On a resource-depleted planet, there was still a chance that elite insect species could be lurking in such a massive nest. According to his plan, nests of this scale were to be dealt with only after the forward base was fully operational. 2 fully equipped degrade teams would form the core of the operation, and even the remaining Crade mecha units would need to mobilize almost entirely to fend off the horde of insects that would emerge. Gritting his teeth, he bent down, picked up a large rock, and hurled it towards the nest's sentinels before turning to flee. His black mecha kicked up a cloud of dust, vividly demonstrating the art of a well-executed retreat. In an instant, dozens of massive figures burst from the nest, guided by the sentinels, and charged in Sulie's direction. Glancing back, Sulie saw the towering forms of the giant insects looming through the thick smoke. These creatures, some tens of meters long and far taller than his mecha, were formidable. If their mandibles so much as pinched the slender frame of Hong Ying, she would be effortlessly torn in two. The situation had taken a dire turn. A massive insect nest was clearly not something he could provoke at this stage. Just one thrown rock had drawn out dozens of large insects. If he had used a grenade, the ensuing swarm could easily have overwhelmed the forward base. The insects didn't roar in anger. They simply charged silently, their mandibles snapping violently. Hong Ying's legs trembled as she realized she had never been this frightened by insects before. She understood Sulie's penchant for seeking thrills. After all, a pilot's life was one of constant danger, where chasing adrenaline was second nature. But she swore she would never pursue excitement under such circumstances. She discreetly lowered her raised hips and took a moment to adjust her skirt, trying to make it less provocative. At this moment, Sulie had no attention to spare for her small gestures. The speed of the large insects was not much slower than that of his mecha. He didn't flee at full speed but instead searched the terrain ahead for advantageous positions. High-speed maneuvering might aid in escaping, but it also added nearly half a second to reaction time, a potentially fatal delay in this situation. Swiftly, he darted past a rocky cliff, firing his thrusters twice to activate the flight module. Using the blind spot in the insect's vision, he climbed to a height of over 40 meters. With a long-handled battle axe gripped tightly in his hands, he plunged downward, spinning with the thrust of his propulsion. In less than a second, he locked onto a target and swung the axe down fiercely. The sharp blade cleaved into the neck of a massive dung beetle-like insect. Even with the added force of his dive and spin, the axe blade lodged in its neck, failing to deliver a fatal blow. Cursing under his breath, Sulie leaped up again, stomping hard on the beetle's back. The tremendous impact, combined with the thrust from his boosters, caused the creature to lose its balance and topple forward. Seizing the opportunity, he wrenched the axe free but had no time to finish it off before swinging the weapon at another beetle lunging at him from the side. Contrary to their massive size, these insects were far from clumsy. Large insect species like these were the product of the swarm's superior genetic traits, formidable warriors capable of inflicting devastating losses on humanity's defenses whenever the swarm attacked. By now, Sulie had managed to put 15 kilometers between himself and the nest, but even that distance was far from safe. His axe severed one of the beetle's jointed legs, and without looking back, he adjusted his stance and continued fleeing. With dozens of beetles in relentless pursuit, staying to fight would have been nothing short of suicide. The squad assembled and headed towards the designated coordinates. Secondary weapon authorization was revoked, interference jammers were activated, and the surrounding 10-kilometer area of the coordinates was locked down. After issuing the orders, Sulie emphasized, do not use particle weapons. Prepare the large-caliber armor-piercing rounds. Spread out, and if you spot the enemy, hold them off for me. It doesn't matter if you kill them or not. Your safety is the priority. Stay focused. The roar of the mechas drowned out the sound of the large creature's wings flapping. Sulie could only issue commands vaguely as a few massive dung beetles relentlessly pursued her, sticking to her like glue. The marked coordinates were only 3 kilometers away. The location of the sweep mission wasn't far. If the blue and white mecha units responded in time, they could reach the designated spot in just half a minute. At the moment the orders were received, 038 immediately commanded the entire unit to take to the skies and speed towards the coordinates. Weapon restrictions were lifted, and the barrels of their heavy single-soldier cannons gleamed coldly. All mechas dispersed, their cannons uniformly aimed in Sulie's direction. Her black figure darted and weaved ahead, and 038 frowned deeply. This behavior was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Even after calling for backup, why hadn't she created more distance? Was she truly so confident in their aim? It wasn't long before 038 understood the source of Sulie's confidence. Dozens of massive dung beetles came into view, and amidst the swarm, Sulie's black mecha became almost invisible. The unit's heavy cannons targeted the rear of the swarm, their enormous sizes ensuring that the shrapnel wouldn't come close to hitting Sulie. The overwhelming pressure made 038 feel suffocated. These massive bugs moved with a speed far beyond the usual targets they encountered during sweeps. A typical longhorn beetle was only about 20 meters long, but these dung beetles were each a staggering 60 meters in size. Load armor-piercing rounds. Target behind the commander. Fire at will. The thunderous sound of cannons echoed as a barrage of armor-piercing rounds rained down, detonating across the battlefield. The interference jammer's sonic waves intertwined with the cannon fire, completely disrupting the signals across the area. The insects momentarily froze in their advance before resuming their attack. Though their communication was severed, their instincts still drove them to charge at the enemy. The dung beetles at the rear of the swarm decisively turned to face the blue and white mechas. The mechas managed only 3 shots before being forced to evade and maneuver midair to avoid the counterattacks. 3 rounds of cannon fire disrupted the dung beetle's rhythm. Shattered limbs flew, and the stench of viscous fluids filled the open field. Over a dozen dung beetles were critically hit and rendered completely incapacitated. The remaining ones, though their armor was damaged by shrapnel, seemed impervious to pain and continued their rapid advance. The armor-piercing rounds inflicted considerable damage, but the sheer number of beetles left the blue and white mecha units struggling to hold their ground. Master, don't worry. I will protect you, no matter what. Even though Hong Ying's hands trembled with fear, she gripped the control stick tightly. Through her view, what had seemed like a promising reinforcement force was now locked in a fierce struggle within mere moments. The deafening sound of wings flapping filled the air around Sulie. Without even looking back, she knew at least 10 large creatures were pursuing her relentlessly. Her backside was smacked again. Protect me? She thought bitterly. Look at how terrified I am. Stop learning from hey you all the time. She's a Yandra. What good can she teach you? A protector must have real strength. Today, she would show them what it truly means to be a one-person army, unstoppable like one warrior holding off 1,000. Sulie keenly realized she might have gone insane. In her previous life on the battlefield, she would never have faced such a large horde of creatures alone. Those heavy, ironclad coffins lacked the agility necessary for such a fight. But things were different now. With the presence of mechas, she could take the gamble. 20 years ago, she had risked her life battling the insectoid swarm. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes, a hint of madness lurking beneath. No pilot craved anything less than the thrill of combat. The higher their rank, the more unhinged they became. It was etched into their very DNA, impossible to erase. Amid 038's stunned gaze, the black mecha suddenly pivoted and charged headlong toward a massive black scarab. For the first time, Honging experienced what true mastery of piloting looked like. Hey Yu, her former master, had a precise and calculated style, always in control of the battlefield. Hong Ying had thought such finesse represented the pinnacle of piloting. But today, she realized how wrong she was. One pre-programmed command could lead to an astounding cascade of variations. She barely had time to notice the insectoids lunging at her. All her processing power and focus were consumed by the flood of commands pouring into her mind. She clenched her teeth tightly, letting out a faint groan. The black and gold mecha slid beneath the scarab's belly in a precise maneuver. Its long sword plunged into the creature's soft underbelly, the combined momentum of both sides tearing it apart, spilling green blood everywhere. The other hand, gripping a long-handled axe, swung upward as the mecha emerged from beneath the scarab, cleaving into the massive eye of another insectoid. These creatures knew no pain and charged fearlessly. 3 of them closed in from different angles, their enormous mandibles snapping open and shut, aiming to trap and tear Sulie apart. Master, be careful. Lightning's voice crackled over the comms channel. Though her tone was faint, her urgency was unmistakable. Sulie hefted the long axe and hurled it at one of the creatures. The weapon became a streak of light, piercing straight through the scarab's forehead. The sheer impact drove the axe's blade deep into its skull, and the scarab collapsed atop the pile of its fallen kin. The long-handled axe embedded itself further into its head, lost to Sulie. She cursed inwardly, frustration bubbling up. These damn bugs had robbed her of a weapon. As Sulie nimbly dodged the attacks of the remaining 2 insectoids, both 038 and Lightning let out a synchronized sigh of relief. However, their relief was short-lived as they noticed more scarabs crawling toward Sulie from the ground. Their anxiety spiked again. Quick, fire 2 more rounds. Lightning's voice was frantic. This time, with no one holding her back, her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. Across the battlefield, all the blue and white mechas were monitoring the situation closely. Each sporadic cannon blast managed to make a difference. However, without achieving effective firepower coverage, the armor-piercing rounds posed minimal threat to the insects. They had already tried their best. To shield Sulie, they had narrowly escaped being torn in half multiple times. Overhead, the thunderous roar of cannons echoed, and shattered insect limbs rained down like a shower of green droplets. For every insect that fell, a new one would rise into the air. It seemed as though they had resolved to use only a small number of their forces to stall the enemy, focusing their main strength on destroying the black mecha in front of them. They were determined to take him back. They craved his unique genes, yearned for the madness buried deep within him, and desired the intoxicating allure hidden in that small skull of his. Sweat beaded on Sulie's forehead, but his face was lit with an unrestrained grin, blood dripping from his lips where he had bitten them. He let out a soft chuckle, his eyes rapidly capturing every piece of information on the battlefield and processing it in his mind. The feedback from his body, the response of the mecha, wind resistance, gravity, recoil, and every momentary signal from the machine, all of it was absorbed by his brain, instantly allowing him to make the most advantageous decisions. Inside the cockpit, his eyes glowed faintly red, and his hair subtly began to drift upward. A nearly tangible force of mental energy suddenly radiated from him, reaching toward the lightning in the sky. Her body trembled violently, and her face instantly flushed crimson. "A master!" A red aura burst from her body, spreading across the entire battlefield. The speed of all allied mechas surged dramatically. The general, all of her attributes doubled. Allied forces deemed as teammates had their attributes increased by 50%. A soft hum escaped her lips as Hong Ying trembled again, a trail of white smoke rising from her head. Sulie had overestimated himself. In this life, his physical conditions still couldn't withstand such high-intensity combat, so he had to strengthen himself as soon as possible. He pulled out 2 vials of enhancement liquid from the system shop and unhesitatingly downed them. The liquid coursed down his throat, and the exhaustion gradually subsided. He placed the empty vials back into the system inventory, gripped the control stick again, and directed the black mech to charge into the swarm of insects amidst the violent tremors caused by the mech girl. Although he wasn't piloting lightning, Red Ying's attributes still surged by 50%, and the boost was far more significant than it seemed. Faced with the necks of the large-class creatures, he could finally cut through them. Drones faithfully followed by his side, executing their missions with unwavering loyalty despite the dire circumstances. Tao Tao, who had stayed behind with the main forces, stared in shock at the terminal screen. He reopened the live stream and began broadcasting in real time to everyone. Large-class creature she had lived half his life and had only ever seen them in military propaganda films or movies. The heavily edited footage could never convey the raw impact of a live broadcast. He had never felt so cowardly before. Just seeing one of those insects on the screen made him tremble uncontrollably. 032 only knew that Sulie had encountered large-class creatures, but the exact situation was unclear. What did they run into? Tao Tao's voice trembled as he explained. I started a Levestri Amphir fighting large-class creatures. A lot of them. 032 quickly found Tao Tao's live stream and gasped as soon as she opened it. Dung beetles? These large-class creatures, typically seen only on the main battlefield, were here on Cold Brew Star? Did this mean elite insectoid units were hidden on this planet? If that were true, how had the outpost base survived on this planet for over a decade? On the screen, the black and gold mech charged again and again, making her scalp tingle. The barrage of comments in the live stream chat overwhelmed her, and in frustration, she turned them off entirely, focusing solely on the black figure wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Redding slumped over the pilot's seat, her breathing rapid. Beneath her skirt, her pale legs began to flush pink, the contrast against her short socks making the color even more striking. Her hands gripping the control stick were red from the strain, her back instinctively straightening as her ponytailed head tilted slightly upward. A surge of intense emotion climbed her spine, reaching her heart. In her mind, she pictured Sulie parting his lips slightly and softly saying, "This is what it means to be a warrior." That sentence was like a drop of water falling into her heart, creating ripples that spread endlessly. Her jet black hair fluttered, and from the angle Sulie couldn't see, her previously rolled back white eyes transformed into a deep, unwavering black. A familiar sensation washed over her. Ing had activated resonance. Her innate skill, Assault, had been triggered. Upon activation, it could lock onto 1 to 8 enemies within a radius of 1 kilometer, forming a void beacon at the designated location, enabling a void-based strike. Blinding golden light emanated from the black mech, golden threads weaving across its surface until the entire machine was enveloped, transforming completely into a radiant gold. She transformed into a golden light and abruptly vanished from the battlefield. Above the heads of 8 massive dung beetles, a golden figure materialized. In an instant, 8 heads shot skyward, their green blood not even given the chance to spray. The live stream fell silent for a moment before the screen was flooded with exclamations of "Holy crap!" Tao Tao stared at the terminal screen in shock, utterly forgetting to move or even tremble. He had resonated again. Not only that, but an innate skill had appeared once more. He wasn't sure if Hong Ying originally had an innate skill, but what he did know was that Sulie had once again resonated with a mech girl. Resonance required an extraordinary level of compatibility between the pilot and the mech girl. All Tao Tao wanted to know now was how Sulie managed to achieve this resonating with 2 mech girls simultaneously, especially when their personalities were so vastly different. Everyone watching the live stream was stunned, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Even 032's hands trembled slightly as she held the terminal. An ultra-class pilot. She might truly be witnessing the birth of an ultra-class pilot. Without exception, those capable of resonating with 2 mech girls were ultra-class pilots. However, their mech girls typically shared similar personalities. Sulie's case was unheard of. On the screen, Sulie, having executed a devastating attack, demonstrated what true mastery looked like. The Zerg's relentless assaults were effortlessly evaded, his movements as fluid as falling leaves. Each thrust of his spear claimed the life of a Zerg. Even the larger species were no match for him under the combined power of the Lightning General and his resonance with Hong Ying. He was unstoppable. Inside the cockpit, Hong Ying trembled as she felt Sulie's overwhelming battle intent surging through her. She felt like a leaf caught in a torrential river, helplessly swept along by his unrelenting energy. Together, they charged forward, breaking through every obstacle. No one could stop them. No one could stand against them. The mech's exterior radiated intense heat, instantly evaporating the green blood of the Zerg upon contact. Hong Ying followed closely behind Sulie, cutting down the insects trailing the blue and white mech girl. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of the Zerg, marking the end of this group of dung beetles. As reinforcements arrived, Sulie drove his spear through the head of the final beetle, pinning it to the carcass of its comrade. Among the blue and white mech girls, 3 mechs were severely damaged, one of them even cut in half. Fortunately, the mech girls themselves had avoided fatal injuries and would recover after some rest and repairs. One pale-faced mech girl was dragged out of her damaged mech by her comrades, forced to disengage her form. Meanwhile, the golden glow on Hong Ying began to fade, and her golden mech returned to its black and gold coloration. The moment she landed, she collapsed. Her mech abruptly disappeared, leaving behind a figure in a maid outfit. Using the last of her consciousness, she pulled Sulie into her embrace and plummeted straight down. 032 reacted quickly, extending her hand to catch the two. In her massive palm, Hong Ying was still twitching unconsciously, clutching Sulie so tightly that he was struggling to breathe. 032 hurriedly exited her cockpit, yanking Sulie out of Hong Ying's grip. Gasping for air, Sulie felt as though he had lived through centuries in those few seconds. 032 glanced at Sulie's flushed face, then at the slightly twitching Hong Ying in her mech's palm, her brows furrowed in confusion. What kind of operational intensity could push even an S-class mech girl to her limits? It was understandable for Lightning, and a class mech girl newly upgraded to S-class, to struggle with the adjustment. But Hong Ying? She was a textbook S-class mech girl, yet even she was left incapacitated. 032 scratched her head, trying to make sense of it. She couldn't figure it out. Well, we'll know when we test it, she muttered. 038 approached, tilting her head as she observed the gasping Sulie. She pinched Hong Ying between her fingers and unceremoniously shoved her into her cockpit. Inside, Lightning, still tied to her pilot seat, lay limp. Seeing the now unconscious and noodle-like Hong Ying, Lightning managed to muster a mocking smirk. S-class? Pathetic. The team had just returned to the base when Tao Tao, who had been brimming with excitement, suddenly furrowed his brows. The words of the medical mecha girl were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his fiery enthusiasm and determination to roll up his sleeves and get to work. She announced that the mecha girls would need 3 days to recover. Tao Tao found it unbelievable and exclaimed, 3 days? How is that possible? The medical mecha girl rolled her eyes, equally puzzled. It had been a routine clearing mission, yet 3 A-class mecha girls were severely injured, and while the 2 S-class girls were unharmed, they were completely drained. Having worked as a medical mecha girl for over 10 years, she had never seen mecha girls suffer from exhaustion. She sighed and said, even my mentor has never encountered this situation, and I can't do anything about it. They're completely drained and need full rest, no movement allowed. I'll come by daily for checkups, and remember, 3 days is the minimum. If you mess around and don't follow my instructions, don't even think about heading out after 3 days. Tao Tao glanced at the 2 mecha girls slumped on the sofa, feeling a sense of helplessness, as if the universe was playing a cruel joke on him. On the very first day of the live stream, the results and impact had exceeded expectations, making it the perfect time to ramp things up and aim for new heights. Yet, the main stars of the show were now out of commission. He felt fortunate that he was still at the forward base if he were back on the capital planet. The overly enthusiastic fans would certainly have tracked him down and shown up at his doorstep to give him a piece of their minds. Bro, what's going on here? Out of 3 mecha girls, 2 are completely out, and the remaining 1 has to stay behind for emergencies. How am I supposed to explain this? Sulie scratched his head awkwardly, just about to say something when Tao Tao interrupted him. Did it not occur to you to contract more S-class mecha girls before coming here? Sulie was stunned, not expecting Tao Tao to shift the blame onto him, as if S-class mecha girls were as easily obtainable as cabbages. Tao Tao fixed him with a dissatisfied look, thinking to himself that if all else failed, he'd have to conduct a special interview with Sulie and splice it into the videos. 3 days, then 3 days. We've got plenty of material anyway. No live stream for dinner today. Tomorrow, we'll do a food broadcast to tide things over. He scratched his bald head as he spoke, leaving the command room. A mountain of video footage awaited him for editing, and it was clear he wouldn't finish in a single night. Yet, he seemed to enjoy it despite his earlier complaints. He was already humming a tune as he got to work. Sulie was left sitting behind the desk, looking at the 2 mecha girls sprawled on the sofa, feeling completely at a loss. Even in her current immobile state, Lightning still wore an expression of disdain, seemingly holding a grudge over the earlier taunts from Black Feather and Red Tassel. Her little expressions perfectly conveyed the meaning of revenge. Red Tassel had also woken up, biting her lower lip as Lightning's gaze swept over her. She endured it silently, knowing that besides Lightning, another storm was brewing on the horizon. At that moment, the door to the command room opened quietly. Black Feather stepped in, wearing a white lab coat, her gaze carrying a trace of coldness. Before she even stepped into the room, Hong Ying shivered instinctively and turned her head sharply to look back. Just one glance, and she felt as though her consciousness was about to leave her body. She had never seen such an expression on Hei Yu's face before. Although there was a faint smile on her lips, the cold glint in her eyes sent a chill down Hong Ying's neck. In just 3 or 4 seconds, Hei Yu's gaze had already swept over all the vulnerable points on her body multiple times. Congratulations, Hong Ying. I watched the live stream. Some people, they really resonated, didn't they? Hong Ying was so frightened that she couldn't utter a single word. She had thought that after being controlled by Sulie, she could integrate into this family. But now, it seemed that she was drifting further away. She couldn't comprehend how things had escalated to this point. It should have been a simple task being manipulated by Sulie to return to the base. Yet somehow, she had messed it up. Thinking back to the overwhelming control Sulie had exerted over her, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Perhaps it wasn't all bad. The feeling of resonancy was wonderful. For the first time, she experienced the sensation of being understood and accepted. More importantly, she had awakened her innate ability. Hei Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Hong Ying. She actually blushed under her gaze. What did that mean? Was she mocking her? Could she not tell that Hei Yu's congratulations weren't sincere? This sneaky cat. She had the audacity to sneak off during a critical moment in the experiment and steal from her own master's domain. Fine. If that's the game she wanted to play, so be it. Why was it that everyone else could resonate, yet she was always left behind, perpetually stuck on the journey? Hei Yu stood by the sofa, staring intently at Hong Ying, who didn't even dare to blink, terrified that a single blink might mark her end. Sulie awkwardly scratched his nose. Perhaps because it was his first live stream, he had gotten a bit too carried away. A large insect nest was clearly not something he was capable of provoking right now. The near-limit operation had drained Hong Ying of her strength, something he hadn't anticipated. Thankfully, she had held on. If she hadn't endured until the end and had collapsed halfway, he might have already been torn apart and devoured. He owed her this time. Without Hong Ying, he probably wouldn't have made it back alive. Hei Yu turned around, pouting, though her thoughts raced. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have gone after a large insect nest in the first place. Master, promise me, don't ever take such reckless risks again. If you're really going to take risks, at least take me with you next time. Hearing this, Shan Dian perked up with interest. The only part of her body she could still move was her neck, so she gleefully twisted it, casting a disdainful glance at Hei Yu. Hei Yu merely lowered her gaze to glance at her, the veins on her forehead beginning to bulge. She didn't know how Sulie had managed to upgrade Shan Dian, but it clearly hadn't significantly improved her computational capacity. Forget it. There was no point in arguing with an idiot. Master, can you take me out tomorrow? I'm so cooped up in the lab that my thoughts are getting all muddled, Shan Dian asked. Tomorrow's not happening, Sulie replied, shaking his head. Both of you are completely drained, so all plans for going out are cancelled for now. Then how about the day after tomorrow? Shan Dian asked eagerly. I'll push myself to speed up my progress. Sulie opened his mouth, hesitating. Although he didn't want to dampen Hei Yu's enthusiasm, he said helplessly, the medical mech girls mentioned that their state of exhaustion will last for at least 3 days. So, all plans for going out are cancelled for the next 3 days. Hei Yu slowly turned her head, her gaze falling on the two people sitting on the sofa. Lightning glanced up at the ceiling guiltily, thinking to himself, I never noticed before those patterns up there are surprisingly beautiful. Hong Ying hung her head low, as though wishing she could hide her face in her chest. The atmosphere in the command room grew tense. Just then, a knock on the door broke the silence, and a mech girl from the guard unit stepped in, saluting Sulie. Commander, as per your orders, we've been monitoring Li Tianlang and Yu Rong around the clock. Last night, and today, Li Tianlang. Sulie immediately straightened up upon hearing this. Li Tianlang, with the support of Sanqing Heavy Industries, had no reason to get involved in this mess. Doubts filled Sulie's mind. Why was Li Tianlang on Lingsui Star? Was there something unusual between him and Yu Rong? The guard hesitated, as though unsure how to continue. After a moment of contemplation, she finally said, he's been poisoned. He's currently being treated in the medical room on the 2nd floor. Poisoned? How could he have been poisoned? Countless possibilities flashed through Sulie's mind, but no matter the reason, it all pointed to one conclusion: the forward base was far from impenetrable. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Sulie scrutinized the guard standing before him, who seemed to be holding something back. He wasn't poisoned by our food. Last night, he went to the mountainside and ate part of a stink bug's leg. Sulie, Hei Yu, and Lightning were all dumbfounded. Lightning couldn't hold back a laugh. Huh, what an idiot. Even I know stink bugs are poisonous, and he just went and bit into one. Sulie hurried to the infirmary, and the scene before him made him frown. Li Tianlang lay on the hospital bed, his mouth like a relentless fountain, continuously spewing white foam. Beside him, the medical android shrugged helplessly, as if to say, there's nothing more I can do. Commander, the antidote has already been administered, the android explained. Given the amount he consumed, the foaming will probably last another 2 hours. She sighed inwardly. Lately, the strange cases she had to deal with were endless, everything from overworked androids to idiots who somehow managed to land themselves in the infirmary. It was truly a mixed bag. Li Tianlang looked utterly hopeless, groaning weakly. Master, you've ruined me. He had hoped to experience the warming and invigorating effects of the substance, but instead, his stomach felt like an icy void. The antidote was wreaking havoc in his system, making his stomach and intestines spasm uncontrollably, as if his body had turned into a human washing machine. The sensation was unbearable. Sulie glanced to the side and was startled to find Yu Rong also lying on a hospital bed, her face pale as she received an 4 drip. You ate it too? He asked in disbelief. Euron blushed deeply and nodded slightly. It's true that it's supposed to warm and invigorate, but that stuff hasn't been processed yet. Sulie explained helplessly. Hearing this, Li Tianlang seemed to find some relief and closed his eyes in resignation. Sulie, however, reached out and slapped his face lightly, forcing him to open his eyes. Stop acting like you're ready to die. Who are you putting on this performance for? Sulie mocked. Thanks to your antics. Even lightning would feel superior to your intelligence right now. Spill it. Besides chewing on stink bugs, what other dumb things have you done? Sulie pressed him. Li Tianlang's face turned red as he pulled a few dried mushrooms and a small bottle containing a half-chewed insect egg from his pocket. That's it? Sulie asked again. That's it, Li Tianlang replied, looking like a guilty child, his expression pitiful. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over Sulie. Was this kid starving to the point of madness? Or was the outpost really that short on food? He glanced at the white-haired figure on the bed and felt he might be overthinking it. With Li Tianlang's level of intelligence, it was a miracle Head survived this long, let alone attempt to gather any intel. This fiasco would undoubtedly spread across the base in no time, becoming the latest joke over meals. If you're hungry, go to the kitchen. Stop eating random bugs, Sulie scolded. Sure, insects are nutritious, but they're toxic if not properly processed. Tonight, there's fresh dung beetle on the menu. You can have as much as you want. Li Tianlang's eyes lit up. Dung beetle? A new species? Ever since he had tried eating bugs, it was as if a new culinary world had opened up to him. Not a new species, just a common large soldier breed of the insect race. It has medicinal value too, Sulie explained, his gaze drifting downward meaningfully. Li Tianlang immediately caught on, ignoring the foam at the corners of his mouth as he rubbed his hands together excitedly. Seeing his eager expression, Sulie silently swallowed the words frequent urination, urgency, incomplete voiding that had been on the tip of his tongue. Eat as much as you want, Sulie said, thinking to himself that it certainly wouldn't help with those particular issues. And so, on the mechanical island, a farcical episode born of gluttony came to an end, adding a unique splash of color to the otherwise monotonous life at the base. A faint golden light emanated from the incubation chamber. Unlike the usual glimmer from the petri dishes that heralded the birth of new mechanoids, this light seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, flowing like a celestial river toward a secluded chamber. Inside the chamber, 5 golden cores hovered and rotated, their surfaces entwined with intricate mechanical sequences. As the starlight glow continuously poured in, one of the cores suddenly burst into a dazzling golden radiance, and the mechanical sequences began to expand outward. From within the golden light, a figure emerged. She curled her body, hugging her knees to her chest, with golden hair cascading like a waterfall. The mechanical sequences danced across her form, eventually coalescing into a form-fitting golden gown. 2 elders stood nearby, their eyes fixed intently on the newborn mechanoid, their faces alight with excitement. Their long wait had finally borne fruit. Her golden lashes quivered briefly, and as the light dissipated, her delicate toes lightly touched the edge of the petri dish before lifting off again. Weightless, she hovered midair and slowly opened her golden eyes. With the curiosity of the newly born, she floated gracefully toward the glass wall, observing the 4 mechanoids on the other side. Wonderful! At last, it's been born. This is 3347, one of the elders exclaimed with excitement. I truly never thought I'd live to see the birth of 3347. The newly born mechanoid, however, showed little interest in the companions outside. Instead, her attention turned to the other 4 petri dishes. The golden cores within them began to spin rapidly the moment she appeared. She extended her slender fingers, gently touching each core as though engaging in a silent exchange. A faint, confident smile graced her lips. She had finally claimed a physical form before any of her sisters. Eve, still groggy and dressed in an oversized t-shirt, arrived in the incubation chamber on a hoverboard. Her eyes immediately locked onto the golden figure, and a faint golden shimmer flickered in her gaze. Instantly, a stream of data flashed through her mind. Upon seeing the new mechanoid's attributes, even Eve couldn't help but gasp softly. The mechanoid, designated Junwei S01, boasted astonishing stats: speed 103, acceleration 195, maneuverability 180, stability 70, defense 75, braking 100, and a previously unseen attribute telekinesis 237. These specifications far exceeded the average benchmark of 150 for S-class mechanoids, yet her glaring weaknesses prevented her from reaching S-class status. However, the unique telekinesis attribute made her the first mechanoid in recent years on the mechanical island to possess 7 distinct attributes. Behind the glass wall, Junwei watched the live broadcast of a figure battling through a swarm of insects, her cheeks flushing slightly. The golden gown she wore instantly disassembled into mechanical sequences, reconfiguring into a long-made outfit paired with white thigh-high stockings and black leather shoes. She swept her golden hair into an elegant updo, initially considering adding a cattail accessory, but ultimately decided against it. After one last check of her appearance in the reflection of the glass wall, Junwei's figure suddenly vanished from within. In the next instant, she reappeared beside Eve. With graceful poise, she curtsied and stood before Eve with a faint smile. The display of her teleportation ability left Eve utterly stunned. Such an advanced technique in its class mechanoid was unheard of. Internally, Eve began to regret her earlier decision. Who cares about Sulie? Now she wasn't so sure about handing Junwei over. What should she do? Eve scratched her pale blue hair in frustration, looking completely different from her usual confident and commanding presence at the Human Council. Her slightly swollen eyes and heavy dark circles clearly marked her as a chronic insomniac. She stared blankly at Junwei in front of her, her mind filled with questions. How could this class mecha girl so adeptly use the void teleportation ability that only S-class mecha girls were supposed to possess? When she opened her terminal and saw the edited video from Tao Tao, an uneasy feeling washed over her. The explosive display of the Red Spear assault skill gave her instant clarity about the source of Junwei's abilities. Eve was already familiar with the Red Spear's template, and she knew the configurations of the mecha girls by Sulie's side like the back of her hand. For a mecha girl with such attributes, obtaining skills without unlocking inherent abilities was no easy feat, yet under Sulie's control, Lightning and Red Spear seemed to function like skill refresher machines. If her memory served her right, this was Sulie's first time piloting Red Spear. Assault. A 1-kilometer radius, capable of executing flash attacks in 8 directions through void positioning. Junwei only needed one glance to decipher the core technology of the skill void teleportation. Moreover, she appeared to wield it with ease. Compared to other mecha girls who relied on conventional methods, Junwei could even hover midair without the aid of a flight module, likely due to her telekinetic attributes. Her terrifying learning ability, combined with an unknown power system, left Eve feeling helpless. Not only was Junwei unwilling to share her secrets, but Eve was tempted to take back both Lightning and Red Spear. Just when she thought of assigning Sulie a smarter mecha girl, this one had jumped out on her own. Why did the world seem to conspire with such coincidences around him? Reluctantly, she sighed to herself, let her stay on the island for now. Junwei, on the other hand, was utterly confused. She had worked hard to stand out among her sisters, only to find herself left alone. Her initial plan was to quickly reunite with her master, so why was she being told to stay here? Glancing at the governor, whose gaze seemed distant, Junwei's doubts only deepened. Ahem, well, the pilot you've been assigned to might not have enough military merits to complete your upgrades anytime soon, she explained. And besides, your defensive and stability systems are too weak. If you enter the battlefield like this, your safety cannot be guaranteed. But if I don't go, my master won't be able to accumulate military merits. Eve quickly retorted, her voice filled with urgency. What are you even talking about? Junwei replied, her expression tinged with doubt. It's just a temporary stay on the island. With the 3 mecha girls by his side, how could he not earn military merits? A flicker of confusion crossed Junwei's face as she turned her gaze back to her governor. Governor, don't you know? Lightning and Red Spear have already been overused by him. On the first day of the live broadcast, during a single clearing mission, the 2 mecha girls had already been pushed to their limits. Now, with a lack of firepower, the forward base had suspended all external clearing missions. Overused. Eve, still groggy from exhaustion, lowered her head to re-watch the video. Only then did she realize that Sulie had been fighting against the main combat units of the Zerg enemies typically encountered only on the central battlefield. At the end of the video, the exhausted Hong Ying automatically retracted her expanded form, clutching tightly onto Sulie as they descended. The scene froze under Junwei's slender fingers. Xiaohua gasped audibly, her scalp tingling as a chilling thought crossed her mind. Did it break? These 3 simple and straightforward words were impossible to ignore. A gynoid with physical capabilities far beyond human limits, yet pushed to the point of exhaustion? If it weren't for the video evidence, she would have dismissed it as an absurd joke. And yet, at this moment, she felt like the joke herself. Once again, she had underestimated him. She had made the same mistake twice with the same person. Could it be that the gynoids produced by Mechanical Island had exaggerated stats? While Xiaohua harbored doubts about Mechanical Island, she had never doubted Sulie. He had only been piloting gynoids for a few years at most. Humans, even geniuses, require time to grow. First, he dominated competitions, standing his ground against the Zerg, then once again dominated competitions before she sent him to the frontline base. How many days had he been there in total? The lightning in the video, if she wasn't mistaken, was already its level. How had he managed that? A man with nothing to his name. Where did he get the upgrade modules? For most people, owning such a resource would mean prioritizing their strongest gynoid, but he had given it to Lightning. Did this mean he had even more upgrade modules? Could he be a secret weapon cultivated by a powerful organization? Who was behind him? At this point, she could no longer believe he was acting alone. An unknown student with exceptional piloting skills, backed by a force capable of providing upgrade modules. What kind of powerful organization could offer such covert support? Did their connection begin before or after the cold extraction star mission? And why had her intelligence network failed to detect anything? As she mulled over these thoughts and glanced at the impatient Junwei before her, Xiaohua suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. Waving her hand, she said, "Go to the Inspection Corps headquarters and take Han Hai with you." She realized that all matters on the capital star could be put on hold. Uncovering the forces behind Sulie was the true priority. Whether or not Sulie would take offense was no longer a concern for her. Hearing this, Junwei's expression visibly flickered with displeasure, but she quickly let it go, thinking to herself that adding another gynoid wouldn't hurt. After all, what if she broke down too? She bowed to Xiaohua, then vanished abruptly. Staring at the now empty room and the four dumbfounded faces around her, Xiaohua clutched her chest in disbelief. She could even teleport remotely through the void. Did you see that? She can teleport remotely through the void. The two elders nodded in unison, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they looked towards the remaining four golden cores. Precious treasures. Every one of them. The sight of the cores only made Xiaohua's heart ache even more. Thinking about the four gynoids yet to be sent out, she felt as if she could barely breathe. Cut off his resources. If he had backing, let them provide the upgrade modules. She was determined to see if his forces could truly support so many gynoids. With this decision, Xiaohua felt slightly relieved, telling herself, yes, they'll restrict his access to upgrade module resources. Such materials were exclusive to Mechanical Island. Even if his side could supply them, how many could they possibly provide? As the number of gynoids around him grew, even a stockpile of upgrade modules would be rapidly depleted. She refused to believe otherwise. Sooner or later, Sulie would come to her for help. And when that time came, not only would she reclaim the upgrade modules, but even the gynoids would be taken back. In the outpost, Heiyu opened her eyes in the darkness. She carefully pulled off the thin blanket covering her and quietly reached out to pinch one of Sulie's fingers. In her other hand, she held a sharp scalpel, trembling slightly. She murmured to herself, "I'm not hurting my master. I'm just letting his blood to dispel dampness." She kept repeating this to herself as a form of self-hypnosis, while slowly bringing the scalpel closer to Sulie's fingertip. Just one drop of blood, and she could form a core contract with him. The thought of even Hongying having resonated with him made her furious. She couldn't endure this temporary contract arrangement any longer. The scalpel inched closer, but despite her self-persuasion, the laws embedded in her mechanical core kept issuing warning signals. How could I harm my own master? She froze in place, silently cursing her own incompetence. She recalled how, when Sulie was injured, she hadn't thought to simply roll her core through his blood. Just then, the room was suddenly illuminated by a golden light, and two figures appeared out of nowhere, crashing heavily onto Sulie's bed. Heiyu felt something press down on her head, pinning her against Sulie. In her panic, the scalpel accidentally nicked Sulie's finger. "Who's there?" Sulie sat up abruptly, switching on the bedside lamp. Under the light, two golden-haired gynoids were sitting obediently on top of Heiyu, staring at him intently. Heiyu, meanwhile, was frantically struggling beneath them. The sudden brightness made Han Hai squint instinctively. Seeing Heiyu still writhing, she awkwardly stepped off her, standing to the side. Meeting someone for the first time on their bed, this situation was inappropriate no matter how you looked at it. She gave Sulie an embarrassed smile and introduced herself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Han Hai from the Supervisory Corps. I've been dispatched by the governor to assist you." The moment she spoke, Han Hai's face flushed red. Here he was, peacefully asleep in bed, and she came barging in to assist. Who in their right mind would show up on someone's bed to offer help? Junwei's large eyes roved around the room unabashedly in the light. Sulie felt overwhelmed. There was simply too much information to process all at once. Looking at the gynoids on his bed and standing beside it, even his composure couldn't hold up. "Are you all insane? It's the middle of the night. What is going on here?" Two women had dropped from the sky in the dead of night, claiming to be sent by the governor to assist him. Assist with what? And how on earth did they end up in his bedroom? Were the outpost security measures just for show? Sulie's eyes widened, narrowing slightly as he focused on the two gynoids before him, swallowing hard. They had appeared so abruptly on his bed, without the slightest warning. How had Mechanical Island managed this? Without a specialized void beacon, how could they have achieved such long-distance teleportation? Wasn't it impossible to transport living beings through void teleportation over such distances? A flood of questions filled his mind, and as he stared at the two unexpected arrivals, his expression turned increasingly peculiar. What exactly was Mechanical Island trying to accomplish with this move? Junwei didn't care much about anything else. She lunged forward, tightly hugged Sulie, and planted two light kisses on his face, exclaiming excitedly, "Master, I finally found you." Sulie looked utterly confused and stammered, "You? Who are you?" "Someone else's master. Why are you hugging and kissing me?" Lightning had just woken up, her eyes hazy. She tried to struggle to her feet, but found herself completely powerless, unable to move at all. Even though several hours had passed, she still felt incredibly weak and could only issue warning glares with her eyes. Black Feather finally stood up, cautiously scanning the room where the two mechanical girls had suddenly appeared. Junwei tilted her head playfully, her nose twitching slightly as she noticed the blood on Sulie's finger. Her face lit up with delight as she quickly extracted her core, grasped his finger, and pressed it against it. A gentle golden glow flashed, and Junwei's large eyes narrowed with satisfaction, resembling a golden cat. Master, you're so thoughtful. You're so kind to Junwei. Gone was the noble and icy demeanor she had displayed upon their first meeting. Instead, she affectionately snuggled up to Sulie, rubbing her golden head gently against his cheek. Flustered, Sulie pushed the blonde maid away and shakily pulled the blanket over himself, his mind filled with questions. What on earth is going on? He had never imagined he'd be forced into a contract. Lightning's eyes burned with fury as she demanded, You are outrageous. Who are you? And what are you trying to do? Hanhai, don't yell. We mean no harm. Junwei whined, clinging to Sulie. Master, stop pushing me away. At that moment, 038 burst through the door, shouting cautiously. Who is it? Are we under attack? Right behind her, 032 entered and froze when she saw Hanhai. As a direct subordinate of the governor, she had not received any orders. How could a senior officer of the inspection team appear at the forward base? Could it be that the inspection team had gone rogue, bypassing the governor and heading straight to the front lines? And that unfamiliar mechanical girl, what was she doing lying on top of Sulie? Was she trying to strangle him with her hair? Seeing Sulie clutching the blanket tightly, 032 couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. A sharp click broke the tension as a firearm's safety was disengaged and the bolt was pulled back. Don't shoot. They're allies. Sulie roared angrily, his heart pounding with urgency. Junwei continued to whine beside him. Master, you're so good to me. Can someone tell me what's going on? Just let me sort this out. Sulie's mind was in chaos. How could something like forced contracts even exist? The room descended into utter pandemonium. Black Feather glared at Junwei, who was still fawning over Sulie, as if she were staring at an arch-nemesis. Her eyes suddenly gleamed as she noticed the blood on Sulie's finger. Silently, she extracted her own core and hid it behind her back before striding quickly towards Sulie. Master, you're bleeding. Here, let me help you, she said, holding her core and furiously rubbing it against his finger, as if trying to coat the entire core with his blood. A strange sensation surged through her, and for the first time, Black Feather felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Outside, Hong Ying lay sprawled on the sofa, listening to the commotion inside. She was so anxious that sweat beaded on her forehead, but she was too weak to move. She could only shout from the couch. What's going on in there? Everyone shut up. Unable to bear it any longer, Sulie suddenly stood up from the bed, the slipping blanket revealing his well-built physique. The cacophony filling the room was driving him to the brink of madness. Holding a pair of colorful shorts in one hand, he pointed toward the door with the other and bellowed, Get out! All of you! Junwei pouted slightly, letting go of Sulie's shorts. The other mecha girls filed out in a single line, heading toward the command room. Scattered throughout the room, they exchanged wary glances, their gazes brimming with hostility. Sulie grumpily put on his military uniform and ruffled the lightning-like streak in his hair, which seemed ready to spark in anger, before stepping out of the bedroom. The moment Sulie appeared, an overwhelming pressure descended upon all the mecha girls. Heiyu immediately dropped to her knees with a thud in front of him, bowing her head in silence. She vividly remembered the last time she saw that expression on Sulie's facade had nearly cost her her life. The lingering fear from that moment still haunted her, so she knelt without hesitation, setting an example for the others. After all, she had already signed a core contract with Sulie. Getting scolded or even whipped didn't matter. Her dignity was insignificant compared to the binding power of the core contract. Junwei glanced at the other mecha girls, then quickly walked to Sulie's side. With a similar thud, she knelt beside Heiyu. Seeing Sulie's terrifying gaze, 038 followed suit and knelt down as well. When Sulie's eyes swept over 032, a chill ran down her spine. Standing stiffly, she saluted Sulie, silently flicked the safety on her firearm, and stood guard by the door. Hanhai, watching the three mecha girls kneeling in formation ahead of her, hesitated before slowly shuffling forward to kneel as well. But as soon as she knelt, a wave of doubt surged in her heart. Why should she kneel? She wasn't one of Sulie's mecha girls. Besides, mecha girls had rights too, didn't they? Were they supposed to throw away their pride just because Sulie didn't say a word? She struggled to stand, but hesitated. Wasn't it too late to get up now that she had already knelt? Besides, breaking into someone's bedroom in the middle of the night probably warranted an apology. Still, it was clearly Junwei's fault. What did it have to do with her? On the sofa, Hong Ying grew increasingly anxious. She hadn't been able to see anything while in the bedroom, and even now, with only the back of the sofa separating her from the others, she still couldn't catch a glimpse of Sulie, which made her feel even more distressed. Sulie glanced at the mechanical girl kneeling before him, and the anger in his heart immediately subsided. He looked at 038 with a mix of amusement and exasperation, reaching out to help her up as he spoke with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Sister, there's no need for you to join in on this drama. You didn't do anything wrong, so why are you kneeling too? 038 froze for a moment, as if suddenly realizing the truth in his words. She thought to herself, that's right. Today's security is being handled by the Vanguard squad. Her gaze shifted toward 032, standing at the doorway. However, 032 averted her eyes, pretending not to notice. Pulling 038 to his side, Sulie looked at the three mechanical girls in front of him and felt a headache coming on. One at a time, he said. Junwei, unbothered, raised her hand eagerly. He'll go first. Junwei S01, the master's new mechanical girl. It took me a lot of effort to develop my form ahead of schedule, and I came to find you as soon as I could. Sulie glanced at the blonde maid and noticed her hands trembling slightly behind her back. He thought to himself, this is the first time I've encountered a mechanical girl with stats exceeding 200, especially her psychic abilities completely unheard of. Master, I've been through so much. Traveling alone is one thing, but the governor insisted I bring Hanhai along. I had to teleport over 300 times without rest to reach the forward base. It was exhausting. Junwei gestured with her hands to form a large circle, her face showing an innocent expression. Master, can you give me something to eat? I haven't eaten anything since I was manufactured. I want a feast this big. Hanhai kept her head lowered, not daring to meet Sulie's eyes. She couldn't shake the feeling that his aura was even more intimidating than the governor's. If the governor exuded the majesty of a ruler, Sulie radiated an ominous, heavy menace. You said you teleported all the way here? How do you have the exact coordinates of my bedroom? Sulie felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. Junwei lifted her face, her golden eyes narrowing slightly. Because I'm your exclusive mechanical girl, of course. Not just Mimi, four sisters can do it too. Sulie silently retreated another 2 steps, thinking to himself. So obsessive types come in groups now. She even has 4 sisters. He instinctively glanced toward his bedroom, only to see Lightning lying there alone, staring at him longingly. Relieved that there weren't 4 additional figures on the bed, Sulie finally exhaled and turned back to Junwei, momentarily at a loss for words. This mechanical girl's enthusiasm toward him was overwhelmingly intense. Moreover, an S-class mechanical girl with such overpowered attributes forcing a contract with him no matter how he looked at it, the whole situation seemed bizarre. At that moment, Hanhai spoke up. They are exclusive mechanical girls created by the laws of mechanics, designed to be compatible with you. Junwei emerged early, while the other 4 are still in incubation. You'll probably need to wait a while before meeting them. She introduced herself again. Hanhai, Vice Captain of the Inspection Corps. Regarding the incident of landing on your bed, I sincerely apologize once again. Sulie looked at the bespectacled woman kneeling before him and quickly reached out to help her up. Having the deputy captain of the inspection corps kneel and admit fault was not something he felt entitled to. His gaze lingered momentarily on the heavy frontal armor of the Hanhai mecha, then shifted to her face, which was filled with a mix of apology, awkwardness, and unease, perhaps even a trace of fear toward him. What exactly was she afraid of? Why had the second-in-command of the inspection corps been transferred to this remote outpost? Was it merely to monitor the progress of the experiments? Or was there some new directive from the Human Council? Doubts swirled in his mind, but he knew even if he voiced them, no answers would be forthcoming. Jia, tell Kolian to get up and work an extra shift, Sulie said. Though the timing wasn't ideal, they might as well treat it as a late-night snack to welcome the captain. 038 acknowledged with a quick nod and headed out. Her face was flushed. She was still embarrassed from obediently kneeling earlier. She slapped her thigh hard, wondering why it felt so soft today, making it so easy for her to kneel down. Sulie's gaze eventually fell on Heiyu. The latter shivered under his scrutiny, her twin tails trembling slightly as her hands clutched the hem of her dress tightly. Don't you have anything to say? Sulie asked. 2 shouldn't have forced a contract on you. Heiyu stammered, her expression showing a hint of pitifulness. But I just wanted to stay with you forever. Seeing her like this, Sulie knew she was putting on an act, but thinking back on their time together, he couldn't help but sigh. His scalp tingled, his head felt heavy, and the wound on his fingertip was still dripping blood. He glanced silently toward the couch's armrest, where a head struggled to move but couldn't turn. Hong Ying's single ponytail was short, swaying slightly as it hung there. Even though her body was paralyzed, she was still trying her hardest. Sulie stepped around Heiyu and approached Hong Ying. The moment she saw him, her eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Your core, will you sign it? She asked, hesitating for a moment. Her face flushed slightly, though she wasn't entirely sure what was happening. To her, nothing else mattered anymore. Sulie was safe, and now he even wanted to form a core contract with her. A drop of his blood slid onto the golden core, seeping into it. Junwei leaned in close to Sulie, watching intently as he completed the contract. Then, she gently took his still bleeding finger into her mouth, her small tongue softly licking it. Sulie instinctively pulled his hand back. Though they were now bound by a core contract, such an intimate gesture felt overly familiar. Junwei's lips pouted briefly, but she quickly broke into a happy smile. The kitchen was well stocked with food since the mecha girls on night duty often replenished their energy after completing missions. Within minutes, the command room's table was filled with an assortment of dishes. Junwei dove in immediately, devouring the food ravenously before Kalyan could even finish setting the table. Sulie gestured politely to Han Hai, who gave an awkward smile and took a seat on one of the chairs. On Mechanical Island, Governor Eve's bedroom wasn't particularly spacious. In the small room, there was a tiny bed, with sunlight streaming through the curtains onto the floor. The terrace offered a breathtaking view of the entire Mechanical Island. Xiaohua sat slumped on the bed, her eyes lifeless. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Meanwhile, Yihua sat on the edge of the bed, her tears and snot mingling as she poured out her grievances. Her gaze occasionally darted toward the unresponsive Xiaohua. Governor, you have no idea how much I've suffered. Without Han Hai, how am I supposed to survive? She shrugged helplessly, as if crying, though it looked more like she was shaking off imaginary fleas. Her fragility was completely at odds with the image of a proper woman. I wake up earlier than the cats and sleep later than the chickens. Without Han Hai, I'll probably meet an untimely end before I even grow old. A vein pulsed faintly on Xiaohua's forehead as Yihua blew her nose noisily, producing a sound that defied description. After all these years, if I haven't earned your gratitude, I've at least done my share of hard work. I've shed blood and risked my life for the Mechanical Island. How can you treat me like this? Honestly, you might not know this, but I'm terrible with directions. Without Han Hai, I wouldn't even know which way the inspection team's gate opens. Why don't you do me a favor and give Han Hai back to me? If that's not possible, I'll go there myself. Plenty of people on the island can take over my job. Isn't Sulie short on people? With Han Hai as my left hand, I can reluctantly serve as a right hand. Xiaohua finally reached the limit of her patience and shot Yihua sideways glance. You? A right hand? You're more like a second-rate hand. Well, it doesn't matter what kind of hand I am. If I go, at least I won't be bothering you here. But if you don't let me go, I'll be back after work tomorrow. Yihua urged desperately. Han Hai went over to investigate the forces that might be backing Sulie. What would you even do there? Xiaohua asked coldly. I'd lead the team, of course. He has over 200 mecha girls under his command. If I don't go, what if he rallies them to rebel? Yihua argued anxiously. Xiaohua said nothing more, simply raising her hand to point toward her terrace. She just wanted this second-rate hand to leave as soon as possible. Yihua's face lit up with joy, and in an instant, she flew out onto the terrace. No longer the hopelessly directionally challenged individual, she headed straight for the Mechanical Island's exclusive airfield. If she moved quickly enough, she could catch a cargo ship transporting supplies. Once on board, with the vast sky as her playground, she could go wherever she pleased. Outside the outpost, dust and smoke filled the air. Sulie leaned casually against the railings of the mountain wall, looking down at the mechs engaged in routine combat training. Despite Zhang Qiaoyang's advancing age, he remained an exceptional pilot. With his class mech, Songling, he could often hold his own against this class mech, Yurong, and even outmaneuver Li Tianlang on technical skills. As Zhang Qiaoyang's apprentice, Li Tianlang was skilled, but his tendency to rely on flashy moves often left him vulnerable, giving Zhang Qiaoyang the upper hand. These flaws were especially evident in large-scale battles. Zhang Chongping stood at the narrow pass, drenched in sweat, which trickled down his forehead. Jian Dun, his mech, stood beside him, fanning him while keeping a focused eye on the ongoing match. Master, your dad is amazing. If he fought against that crazy Su, who do you think would win? Zhang Changping's gaze was blank, his mind empty, and his hands trembled slightly. Su Li's training methods were undeniably effective, but they were also grueling. Zhang Chongping had only managed to control 4 steel spheres so far against someone like Zhang Qiaoyang. He was bound to be outmatched. Jian Dun turned back and used a damp towel to wipe the sweat off Zhang Changping's face. On the field, the pale silver mech was once again caught with a blade at its neck. Inside the cockpit, Li Tianlang disengaged, soaked to the skin as though had just been pulled out of water. His mech, Yurong, unfolded to assist him as he stumbled a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Yurong had to carry him with one hand and place him under the shade of an umbrella near Zhang Chongping. No, that's it. I'm done. Let me tell you, skinny monkey, it's not that I can't beat your dad, it's because I'm poisoned. That's why I'm weak. He desperately tried to justify his defeat, though even he didn't believe his own words. Zhang Qiaoyang seemed rejuvenated after Zhang Changping's arrival, clearly enjoying teaching his own son more than anyone else. After all, even belated fatherly love was still fatherly love. He walked over to the two of them, taking the towel Jian Dun handed him and wiping the sweat from his forehead. You've got a long way to go. Xiao Lizi managed to beat me with just a class mech. You two need to train harder. Li Tianlang rolled his eyes and gasped for breath. How can you compare humans to beasts? At this comment, everyone froze for a moment, silently agreeing in their hearts. Even Zhang Chaiyang simply cleared his throat and said nothing more. It was the first time he'd seen a pilot push a Mech AI to the point of exhaustion. Junwei sat on a high platform, swinging her legs as she turned to observe Sulie. Master, they're talking bad about you. Should I teach them a lesson? No need, but you can show me one of your specialties besides void teleportation. Junwei tilted her head, then stood upright. Placing one hand on the rail, she leapt off the platform and hovered effortlessly in midair. Her luxurious golden hair danced in the breeze, radiating a faint golden glow. With a delicate finger pointing gently at the ground, the earth trembled instantly. Sulie lowered his gaze, staring in awe at the unbelievable scene before him. His pupils widened sharply as a perfectly cut rectangular block of earth and stone silently rose into the air, hovering beside Junwei. The massive stone, 5 meters long and 2 meters wide and tall, had a surface smooth as a mirror, as if it had been precisely sliced by an invisible blade. Tiny fragments of rock crumbled from its edges, tumbling into the crater below. With another light tap of her finger, the colossal stone emitted a deafening explosion midair, vanishing without a trace in an instant. This method of attack was unlike anything known among all other mecha girls, leaving Sulie to wonder if he had somehow stepped into another world. Telekinesis? Could such a being still be called a mecha girl? Junwei turned gracefully, a magnificent golden mech silhouette materializing behind her. She walked lightly through the air, each step causing her humanoid form to blur until she fully transformed into the colossal golden mech's outstretched hand. Under the sunlight, the dazzling golden hue was even more striking. Master, would you like to take it for a test drive? Without hesitation, Sulie leapt onto her hand, staring at the golden mech before him. As the cockpit sealed shut, he immediately donned the helmet. Beside him, Li Tianling stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. This time, he didn't suggest Yurong try to mimic what they had just witnessed. Strength beyond strength had once thought He Yu was the pinnacle of power, but now he realized the gap between individuals could be so immense. Junwei's console shimmered with a unique golden light, but the experience of wearing this helmet was unlike any other mecha girl. The moment it was on, Sulie felt a strange mental connection, as though the entire mech had become an extension of his body. This was no longer the physical control typical of a mecha girl, it was a state akin to perfect harmony between man and machine. He could even sense every wisp of wind brushing against the mech's surface, a level of sensory feedback he had never imagined. Eagerly, he began inputting commands, but he stopped abruptly after just 2 keystrokes. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, had suddenly realized he couldn't pilot this mecha girl at all. With an acceleration of 195 and mobility of 180, these figures were nearly double the speed of lightning. His current low-resistance anti-G suit couldn't possibly endure such immense force impact. Reluctantly, Sulie removed the helmet, manually disengaged the safety system, and opened the cockpit. Junwei clutched her chest, her expression filled with guilt and worry. Through their mental link, she had immediately realized her oversight. Master, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. It's all right. I was just too impatient, Sulie reassured her. It'll be fine in time. With the abundance of nutrients at the forward base, my physical fitness will improve soon enough. The colossal mech vanished, leaving the two standing once again at the platform's edge. Watching Sulie deep in thought, Junwei wished she could open her own head to check for flaws. She silently berated herself. What an idiot. If Sulie hadn't remembered in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. She had hoped that solidifying her form would help solve her master's problems, but instead of being helpful, she had added to the burden another mouth to feed, no less. Especially Han Hai, with her astonishing appetite. How could such a small body consume so much food? Was it all stored in her chest? Junwei muttered to herself. They'll have to check that out later. After a night of rest, Lightning and Hongying finally felt the pain in their bodies. The numbness from earlier paralysis had masked it, but now the soreness surged over them like a tidal wave, leaving them overwhelmed. The persistent ache made it impossible to feel any sort of cheer. Meanwhile, Han Hai sat at Sulie's desk, engrossed in the data summaries before him, seemingly unfazed by the sounds of groaning in the background. Sulie, ever gentle in demeanor, said little as she seamlessly took over the base's daily operations. The information was clear and organized, with all expenses accounted for. In this small outpost, all intelligence fit into a single folder, which she efficiently sorted through by mid-morning. Aside from occasional minor cases of resource reselling, the base had no significant issues. Was it because he was hiding something too well, or had the governor misjudged the situation? Han Hai adjusted his glasses, casually picking up a wood louse from the plate and popping it into his mouth. If no evidence could be found on him, then it was time to investigate those around him, perhaps starting with the late Zhang Chuyang. She bit into the wood louse as her fingers flew over the keyboard, hacking into a federal database with ease. Within minutes, she had what she needed. Lightning cast a resentful glance at Han Hai. Her expression complicated as suspicion crept into her mind. Was this machine girl just freeloading? After all, she had eaten so much the night before, continued through breakfast, and still hadn't stopped. Her gaze shifted to the massive object on the table, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Just then, Sulie entered the room, catching sight of Lightning gritting her teeth. Concerned, he asked, "Is it really that bad? Let me help you with a massage." He sat down on the sofa, placing Lightning's legs on his lap before starting to knead them, inch by inch. Lightning's cheeks flushed visibly, her expression growing shy and hesitant. Sulie's large hands pressed into her calves, though it hurt at first. Each motion gradually eased the soreness. Before long, she started humming softly in comfort. Nearby, Hongying looked on enviously, her longing evident, but she could do nothing but watch. While massaging Lightning, Sulie opened the system interface, browsing through the recommended items in the marketplace before checking his inventory. He still had over 20 vials of basic enhancement fluid, and his current physical condition was already on par with his previous life. Using more of the basic fluid would yield no further benefits. The improvements from consuming Zerg meat in his daily diet far surpassed the effects of basic enhancement fluid. The next step would be further strengthening. He had 64 vials of a grade enhancement fluid and 38 vials of grade enhancement fluid. With a strategic combination, he could meet the requirements to pilot Junwei in less than a month. The energy reserves were also steadily increasing. The last time he killed a large Zerg species and completed a mission, he earned 70,000 energy points. System missions included, but weren't limited to, extermination tasks, and the number of Zerg killed during each outing varied. For this reason, he hadn't paid too much attention to the specifics. As Sulie continued to eliminate the Zerg, the task was gradually completed, and the rewards grew increasingly generous. Staring at the nearly 200,000 energy points displayed on the system interface, Sulie unconsciously increased the intensity of his massage on Lightning's legs. An Scrade upgrade module alone required 150,000 energy points, making him realize that the energy he had wasn't as abundant as it seemed. According to the military merit exchange chart, the pricing for modules was the same in energy points, but after days of battling Zerg at the forward base, his military merits only amounted to 10,000 points. Clearly, earning military merits seemed much slower than accumulating energy points. However, Sulie understood that there were various ways to gain merits. In addition to killing Zerg, completing specific missions or providing rare materials could also yield substantial rewards. Considering this, the speed of acquiring both appeared to be roughly equivalent. If he could locate some rare mineral deposits, the advantage of military merits would become immediately apparent. Moreover, the energy point exchange system meant he didn't have to rely on Mechanical Island. Looking at the system's gift of over 300 lottery spins, Sulie curiously opened the prize wheel. A guaranteed purple item every 10 spins. This familiar game mechanic was no stranger to him, and he guessed there were likely more guarantees further down. Sure enough, after scrolling down, he saw the words, "Guaranteed gold item every 100 spins." Bored, he pulled the lever of the lottery system, watching as the machine slowly rotated, with various items swirling inside the massive sphere. Although the fairness of the lottery system was questionable, it appeared unbiased on the surface. Among the items were socks, underwear, and other miscellaneous goods, and surprisingly, even Scrade modules. As the machine spun, Sulie found it increasingly hard to suppress his excitement. Before he realized it, his hands had moved from Lightning's calves to her thighs. Lightning's cheeks flushed slightly as she noticed Sulie's focused gaze, seemingly understanding her master's preference. She glanced sideways at Hanhai, thinking to herself, with legs just 1.6 meters tall, there's no advantage whatsoever. The time for growth has passed, and no amount of food will change that. Sulie remained fixated on the lottery machine until it finally slowed to a stop. The results? 8 pairs of colorful stockings, a professional outfit, and a set of grade upgrade modules. To his surprise, the professional outfit was purple, with a description indicating that when worn by a mech girl, it could effectively enhance the pilot's combat efficiency and increase attack speed. The outfit's bonus made Sulie chuckle. However, seeing his inventory half filled with various stockings, he couldn't help but pull the lever again and again. The next results included cosmetics, chocolates, number 82 lubricant, a childless pouch, and even a small whip. The guaranteed gold item after 100 spins turned out to be a fragment of an Scrade upgrade module. 6 fragments were required to exchange for one specified Scrade module. Sulie realized that nothing in this world came easy. Refocusing his attention, his hands unconsciously returned to Lightning's ankles, massaging inch by inch. With over a dozen grade modules and 20 sets of Crade modules, he suddenly realized he had discovered a quick way to accumulate military merits. The forward base was teeming with low-level mech girls, and they carried a significant amount of untapped merits. Have you heard? The officer is applying for upgrade modules for us. Did you hear about it? You'll sign up, right? Even though the chances are slim, there's still hope. The former commander said the same thing, but after a whole year of applying, all the military merits were returned without success. The former commander was a good person, but in the end, it was because we either lacked pilots or the pilots had gone missing that we couldn't apply for upgrade modules. How do you know ITLL worked this time? Maybe ITLL just be another false hope. Don't sign up. Let me test the waters first. That's nonsense. Around the base, the mech girls were discussing the matter. Despite the heated debates, none of them hesitated. For them, upgrade modules meant life itself. With upgraded modules, they could enhance their combat abilities and at least stand a chance when facing danger, instead of being completely defenseless. Song Ling held a terminal, recording things, while Sulie cooperated with Tao Tao in what they called a mukbang stream. The bugs did taste good, but Sulie really couldn't eat anymore. 3 empty plates were stacked in front of him, and his stomach was already uncomfortably full. Looking at the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, Sulie let out a burp and waved at Tao Tao. Bro, I really can't eat anymore. Details, pay attention to the details. Tao Tao mouthed to Sulie, reminding him of the little things. Seeing Sulie pick up a bug's bone to explain it, Tao Tao finally grinned in satisfaction. The video views skyrocketed, leading to a surge in his followers. Nowadays, even at 40 years old, Tao Tao would wake up in the middle of the night to check his back-end data. The ever-increasing numbers made him feel like he was teetering between reality and illusion, unable to distinguish which was real and which was a dream without keeping his eyes wide open. Sulie gave Song Ling a thumbs up and gestured that he was done for the day. Letting out a long breath, he felt like nothing in life was easy. For confidentiality reasons, Junwei and Han Hai were not allowed on camera. Despite having 2 competitive eaters idle, they insisted on making Sulie, a pilot, take the spotlight in front of the camera. He let out a loud burp, took the registration form handed to him by Song Ling, flipped to the last page, and found that almost every mech girl in the base had submitted an application. Some were even willing to pay a high price for the upgrade modules. Why isn't your name on the list? Song Ling froze and lowered her head without saying a word. Go ahead and fill it out. Our outpost isn't exactly safe. The earlier you upgrade, the better ITLL be for you and Uncle Zhang's safety. A class mech girls will be reassigned to the main battlefield. Don't worry, no one will know if you become a class. Hearing this, Song Ling's eyes widened. Commander, every single upgrade module is tracked and recorded. Are you saying you'll assign this module under someone else's name? That would mean she'll lose her eligibility to apply for another one in the future. Sulie waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I have my ways. Just make a detailed record of your current stats and how many modules you'll need. They'll look into it and give you an answer in a couple of days. Remember, it's important to calculate the number of modules you'll need. Song Ling held the terminal, her expression complicated as she looked at Sulie. It was as if, in his eyes, these upgrade modules were nothing more than trivial matters. At the outpost base, every mech girl understood the difficulty of obtaining module approvals. Everyone put in their utmost effort to accumulate military merits, all in the hope of leaving behind a meaningful keepsake. Yet, so many spent their entire lives striving, only to fall short of acquiring a module of their own. Song Ling hesitated before taking a step forward, heading outside. Collecting the mech girls' requests was a small task. However, if she failed, these girls would once again be plunged into despair. Song Lingjia, don't overthink it. Even if this hope turns out to be false, our lives are already much better than before. We have plenty of bugs to eat every day, abundant harvests, and more time to train. Even without modules, with enough training, we can still improve some of our attributes over the years, one of the mech girls said, trying to comfort her. Exactly. The officer is young, maybe lacking experience, but we're not in a position to advise him. Even if things don't work out, no one will blame him. He's so young, yet already so capable. For him, our outpost base is just the beginning. The fact that he's willing to do something for us is already enough to make us grateful. Hearing this, Song Ling's eyes turned slightly red. She was one of them, and over the years, she had witnessed too many of her sisters vanish on the battlefield. If anyone in this world needed hope and something to hold on to, it was undoubtedly these warriors fighting on the front lines. Everyone, line up for the count. Watching as the mech girls formed an orderly line, Song Ling finally made up her mind. Her military merits were enough to exchange for a class module, and her qualifications met the requirements. If Sulie couldn't make it happen, she would request a transfer from the outpost base to the main battlefield. Even if it meant dying there, she would do whatever it took to secure modules for her sisters. At that moment, Sulie was unaware of what was happening outside. He had just found the idol 038. She was leaning by the window, gazing out, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, a blue skirt hugging her figure. Her slender waist swayed slightly as she hummed an unfamiliar tune. Jia, are you interested in opening a general store? Sulie asked casually. 038 froze for a second, then straightened up, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with an incredulous look. A general store? Here? Sulie pointed to an empty shop in the center of the small town, his face lighting up with excitement. Yeah, what do you think of that spot? We could trade using military merits, and the store could have all sorts of items. Military merits? 038 quickly caught on to Sulie's intentions. She leaned closer to him and whispered, "Little bro, I know you want to accumulate merits to help Lightning and the others upgrade, but trading ordinary goods for military merits, don't you think that's a bit shady?" Her hand lightly brushed against Sulie's arm, her scent faintly lingering in the air. Sulie's face flushed involuntarily, and he subtly shifted away. "I'm not trying to take advantage of them. Among the items we'll sell, there'll be upgrade modules too. It's a fair trade. How could that be considered dishonest?" "Upgrade modules?" 038's voice rose in surprise, her face filled with disbelief. She knew how much the mechanical island valued her brother, but to the extent of selling modules? It was simply unbelievable. What exactly was the governor planning? Was he trying to get Sulie to form a team at the outpost? Sitting in her office, Hanhai's ears instinctively perked up. She walked to the door and pressed her ear against it. On the sofa, Hongying struggled to turn her head to look, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't. She had no choice but to glance at Shandian across from her, who was sound asleep, oblivious to the trail of glistening drool at the corner of her mouth. Listening to the conversation outside, Hanhai felt an unease growing in her chest. What was the force behind Sulie really up to? Did they truly intend for her to assemble a team at the outpost? They were openly discussing modules in the hallway, one of them even being a sub-captain of the inspection squad. The division and corruption within the squads were far worse than she had anticipated. The once fiery determination had long since been eroded. Sinister hands had already infiltrated the inspection squad, and they were brazenly discussing matters without a care, even though she was right there in her office. And what about the guard squad? She suddenly recalled the scene from last night when 032 had stormed into her bedroom, clutching a rifle. The gun barrel had subtly, yet unmistakably pointed in her direction. What did that imply? Hanhai dared not think further. No wonder she couldn't find anything. There was nothing left to investigate. The guard squad, the inspection squad, they were all under Sulie's control now. Even the machine girls outside were almost entirely his people. No one could resist the allure of the modules. She was cornered. Her only way out of the outpost was Junwei. But Junwei had just arrived and was already bound by a contract. They had completely trapped her, leaving her no way to escape the outpost. Only two fates awaited her. One, to resist until the end, only to be captured by a group of machine girls, tortured endlessly, and ultimately forced to submit to Sulie's will, or two, to join forces with them. Clutching her terminal tightly, Hanhai made her decision. Between resistance and compromise, she resolved to report to Mechanical Island. However, the terminal screen remained dark and silent. No matter how much she tried, it wouldn't light up. With a soft thud, Hanhai collapsed helplessly to the ground. She should have known, shouldn't she? If they dared to discuss so openly in the hallway, how could they not have tampered with her terminal? Sulie sent 038 to tidy up the shop before stepping into the command room. The moment he entered, he saw Hanhai lying on the floor. She tried desperately to curl up, hugging her legs, but her chest was too large, preventing her from doing so. She raised her head, her tear-filled eyes making her look pitiful and fragile. In her blurry vision, Sulie stood with his head slightly lowered, his gaze exuding a confident insight that seemed to pierce through everything. A cold smirk tugged at his lips as he slowly bent down, grabbing her arm to pull her up from the ground. His icy voice sounded by her ear. "How could you be so careless? You're an adult, yet you still managed to fall at the door. Judging by those tearful eyes, it must have hurt, didn't it?" Hanhai said nothing. All she could feel was the warmth of the devil's hand before her. The preparation for the shop turned out to be less challenging than expected. Upon learning that Sulie was in charge, the mech girls took it upon themselves to refurbish the shop using simple materials. Everyone was curious about what Sulie planned to sell, but when faced with their numerous questions, 038 would always respond with a warm smile, asking them to stay tuned. Yet, behind her kind demeanor, there was a hint of mischief in her expression. Besides knowing that Sulie would sell modules, she had no idea what other items would be available. It wasn't until Sulie gifted her a professional business suit that things became clearer. Dressed in a blue professional outfit, 038 stunned Sulie with her perfectly accentuated figure. The system-designed clothing fit her like a glove, though it appeared slightly tight around the chest. Feeling Sulie's gaze, 038 shot him a sharp look, her eyes adding a touch of allure. The blue ensemble complemented her, making her skin appear even fairer, while her long legs, wrapped in black stockings, displayed flawless lines. Sulie joked, saying that if the academy's teachers all looked like her, he might have studied until the academy went bankrupt. 038 retorted playfully, warning him that if he kept staring, his lightning at home might gouge his eyes out. Sulie quickly waved in surrender and then led her into the shop's storage room. Inside the storage room, shelves were packed with various boxes of different sizes, nearly filling the compact space. 038 stepped forward and opened a few of them. To her surprise, the boxes contained not only clothing and everyday items, but also snacks that girls would adore. Each item left her astonished. Sulie turned to her and said, "Sis, the shop is in your hands now. Take some time to figure out the pricing for these items." will only accept military merit points as payment. Modules must be sold at their original price, but you're in charge of pricing everything else. Also, you'll handle the assignment of shop personnel. The shop will be open for 3 hours after the daily missions. This town can't just be for show, we need to bring it to life. His gaze shifted to the small plaza outside, where only a few shops were open. Most mech girls only had time to visit after completing their missions. Before his arrival, they had spent most of their time on repairs, but the situation had improved now. Still, the foot traffic in the plaza remained low. The previous commander had hoped to see the base bustling with energy, and Sulie was determined to make that vision a reality. After all, the system's lottery was there to be used, and the shop's diverse inventory could attract interest. By allowing military merit points to be the primary currency, he could also prevent any suspicions from the mechanical island. Near the fountain, a small golden-haired figure peeked in the direction of the shop. Seeing Sulie glance over, Han Hai quickly ducked out of sight. Sulie noticed a chest sticking out from behind the greenery and frowned slightly. Ever since he had helped this new deputy captain of the inspection team once, she had taken to watching him closely. Was her real purpose to monitor him? If that were the case, shouldn't a more professional person have been assigned? In his line of sight, a small hand was pressing against the chest, trying to push it further into hiding. Sulie turned his head and pointed to a cardboard box in the warehouse. Sister, these are the modules, he said. The first batch isn't large 20 sets of Class C modules, which is a total of 120 pieces. You can sell them selectively based on the information provided by Tsongling. And don't worry if they sell out. It'll restock regularly. Upon hearing this, 038 quickly walked over to the box and opened it. Inside, as expected, were neatly arranged modules. She glanced at Sulie, then at the box in front of her, before nervously peeking outside. Lowering her voice, she said, "Brother, are these really the modules? These are life itself for the machine girls. You should at least store them in a safe place. But you just casually put them in a box and carried them over like this?" Sulie's casual response of "it's all among our own people" left 038 momentarily stunned. She had no idea how Sulie managed to acquire so many modules. She only knew that even with all the military merits accumulated by the machine girls at the base over the years, obtaining such a quantity would have been impossible. Not even the governor's favor could explain it. Every single module's allocation required joint approval from Mechanical Island and the Human Council, and they would never allow such a large number of modules to be concentrated in one place. The cost of gathering so many modules at once must have been enormous. Moreover, these modules were destined for a group of machine girls without pilots, which meant their combat effectiveness on the battlefield would still be limited even after upgrading. 038's grip on the box tightened slightly as a mix of emotions surged in her heart. Suddenly, she let go of the box and turned to embrace Sulie. She had never seen anyone make such a great sacrifice for other machine girls. 120 module set was practically a raid on Mechanical Island. Though the modules were not of a high grade, they were perfectly suited for the machine girls at the forward base. Sulie, I know I don't have the authority to say this, but I still want to thank you on behalf of the 238 machine girls at the forward base. Truly, you've given them a second chance at life. Feeling the warmth of the embrace, Sulie stood stiffly, unsure where to place his hands. Letting them fall to her waist or lower seemed inappropriate, but resting them on her back felt equally disrespectful. Thankfully, 038 didn't hold him for long and quickly released him. The two stood in the warehouse, surrounded by stacks of goods, silently gazing at each other. Realizing her actions might have been improper, 038 awkwardly smoothed her hair, a gesture that only made her appear more charming. Meanwhile, Han Hai's eyes narrowed slightly behind her glasses as she stepped out of the greenery where she had been hiding, moving closer to the shop. The store, which had just been tidied up, had no goods on display yet, but the size and design of the counters indicated a wide variety of items would be sold. She couldn't understand why Sulie seemed to completely ignore her presence. Did he really think she was entirely at his mercy with no room to fight back? Or did he believe the forces backing him could rival Mechanical Island? Han Hai's mind raced, piecing together every possible explanation. From the Human Council to the guards and the inspection team, she couldn't identify any known faction capable of pulling this off. In the past, even a single corporation like Arca Industries had been enough to push him to the brink. Yet now, everything had become enigmatic and unclear. Could all of this have been orchestrated by the Human Council all along? Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted 038 in the warehouse hugging Sulie, her back legs slightly lifted. Could it be that he had used a charm strategy on 038? Outside the narrow pass, the mechas were engaged in intense combat training. The sounds of battle echoed continuously, with the training exercises never ceasing. Li Tianlang and Zhang Chongping piloted their respective mechas, joining forces to take on Zhang Qiang. Zhang Chongping gritted his teeth, raising his shield high to fend off his father's relentless and precise attacks. He had to focus entirely just to barely keep up. Meanwhile, Li Tianlang controlled his mecha, Yurong, mimicking Zhang Qiang's combat style and honing his own offensive skills. Like a parched sponge, he absorbed every bit of knowledge and experience he could. Being chosen by Sulie was proof enough that he was also a prodigy. In just a few days, he had already managed to hold his own against Zhang Chuyang. Since meeting Sulie and witnessing his skills, Li Tianlang realized that to achieve a breakthrough in his abilities, he either needed to stay close to Sulie or prove himself on the battlefield. He had brought up Sulie's name to the club multiple times, hoping that Three Cities Heavy Industries would allocate resources and sign a formal contract with Sulie. However, in the end, the company abandoned him and sent him here. Life on the home planet was stable, but he refused to settle for mediocrity. In the past, he often dreamed of standing atop the podium, dominating the battlefield. But after meeting Sulie, that dream shattered. Talent? What a joke. All he needed now was relentless effort, more and more effort. Since he had stepped onto the battlefield, there was no turning back to the safety of the base. He had to grow quickly, meet Sulie's expectations, and fight alongside him, not remain stuck at the gates of the forward base, endlessly training. The training ground was the battlefield. Distraction? That would only lead to death. What was he trying to accomplish? If he didn't even value his own life, was he willing to sacrifice his mechas as well? His greatsword was struck by Zhang Chaoyang's blade, sent flying into the high cliffside where it lodged firmly. The wind swayed the stink bugs clinging to it, flipping one over. Sorry, don't say sorry to me. Apologize to your mecha. Zhang Chaoyang barked harshly, though a flicker of concern crossed his mind. Li Tianlang was pushing himself too hard. Everything needed balance. If he stretched himself too thin, he might snap, and there would be no recovery from that. After disengaging his mecha, Li Tianlang was once again lifted by Yu Rong and placed on the bench beside the pass, which had seemingly become his and Zhang Changping's usual resting spot. His trembling fingers struggled to unlock his terminal, and the soreness throughout his body served as a vivid reminder that he was still alive. Sulie emerged from the pass, and, upon seeing Li Tianlang slumped like a rag doll, smiled slightly. He called over Yu Rong and tossed her a small package. Yu Rong caught it, opened it, and found a row of neatly arranged vials inside. A hint of confusion crossed her face as she pulled one out and held it up to the sunlight, unable to discern its purpose. It's a strengthening serum, Sulie explained. It enhances the pilot's physical condition. Don't overuse it, only 2 vials a day. He walked over to the bench, sat down beside Li Tianlang, and leaned in to whisper in his ear. After training ends this afternoon, my shop is opening. Here's an insider tip, there's something you'll like inside. Li Tianlong's eyes lit up instantly, and he lowered his voice to ask, Master, what is it? Straight through the door, private section, all kinds of uniforms. Don't say I never looked out for you. You can owe me the merit points. Consider it an internal perk. A surge of excitement shot through Li Tianlang. His hands stopped trembling, and his back no longer ached. He grabbed Yu Rong, who was sitting beside him studying reinforcement fluid, and declared that he could handle a few more rounds of training. He wanted Yu Rong to witness his determination and believe that a little reward was well-deserved. Sulie glanced at the suddenly energized Li Tianlang with amusement, raising an eyebrow slightly. Still have the energy to think about other things? Looks like the training intensity isn't high enough. Zhang Changping stumbled over to the bench, collapsing onto it face first, eyes vacant, limbs twitching. Nearby, Jian Dun was also drenched in sweat, her pale face showing exhaustion. Their state was the true picture of pushing training to its limits. Jian Dun, who always targeted him, opened and closed her little mouth, reduced to incoherent murmurs. The high-intensity combat and mental focus were utterly draining. Even Zhang Changping's pupils visibly contracted, a stark reminder that laziness in youth would eventually come back to haunt you. Sulie placed a packet of reinforcement fluid in Zhang Changping's hand and squinted toward the narrow pass where the mech girls were training. Many blue and white mech girls were also practicing, teaching the combat skills they had learned from Sulie to the others. Though their movements were far from perfect, visible progress had been made even in this short period of training. Coach, you're here? Take a look at how we're doing. 537 approached with a bright smile. Her blue and white uniform fluttered in the wind, her graceful figure upright and full of vitality. Not bad. At this pace, the squad should master the skills within half a month. On the battlefield, coordinated teamwork is just as critical. You can all learn from each other's experiences. He reached out to ruffle 537's hair, watching her squint her large eyes like a content kitten. From his pocket, he pulled out a few chocolates and placed them in her hand. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she bounced on the spot twice, quickly tucking the chocolates into her pocket. These aren't those awful-tasting standard-issue rations. Just look at the fancy packaging, you can tell these aren't cheap. Thank you, coach. Where did you get these? Sulie patted his chest and said with feigned mystery. It took a lot of effort to secure a supply chain. Didn't your captain tell you? The shop opens right after training today, and it's full of little goodies. Don't get overwhelmed when you're picking. Is it opening today? They'll go tell the others right now. Watching her run off cheerfully, Sulie turned his gaze back to the vast wilderness ahead. No matter when he looked, it was always an endless expanse of dull yellow, devoid of any sign of life. The wind swept up sand and dust, raging across the seemingly lifeless land, exuding desolation and solitude. Yet everyone present knew that beneath the yellow surface lay countless deadly threats. He looked back toward the lush greenery within the pass, where over 200 mech girls had stood guard for years, carrying the hope of their future. Tonight, at the forward base, it was destined to be a sleepless night for many of them. There's hardly anything more relaxing and satisfying after a long day's work than enjoying a barbecue. If there is, it's probably paired with a few frosty mugs of beer. In the small town at night, near the fountain, Kulian was busy alongside a few mech girls at the barbecue grill by the bonfire. The rich aroma wafted far and wide, so enticing that even those stationed at the pass several kilometers away could catch a whiff and feel their mouths water. The mech girls who were off-duty sat around small tables in groups, devouring the sizzling, juicy barbecue. Chilled lubricant drinks refreshed them further, and the chewy legs of giant dung beetles added a special texture, leaving everyone with a genuine look of satisfaction. Lightning, finally free to move around, held a drink in one hand and a skewer of grilled meat in the other, devouring it with such gusto that grease dripped from the corners of her mouth. Beside her, Hongying was similarly engrossed in eating without saying a word. Heiyu nibbled at her food, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards 038's shop, her eyes filled with hope. The small square was brightly lit, though most shops, adorned with colorful lights, were empty of attendants. A large crowd of mech girls gathered outside Sulie's shop, craning their necks to peek inside. 038 had been efficient. Within just one day, she had arranged the merchandise, set the prices, and even recruited 3 teammates to act as shop assistants. Many mech girls, seeing the dazzling array of goods through the shop window, were already impatiently waiting at the door. The moment the shop opened, the crowd surged in, creating a bustling scene inside. 038 had no choice but to limit the number of customers entering at a time, finally giving herself a moment to catch her breath. Outside, a long queue wrapped nearly twice around the fountain, with mech girls discussing the shop's wares while munching on barbecue as they waited. This was without 038 even announcing the sale of modules yet. If she did, she wouldn't have a moment to breathe. Every mech girl entered the shop with eager anticipation. However, those who emerged had peculiar expressions like they had experienced immense satisfaction, yet were left with a sense of emptiness afterward. This strange look only fueled the curiosity of those still waiting. Before anyone could ask questions, the ones who had shopped hurriedly left with bags full of purchases, leaving no chance for inquiry. This only heightened the impatience of those in line, making them desperate to see what was inside. Hanhai stood at the very end of the line, holding a paper bag filled with fragrant, roasted woodlice. She had never seen a scene like this anywhere on the battlefield. There was no sense of urgency or tension, only a deeply immersive sense of relaxation. At this moment, it seemed every mech girl had forgotten they were warriors. They chatted and laughed, transformed into carefree comrades shopping arm in arm in the heart of a stable city. The scene, though out of place, was exceptionally comforting. The contentment and happiness on the faces of the mech girls were unlike anything found in the secure rear lines. Though Hanhai didn't fully understand it, it didn't stop her from blending in. She had already reported all the findings she could uncover to Mechanical Island. The only directive she had received was to wait and observe. So, she wasn't slacking off but had fully immersed herself, camouflaging as part of the outpost. The Mechanical Island left her to wait and see, while Sulie completely let her be. Before her role as an underground operative became entirely useless and she ended up bound and coerced, she felt it necessary to reward herself. For instance, with that uniquely designed dress in the shop window. Though the size might not fit, it had been years since she found clothing that suited her. Whenever she thought of all her cherished possessions left behind in her dorm on her home planet, it felt like a piece of her heart had been ripped out. If she could bring even half of those things here, she would undoubtedly be the most dazzling person in this little town. Inside the shop, 038 quietly tallied the remaining module inventory, surprised by the overwhelming business. Every batch of mech girls that entered the shop was registered and sold to according to Sulie's instructions. Each module was priced at 30,000 military credits, a pleasant surprise for all the mech girls at the outpost. On some black markets, such modules could cost as much as 50,000 credits and still be unattainable, while obtaining them through official channels often involved prolonged waiting. Contrary to 038's expectations, none of the mech girls seemed curious about the source of the modules. They simply bowed respectfully to her, purchased the modules they needed, and selected additional items in the shop. They carefully tucked the precious modules away and left the store with peculiar expressions. 038 was certain that many of the mech girls didn't even know what some of the items they grabbed were. She had witnessed one mech girl take a box of pregnancy tests, pay the credits, and leave, leaving 038 perplexed. Fortunately, such items were few and far between. She symbolically charged 2 credits for it and watched the mech girl leave. The remaining modules were dwindling. 120 modules weren't a lot, considering that most mech girls required at least 2 for an upgrade. Those with poorer attributes needed even more. However, the Mech girls tacitly agreed to buy only one module each, leaving the rest for their sisters. Even so, nearly half of the Mech girls left without getting any modules. But they didn't leave empty-handed. They swept through the shop and walked out content, carrying various items. Hanhai stood helplessly watching as the dress she had her eye on was purchased by a Mech girl with a buzz cut, leaving her puzzled. The woodlouse she had been chewing on suddenly lost its appeal. When she finally stepped into the store, all she saw were empty shelves. The Mech girl ahead of her had traded 3 credits for the last bag of milk candies. Apart from a few shop assistants, the only remaining item in the store was a box of spirit blockers. All the Mech girls in the shop turned their gazes toward her, each holding something in their hands. Many of the items weren't even things they needed, yet they had bought them anyway. Those piercing glances made Han Hai's scalp tingle, as if leaving the store empty-handed would offend everyone and lead to her being tied up and coerced on the spot. Fine, 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 she thought to herself, marveling at how well everyone understood social conventions. After all, this was her superior's shop. How could she not show support? With a conflicted expression, she picked up the small, square box from the shelf and placed it on the counter in front of 038. 038 glanced at the item, a peculiar look flashing across her face. Her superior had gone to such lengths to make Sulie's shop look good that she was willing to buy this item that no one else wanted. The Mechanical Island's attitude towards Sulie truly left her feeling wistful. Spirit blockers, just 40 military credits. Hanhai wanted to cry, but reluctantly placed her terminal on the payment scanner. As the payment confirmation beeped, she suddenly felt a wave of genuine approval from the surrounding Mech girls. It was as if what she had just purchased wasn't merely a box of spirit blockers, but a shared belief they all held dear. In that moment, she even recalled the oath she had taken when she joined the inspection corps. In the small town, it was only after Sulie's shop closed that the other stores came alive, starting their normal operations. Android girls, dressed in various casual outfits, roamed the streets, chatting away and savoring the relaxing time at the end of the day. On the battlefield, military merits acted as hard currency. They shopped for the small items they needed, their faces lit up with constant, genuine smiles. Gathered in small groups, the android girls passing by Sulie would always stop to salute him. It was clear to everyone that their respect for Sulie came from the heart. Reducing the risks of missions, improving the base's food quality, coupled with his exceptional piloting skills and overwhelming combat capabilities, these qualities likely won the android girls' recognition of him as their commanding officer. However, the introduction of the modules added a new layer of determination to the way they looked at Sulie. For the low-ranking android girls at the bottom rung, losing their pilots often meant becoming expendable cannon fodder. They were painfully aware of their grim reality, living as symbols of misfortune, with bleak pasts and even bleaker futures. But now, everything had changed. A ray of light had pierced through the darkness of their lives. He was so dazzling, so radiant, that a gentle warmth began to bloom in everyone's hearts. There's no need for this. During the day, I'm your commanding officer, but in the evening, there's no need to be so formal. This is your leisure time. Don't make it so serious. If anyone salutes me again, he'll get mad, Sulie said helplessly, feeling a tinge of weariness. The android girls chuckled softly, covering their mouths as they walked away. Only then did Sulie sit back down on the bench, picking up the now-cold barbecue and stuffing it into his mouth. 038 closed the shop door and sat down beside him. In less than 3 hours, all the items in the shop had sold out. The military merits earned just from module sales alone amounted to a staggering 3.6 million. Other miscellaneous supplies contributed nearly another 100,000 in military merits. It was clear that if the modules could be supplied continuously for 3 days, Sulie would accumulate over 10 million in military merits. Such a figure would be a strikingly conspicuous achievement for anyone. A large-scale exchange of modules was certain to attract the attention of the Human Council. However, if he couldn't convert the merits into modules, the merits would remain nothing more than useless virtual numbers. Sulie accepted the transfer of merits from 038, and his thoughts drifted to his system. If energy points and military merits could be exchanged, he might be able to endlessly acquire modules, boosting the strength of all the android girls in the forward base. Unfortunately, his current system lacked such a function. Even the conditions for its next upgrade remained a mystery to him. He opened the military merit system on his terminal and clicked the application button. Each class module required 150,000 military merits, nearly double the price of an A-class module. He decided to test the waters by applying for 4 sets at once, immediately spending the merits he had just earned. Whether it worked or not, he wasn't too concerned. At this stage, even with his class module in hand, Sulie dared not recklessly upgrade his mecha girl. He was well aware that with his current physical condition, he wouldn't be able to handle the upgraded version. However, not upgrading meant that the mecha girl might once again fall into a state of exhaustion when faced with a swarm of insectoids. This dilemma seemed to trap him in a vicious cycle. Despite this, Sulie did not give up. He devised a clever plan. purchase the glass module, and subtly pressure the human council. He followed all the proper procedures to ensure that Mechanical Island could not obstruct his actions. After all, these modules weren't for himself, but for the benefit of the mecha girl. Mechanical Island had never interfered with the procurement of resources that benefited the mecha girls. This tactic smartly handed the decision back to the human council. They now faced a tough choice. Granting approval would leave a bitter taste, while refusal might lead to even bigger issues. Thinking of this, Sulie couldn't help but rub his hands together, a sly smile appearing on his face. As Sulie immersed himself in his plan, Lightning silently observed his every move. She recalled the expression on his face when he had helped massage her legs. It was identical to the one he wore now. The thought made her cheeks flush slightly. Her gaze swept over the well-dressed mecha girls in the small town, and she suddenly remembered seeing a few mysterious boxes under Sulie's bed. Lightning glanced down at her oversized t-shirt, then at the elegant dress on 038. A thoughtful expression flickered in her bright eyes. Without waiting for Sulie to react, she quickly wiped her mouth and ran off toward the dormitory, leaving Sulie staring after her retreating figure in confusion. Not far away, Eurome was dressed in a backless purple gown, her light purple hair elegantly pinned up, adding to her graceful appearance. She patiently cut the barbecue into small pieces, feeding them to a dumbfounded Li Tianlang with chopsticks. Li Tianlang seemed utterly captivated by her beauty, as if even his basic ability to chew had temporarily failed him, and a bit of drool escaped uncontrollably. Hei also stood up to excuse herself. She dabbed at her mouth and briefly mentioned that there was work to be done in the lab before hurrying away. Taking advantage of the moment, Hong Ying moved closer to Sulie, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Meanwhile, 038 took Lightning's spot, glancing curiously at Hei's departing figure. Sulie shook his head and focused on the barbecue in front of him. He knew well that Hei's experiments might have reached a critical stage. Since the research personnel had been assembled, he had only visited the lab twice, each time being dismissed as a hindrance. The only thing he knew was that Heiyu had set up 2 experimental teams, one dedicated to perfecting AKA's research findings, and the other continuing reverse engineering efforts. 038 nodded in agreement, sharing Sulie's optimism about the base's future. She crossed her shapely legs gracefully, her thigh brushing against Sulie's unconsciously. Looking around, the faces of all the mecha girls were lit with happiness. At this moment, the small outpost seemed to have become an ideal haven for the 200 or so mecha girls. After finishing his meal, Sulie watched Hong Ying return to her own room before he pushed open the door to the command room. Contrary to his expectations, Lightning wasn't curled up on the sofa reading a book. The entire command room was empty, silent. A faint light seeped through the crack of the bedroom door, a door that had been forcibly opened so many times it had almost lost its function as a door. Sulie had barely taken 2 steps when he caught sight of a figure curled up inside through the gap. Her fiery red hair cascaded down her back, and she was half leaning on the bed, wrapped in a blanket. With one hand supporting her cheek, she was engrossed in something displayed on the terminal resting on the pillow. There was something about Lightning's relaxed demeanor that always managed to ease Sulie's mind and bring him an unexplainable sense of comfort. He pushed the door open, and the creaking sound seemed to lament its unfortunate state. Yet, it didn't disturb Lightning, who remained focused on her reading. Perhaps she understood that she was partly responsible for the door's current condition. What could she be reading so intently? Surely it wasn't another one of those ridiculous stories like the Empress got cavities because I developed diabetes or something of that sort. Lightning quickly shook her head, set the terminal aside, and fixed her bright, intense gaze on Sulie as he stepped into the room. Slowly, she let go of the blanket she had been clutching tightly. She was wearing a black low-cut nightgown, which made her fair skin appear even more radiant. The lace and sheer fabric intertwined, revealing glimpses of her graceful figure under the soft glow of the light, making it hard to look away. The satin fabric of her gown shimmered smoothly, hugging her slender waist, and below that, her long legs were accentuated by a pair of thigh-high stockings, exuding an irresistible allure. Standing at 178 centimeters tall, her figure was striking. Her cheeks were flushed, and she bit her lower lip gently, her eyes burning with emotion as she looked at Sulie. Her hands trembled slightly as she gripped the blanket, betraying her nervousness and excitement. Since the last time she had dared to plant a light kiss on his cheek, their relationship seemed to have hit a stalemate again. She longed to take things further, but could never quite summon the courage. Especially after that kiss, Sulie hadn't shown any clear reaction. While he still treated her well, she yearned for the kind of passion she had read about in novels, an uncontrollable, fiery burst of emotion. Finally, she flung the blanket aside, rising to her feet, and stepping towards Sulie on her tiptoes. His gaze burned like fire, and she could feel it tracing over her body. Though it wasn't the lecherous stare she had seen in others, like Li Tianlang's gaze toward Eurome, its intensity was enough to make her instinctively tug at the hem of her dress. She thought to herself, he probably likes my legs the most, right? Her body trembled slightly as she tried to suppress the flood of thoughts swirling in her mind. She had barely taken a few steps when Sulie's solid, masculine presence closed the distance between them. The warm, amber glow of the lamp bathed the room, and the two of them stumbled together, their forms melding into one. Like a woodpecker, Lightning began planting light, rapid kisses on Sulie's lips. Each time she felt his warmth, her body quivered uncontrollably. It was a sensation entirely different from the exhilaration of being piloted by him, one that pulled her in and left her utterly captivated. Sulie felt as though a fire was raging in his chest. He gazed at Lightning in his arms, his eyes lingering on her delicate neck, and a primal urge surged within him, making him want to abandon all restraint in the next moment. The pajamas were a product of the system, and their quality was beyond question. He held Lightning with one arm, while the other slid down from her neck, unable to stop as the smooth fabric enticed his hand to keep moving. Unable to resist, the silky, springy texture made it impossible for him to maintain control. If he didn't act on his impulses tonight, he was sure he wouldn't be able to sleep. But what would she do next? Every time Sulie tried to sit up, Lightning pressed him back onto the pillow. She lightly kissed him, her lips brushing against his for exactly 5 minutes and 38 seconds. Gradually, the heat in Sulie's flushed mind began to cool. Lightning's face was red, but she continued her determined pecking. If he didn't say something to stop her, she might keep going until dawn, until the end of time. Lightning, don't you think it's time we move on to the next step? She raised her dazed eyes to glance at him, momentarily lost in confusion. Her trembling body was tinged with a soft pink hue. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and her gaze suddenly cleared as she looked at him. The next step? I see. Grabbing Sulie's arm, she flipped him over and pinned him down with her body. Sulie shuddered, feeling a sudden sense of dread. The small bedroom was quickly filled with his frantic yelling. Stop! Stop! I said stop. Lightning lifted her small head, her face full of confusion. Outside the room, the sound of footsteps grew louder. Hey you, humming a cheerful tune, pushed the door open and stepped inside. She twirled in place, her short-made outfit's skirt flaring as her white, over-thinny socks accentuated her perfectly shaped legs. Master, look at me in this maid outfit. I wore it just for you. Do you like? Her words trailed off as her gaze landed on Sulie sprawled on the bed, gripping the pillow tightly with a twisted expression. Lightning, dressed in a black lace nightgown, was perched on his back. Haya's eyes widened as she observed the scene. Lightning's waist swayed slightly, her eyes first dimming, then lighting up with unprecedented brilliance. Sulie took a deep breath, turned over, and pointed firmly at the side of the bed, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. You, both of you, kneel down now. With a smooth and practiced motion, Hayu dropped to her knees. Lightning, still bewildered, glanced at Sulie's furious expression before hesitantly kneeling beside Hayu. Sulie's head buzzed, as if it were stuffed with the engines of 3 mechas, on the verge of exploding. He tore open his shirt, finally feeling a bit more at ease. Great. Just great. This is complete chaos. Grabbing the terminal from the bedside table, he scanned the screen. As expected, within just a few lines, he found the indecent descriptions. Lightning. Lightning R5. If I catch you reading this kind of nonsense again, it'll make you study mecha theses and recite them from beginning to end. He placed the terminal on Lightning's head and barked. Kneel properly. Don't get up until you figure out what you've done wrong. His previously good mood was completely ruined, and Sulie felt as if his very soul was about to leave his body in anger. A lively commotion echoed from the elevator area. As Sulie stepped out of his bedroom, curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to see what was going on. The scene before him left him utterly stunned. A group of mech girls burst in, hoisting him up without hesitation and carrying him out at a run. Their hearty laughter reverberated throughout the communications building, as though no one noticed the fury etched on his face. The excitement of their upgrade seemed to overpower every other emotion, even his current annoyance. All Sulie could recall was being lifted high by the mech girls and paraded around the base 3 times. Their fiery enthusiasm was so infectious that even the nearly exploding Sulie found himself swept up in their energy, howling like a lunatic with them in the dead of night. It wasn't until they began tearing at his clothes that things took a turn. One grabbed at his buttons, another yanked his belt, and those who couldn't find a keepsake shredded his uniform into ribbons, fighting over the scraps. If he hadn't put up a desperate fight, even his underwear might have been ripped away. For the first time, Sulie found himself sneaking around like a thief, stealthily evading their clutches before finally slipping into the communications tower. In the lobby, Junwei stood frozen, holding freshly grilled skewers, his eyes widening at the sight of Sulie. Clad in nothing but his underwear and a shirt with only the collar left intact, Sulie's disheveled appearance made Junwei's eyes light up. Though his master often dressed oddly, there was something unexpectedly striking about him at that moment. Meanwhile, Han Hai hid in the shadows behind Junwei, her gaze lowered. She had never seen, nor imagined, someone capable of commanding such admiration from so many mech girls. Today, She witnessed at firsthand 238 Mech girls, each with distinct personalities, many of whom had never exchanged a word with Sulie, yet their affection, respect, and loyalty toward him were undeniable. In that fleeting moment, Han Hai saw a glimmer of Eve in Sulie. Just then, a response came from the mechanical island. Yihua was already en route with reinforcements. Han Hai silently wished for Yihua to arrive as soon as possible, fearing that if delayed, she too might find herself ensnared in this inescapable whirlwind. On Mechanical Island, Xiaohua leaned over her desk, squinting as she reviewed Su Li's module application. Without hesitation, she clicked Approve. She didn't care about the origins of Su Li's low-grade modules. All she knew was that those pilotless mecha girls were still part of Mechanical Island. Rather than getting tangled up in debates at the council, she appreciated Su Li's approach. Since the modules were already obtained, why not put them to use? Earning military merits? On the battlefield, what pilot didn't want to accumulate military merits? Su Li's collection efforts were clearly aimed at exchanging upgrade modules for his mecha girls. Such actions were entirely reasonable. Besides, the low-grade modules he used for upgrades weren't provided by Mechanical Island. Even if the Human Council wanted to stir up trouble, they'd need to investigate internally first. It had nothing to do with Mechanical Island. She glanced at the terminal with a grin, but her smile froze instantly. Yihua's location was moving farther and farther away, heading in the opposite direction of Cold Extract Star. Fortunately, she had sent Yihua away. Otherwise, the chaos she would have caused on the mother planet would have been unimaginable. At that moment, Yihua was sitting on a transport ship, devouring her meal. Resources at the forward base were scarce, so she planned to indulge herself before arriving, aiming to gain at least a couple of pounds while she still could. She wanted to eat her fill, knowing there might be nothing desirable once she got there. In the live streams, even bugs were being turned into delicacies. If this kept up for 2 months, the big treasure of the vast sea would surely start to sag. Thinking about it, she felt a bit sorry for Vast Sea heading straight there without any preparation. Still savoring her meal, Yihua shoved the last chicken drumstick in her mouth, leaving only the bone when she pulled it out. Out of generosity for Vast Sea's diligence over the years, she decided to be kind and bring along some snacks. After all, she had a soft heart. Swirling the rich, aromatic lubricant in her glass, Yihua let out a satisfied burp and reclined in her seat, squinting as she admired the vast starry sky outside. Dozens of massive starships broke through the wormhole, docking at a nearby space station for resupply. Their colossal bodies radiated an imposing and futuristic aura. Numerous pilots launched their mechas from the decks, swarming into the station. The starships bore the enormous insignia of the Council, visible even from afar. XR-379 Mothership Fleet. Yihua suddenly sat upright, her eyes fixed on the massive ships ahead. They weren't supposed to be here, they should have been at the northern front lines. Why were they in the south? She quickly grabbed her terminal and reported her observations to Xiaohua. However, her messages seemed to vanish into the void, receiving no response. After confirming that the signal wasn't being blocked, she sent another message. After dozens of attempts, she finally received a reply from Xiaohua. Comrade 2 Arms, please check your own location. Yihua opened her terminal, and her expression immediately turned crestfallen. She had thought she had uncovered a conspiracy by the Human Council, only to realize she had boarded the wrong ship. Dear passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. We will commence the warp jump in 3 minutes, heading towards the northernmost region of the Federation, the Zebra Galaxy. Kindly remain seated and refrain from wandering around the cabin. This journey will reach its first space supply station in 2 weeks. Passengers needing to transfer may do so at the first supply station. Yihua listened quietly to the announcement playing in her ears as she opened a box filled with snacks. It wasn't that she didn't want to save some for Han Hai, but by the time she reached him, these snacks would most likely have already expired. She had bought these new Rexbury items because they were a bargain, and now they were all destined for her own stomach. Meanwhile, in the Human Council's meeting room, the council members were engrossed in verifying the module application forms about to be finalized. They meticulously confirmed every detail of the military merit records, preparing to submit them to the Mechanical Island for final approval. Behind the large conference table, Zhang Guoyang sneered as he looked at the application form in front of him, crumpling it without hesitation and tossing it into the trash. 4 sets of S-class module applications? The audacity. With only 2 S-class mecha pilots under his command, even if he had 4, dreaming of obtaining S-class modules from the Human Council was nothing short of delusional. As Zhang Guoyang thought about how he had been the spark that led to Aka Industries' downfall, his eyes narrowed slightly with satisfaction. That man was relentless, surviving despite the resource blockade, even after nearly being blown to pieces. Despite his endless schemes, he was still alive and well, even starting live broadcasts that couldn't be shut down. What baffled Zhang Guoyang the most was how, in such a short time, he had caused a massive stir on the home planet. The military had even edited footage of him battling the Zerg into recruitment propaganda, resulting in a recruitment rate that had more than tripled. He couldn't understand how a mere little bug could wield such influence in such a short time. Was someone secretly building his reputation? Otherwise, how could he have accumulated over 3 million in military merits? Did he somehow sneak onto the main battlefield? Even then, collecting enough merits for 4 sets of class modules in such a short time was pure fantasy. Perhaps he was just fooling those low-level amateurs. Zhang Guoyang smirked, imagining Sulie being overwhelmed by a mob of those so-called amateurs. More likely, he thought, Sulie would be abandoned by her allies during a Zerg clearing mission. After finalizing the list to be sent to the mechanical island, he placed it on an old, outdated fax machine. Watching the machine spit out the forms one by one, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Now that he had climbed to this position, he deserved certain privileges like rejecting Sulie's application or stubbornly using an ancient fax machine in an era of advanced technology. As the forms were transmitted one by one, he began to picture Sulie's frustration and fury when her application was inevitably denied. He could even imagine the proud, blue-haired woman losing her temper in a fit of rage. On the mechanical island, members of the guard placed a thick stack of forms in front of Eve. She flipped through them nonchalantly, noticing that Sulie's form was missing. Without hesitation, she wrote a few bold characters on a piece of paper and handed it to a guard. Then, she lazily leaned back, closing her eyes slightly. The guard saluted Eve, who had resumed her relaxed posture at the desk, and returned to the fax machine to send the paper. Zhang Guoyang hummed a cheerful tune as he waited for the mechanical island's reply. Before long, a sheet of paper landed in front of him. Boldly written across it were just a few words. Approve your nonsense. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.